The Augury. Prologue. The room was sweltering, and the windows refused to budge. No matter how many times the midwife flicked her wand at the shutters, they remained firmly closed, shielding the occupants from prying eyes. A bed dominated the space, but it stood empty. The woman it was meant for sat instead on a low stool in the corner, her eyes cast down, her face contorted in pain as she groaned. "That's the way," the midwife encouraged, staying at the edge of the bed, a safe distance from the laboring woman and her companion. Merlin, Morgana, and Circe, the woman swore, the clenching, all-consuming pain of the contraction finally easing. "Hush now, you don't want him to hear you like this," the blonde at her side whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. It seemed her role was to remind them all of what propriety demanded. "To hell with him," the laboring woman hissed, her dark hair swinging forward and sticking to her sweat-soaked face. "Don't say that," her sister cried, reaching out to touch her bare shoulder, only to have it shrugged away. "He'll hear you. I don't give two damns." The woman's voice rose sharply as another surge overtook her, her belly tightening, her body instinctively bearing down as she arched forward over her midsection. Her chin touched her chest as she fell from the stool onto her hands and knees. "Good girl," the midwife called, stepping around to get a better look at the woman's progress. Fortunately, she had shed her robes hours ago, leaving her bare to the midwife's gaze. "Not long now. I can see the head when you're pushing." A soft knock sounded at the door, and the dark-haired woman glanced up briefly at the noise as her contraction ended. Immediately, her sister rose, crossing to the door and opening it just a crack to see who was there. The conversation between the two women was too quiet for the midwife to hear, ending just before the next wave of labor pain hit. The blonde returned, gently stroking the dark-haired woman's head as she paused. "A message for you," she whispered. "He says you're his for a reason and that he has every confidence in you." The sweat-soaked woman on the floor murmured, "He doesn't love me. He doesn't love me." Her sister leaned down, pressing their foreheads together and meeting her gaze. "He does. In his own way, he does. Now push." With that, the woman cried out louder than ever, her body consumed by the intensity of the contraction. Sensing that the end was near, the midwife dropped to her knees behind her, reaching out to touch the crown of the head visible between the birthing woman's thighs. As the contraction subsided, the patch of scalp and dark hair did not recede, and the mother whimpered. "One more big push with the next one, and it will all be over," the midwife promised. "Did you hear that?" the blonde asked, and her sister nodded. True to the midwife's word, the child was born with the next contraction. The baby's head emerged as the mother screamed, and the shoulders followed with little trouble. Swiftly, the midwife used her wand to cleanse the child while the new mother, with her sister's help, turned over to reach for the babe. "It's a girl," the midwife said, handing the infant over and settling her on the mother's belly. The baby was still attached by the umbilical cord, which continued to pulse visibly. "A girl," the mother echoed, clutching the child to herself with a panicked look on her face. "I'll tell him now," her sister said, rising to her feet. "Help her into bed," she ordered as she crossed to the door. "Merlin bless this child," thought the midwife, beginning to lift the dark-haired witch towards the bed. "The poor thing will need it." Chapter 1. August 9th, 1997. Creature had truly outdone himself this time. Harry was sure of it. The meal the decrepit elf had prepared was both delicious and filling, leaving the three human occupants of number 12 feeling satisfied and a bit drowsy as they settled into the drawing room. At the piano, Ron practiced the scales Hermione had taught him several days earlier, his long fingers gliding over the keys without a single mistake. On the sofa nearby, Hermione sat with her legs folded beneath her, a slim leather-bound book resting on her lap. She was deeply focused on its pages, her brows furrowed in concentration rather than displeasure. Meanwhile, Harry was trying to concentrate on a hand-drawn map spread out on the coffee table in front of him. The ink was smeared in several places, which he figured was to be expected considering the circumstances under which it had been sketched. There wasn't much room for artistic expression while hidden beneath the invisibility cloak. Still, they needed an accurate map of the area surrounding the Ministry of Magic, and this one, though poorly drawn, would have to do. Has your family always used Ollivander wands, Ron? Hermione's voice broke through Harry's thoughts, and he looked up just as Ron paused his playing. Yeah, I think so, Ron replied. They've never used other cores? I'm reading a bit about wand lore and was wondering if you knew anyone who had experience with wands made from different magical materials. Fleur has a Vela hair in hers, I think, Harry chimed in. Sounds about right, Ron agreed. And in America, Dad says they use loads of different things. Of course, that's probably why their magic is second-rate. Second-rate? Hermione questioned, sounding skeptical. You mean all wild? Have you ever actually met an American wizard? Harry asked, curious since he never had. My dad invited one for dinner once when he was on business for the Magical Congress of the United States. Nice enough bloke. Before he left, he gave me his leftover nuts. What was his wand made of? Hermione asked, giving Ron a curious look. He shot her a disbelieving glance. I dunno. That's not exactly dinner conversation. Wands are private, aren't they? All right, I was just asking. What are you reading about wands for, anyway? Ron stood up from the piano bench and moved to sit beside Hermione, peering down at her book. Curiosity, she replied, and Harry turned his attention back to the map spread out on the table. What are you working on, mate? Ron asked. Harry looked up at the sound of his voice and leaned back in his chair. Trying to figure out our little problem. I've got the sketch, but it's only part of the equation. We never thought it was going to be easy, Hermione chimed in, closing her book and setting it on the arm of the sofa next to her. It's the Ministry, not just an out-of-bounds third floor at a boarding school. Harry sighed, rubbing the spot above the bridge of his glasses that always seemed to ache when he was stressed. Since Creature had returned with Mundungus several days ago, and they learned that Dolores Umbridge was in possession of the Horcrux they were after, the pain had throbbed nearly constantly. I know, he said, his voice heavy with the weight of it. Believe me, I know. Silence fell over them as Harry avoided the gazes of his friends, feeling guilty for dragging them into this impossible quest. What about Polyjuice? Ron broke the silence, leaning forward in his seat, his elbows resting on his knees, hands folded in front of him. That's not a bad idea, actually, Hermione replied before Harry could fully process what Ron meant. Of course, that would mean assaulting someone. Multiple someones, actually, because I think it's essential we stay together. Well, we're already criminals to them, Ron shrugged. Might as well really break a few laws while we're being hunted. I'm sorry, Polyjuice? Harry interjected. You want to impersonate Ministry employees? And go in through the front door? Ron stood up to examine the map spread out over the coffee table. Here, he said, leaning down and pointing to what they had labeled the employee entrance. Through the bathroom. I still think that's a completely unhygienic place for an entrance, Hermione remarked, wrinkling her nose. There's one problem, though, Harry pointed out, once he felt he understood their suggestion. Where are we going to get Polyjuice potion? I know Hermione can brew it, but some of those ingredients were pretty hard to come by the first time. Wait here. Hermione exclaimed as she jumped from the sofa and dashed out of the room. They could hear her on the stairs, heading up to her room and then rushing back down. I've got it here, she said breathlessly as she re-entered the room, holding her little beaded bag aloft and waving it excitedly. You've got Polyjuice in there? Ron asked, looking awestruck. Hermione nodded, a brilliant smile on her face. For the first time since realizing infiltrating the Ministry would be necessary, Harry felt a spark of cheerfulness. Hermione, you're brilliant, he said, watching as she plunged her arm into the bag, rummaging around before triumphantly pulling out a large file. I stocked my bag with a variety of things I thought we might need. I'd brewed this for Professor Slughorn as a side project last year. I've got loads of it, along with some Veritaserum and tons of healing potions. Genius, Ron echoed, matching Harry's enthusiasm. We'd be lost without you. Hermione laughed, clearly thrilled, and tucked the potion back into her bag. This is fantastic, said Harry, turning back toward the sketch of the Ministry surroundings. Just as he was about to reach for it, something across the room caught his attention. A subtle shift, a shimmer in the air, and a feeling that something had changed. What? What was that? Harry said abruptly. Ron and Hermione fell silent, their animated conversation halted as they turned to him, concern etched on their faces. What was what? Ron asked, pulling out his wand and pointing it in the direction Harry was facing, his eyes narrowing in concentration. You hear something? No. Harry shook his head. I thought I saw, over there. Something moved. He gestured toward the spot he had noticed, and Hermione stepped closer, her wand held loosely in her hand. The tapestry? Hermione asked, glancing at the large family tree on the opposite wall. Harry, the faces move around. You know that. It wasn't a face, he insisted. Something shimmered. Shimmered? Ron approached the tapestry cautiously, lifting his wand and lighting the tip to illuminate the ancient cloth. The gold threads woven into it glinted in response. Harry moved to join Ron, studying the black family tree depicted there. He read the words inscribed at the top, Toujours per, and recalled the first time Sirius had shown him this piece of his history. His gaze drifted down the rows of names and the little faces that seemed to watch him in return. He noted a scorch mark where Sirius Black 3 should have been, examining the area carefully. This was around the spot where he thought he had seen the movement, and somehow, the names seemed smaller than they had been the last time he studied them. Oh my God, Hermione's voice startled Harry, and he looked up at her. Her eyes were wide with surprise, and her hand flew to cover her mouth. What? What is it? Ron asked, glancing back at the tapestry, concern etched on his face, as Harry followed Hermione's gaze back to the family tree. The spot she was looking at was near the bottom, just to the left and below Sirius's name. Harry squinted, leaning slightly closer to read the name embroidered there. Delphini Riddle, it read in flowing black script. Harry's brow furrowed as confusion washed over him. He followed the line above to the names from which it descended. Bloody hell, Ron swore from Harry's side as he finally spotted the names Harry had been rereading for the third time. That's him, isn't it? You know who? And Bellatrix Lestrange, Hermione confirmed, finally overcoming her shock. But what does this mean? Ron questioned, his voice filled with disbelief. I mean, they can't have, that can't be there. Merlin, I think I'm going to be sick. He turned his back on the tapestry, crossing to the other side of the room, leaving Hermione standing with Harry, who felt rooted in place, unable to tear his gaze away from the new addition to the family tree. Harry, Hermione said softly, reaching out to grab his arm. Her touch was comforting, giving him the strength he needed to swallow and look up at her. They have a kid, he forced himself to say, his voice hoarse in the heavy silence. They've got a kid, and I'm trying to kill its parents. What does that say about me? Oh, Harry. Hermione wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. It doesn't say a thing about you. We're doing the right thing. He has to be destroyed. This doesn't change that. Yeah, Harry whispered after nearly a full minute, when he finally trusted himself to speak again. You're right. Not my problem, is it? Hermione pressed her mouth into a thin line, grimacing in response. Ron answered from across the room, arms crossed and a glare on his face. Absolutely not, he said. A kid born from those two is likely to be just as stark raving mad anyway. Don't even think about it, mate. It's not worth worrying over. Neither Harry nor Hermione responded to Ron's harsh words. Instead, they turned their backs on the tapestry and joined him on the other side of the room. They headed to their rooms for the night, but try as Harry might, he couldn't shake the image of the flowing black script from his mind long enough to fall asleep. Sky, December 10, 1997. Ron was gone, and Harry could see that Hermione's heart was breaking. He wasn't completely oblivious. He knew something precious and fragile had been growing between his two friends. The argument he and Ron had had, the choice Hermione made to stay with Harry, had cost her dearly. He tried everything he could think of to distract her. They read, plotted, listened to the wireless late into the night, and danced beneath the stars, but still, that sadness lingered. Late in the evenings, as she lay sobbing in her bed, he wished he could take her pain away. So he wore the locket. More and more, he kept it close, nestled beneath his jumper, pressed against his skin. It was always cold. She didn't deserve that misery, not when he could spare her, not after everything she had given up to be there with him, her schooling, her parents, Ron. It was too much. When she finally noticed what he was doing, that he'd been wearing the cursed Horcrux for 3 days to protect her, she lost her temper. Snatching it from him, she sent a mild hex his way to express her displeasure before settling the locket around her own neck. "Stupid man," she muttered under her breath as she stormed from the tent, wand in hand. She didn't speak to him for 2 days after that, but by the time she did, she had stopped crying at night. Malfoy Manor, March 24, 1998. Hermione watched as the boys disappeared through one of the doors out of the drawing room, held at wand point by Fenrir Greyback. Bellatrix's hand was still tangled in Hermione's hair, her long nails scraping her scalp uncomfortably as she forced Hermione to watch her only allies vanish down a dark passageway. "Now, you filthy little mudblood, we're going to have a little chat." Girl to girl. Hermione said nothing, her stomach flipping uncomfortably as she stared wide-eyed at the madwoman in front of her. The silver dagger Bellatrix held glinted menacingly in the dim light. The blade was wickedly sharp and pressed against Hermione's neck. "Bella, please," a woman pleaded from behind her. Hermione thought it must be Narcissa Malfoy. "Tell us why you—" "Keep your mouth shut, Chissa," Bellatrix hissed. "You have no idea the danger we're in." Suddenly, she released Hermione, sending her crashing to the floor. She wasn't quick enough to catch herself and landed heavily on her shoulder. A sharp, throbbing ache radiated from the point of impact down to her elbow. "Now, mudblood," Bellatrix said, her voice thick with anger, "let me give you a taste of what you can expect if you attempt to lie to me." Crescio. The pain didn't bloom or spread, it simply existed. Knives pierced every inch of her skin as her muscles began to seize uncontrollably, and Hermione thought she must be dying. The agony was all-consuming. She didn't realize until after the curse was lifted that she had been screaming. "Tell me where you got the sword," Bellatrix demanded, her voice barely penetrating the fog in Hermione's head. In the distance, Hermione thought she heard a child cry. Looking up, she met Bellatrix's gaze just as she remembered that night at number 12, so many months ago, and the secret the dark-haired witch had no idea Hermione knew. Was this defensiveness over her vault somehow related to the name they had seen embroidered on the Black family tapestry? Apparently, Hermione's silence had lasted too long because with a quick step forward and a practiced swing of her arm, pain blossomed across Hermione's cheek. She had never been backhanded before, and it stung, but in that moment, she realized she would prefer this physical violence to the unimaginable pain of the Cruciatus curse. "I'm going to ask you again. Where did you get this sword?" "Where?" Bellatrix was shouting now, her eyes wild as she stared down at Hermione. Bellatrix loomed over the girl, her voice filled with a manic glee. We found it. As she made to strike again, Hermione cried out, "Please." The blow landed hard against her cheek, and in the next moment, Bellatrix was straddling Hermione's ribcage, one hand gripping her neck while the other forced her left arm out across the carpet. Hermione couldn't hold back her screams. She struggled against the weight of the witch pinning her down. Finally, Bellatrix pressed her forearm against Hermione's windpipe, cutting off her air supply. Hermione clawed at her captor, desperate to break free. The older woman eased the pressure just enough to keep Hermione conscious, then yanked up the sleeve of her jumper. "You're lying, filthy mudblood, and I know it. You've been inside my vault at Gringotts." Hermione shook her head frantically. Just then, Bellatrix shifted her weight, and the gleaming silver of her blade began to dig into Hermione's forearm. "Tell the truth. Tell the truth." The dagger seared into Hermione's skin, and she screamed again, horrified as she realized Bellatrix was carving something into her arm. In the distance, she thought she could hear someone calling her name. "What else did you take? What else have you got? Tell me the truth, or I swear I'll run you through with this knife." Hermione managed to quiet herself to a dull whimper as Bellatrix went back to the beginning, reopening the wounds the dagger had made. This time, she pressed deeper, and Hermione felt herself scream involuntarily once more. When Bellatrix finished, she held the blade, already stained with Hermione's blood, up to her neck. "What else did you take? What else? Answer me." Realizing Hermione wasn't going to respond, Bellatrix raised her wand, still straddling her. Crucio. In an instant, pain flooded Hermione's reality, filling every corner of her mind. Hermione was engulfed in a white-hot sensation, one that was impossible to ignore or fully comprehend. By the time the older witch lifted the curse, Hermione had lost control, and her screams echoed in the air. It was only when Bellatrix backhanded her again that she snapped back to reality, realizing she was being addressed once more. "How did you get into my vault? Did that dirty little goblin in the cellar help you?" A distant sound of a child crying reached Hermione's ears, but she shook her head, trying to block it out. "We only met him tonight," she sobbed. "We've never been inside your vault." As she saw Bellatrix raise her hand again, she flinched and turned her face, trying to shield her already injured cheek. "It isn't the real sword. It's a copy, just a copy." She knew the words were a lie, but in that moment, she couldn't think of anything that might satisfy the madwoman looming over her. She had no way of knowing that the sword was indeed real and that revealing their hunt for Horcruxes would seal her fate. "A copy?" Bellatrix screeched, her voice dripping with disdain. "Oh, a likely story. But we can find out easily." Hermione turned toward the voice that had spoken, spotting Lucius Malfoy standing beside his wife and son. "Draco, fetch the goblin. He can tell us whether the sword is real or not," Lucius commanded. Hermione watched as Draco obeyed, disappearing down the same dark passage where she had seen Harry and Ron go. "You think you're so clever," Bellatrix hissed into Hermione's ear. "But I will find out the truth if it kills you, mudblood. You are worth less than the carpet you're bleeding on." "And Delphine?" Hermione whispered, a surge of anger rising within her. Her voice was hoarse as she locked eyes with Bellatrix, who looked shocked. "Is she worth more, with a half-blood father?" Bellatrix's expression shifted to one of rage. "How did you?" "The Black family tapestry," Hermione replied, pausing to gather her thoughts. Cough. "That's her crying upstairs, isn't it?" Crucio. When the curse was finally lifted, Hermione realized how the woman standing over her had driven Neville's parents to madness with that relentless curse, repeated over and over again. She barely registered the goblin being interrogated. Instead, she lay on the expensive oriental rug, watching her blood drip onto the floor from the words she had finally managed to read. She felt foolish for mentioning the child. If her birth was as much of a secret as she had expected, Bellatrix would surely not let her live once she resolved the issue of the sword. Tears began to form in her eyes, and she let them flutter shut. Hogwarts Castle, May 2, 1998. When it was over, and he had fallen asleep in his familiar four-poster bed, Harry dreamed. He walked quickly toward the cottage, the dead leaves scraping against the ground beneath his cloak as he moved through the night. The streets were empty. As he approached the door of the cozy home, it swung open, inviting him in. He didn't raise his wand as he walked through the house. There was no need, their lives had already been extinguished. The father, a black-haired man with unseeing red eyes, lay motionless on the stairs. Harry stepped over his body, heading toward the room he knew would be a nursery. The mother, her black hair streaked with premature gray, was propped against the crib, her head grotesquely lolling to the side, her neck obviously broken. As he approached, the child began to cry, and Harry forced himself to look at her. She was round-cheeked and gray-eyed, her thick black curls an unruly mop atop her head as she screamed, tears streaming down to her chin. The lightning-shaped scar on her forehead seemed to accuse him as he raised his wand. Harry woke with a start, his head swimming as he breathed out a single word. Delphine. Chapter 2. July 12, 1998. Sleeping under a roof instead of in a canvas tent had been a difficult adjustment for Harry. The solid walls and the attic above him began to feel oppressive, and he couldn't shake the sense that they were keeping him in rather than keeping the elements out. This restlessness weighed heavily on him, but he didn't discuss it with Ron, who seemed to find solace in his childhood home as the Weasley family mourned the loss of their brother and son. Fred's absence cast a gloomy shadow over the burrow, affecting each family member in different ways. Mrs. Weasley, who had isolated herself in her room for a week after the funeral, emerged with a renewed determination to protect her children. Her instinct to be overprotective, already strong, had intensified during her seclusion, and now Harry and Hermione found themselves included in her constant worry, despite not being her biological children. On one hand, this unconditional acceptance warmed Harry's heart. The Weasley family, with its quirky, cramped home and lively activities, was everything he had longed for during his own childhood. But now, as an adult by wizarding standards, he sometimes felt that Molly's constant questions about his whereabouts bordered on mistrust. He couldn't entirely blame her, considering the last time he had stayed at the Burrow, he had run off with her youngest son for a year, putting him in danger more than once. Harry shared these feelings with Hermione. She nodded in understanding but reminded him that he was of age and free to make his own decisions, even under Molly Weasley's watchful eye. Ron, overhearing the conversation, took offense at Hermione's words, accusing her of undermining his grieving mother. He stomped off to the garden, where he spent the rest of the afternoon finding and relocating gnomes. It took several days before Ron was willing to talk to Hermione again, though they emerged from his room looking amicable enough afterward. It seemed that the conversation with Hermione had been exactly what Harry needed. After that, he began spending more time at number 12, Grimmauld Place, which he managed to secure properly with Hermione's help. It took nearly a week, but together they dismantled the Fidelius charm and replaced it with enchantments to make the place unplottable, repel muggles, and deny entrance to anyone with a dark mark. To her credit, Mrs. Weasley didn't put up the fight Harry had anticipated when he told her he was moving his belongings from Ron's room to Grimmauld Place. Instead, she gave him a curt nod and insisted on accompanying him to ensure the place was habitable. Unfortunately, the house didn't meet Molly's exacting standards. With Creature having been killed in the Battle of Hogwarts, she, along with Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Percy, spent the following week cleaning and transfiguring the townhouse into a more welcoming, distinctly Gryffindor residence. By the end of their efforts, only 2 black family heirlooms remained, the portrait of Walburga Black in the entrance hall and the black family tapestry in the drawing room. They had been unable to remove the portrait, despite their best efforts, while Harry insisted on keeping the tapestry intact. Mrs. Weasley assumed his request was tied to the scorch mark where Sirius's name and image used to be. Ron and Hermione, both of whom Harry had sworn to secrecy about what they had witnessed on the family tree the previous year, knew differently. "Why the hell do you think it's worth protecting?" Ron had asked, scowling as Harry blocked his exit from their shared bedroom at the Burrow. "What makes you think she's not?" Harry had shouted in response. "Oh, I dunno. but I think being the spawn of evil might be a dead giveaway. Ron, Hermione had interjected. She's just a baby. She's done nothing. Her parents did plenty, Ron interrupted. Damn it, Ron. Swear to me you won't say a word, or I'll hex you to next week. Harry had reached for his wand, frustration boiling over. With a gasp, Hermione stepped between them, deftly snatching Harry's wand from his hand. She shook her head in disappointment. Absolutely not, she chided. Hermione, I don't care what he said. He's your friend, and you don't threaten your friends. Harry dropped his face in shame, feeling the weight of her words. He knew she was right, but the overwhelming sense of responsibility he felt for the orphan he had created crushed him. He couldn't let this child grow up bearing the same notoriety he had faced once he arrived at Hogwarts. If the world discovered who Delphine Riddle really was, blood purists would flock to her, and the rest of the wizarding world would turn against her. And you, Hermione said, turning to Ron. Are you so incapable of basic human decency that you'd condemn a baby for the sins of her father? Honestly, Ron. In the end, Ron had promised he wouldn't reveal the girl's existence, and Harry had used his wand to erase her name from the tapestry, along with her father's. Now, a week later, the work on Harry's new home was complete, and they were celebrating with an impromptu housewarming party thrown by Mrs. Weasley. Harry's guests were all familiar faces. The Weasleys were there, except for George and Charlie. Charlie had returned to Romania at the beginning of June, and George was still busy with Weasley's wizarding wheezes, only emerging when he ran low on supplies. Hermione was, of course, in attendance, along with Andromeda Tonks, who cradled little Teddy in her arms. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Minerva McGonagall rounded out the gathering, though her presence was a bit disconcerting now. Ginny insisted that Harry and Ron call her by her first name since neither of them would be returning to Hogwarts the following year. Hello, you, she said, her voice soft and inviting. Harry looked up and smiled when he recognized her. Hello. Your mother's lost track of you, has she? Ginny settled beside him on the cushy sofa in the drawing room, which faced the tapestry that had occupied so many of his thoughts lately. She thinks I'm making sure the loose are all clean for the guests, she replied. Didn't she scrub those yesterday? Ginny smiled and nodded. Indeed she did. Lucky for us. With that, she leaned forward and pressed her lips to his, her hand winding around his neck and into his hair. She felt warm in his arms, her chest against his as she kissed him eagerly, her tongue tracing the seam of his lips. It was nice, comfortable. He placed his hands on her shoulders and gently pushed her back. What's wrong? She asked, breathing heavily, her confusion evident. He brushed her long red hair away from her face, offering her a weak smile. Sorry, I'm just distracted. Yeah, that was the point, Ginny replied, a hint of amusement in her voice. Harry chuckled, leaning back against the sofa and covering his eyes with his arm. That's not what I meant. Ginny sighed, shifting to sit beside him, their bodies separated by mere inches. You've been distracted a lot lately, she observed. I know. I'm sorry, Harry admitted. I don't know what it is. Liar, he thought. He knew exactly what it was. The weight of secrets was never light, and yet he couldn't bring himself to tell Ginny that the tapestry across the room seemed to accuse him every time he looked at it, drawing his gaze whenever he was nearby. Right, Ginny said stiffly, standing up. Ginny tossed her hair over her shoulder with a sigh. I'll see you downstairs, Harry. Dinner's almost ready, and everyone's wondering where you wandered off to. I'll be down in a minute, he replied, watching her leave. As she walked away, he couldn't help but wonder why her kisses felt different now, lacking the intoxicating bliss they once held. Had he really changed so much in just a year? After sitting alone for a little while longer, he finally worked up the courage to stand and head down to the dining room, bypassing the closed portrait of Sirius's mother. He could hear their voices before he even reached them, They were merry and filled the house with warmth. By the time Harry rounded the corner into the room, he already had a good idea of what they were discussing. "What's this about filling in the dungeons?" he asked as he spotted the group gathered around the table. "Harry, there you are," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, settling a roast in the center of the table with a flick of her wand. "I was just about to come and look for you." "Sorry," Harry said, giving her a tight smile as he took his seat between Ron and Ginny. Ginny barely looked up, her focus fixed on her empty plate. "William was just suggesting I fill in the dungeons as part of the castle's renovation and relocate the Slytherins to the other 3 houses," Minerva explained, addressing Harry's question as he settled in. "Not a bad idea," Ron chimed in from beside Harry. Hermione, sitting on Ron's other side, made a disapproving noise but remained silent. "You disagree, Miss Granger?" Minerva asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. Hermione looked up, her eyes wide with surprise, as if she had just been called on in class without having prepared an answer. "I do," she finally replied after a moment, looking back down at the table. Harry noticed Ron frown at her before reaching for a roll from the bowl to his left. "Dig in, everyone, Mrs. Weasley said, taking her seat beside Arthur, flicking her wand to set the dishes on the table, which revolved along its center like a conveyor belt. The meal unfolded at a leisurely pace, and when they finished, everyone moved to the drawing room for drinks. Andromeda, who didn't drink, settled beside Harry, placing the warm, swaddled bundle of Teddy Lupin into his arms. "Merlin, he's getting big," Harry said, gazing down at the baby's round cheeks and the dark lashes that fanned over them. "That he is," Andromeda replied with a sad smile, brushing a single lock of wispy brown hair off the infant's forehead. "It's hard to believe he's barely 3 months old." Harry watched Teddy as he slept, his eyes moving beneath their lids as he dreamed, his Cupid's bow mouth pursed as he suckled in his sleep. It was hard to imagine that the boy was already so much older. The first time Harry had held him had been at Remus and Tonks's funeral. At that moment, his eyes had been bleary, making it difficult to see the child. But once he focused, and Teddy's sandy brown hair transformed into a black mop, Harry felt a fierce surge of protectiveness. He thought of Sirius and everything the man had given him in their short time together, the concern, the love, the promise of a hopeful new life at number 12. It had meant so much to him, and in that moment, Harry resolved to be whatever the boy needed. He knew Andromeda would be there for Teddy, raising and loving the last Marauder's child, giving him the care and sense of belonging that Harry's own childhood had lacked. But he also believed you could never have too many people in your corner. He knew from experience that one day, Teddy would want any connection to his parents that he could find. "How's he sleeping for you?" Harry asked, looking back up at Andromeda. "Well enough. He still wakes at night, but that's to be expected. At least he goes back to sleep after I feed him," she replied. Andromeda sighed. "That's more than I can say for his mother. Did you hear back from the ministry about?" "I did." Andromeda nodded, her mouth tightening into a thin line. "I'm sorry," Harry said quickly. "I didn't mean to pry." Immediately, her expression softened, and she placed a hand on his shoulder. "No, it's not that, dear. I appreciate your asking. It's just painful still. I think it always will be. But I don't want to stop talking about them." She took a deep breath and continued. "Dora and Remus have both been awarded Orders of Merlin posthumously, which come with hefty sums from the ministry's coffers." "That's good," Harry said, relieved. He had expected Kingsley would do something like that and was glad the ministry's red tape hadn't held him back. "Yes." Andromeda nodded. "In addition to that small fortune, I've been given ownership of both the Lestrange and the Dolohov family vaults. Reparations, you see. I believe Rodolphius and Antonin each received a few years off their sentences for agreeing to that." "You'll be cared for then," Harry said, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Andromeda nodded. "I'll be free to stay home with Teddy, and I'll have enough galleons to do something extravagant, like renaming Street. Mungo's after Ted. If you need anything more, Harry began, but Andromeda shook her head and smiled sadly. We'll want for nothing, she assured him. And your gold is better spent elsewhere. You've a life to build for yourself, Harry. That he does, came a rich baritone from beside him. Harry looked up to see Kingsley Shacklebolt standing there, hand outstretched. Harry, it's good to see you. Hello, Kingsley, Harry replied, shifting the sleeping baby into his left arm so he could extend his right. He took the Minister for Magic's hand and gave it a firm shake. Sorry we didn't get a chance to chat at dinner. No need to apologize, Kingsley assured him, settling into a chair nearby. Kingsley settled down on Harry's right and placed his drink on the end table beside him. I'm sure you've had a lot on your mind. I hope my offer has been one of those things. Harry forced a smile and nodded. I'm still thinking about it, he replied, glancing down at Teddy, who had stirred momentarily before melting back into his godfather's arms. I'm sorry I don't have an answer for you. I'm still trying to figure things out. Of course you are, Kingsley rumbled. As you should. The offer doesn't come with an expiration date, Harry. There's a training class that begins September 1st. Ron's already submitted his application to me for a spot, but if you're not ready by then, you can always start next year. I appreciate that, Harry said. Are you thinking of becoming an Auror, Harry? Andromeda asked, a curious expression crossing her face. Harry nodded, looking back down at Teddy as she continued, how wonderful. I think you'd really excel there. Though Harry could sense the sincerity in her words, he also felt a hint of sadness. We could really use you, Kingsley added earnestly. Choosing not to respond, Harry watched as the baby in his arms began to stir again, his little brows knitting together as he arched his back and waved his fists upward. Looks like he's going to be hungry soon, Andromeda said. Harry looked up at her and, with a smile, offered her his godson. Minister, she said with a nod to Kingsley, as she took Teddy into her arms and crossed the room to retrieve a water-filled bottle from her purse. Harry watched as she expertly used her wand to measure out the formula from a small canister, mixing the bottle in record time. She settled into an armchair near Mrs. Weasley, preparing to feed the now fussing infant. As Teddy latched onto the bottle, his hair changed from black to sandy brown, and his eyes fluttered shut in contentment. He's lucky to have the two of you, Kingsley said, drawing Harry's attention as he lifted his fire whiskey and took a sip. Harry took a short sip and said, be luckier to have his parents, though, his voice tinged with more bitterness than he intended. There's no arguing that, Kingsley replied, nodding. But this war left a lot of orphans, and not all of them have a grandmother and a godfather to love them. Abruptly, Harry's gaze drifted to the tapestry across the room. His eyes landed on the scorch mark near the bottom, but he quickly looked away, feeling a twinge of guilt. What does the wizarding world do with orphans? He asked, a question he'd mulled over more than he cared to admit in recent months. Usually, they go to live with their godparents, Kingsley answered. Or, like you, with their nearest relative. If no one can be found, the ministry fosters them with a wizarding family. Harry furrowed his brow. There aren't any wizarding orphanages? Kingsley shook his head. No. The ministry doesn't keep wards either. Our world decided long ago that child rearing is best left to families. If a family can't be found to foster or adopt a child, the ministry reluctantly places them in a Muggle orphanage, but that happens only rarely. You realize Tom Riddle came out of one of those places, Harry said, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. Kingsley stiffened at the name but nodded. As I said, that's a last resort. I can't remember the last time the ministry actually did it. He paused, then looked at Harry with curiosity. But why the sudden interest in wizarding orphans? Harry shrugged. I was one, he reminded Kingsley. And my godson is one. He hesitated, then forced himself to ask the question that had been weighing on him since the night after the battle. Did the Death Eaters leave kids behind? Beside him on the sofa, Kingsley sighed, his thick eyebrows knitting together. A few. There are 2 kids of Hogwarts age and a little girl who's probably 4 years old. Then there's the baby. Harry's heart clenched in his chest, and he struggled to maintain a neutral expression. A baby? He asked, disbelief creeping into his voice. Whose? Kingsley grimaced, draining his glass before setting it down on the side table. Greyback's, he answered. What? Harry exclaimed, his voice rising in shock as he stared at Kingsley. Greyback? As in Fenrir? One and the same, Kingsley rumbled, visibly upset. He had a mate who died in the battle, leaving behind a 1-year-old son with a nurse at the pack camp. We found them about a week after the battle. He transformed the next night. Merlin, Kings. They infected him? Kingsley nodded solemnly, and Harry shook his head in disgust. He felt a surge of relief that Greyback was dead. What kind of monster would turn their own infant son into a werewolf? It was a miracle the baby had survived the transformation. Have you found someone to take him in? Harry asked. No. He's so small, each transformation takes a toll. He's at St. Mungo's now, and the healers don't think he'll make it past the next full moon. Fucking Greyback, Harry swore, and Kingsley nodded in agreement. They fell silent for several minutes, both men lost in thought while the people around them chatted. Harry was pulled from his reverie by raised voices near the door. No, Ron, please don't ask me again. Hermione, wait. Harry looked up just in time to see a bushy head of brown hair disappear from the room, followed closely by Ron, who was red in the face and ears. Excuse me, Harry said to Kingsley, springing to his feet to follow Ron out of the room. He made it through the hallway and reached the base of the stairs just as he saw Ron vanish up them. Suddenly, he felt a hand grip his elbow. He flinched and instinctively drew his wand as he turned around. Well, that's nice, Ginny said, arching a brow at his wand, her glossy red hair cascading down her shoulders as she stepped back. Sorry, Harry said, lowering his wand. Harry tucked his wand back into his pocket and glanced over his shoulder at the now empty stairs before turning his attention to Ginny. What did you need? The redhead looked taken aback by his question, and Harry realized his greeting had probably come off as less than warm. Sorry, he said, wincing. I'm really not very good at this talking thing tonight, am I? Ginny offered him a smile and shook her head. Afraid not, she confirmed. Harry raised a hand to rub his aching forehead. I think I'm just tired, he admitted, and he noticed Ginny's half-amused expression fade into a look of confused disappointment. Oh. I thought we could go up to your room together before Mum drags me off, but if you're too tired. Her voice trailed off, an invitation if he'd ever heard one. To his credit, he did consider taking her up on the offer. It had been a long time since they'd shared a proper kiss, and he missed that closeness with her, how her eyes would sparkle with amusement and how her silky hair would tickle his neck when she pushed him back onto the bed. But his head throbbed, and he couldn't stop thinking about Teddy, Fenrir's son, and Bellatrix's daughter, wherever she was hidden away. Rain check? She sighed softly but nodded, stepping closer to drop a gentle kiss on his lips before turning to head back into the drawing room. Do me a favor and leave them alone, she said, pausing at the doorway. They need to work through this on their own. Harry didn't have to ask who she was talking about, she was right, and he knew it. Whatever Hermione and Ron were arguing about wasn't his business. They were no longer fugitives on the run, living in each other's pockets under the influence of a Horcrux. His friends' disagreements were no longer his to mediate. They were a couple now, just like he and Ginny, and they deserved their privacy. All right, Harry agreed. Could you tell everyone I'm heading to bed? And give Teddy a kiss for me? Sure, no problem, Ginny replied. She left him alone in the hallway, standing there with his hands stuffed in his pockets and a pounding headache. He needed rest. He needed to quiet the relentless thoughts of dead parents and orphan children that weighed on him. Was this what he had fought for during the war? This consuming guilt that darkened moments he should be savoring? The distance he felt between himself and Ginny, was that his reward for becoming the very thing he had despised all his life? The dream he had the night after the battle haunted him daily. Was he any different from Riddle? Did fighting for the light excuse the damage he had caused? And what had happened to the child he had left all alone in the world? The Ministry seemed unaware of her existence. Was she still alive? For a fleeting moment, he wished he hadn't burned her name from the tapestry. He longed to go back and check for a date of death. No, she had to be alive, she had to be. In silence, he sent out a desperate plea to the universe. Forgive me, he thought, and then he climbed the stairs to his bedroom, closing the door and locking himself away for the night. Chapter 3. July 31st, 1998. 18 didn't feel much different from 17 to Harry. Perhaps that was because he'd spent most of the previous year on the run or fighting a war. Whether he liked it or not, he had become an adult the moment he left the burrow, the day of Bill and Fleur's wedding. An extra birthday didn't add much to that realization. Still, despite his general disinterest in celebrating his birthday, he couldn't deny Mrs. Weasley the chance to plan an event, especially one she seemed so excited about. You only turn 18 once, Harry, she had said. And since your 17th birthday was interrupted by that man, I think you deserve a day free from politics. That was how he found himself the center of attention at a gathering that rivaled even the best-attended Weasley parties. I don't recognize half the people here, Harry said to Ron as they settled at a table beneath the marquee that had been erected again after a year of disuse. Mom may have gone a little overboard with the guest list, Ron replied, eyeing a pair of Fleur's Vila cousins who were chatting merrily with Charlie by the punch bowl. A little overboard? I don't think I saw this many people at Bill's wedding. Ron shrugged and took a sip of his butterbeer. Planning things makes her happy. Well, Harry said, when you and Hermione tie the knot, she'll have another event worthy of all this work. He watched as Ron's cheeks paled, and their eyes met. What? Ron asked, sounding incredulous. Tie the knot? What are you on about? I only meant, well, it seems natural, doesn't it? You too. I know it's early, but I thought one day you'd, well, you know. Harry looked down at his glass, suddenly feeling a bit disconcerted by the thought of his two best friends marrying. It was odd enough to see them kiss in greeting, and often, when he witnessed it, Harry couldn't help but think back to the way Hermione had confronted Ron when he returned the previous year. During Ron's long absence, he never imagined that the determined witch would forgive the boy she had given her heart to. But sometimes, when he saw the way she held herself in Ron's arms, he wondered if she truly had. Oh, I dunno, Ron said, a frown crossing his face as he began to blush. I think you and Ginny are more likely to get there before we do. Mom would be pleased to have you as a proper son, at any rate. I'm not getting married just to make your mum happy, Ron, Harry replied, perhaps a bit too sharply. That's not what I meant. Merlin, you're touchier than a venomous tentacula these days. How did we even start talking about marriage? Ron took a sip of his butterbeer, then looked back up at Harry. We're too young to be thinking about any of this. I mean, Ginny and Hermione are both going back to school in September, right? We're barely more than kids. I don't think we've been kids for a long time, Harry said, glancing across the crowd and spotting Ginny chatting amicably with Dean Thomas. He remembered that Dean was her former boyfriend and felt a flicker of jealousy rise in his chest. When it didn't overwhelm him, he let out a sigh of relief and turned back to Ron, who was now engrossed in watching the Vila cousins again. Where's Hermione, anyway? Harry asked. Ron looked up, a blush still lingering on his cheeks. Running late. I left her upstairs doing something to her hair. Her hair? That doesn't sound like her, Harry replied, furrowing his brow. I only know what she tells me, mate, Ron shrugged. Harry glanced in the direction of the burrow, wondering what Hermione was really up to. Just then, Ron greeted someone, and Harry looked up to see the lithe young woman standing beside him. He smiled. Ginny, you look lovely. And she really did. Her long red hair fell in a smooth cascade down her back, and a sprig of wildflowers tucked behind one ear complemented the pink of her sundress beautifully. Pratt, Ginny replied, acknowledging Ron's greeting before sinking into the chair beside Harry and smiling at him. Boyfriend. Fancy seeing you here. At my own party? Truly a shock, Harry teased back. Ginny laughed, and he was reminded of the sunny days they spent nestled beside the Great Lake during his 6th year, wrapped in each other's arms, content just to be close. He wondered why he couldn't recapture that feeling now that he was finally free to enjoy it. Mum wants to know if you'd rather do the cake before or after the dancing. She propped her elbow on the table, resting her cheek against her palm, staring at him expectantly. Whatever's easier for her, he replied. I told her you'd say that, Ginny said, smiling again. Shall I make something up? Harry gave her a grateful nod, and she leaned toward him. Her lips were warm against his, but he pulled away just as he felt her begin to deepen the kiss. Clearing his throat, he caught the disappointed look on her face as her lips tightened. She rose to leave, and he couldn't bring himself to watch her go, instead staring down at his hands in his lap. When he finally looked up, he found Ron watching him with a speculative expression. God, Harry thought, I am such an ass. His best friend, the older brother of the girl he was supposed to be desperately in love with, had witnessed the whole thing. To his credit, Ron said nothing. He simply sighed and took a long gulp of his butterbeer before standing. I think I'm going to get something a bit stronger. Do you want anything? Ron asked. Harry shook his head and watched Ron walk away, nodding in Kingsley's direction when their eyes met. He surveyed the rest of the crowd, realizing he hadn't been exaggerating when he told Ron he didn't recognize half of them. Harry scanned the crowd, wondering if Molly had simply recycled the guest list from the wedding she hosted the previous year. That would certainly explain the presence of the Velas, as well as Elphia's Doge and Ron's Auntie Muriel, who were sitting in the corner with goblets of elf-made wine and annoyed expressions. His gaze swept across the tent and landed on Luna Lovegood, who was animatedly talking to an uncomfortable-looking Percy Weasley. It seemed she had backed him against a wall, waving her wand from his head to his toes, shaking her head as she fished out what looked like a rolled-up sock from her pocket and thrust it into Percy's hand. Harry smiled at the scene, contemplating whether to rescue Percy from whatever Luna was up to. Just as he was about to take a step, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Why, Mr. Potter, it's a pleasure to see you. Harry froze, turning slowly to face the speaker. When he recognized her, he grimaced. Skeeter. What are you doing here? I know you didn't get an invitation. No need for such vitriol, she chided, her tight blonde curls stiff as she dipped her head in his direction. Harry noticed the quick quotes quill hovering over a parchment near her hand. I've come in peace. Somehow, I don't believe you, Harry replied. Now clear off. Come now, Harry, it's taken me so long to start this conversation, it would be a pity to postpone it. I don't want to talk to you, Rita. You're a viper, a little beetle who butts in where she's not wanted and spreads lies around like dung. Now that's just hurtful, she pouted, as Harry scanned the party for Mrs. Weasley, knowing she would send Skeeter on her way. All I want is to tell your side of the story, Harry. You're the savior of the wizarding world. You're the chosen. Everyone is dying to know what it's like in your shoes. Help me help you. Help you make a quick galleon, you mean, Harry snapped, his green eyes locking onto Skeeter. I know what you do. Don't think I've forgotten the nonsense you wrote about Dumbledore. The facts, Rita replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. And speaking of Dumbledore, Merlin bless him, Would you be willing to confirm the rumors about his role in your near-death experiences? I'd be willing to tell you to piss off, Harry shot back, turning his back on the reporter and striding away. He clenched his jaw, hearing the rustle of her stiff party dress behind him, which meant she was still following. Harry, I know we've had our differences, but you must realize that the Prophet only wants to be your friend. You're a hero. What would I gain by maligning you? Ratings, Harry replied, not missing a beat as he whirled around to face her again. His rapid pace had drawn attention, and he could hear whispers as people began to recognize Skeeter. Good. He hoped they would tear her to pieces on her way out. I'm only asking for 10 minutes, she pressed on, undeterred by the growing tension around them. 10 minutes and a cup of tea, and I promise you full control over the final published piece. Your promises mean nothing to me, Harry said, cutting straight to the point. What the hell are you doing here? Ron's voice rose above the crowd as he spotted Skeeter. Harry watched as Ron rushed forward, stepping in between him and the blonde-haired reporter without hesitation, drinks in each hand and a scowl etched on his face. Mr. Weasley. A pleasure. I was hoping to catch you as well. Not feeling particularly talkative today, by any chance? No, Ron replied, but I'm feeling plenty violent. Want me to give in to that impulse? I trust you heard that, Minister. Skeeter raised her voice, calling out to Kingsley, who stood nearby. Several yards away, Harry observed the confrontation unfold. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Rita, he said, his deep voice echoing in the sudden silence. I see, Skeeter replied, a broad smile spreading across her face as she waved at the quick quotes quill still hovering beside her. In an instant, it darted into the purse hanging from her arm. Well, I can see I've overstayed my welcome. I'll catch up with you later, shall I, Harry? I think that's for the best, Harry responded. He turned in surprise at the sound of Hermione's voice, filled with steel and tight anger. When he spotted her, his eyes widened. Miss Granger, Skeeter said, her tone stiff as she seemed to shrink under Hermione's glare. I was just leaving. What a pity, Hermione replied, her eyes glittering as she watched Skeeter take several steps back before turning and rushing toward the edge of the marquee, disappearing behind the silken wall. Blimey, Hermione, Ron exclaimed, sounding odd. That cow's more terrified of you than my threats of violence. I'm feeling a little less manly now. Well, Hermione said with a hint of satisfaction, I made an impression, once upon a time. Harry couldn't suppress a smile at the memory of Skeeter in a jar. Around them, the other partygoers resumed their conversations, leaving the trio standing in the center of the dance floor in silence. Hermione continued to stare at the spot where Skeeter had vanished, while Harry and Ron looked on in admiration. Hermione, you look nice, Harry finally said, taking in the differences between this version of Hermione and the one he saw nearly every day. Thank you, Harry, she replied, her face lighting up with a bright smile as she smoothed a few small creases in the skirt of her dress. What did you get all dressed up for? Ron asked, his scowl returning as if he couldn't quite understand her transformation. Harry raised his eyebrows and turned away from his friends, sensing an argument brewing that he wanted no part of. What do you mean, why? Hermione asked, her tone clearly offended. I'm perfectly free to wear a dress and do my hair for my friends. What about that stuff on your face? Ron interjected, crossing his arms defensively. You never wear makeup. I do too. Hermione snapped. When the occasion calls for it, I'm happy to dress up and... So seeing me doesn't warrant putting in some effort? Harry attempted to interject, eager to diffuse the tension, but a sharp glare from Hermione silenced him. Don't you dare try to make my appearance reflect on you. This isn't the 1950s, Ronald. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying you never look like this. Like what? Pretty guys. Shut up, Harry. Ron shot back, turning his full attention back to Hermione. You're twisting my words. You know I think you're pretty. Do I? Her voice softened, rising higher than usual. Well, what a consolation. Here I thought I had no idea whether you found me attractive, since you never say anything about it. But clearly, I've been reading your mind all along. My legitimacy skills are far better than I imagined. With that, she turned sharply away from them, elbowing her way into the crowd, leaving Ron and Harry in stunned silence. Bloody woman's gone round the twist, Ron muttered after a minute. Harry, who had been thinking Ron was lucky Hermione hadn't smacked him for being so oblivious, cleared his throat. I should probably go make sure she doesn't do something she'll regret. Ron gave him an incredulous look. Harry shrugged, shaking his head as he followed Hermione through the crowd and out of the marquee. The cool, crisp night air was a welcome relief from the warmth inside the tent. Spotting her in the distance, he saw her sitting on a bench just inside the Weasleys' back gate. He made his way over, settling beside her and wrapping an arm around her shoulders. He could feel her trembling, her bare arms were cool against his hand. Ron can be a prat, Harry said, knowing he couldn't defend his friend's words. Hermione let out a short laugh before burying her face in her hands, the brief moment of humor quickly turning into muffled sobs. Harry let her cry, rubbing her upper arm in slow circles. He remembered sitting beside her in the tent last year, how often she had cried those first few weeks after Ron had gone. He had held her then too, letting her tears soak his shirt, wishing Ron had the sense to treat her better. When she finally seemed to run out of tears, she looked up at him, her mascara streaked down her cheeks and her red lipstick slightly smeared. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to make you miss your party. I just can't stand him sometimes." Harry gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to admit he felt the same way. He had to remain neutral. He cared for both of them. Ron was going through a lot, just like Hermione. "He cares about you, I know he does," Harry said finally. I think he has trouble showing it because he worries you don't feel the same." "Idiot," Hermione replied, wiping her face with the back of her hand and frowning at the streaks of makeup left behind. "Hell. There goes my makeup. So much for looking nice." "I still think you look great," Harry said with a reassuring smile. "Thank you," Hermione said softly, still seated on the bench. "Yeah, well, I reckon Ron thinks so too, he was just too worried it was meant for someone else to say it. That's the problem with him, isn't it?" Hermione replied, her voice low as she stared at the ground. "He'll never trust that he's the one I've chosen. He'll always doubt me, no matter what I say." Harry didn't have a response, so he stood there, stone-faced, feeling the warmth of his dress robes as he waited for her to say something more or signal that she wanted to be alone. When she finally looked up, he met her gaze with a warm smile and a shrug. She smiled back, sighed, and stood up, brushing the creases out of her skirt while looking at him with watery eyes. "Tell me the truth. How awful does my face look right now?" "Well. Oh God. That bad?" "It's just a bit runny, is all. All the pieces are still in the proper place." "Very funny," Hermione said, reaching into her little beaded bag to pull out a compact mirror. "Merlin. Hold this." She thrust her purse into Harry's hand and pulled out a handkerchief from the front of her dress. Harry quickly averted his gaze as she tended to her appearance in the small mirror. When she finished, she looked back up at him, her running makeup cleaned away and her lipstick gone, but Harry thought she still looked lovely. "Much better," he said, and Hermione gave him a grateful smile as she tucked her mirror and handkerchief away. "I'm really sorry for dragging you away from everyone else like that," Hermione said. "I know Ginny had something planned with the cake," Hermione said. "Don't worry about it," Harry assured her. "I was actually hoping for a moment alone." "Oh?" She raised an eyebrow, curious. Harry glanced down at his hands, suddenly feeling nervous. It was true, he had wanted to talk to her. There were thoughts and dreams that had been plaguing him for the past 3 months. Of all his friends, he felt that Hermione, the only one besides Ron who knew about Delphine Riddle, would be the most sympathetic. Losing Fred had changed Ron. He was still brave and loyal, despite his insecurities, but the death of his brother had sharpened his aversion to dark magic. Anything connected to Voldemort now felt unforgivable, and Harry knew that trying to convince him otherwise too soon would be pointless. "Harry?" Hermione's voice broke through his thoughts. He looked back at her and managed a nervous smile before sitting down beside her again, resting his elbows on his knees and cradling his head in his hands. "I've been thinking a lot lately," he admitted, his words muffled against his palms. "Anything specific on your mind?" she asked, her tone light yet cautious. Harry nodded, listening to Hermione side beside him. "Harry, is this about what I think it is?" Finally gathering the courage to meet her gaze, he turned his head to face her. "I know there's nothing I can really do about it. About her. But I can't stop wondering what happened to her. There was a baby, Hermione. A human being who depended on 2 people I killed." "To be fair," Hermione interrupted, "you had nothing to do with Bellatrix's death. I think Mrs. Weasley might be a little upset if she knew you were trying to claim credit for her handiwork." "You know what I mean," Harry snapped, struggling to keep his frustration in check. Sorry. I feel responsible." "Oh, Harry," Hermione said, her voice softening as she wrapped an arm around his shoulders. "I know you do. That's part of who you are. You care about people, deeply. Just look at where you are now. You saw me arguing with Ron, and you came out to make sure I was all right. It's in your nature to worry about others and to try to care for them, to fix them. Are you saying I'm just trying to make myself feel less guilty?" Harry asked, a nagging fear creeping in. "No," Hermione replied quickly and firmly. "That's not what I'm saying. This isn't about your misplaced guilt. This is about the type of man you are. You care about people, Harry, especially those who have no one else to care for them. There's a reason you risked your life to save Ginny in our 2nd year, and a reason you did the same for Sirius the year after that. You've saved my life more than once, and Ron's too. You saved the entire wizarding world from Voldemort, and it's not because of guilt or some complex. It's because you're a good man. You're the kind of man who risks himself for others because it's right. And if you care this deeply about a child you've never met, the child of a man who tried to kill you multiple times, then that's why. You're following your instincts, the instincts of a kind and honorable man." Her voice trailed off into the night air, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Harry, unable to look away from Hermione as she spoke, blinked rapidly and cleared his throat, straightening up and rubbing his chilled palms over his thighs. He felt Hermione's arm slip away from his shoulders. "Well," he said, fighting the emotion that threatened to overwhelm him. The last thing he needed now was to start crying. With his luck, Ron would choose that moment to emerge from the tent in search of his best friends, and Hermione would be left in the awkward position of comforting him. Harry found himself in an awkward position, trying to explain away his tears. "In that case, I need to ask you for a favor," he said. Hermione responded with a brilliant smile, taking his hand in hers and giving it a reassuring squeeze. "You know I'm with you," she said. "Whatever you need, then and now." Harry squeezed her hand in return, holding it tightly and nodding once. She was with him, his closest friend after everything they had been through together. He just hoped that the plan forming in his mind wouldn't make her regret her support. Chapter 4. August 5, 1998. It was the middle of the afternoon, and the room felt warm. The rest of the family was busy with their activities. Mrs. Weasley was in the vegetable garden, working alongside Ginny, while Percy was at the Ministry of Magic with Mr. Weasley. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione were left to their own devices. To Hermione, this seemed like the perfect opportunity to catch up on some reading she had been postponing. But for Ron, it appeared to be an entirely different kind of opportunity. "Ron, I really would like to get through these chapters today," Hermione said, exasperation creeping into her voice as she clutched the book tightly to her chest. Ron, seemingly unfazed by her urgency, plucked the volume from her arms and tossed it onto the chair behind him. "You've been reading all day. Why don't you try living for a change?" "All day? It's barely 11:30. It's not even noon yet." Unperturbed, Ron dropped onto the couch beside her, draping an arm over her shoulders. "Hermione, I'm not going to let you waste away all summer with your nose in a book. I know you like to read. I'm trying to study, actually. But you've got the rare opportunity to spend more than 10 bloody minutes alone with your boyfriend. I thought you might want to make use of that time." "Ron," Hermione sighed, relaxing against the back of the sofa. She leaned her head on his upper arm and smiled at him. "Your mother's just outside with Ginny. If they walk in and see us snogging on the sofa, do you really think we'll be left alone for the rest of the holiday? I'm willing to risk it." Ron grinned down at her, and Hermione felt that familiar twinge in her chest. It was a reminder that, despite how charming and kind Ronald Weasley could be, there had been a time when he had abandoned her, and even more instances when he had reduced her to tears. She pushed the feeling firmly aside. Hermione reminded herself that while Ron might not be perfect, he genuinely cared about her and was one of her closest friends. After a moment of contemplation, she gave him a brief nod. That was all the encouragement Ron needed. In an instant, he slid his arm around her waist, drawing her closer. His lips met hers, warm and inviting, moving eagerly as his tongue traced the seam between her lips, seeking entrance. She welcomed him in with the ease that came from familiarity. Since the Battle of Hogwarts, they had shared many evenings like this. Although they had never gone further than a hand beneath her shirt or over his trousers, their time together had taught them enough to feel comfortable with one another. As Ron's fingers traced patterns over her back, Hermione shivered, surrendering to the pleasure of his touch as she melted into his embrace. Ron hummed contentedly against her lips as she pressed her chest to his, wrapping her arms around his neck and weaving her fingers through his hair. This felt right, she thought. No matter the reservations that clouded her mind about their relationship, in his arms, she could forget them. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the tranquility. "Hermione, are you, oh, bloody hell." Both Ron and Hermione jumped, their teeth clashing awkwardly, and she winced as she scrambled to the far edge of the couch. Sorry. Harry exclaimed, covering his eyes with his hands. "Merlin, I'm really sorry. I didn't realize you were both in here or I would have made some noise before coming around the corner." "It's perfectly all right, Harry," Hermione assured him, wiping the corners of her mouth with the back of her hand as she glanced at Ron, who was scowling beside her. "Is it?" he asked, his tone sharp. Harry looked up, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Of course it is," Hermione replied, trying to ease the tension. Hermione snapped. She didn't like that her first instinct was to scold Ron, but she knew there was no avoiding it after all these years. "I told you it wasn't a good idea to do that here," she said firmly. "Look, if you two need a few minutes, I can step out." Ginny wanted to talk anyway, Harry offered, glancing between them. Hermione met his gaze and shook her head. "That won't be necessary," she assured him, casting a challenging glance at Ron, daring him to contradict her. He simply rolled his eyes and folded his arms across his chest. "I thought you weren't coming until noon, though," she said, trying to shift the conversation. Harry gave a sheepish grin and shrugged. "Sorry about that. I was bored at home and thought I'd come early to see if you were ready." "There's really no need to apologize," Hermione said, standing and scanning the room for her beaded bag. She thought she had left it on the end table. "Are you going somewhere?" Ron asked, still looking unsettled. "Harry asked me to go to Diagon Alley with him. He needs to get a gift for Ginny's birthday and wanted a woman's opinion." The lie slipped easily from her lips, and Hermione held Ron's gaze steadily. "It should only take us a couple of hours," Harry added. "I would have asked you, but I know how much you hate going to the girly shops." Ron, still wearing a perplexed expression, nodded slowly. "Yeah, you're probably right," he replied. "There it is," Hermione exclaimed, finally spotting her purse on the floor beside the sofa. "Are you ready, Harry?" He nodded, and Hermione leaned down to plant a quick kiss on Ron's cheek. "I'll see you later," she said, feeling an unexpected sense of relief as she walked away from him. "Bye," he called after her, but she didn't turn back before leaving the room. Malfoy Manor, August 5, 1998. They had both been there before, so they weren't surprised by the heavy, ornate gates that admitted them or the gilded window casings that sparkled in the light. The midday sun hung high in the sky, but Harry was more captivated by the unwavering determination Hermione displayed as she approached the front door. Despite everything that had happened during her last visit to Malfoy Manor, she moved forward with confidence. When they reached the door, they noticed there was no handle, only a pair of heavy brass door knockers shaped like peacocks, their tail feathers fanned out in a showy display. Harry paused on the front step, glancing at Hermione. She nodded encouragingly, and he reached out to knock. They waited only a few seconds before one of the imposing doors swung open, revealing a small elf dressed in a crisp white pillowcase adorned with the Malfoy family crest. Hermione huffed beside him, and Harry took a step closer to her. "We're here to see Narcissa Malfoy," he said to the silent elf. She, whom Harry assumed was female, stared up at him for a moment before nodding and retreating into the house, leaving the dimly lit entryway visible behind her. "Should we go in?" Hermione asked, leaning forward to peer inside. Harry realized that their last visit had been so rushed that they hadn't had a chance to appreciate the decor or architecture. "She left the door open," he shrugged. To his surprise, Hermione stepped through the doorway, wand at the ready, lighting the sconces along the hall as she entered. "Wait for me," he called, following her inside and pulling out his own wand as he crossed the threshold. "What is the meaning of this?" Narcissa Malfoy's voice rang out, high and tremulous, as she strode into the entryway from the drawing room to their left. She wore rose-colored robes, her hair pinned back with silver combs, and her hands trembled before her, empty. In a sudden flash, Harry remembered the aftermath of her husband's actions. Had been sent to Azkaban once again. She had lost her wand and was confined to the manor, sentenced to home arrest until Draco completed another year at Hogwarts. "Mrs. Malfoy," Harry said, lowering his wand and slipping it into his pocket, mirroring Hermione's actions. "We're sorry to disturb you." "Is that so?" Narcissa replied, her tone skeptical. Hermione cleared her throat. "We're here to ask you some questions," Hermione stated evenly. "Please believe us when we say we wouldn't have come back if it weren't important." Harry noticed Narcissa wince, perhaps reminded of the last time visitors had entered her home. "Very well," she said, her voice stiff. "You may come with me to the patio. I'll have Totsi set out some tea." With that, she turned away, sweeping gracefully from the room. The little house elf, whom they hadn't noticed at first, gestured for them to follow before disapparating. The path from the entrance to the back patio was more winding than Harry had anticipated, leading them through the foyer, down several hallways, into the kitchen, and finally out to the garden. It wasn't until Narcissa motioned for them to sit at an ornate table made of gold and glass that Harry realized the patio was directly connected to the drawing room. The roundabout route had been her way of guiding them around it. As Hermione stiffened beside him, Harry sensed she had made the same connection. He reached out to squeeze her hand before letting go and sitting down next to her. Once they were all seated, there was a small pop, and a silver tea service appeared before them. The pot lifted into the air, pouring 3 perfectly measured portions into delicate china teacups. Once filled, the cups twirled in the air, floating toward them and settling soundlessly on the table. "Thank you." "You," Harry said, more out of habit than any real sense of politeness. Narcissa had played a crucial role in defeating the Dark Lord. Her lie in the Forbidden Forest was the reason he had lived to confront Voldemort. Yet, he couldn't shake the memories of how she had urged Draco to identify him last March and how she had stood by while her deranged sister tortured his best friend. "Tell me," her voice was soft and cautious as she spoke. Harry looked up to see the guarded expression on Mrs. Malfoy's face. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your company, Mr. Potter?" Harry hesitated, unsure of how to frame the question he needed to ask. If he approached this the wrong way, he might never get the information he sought. "This tea is lovely," Hermione said, breaking the tension and drawing Narcissa's steady gaze. She offered the older woman an awkward smile, which Narcissa acknowledged with a nod. "Thank you. It's my own personal blend." Before she could return her attention to Harry, Hermione chimed in again. "Is that orange and chocolate in there? Perhaps a hint of cinnamon?" One of Narcissa's perfectly manicured brows arched elegantly, and she tilted her head, intrigued. "You have a keen sense of taste, Miss Granger." "A keen memory as well," Hermione replied, not missing a beat as she set her teacup down and flashed Narcissa a bright smile. The pleasant expression on Mrs. Malfoy's face faltered for just a moment, a testament to her upbringing, Harry thought. "Yes, I imagine you would have to, given the marks you achieved at Hogwarts. Draco was quite put out that you managed to outscore him on every exam. Are you planning to return for an 8th year?" "I am," Hermione confirmed. "I remember reading that Draco would be returning as well." "It is a condition of his parole," Narcissa said somewhat stiffly. "Though I would have insisted even if it weren't. Education is important." "I can certainly agree with that," Hermione said, setting her cup down. Narcissa lifted her cup and glanced in Harry's direction. He caught her gaze and shook his head, trying to signal that he wasn't ready to confront her. The question that had been weighing on him felt insurmountable, and he had no idea how to begin. He watched as Hermione's expression shifted from cautious to determined, and he barely had time to widen his eyes before she spoke again. "I suppose family is important to you as well?" she asked, turning her attention back to Narcissa. "Hermione," Harry interrupted, a note of warning creeping into his voice. "If they approached this the wrong way." "Yes, it is," Narcissa replied, placing her teacup down soundlessly and tilting her chin defiantly. "So if you are here to harm my son in any way, I must inform you that I cannot, will not, do anything that might put him at risk." Other than allowing him to join a supremacist cult, Hermione shot back, her tone now clipped. "If you think you can come to my home and insult." "Enough," Harry said sharply, slamming his tea down onto the table so forcefully that it splashed out onto the glass surface. "We're not here to insult you," he clarified, looking at Narcissa before turning to Hermione, giving her an exasperated glance. She frowned but nodded once, crossing her arms and leaning back in her chair. Harry knew this was difficult for her. The last time she had seen any of the Malfoys was during their sentencing, and he understood her disappointment that the woman who had stood by while she was tortured received little more than a slap on the wrist and a year of house arrest. Hermione had many virtues, but forgiveness wasn't one that came easily to her, though she did try. "Look, I'm not good at this kind of thing," Harry admitted, folding his hands on the table and looking back at Mrs. Malfoy. "Your family and I don't have the best history." "I'm aware," Narcissa interjected. Harry spoke dryly. "I had thought that your testimony on our behalf might have helped heal that particular divide." Beside him, Hermione laughed softly. Ignoring her, Harry met Narcissa's blue-eyed gaze and was struck by how similar her eyes were to Sirius's. Despite the difference in coloring, they shared the same shape and the same steeliness in their depths. He rarely remembered that his godfather was a cousin to the Malfoys, but in this moment, it made his task a little easier. Maybe it did, a bit. Maybe that's why I'm here. "I need your help, Mrs. Malfoy. I need to ask you a question, and I need you to tell me the truth." Narcissa narrowed her gaze and pursed her lips. "I'm not in the habit of telling lies, Mr. Potter." "Good. That's good, Harry replied, then paused. He glanced at Hermione, who gave him a single nod and a tight-lipped smile before turning her attention back to the blonde woman across the table. Harry swallowed hard and forced himself to continue. Mrs. Malfoy, I need to know about your niece. Once spoken, the words felt simple enough that Harry almost regretted dreading them. Narcissa looked confused for a moment before her perfectly groomed eyebrows knitted together. Andromeda's girl? I'm not sure I ever met her. At once, Harry recognized his mistake. A twinge of guilt panged in his chest as he lowered his eyes. She thought he was asking about Tonks, who had died defending him and countless others. No, Hermione interjected, her voice crisp and devoid of emotion. We don't mean that niece. It's the other one we're interested in. Bellatrix's daughter. Bella, I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Despite her words, an edge in her voice and expression betrayed her, and Harry shook his head. We know about Delphine, Mrs. Malfoy, and we. I don't want to hurt her, Harry said. Mr. Potter, I assure you, I haven't the slightest idea what you're referring to. I had only one niece, and she is, unfortunately, dead. Bellatrix was never able to have children, you see. Narcissa picked up her cup and sipped from it, her eyes fixed intently on the china rather than on the two people across from her. I thought you weren't in the habit of telling lies, Hermione said sharply, causing Narcissa to look up with a flash of indignation. I'm not sure I like your accusations, Miss Granger. I'm not accusing you of anything, Hermione snapped back. I'm stating a fact. You can't tell me Bellatrix didn't share how the filthy mudblood who bled out on your oriental carpet knew her secret. I think I'd like you to leave, Narcissa said, her voice icy as she stood. Harry felt a distinct chill radiating from her. Please, he pleaded, standing to face her and placing a hand on Hermione's arm when she sprang up beside him. He knew this visit would be difficult for her, but if Narcissa gave him what he needed, he would require a third person. I swear I'm not going to tell anyone. Can you imagine the outrage if people knew? I'm not interested in creating an uproar. But I saw the tapestry at Grimmauld Place. It changed right in front of me. I can't just ignore it. Her. Narcissa's furious expression softened only slightly as her gaze narrowed again. I don't see why not, she said, her voice harsh and clipped. If what you're suggesting is true, it hardly has any bearing on you now. You're right, Harry agreed. She's really not anything to me. She's my enemy's child. He paused, swallowing down the bile that rose within him. But she's also more than that. She's like me, you see. She had parents, and now she doesn't. She has no one, certainly not you. You think to accuse me? Narcissa asked, her tone filled with disbelief. Harry felt affronted. No, he said firmly. That's not it at all. I feel like we're the same. And I feel responsible. Her parents are dead because of me. Her parents are dead because they were wrong, Narcissa hissed, her fists clenched at her sides. The cold air swirled around them, lifting little leaves in circles. I need to know that she's okay, Harry continued. I need to know that wherever she is, she's got more than a cupboard and spiders for company. Did you really think I wouldn't spare the money to make sure she had enough? She's my blood. You've seen her then? Since the battle? Hermione asked quietly. As she spoke, the cold cyclone that had threatened to engulf them stilled completely, leaves drifting down and settling around them. No. We didn't think it wise. The less she has to do with us, the less likely it is she'll be discovered for who she is. Voldemort's daughter, Harry said, watching Narcissa shudder before she nodded. Do you know where she is? Hermione's question was soft, yet Narcissa scowled at her. Of course I do, she snapped. Will you tell us? This time, the older woman scoffed, finally settling back into her seat as she shook her head. I may not wish to associate myself with the child, but that doesn't mean I wish her dead. I would never. Harry cried, but Narcissa waved her hand dismissively. Of course you wouldn't, she agreed. But I must confess that I suspect Miss Granger to be inarguably capable of it. Hermione rolled her eyes, settling back into her chair, now looking bored. Mrs. Malfoy, if you think my hatred for your sister could induce me to harm a child, I'm afraid you've been surrounding yourself with entirely the wrong sort of people. My only interest in the girl is to make sure she is cared for, and not being raised in her parents' footsteps. And if she is? Narcissa asked, her piercing blue eyes locking onto Hermione's honey-brown ones. We'll figure something out, Harry interjected. We're not monsters. I only want to see with my own eyes. I want to make sure I didn't. I'm not going to hurt her. And I'm to trust your word, Mr. Potter? Narcissa replied. You are, Hermione said firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. I see. Narcissa leaned back in her chair, observing the pair before her for several moments. Then, she nodded once. Very well. I will provide you with the information you seek. Thank you, Harry said immediately, relief washing over him. It felt as though a weight had been lifted from his chest, and he gave Narcissa a smile as he began to relax. You have no idea how much this means. Oh, I think I understand exactly how much you value this information, Mr. Potter. That's why I will require something in return. You snake, Hermione accused. You owe Harry. Without him, you and your precious family would likely be dead. Without me, he would be dead, Narcissa hissed. I risked my life when I lied to the Dark Lord. And you were rewarded with your freedom. Hermione shot back. Narcissa laughed coldly, smoothing her robes over her knees before meeting Harry's green-eyed gaze again. I want Lucius back, Potter. Unacceptable, Hermione interrupted. Lucius Malfoy is a murderer. You have no proof. Narcissa cried. I suppose he was just trying to cuddle us in the Department of Mysteries, was he? Hermione retorted. If my husband had wanted you dead, you wouldn't be sitting here today, Miss Granger. All right, Harry said, but he was ignored as Hermione continued. I'm only sitting here due to his incompetence, she spat. You will not insult my husband under this roof, you arrogant little chit. I said all right. Harry bellowed, rising to his feet above the escalating exchange between the women. He began to breathe heavily. I'll do what I can for him. I'll talk to Kingsley tomorrow. I can't guarantee an immediate release, but I'll do everything in my power. A hopeful, satisfied expression flickered across Narcissa's face as she focused on Harry, ignoring Hermione as she nodded. When my husband is returned to me, I will tell you what you want to know, she said, her eyes shining. No, Hermione interjected, standing up again. She drew her wand in one swift motion, pointing it at Narcissa. No, I don't think so. You will tell us now, or there is no deal. Narcissa's hopeful expression faltered as she studied Hermione, but finally, she nodded again. Very well, she agreed, clapping her hands twice. In an instant, the house elf who had greeted them at the door appeared beside her. A quill and parchment, Totsi, Narcissa instructed. With two soft pops, she began writing something down and then passed it across the table to Harry. He took one glance at the address, folded it, and tucked it into his pocket. I'll expect an owl from you tomorrow, Mr. Potter, regarding your conversation with the minister. Totsi will show you out. Not so fast, Hermione said, her wand still drawn. We aren't done yet. Tell me, Mrs. Malfoy, how familiar are you with unbreakable vows? Chapter 5. August 9th, 1998. The home was not what she had expected. When Narcissa Malfoy had written down the address on her personal stationery and given it to Harry, Hermione imagined it would lead them to a house comparable to the Malfoys' ancestral manor. How very wrong she had been. At the end of an unkempt lane, number 173 was little more than a cottage in disarray. The full moon overhead bathed the wildly overgrown front garden in silvery light. Where there had once been a sizable herb garden, there was now a tangled mass of weeds, with only the occasional sprig of mint and lavender peeking through. The rose bushes beside the front steps were in desperate need of pruning, and Hermione thought that if they were left much longer, they might start to resemble the forest that separated the prince from Sleeping Beauty's castle. A loud crack behind her made Hermione jump, and she turned to see a cloaked figure standing in the dusty lane. "Harry," she breathed as he lowered his hood. His hair was even more of a mess than usual, the black locks sticking out at odd angles as if he'd been running his fingers through them for ages. "There you are," he said. "Is this it?" he asked, staring at the peeling paint and the sagging steps leading up to the front door. Hermione nodded and faced the house alongside him. "It isn't what I was expecting either. Merlin, you'd think the Malfoys would be too prideful to stick their blood somewhere like this." "She's not really a Malfoy, though, is she?" Hermione reminded him. "She's the half-blood daughter of a Black, born out of wedlock. Not exactly someone wizarding nobility would want to associate with. Bloody snobs." "Quite." They stared at the house for a while longer, watching for any sign that its occupants might be awake and moving inside. Seeing none, Hermione turned back to face Harry. "I got your message, by the way," she said, trying to sound casual. "You wouldn't. I can't believe how difficult it was for me to sneak out." "Molly was up late knitting," Harry said, his voice low. He fell silent, drawing his wand and casting a wordless charm at the cottage before them. A thin jet of golden light shot from his wand, colliding with an invisible shield around the house. The light dispersed in a burst of bright ripples. "Look standard," he said thoughtfully, his tone soft. "Think you could dismantle it, Hermione?" "Dismantle it?" "Harry, are you actually considering breaking in? There are probably people sleeping in there. You could get arrested." Hermione crossed her arms and stepped in front of him, blocking his view of the cottage and forcing him to meet her gaze. "What's going on with you tonight? First, you send me a Patronus telling me to meet you here at 1 in the morning, and now you're just going to waltz into someone else's home in the dead of night? Have you gone mad?" "You didn't have to come," Harry replied through gritted teeth, his scowl dark and determined as he sidestepped her and began to approach the house. "Stop it," Hermione hissed, grabbing his arm and yanking him back toward her with enough force to make him whirl around to face her again. "You're being irrational. Can you imagine what would happen if whoever lives there caught you?" "I imagine I'd obliviate them," Harry said, barely hesitating. "I've gotten fairly good at it, you see." Hermione stared at him, concern flooding her expression. He was clearly upset, and she sensed it wasn't just about the child who lived there. They had planned to come next week during the day. Hermione had been refreshing her skills with glamour charms, preparing to pose as ministry officials. The woman who had taken in the Malfoy niece was the spinster sister of a Death Eater, and that connection would make their visit believable. Something had clearly happened to make Harry abandon that plan. "Please, tell me what's going on, Harry. I want to help you, but I need to know what's so urgent," Hermione said, her voice steady but laced with concern. "Does there have to be something happening? Can't I just have changed my mind?" Harry shot back, frustration creeping into his tone. "Not about this," Hermione insisted, shaking her head. "I know how important this is to you. You wouldn't risk messing it up unless you've learned something that could change everything. You can tell me, you know." Harry groaned, raking a hand through his hair, tugging at it in frustration. He stepped several feet away from her, his head bowed slightly. "Do you always have to be so bloody perceptive?" he asked after a long, uncomfortable silence. "Am I not allowed to keep things to myself anymore?" "Harry," she said, her concern deepening, "I don't mean to pry. I just want to help you. You're my best friend." Whatever's bothering you, I want the chance to help fix it. You can't fix everything, Hermione. I know you fancy yourself all-powerful, but you can't fix every bloody thing that goes wrong. Sometimes life is just crap, and crappy things happen that we can't stop. You're scaring me, she admitted, stepping closer to him, inching forward until she could feel his cold hand beneath her own. She grasped it tightly, easing her grip as he let out a huff and turned his gaze determinedly over her shoulder. Is it Narcissa? Did she do something? I thought I'd worded the vow so she wouldn't be able to interfere. Did she? Harry sighed heavily and shook his head. It's not her. The vow was fine. She won't be telling anyone anything. Then what is it? Hermione pressed, her voice rising in pitch, desperation seeping in. Something had clearly shaken Harry, and when that happened, it shook her too, especially after their year on the run that had drawn them closer than ever. Harry remained silent for what felt like an eternity, returning the tight pressure in Hermione's hand as he leaned forward, resting his forehead against hers. Pressed her forehead against his wearily. When he finally spoke, his voice was so low that she wondered if she had imagined it. Greyback. He had a son. I don't know if I mentioned him or not, but Kingsley told me about him. He was bitten, a little baby transforming every full moon. It killed him a few hours ago. Harry began to shake, his shoulders heaving as he squeezed his eyes shut and let go of Hermione's hand, intending to pull away. But she wouldn't let him. Instead, she wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into an embrace. She remembered how he had held her last year in the tent after Ron had left them. She had sobbed for hours, and he had wrapped himself around her, a solid presence into which she could sink, allowing her tears to overflow onto his jumper without saying a word. He had given her strength when she had none to spare, reminding her that despite how it felt, she was not alone, and would never be alone as long as he was near. I'm so sorry, she said, her voice thick with emotion as she felt warm tears from Harry's cheek soak into her neck. He finally wrapped his arms around her, allowing his body to relax at the sensation. It could have been Teddy, he said, his voice muffled against her shoulder. No, Hermione replied, dismayed. You would never let that happen. Neither would Andromeda. Yeah, that's the point, isn't it? Harry asked, pulling away at last. Teddy has me, he has Dromeda, but who did Fenrir's kid have? Who does Delphine have? Hermione could see in his expression that he had come to some decision, one that eased at least a bit of the pain he had been feeling. I had to check on her, Harry said, clearing his throat. When I heard what happened to the Greyback boy, I needed to know there wouldn't be another death. I needed to know that she had someone too. It's not your fault. You believe that, don't you? Harry nodded slightly in response, and Hermione forced a smile. I know, he said, I know it in my head. But here, he placed a hand on his chest and shook his head. It feels different. It's like I'm responsible for them. For the orphans. For her. It's as if I was her, and now it's my job to help her. I've carried a piece of him with me my whole life, my whole damn life. And she will too. Harry, she's not a Horcrux. You have to understand that, Hermione urged, hoping he truly knew it. I get that, he replied, nodding. I do. But she's his. She comes from him. That connection will always be there, and I can't bear the thought of her discovering it someday and thinking it defines her. Thinking she's responsible for what he did. What more can we do than what we're already doing? Hermione asked. We're here, checking on her situation, making sure she's provided for. You're doing right by her, Harry. He was, she knew that. Yet still, a nagging feeling lingered in the back of her mind, telling her she was missing something important. You're right, Harry said, his tone soothing. And if she's well cared for, if we can make Raoul take the vow. The vow. Visions of Narcissa and Harry, Forearms locked together while Hermione bound them with stinging strings of unbreakable magic, flashed in her mind. Harry, you can't just force someone to take an unbreakable vow whenever you please. Harry raised an eyebrow, and Hermione felt her cheeks heat up. You didn't seem to have a problem with it a few days ago, he reminded her. That was different, she defended. How? It was to protect the child's location, in case anyone else found out about her existence. And to protect us. This would be to protect her too. If we could get the woman to vow to do the right thing by her. It's more complicated than that, Harry. An unbreakable vow must be carefully crafted, or it may do more harm than good. Look at what happened to Professor Snape. You don't think swearing her guardian to secrecy would help? Do you really think Delphini's origins are worth the minimal risk? I didn't say that, Hermione snapped. But rushing into this situation with such a drastic course of action doesn't seem wise, especially when we don't even know the current state of things. For all we know, a vow could be unnecessary. Euphemia Rowell might be a perfectly agreeable woman who wants nothing but the best for her charge. Harry fell silent, letting out a sigh as he turned his back on Hermione, facing the house again and raising his wand. She watched him work, dismantling the protective charm surrounding the property just as they had done while on the run. It was quite neglectful of the home's owner to leave it so sparsely protected. Once he finished, Hermione withdrew her own wand to check for any further enchantments. Finding none, she nodded at Harry, signaling him to move forward. You'll need to disillusion at the very least. And silence your shoes, she instructed. What? Aren't you coming? He asked, surprised. Hermione shook her head. Someone needs to keep watch out here, she replied. Suddenly, a mournful cry began to swell nearby, growing louder in the air as the eerie noise climbed in pitch before dissipating, only to repeat twice more and then fade completely into the dark night. What the bloody hell was that? Harry asked, looking spooked. An augury, Hermione answered. Unless I'm mistaken, which I really don't think I am. You'd better hurry. Their cry forecasts rain, and I don't fancy standing out here getting soaked. She managed a confident smile and prodded him forward with the tip of her wand. Harry hesitated for a moment before saying, Thanks, Hermione. You're the best, and then he disappeared up the front steps of the cottage, cloaked by a solid disillusionment charm. As Harry stepped through the unlocked door and into the pitch-black entryway, the first thing he noticed was that the windows were obscured from the inside. The light of the full moon outside failed to penetrate the gloom of the cottage, leaving Harry in near darkness. Without a word, he lit the tip of his wand, casting a warm glow into the front room like a torch. The space was as neglected as the exterior of the house. A threadbare sofa leaned against the back wall, its once bright floral pattern faded to a dull, dusty hue. Harry wrinkled his nose at the thought of sitting on it. It looked as though it might be infested with bugs. The rest of the furniture offered little better, except for a wooden rocking chair in the corner. Though it showed signs of wear, it at least appeared free of pests and somewhat usable. As he surveyed the room, he noticed 3 exits, each leading to a different part of the house. The first was a tall wooden door, slightly ajar, revealing what seemed to be a postage stamp-sized toilet. Judging by the state of the living room, he suspected the bathroom would be equally unpleasant, so he decided to bypass it. Instead, he turned right toward a cramped archway that led into a narrow corridor, which he guessed would lead to the bedrooms. With renewed determination, he crept forward. The corridor was bare, featuring 3 doors. He approached the first door and opened it with utmost care, taking nearly a full minute to inch it open until he could finally glimpse inside. To his surprise, the room was curiously tidy, filled with what looked like sewing supplies. Several headless mannequins stood silently, and stacks of fabric lined one wall. In the center of the room, a long table was piled high with robes, and a pair of scissors floated nearby, as if poised for action. If he had to guess, he would say that Euphemia Rowell was a seamstress, and this was her workspace. A small weight lifted off his chest at the thought. Realize something important. Despite her shortcomings as a housekeeper, this woman had clearly been a good provider and a kind guardian. He left the room as quietly as he had entered, carefully closing the door behind him as he moved down the hallway to the last door on the right. Opening it with the same caution, he felt a surge of relief as the light from his wand illuminated the room's contents. At its center stood a large bed, covered with a handmade quilt that, despite showing signs of age, looked well cared for, much like the woman nestled beneath it. Euphemia Rowell was no longer young. If Harry had to guess her age, it wouldn't be a flattering estimate. Her graying hair framed a face lined with age and dotted with spots. Beside her bed sat a cage on the dresser, filled with a handful of live doxies buzzing angrily. Surprisingly, the noise didn't seem to disturb their sleeping mistress, and Harry felt a wave of gratitude that she was such a sound sleeper. He certainly didn't want to be caught loitering at the door of an old woman in the dead of night. Suddenly feeling awkward, Harry backed out of the room, closing the door carefully behind him. He turned to face the room opposite. This, he realized, must be the girl's room. His heart began to race, and he could feel his pulse pounding in his neck. After months of worry and self-loathing, it was nerve-wracking to finally be here. Would seeing the child change anything? Would knowing she was safe help him sleep better at night and perhaps forgive himself for his part in her circumstances? Swallowing hard, he reached forward and grasped the brass doorknob. He pushed the heavy door open slowly, keeping his gaze directed at the floor until he could finally see clearly. It took several seconds for him to gather the courage to look up. 1, 2, 3, he counted silently in his head, and then Harry let himself. He took in the state of the room. It was pleasant enough, with a small lamp on a desk beside a large bookshelf lined with paperback books and old magazines. A single bed was pushed into the far corner beneath a shuttered window. He certainly wouldn't have complained about such a room in his youth. A sense of relaxation washed over him before he even realized that, aside from its furnishings, the room was empty. What the bloody hell? He whispered under his breath, scanning the room again for any sign that a baby lived there. Delphine Riddle would be one today. Surely she would have a crib, a changing table, and stuffed animals to keep her company as she slept. He looked again at the bed, wondering if the old woman in the next room had placed the child there. Had she fallen asleep? Scrambling forward, he dropped to his hands and knees, lifting the worn dust ruffle to peer under the bed. There was no sign of a baby, only several boxes with their contents hastily scribbled on the surface. Perplexed and with his heart racing, Harry stood. This was the address Narcissa had given him, he was certain of it. Had she been lying? Had she sent him on a wild goose chase? Hominum revelio, he said, wand outstretched, hoping the spell wouldn't wake the house's owner. After several seconds, 2 flickering lights appeared before him, hanging in the air before dispersing together. So, Euphemia Rowell wasn't the only person in the house after all. Harry crept from the room, pausing at the old woman's door to ensure she still slept before heading back to the sitting room. He forced himself to peek into the bathroom. It was empty, and he sighed in relief until his gaze fell on the cupboard near the front door. His heart sank, and an uncomfortable knot formed in his stomach. She couldn't be. Rowell wouldn't have. No. This couldn't be happening again, not to her, and certainly not because of him. What had he done? By killing Voldemort, had Harry condemned his child to endure the same fate he had faced? Was this his punishment for daring to believe he could take a life without consequences? Where had this cycle begun? Who had first inherited a baby, unloved by anyone but its deceased parents, and decided it was better off hidden away? He didn't know, and frankly, he didn't care. All Harry cared about now was ending the horror, the neglect, the abuse. No one had been there for him, but he would be there for her. He took a step forward and faltered, then took another. Before he realized what was happening, he was across the room, ripping the closet door open violently. Breathing heavily, he stared into its depths. He half expected to see a little cot with a black-haired baby lying there in oversized hand-me-downs, a lightning bolt scar on its forehead, but all he found were several traveling cloaks and a broom. He let his eyes flutter shut and said a silent prayer of thanks to whatever deity might be listening. Still, the sense of unease that had gripped him upon entering the house returned with full force. He couldn't keep his heart from pounding a rhythmic tattoo against his chest or prevent the sinking feeling from settling in his belly. If the child wasn't in one of the bedrooms or in the cupboard. Harry turned to the last possible place he might find her, the doorway that presumably led into the kitchen. He approached it cautiously, his heart still racing as he reached out to turn the handle and pull the door open. Once inside, he found that this room was as dark as the others. As he stepped in, his wand light illuminated a spindly old table shoved against the nearest wall, and he wrinkled his nose. A foul scent, overwhelming in its putridity, washed over him, and he instinctively took a step back. Oh God! Merlin! Harry swept the light of his wand around the room, taking in the faded wallpaper and the counters cluttered with food-caked, moldy dishes. At last, his gaze landed on a window opposite the table, slightly ajar as if trying to air out the terrible stench. Below it stood a rickety old crib. Fuck, he muttered, crossing the room in 3 quick strides. He stopped just short of the little bed, forcing himself to look down. There, nestled inside, was a head of dark, matted curls. The baby was awake, her tiny face flushed as she screamed soundlessly into the night air. She wore nothing but a loosely pinned cloth diaper, so soaked it sagged between her chubby thighs, leaving a damp stain on the mattress beneath her, just one of many. In the corner of the crib, he noticed several used diapers filled with urine and excrement, some of which were smeared on the crib rails. Harry fought against the nausea rising in his throat as he turned his gaze back to the baby. She had to be freezing there, beneath the open window, her little arms marked with finger-shaped bruises in several places. Someone had silenced her cries, trapping her desperation in the air. Euphemia Rowell had done this to her. With shaking hands, Harry raised his wand, slamming the window shut and vanishing every scrap of filthy cloth in sight, including the diaper wrapped around the child's waist. He leaned down and lifted her into his arms, the weight of her familiar yet foreign. She was heavier than Teddy, but he held her close as he cast a Turgio on the mattress beneath her. The baby clung to him, and he didn't stop her from resting her head on his shoulder as he wrapped her in his own black traveling cloak before setting her back down. His heart shattered as her tiny fingers grasped at him, desperately trying to keep him near as she opened her mouth to wail again. Without her in his arms, he felt an unsettling emptiness. He turned his back on her, she was still crying. He slipped out of the room quietly and paused in the sitting room, his fists clenched tightly as he contemplated his next move. He briefly considered retrieving Hermione but quickly dismissed the idea. She didn't need to be involved in what was about to happen. She had already done so much for him, helping him find this place, providing the comfort and strength he needed. Now, he was here alone, and that felt right. Whatever happened to Euphemia Rowell from this point on would be his responsibility alone, and he believed he could live with that. Chapter 6, August 9, 1998. The small exam room felt cold and sterile, furnished only with a hospital bed, a monitor, and a cart cluttered with unfamiliar electronic equipment. Harry had never been to a hospital before, the Dursleys had never taken him. The only time he thought he had a broken nose, bent at an odd angle after a scuffle at school, his aunt had merely scolded him for bleeding on her floor and sent him to his cupboard with a roll of toilet paper to stop the flow. Miraculously, his nose had healed overnight, a stroke of luck he now realized had been his accidental magic at work. As he sat beneath the harsh fluorescent lights, cradling a warm bundle in his arms, his stomach twisted into knots. Suddenly, a knock at the door startled him, and he straightened his back as the heavy door swung open. A woman in a white coat entered, her eyes glued to the chart in her hands. Confundus, Harry muttered under his breath, expertly aiming his wand at the gray-haired woman. He had already used the same spell on the nurse at the admitting desk, successfully avoiding the hassle of registration and waiting for a room. Now, he could only hope it would work just as well a second time. "Doctor," he said, quickly stowing his wand. His voice caught her attention, and after a moment of struggle, her gaze finally met his. Hello," she replied, her expression nearly vacant. "Would you like to begin your examination now?" Harry prompted carefully, knowing that all he needed to do was suggest things to the confounded doctor. Her mind would fill in the gaps, connecting the dots in a way that would benefit him. "Examination? Why, yes, I suppose I ought to. Hold out your arm." "Not me," Harry replied, reaching for the bundle in his arms instead. Harry carefully uncovered the sleeping child in his arms, revealing her face and bare shoulders beneath his black cloak. "Her," he said. The doctor nodded, blinking several times as if shaking off a fog, and set her clipboard down before reaching for the little girl. Harry flinched, instinctively tightening his grip around her and shifting his body to block the woman's access. Just then, the door swung open again, and in walked a bushy-haired brunette wearing a jumper and denim trousers. She struggled a bit with two heavy grocery bags, lowering them slightly to take in the room. "You'll have to let her closer than that, you know," Hermione said, stepping around the doctor and placing her bags on the bed beside him. She held out her arms, and Harry knew exactly what she wanted. He swallowed hard, looking down at the black-haired baby he held, torn between his instincts to protect her and his trust in Hermione. He knew she would never harm the girl, but a part of him ached to keep the baby close, to shield her from everything in the world. He couldn't bear the thought of seeing her cry like she had in that filthy crib ever again. Clearing his throat, he met Hermione's eyes and nodded once, lifting Delphine slightly in his arms. He made just enough room for Hermione to scoop the girl up, which she did before carefully passing her to the doctor. "You were going to examine her for any injuries," Hermione said, and the doctor nodded in agreement. Harry watched as the doctor conducted the exam, letting the baby sleep as long as possible before gently waking her to check her eyes, hearing, and throat. He managed to keep his composure throughout the entire examination, which he considered a personal victory, especially when the doctor discovered scabs and open sores atop a severe diaper rash. His anger flared, but he held it in check. By the time the exam was finished and the doctor had been obliviated and sent on her way, Harry felt a mix of relief and concern. Harry was nearly beside himself. The list of injuries the doctor had provided was extensive, clear evidence of the child's complete neglect, likely from the moment she came into Raoul's care. There were finger-shaped bruises from rough handling, sores from sitting in her own filth for days, and signs of dehydration and malnourishment, suggesting she had never been fed a proper meal. They were fortunate she wasn't showing any signs of contagious diseases. He supposed he should be grateful for such small miracles. "Oh, I could just kill her," Hermione hissed, guarding the door behind the doctor before rummaging through the bags she had brought in. "What?" Harry looked up, confused. The doctor didn't. "Not the doctor," Hermione spat. "Raoul, that loathsome excuse for a witch. I hope you dealt with her, Harry. I really do. What kind of person leaves a baby all alone and still sleeps at night? She has to be reported." "Leave it alone, Hermione." Harry's tone was sharp, and Delphine, startled by the sudden outburst, began to cry in his lap. "Damn it, I'm sorry," he said, lowering his voice and lifting her to rest against his shoulder, patting her back gently. "Hush now, it's okay." "I'm sorry," I shouted. Her black curls brushed against his jawline, badly tangled and catching in his stubble. Hermione watched them for a moment as Delphine calmed down, then she lifted several items from one of the grocery bags and approached them. "Look, I know you don't want the ministry involved, but Harry, that woman could have killed a child. She can't be allowed to get away with it. Leave it alone, Hermione. I took care of Raoul." Hermione pursed her lips but didn't press the issue further. Instead, she offered him the items in her hands. The first was a disposable nappy, the second a packet of wet wipes, and the third looked like a tube of some sort. Harry squinted at it, thinking it resembled toothpaste. That can't be right, she thought. Hold these, she instructed, placing the items onto his lap next to Delphine. The little girl eagerly reached for the tube, turning it over in her hands with curiosity. Hermione returned to her bags, pulling out a book from her beaded one. She flipped through the pages for nearly a minute before coming back to Harry's side. Okay, I bought this in Diagon Alley while I was out. It's a book of healing spells for pediatric metawizards. It looks complicated, but I think I can handle it. The first few spells are simple enough, at least. She glanced back down at the book as if to double-check something, then raised her wand. With an intricate motion, she lowered it and uttered a spell Harry had never heard before. He watched in awe as the bruises on Delphine's arms and legs vanished within seconds. Hermione raised her wand again, this time jabbing it forward and sweeping it side to side quickly while saying something in a language Harry was fairly certain wasn't Latin. The little girl whimpered slightly as she shifted in Harry's arms. He looked down to see that the vicious sores on her bottom had disappeared, along with the raw rash and poorly healed scabs. "Blimey," he exclaimed, looking up at Hermione in amazement. "Is there anything you can't do?" She smiled softly and nodded. Change diapers. Number 12 Grimmauld Place. August 9th, 1998. The sharp, acrid fumes from the potion on the stove rose into the air, swirling in tendrils of blue steam. Above the cauldron, Hermione stood with one hand on the stirring rod, moving her wrist in precise, clockwise motions. She kept a quiet count under her breath, just loud enough for her to hear, but not loud enough for the man sitting behind her to make out the words. At last, she reached the 58th turn, withdrew the rod, and set it aside carefully, leaning over the potion to catch its scent. The scent wafted through the air, faintly reminiscent of peppermint. The potion text she had purchased assured her that this was a sign it had been brewed correctly. "I think it's finished," Hermione said, extinguishing the flame beneath the pewter cauldron. She turned to face Harry, who was lounging in one of the tall chairs around the table, his feet resting casually on the surface. He was still cradling the little girl he had rescued earlier that morning, the little girl he had taken. With a sigh, Hermione settled heavily into the nearest chair, leaning forward to rest her elbows on the table. It had been quite an eventful morning. After healing Delphine's visible injuries, they had spent a significant amount of time clothing and feeding the child. Unsure of what to give her, Hermione had opted for a little bit of everything. In the end, the baby was content with a full bottle of formula and a few bites of vegetable puree. By the time they left the hospital to return to number 12, the sun was just beginning to rise, painting the sky in beautiful hues of blue, orange, and pale pink. They hurried to Grimmauld Place, using disillusionment spells as they crossed the square, wary of being recognized. The last thing either of them wanted was to be seen carrying a sleeping infant into the house. There was no way to explain their situation, and neither of them could brush off what looked like an apparent kidnapping. "What are you thinking?" Harry asked softly from his spot near the fire. The dim light of the flames cast an orange glow around him. "Honestly?" Hermione replied. "Yeah," Harry said, his tone cautious yet determined. She leaned back in her chair, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "A little nervous that I'll be arrested, actually." Her confession seemed to amuse Harry, the corner of his mouth twisted into a smirk. "A heavy weight. You can't just brush it off as if it doesn't matter." Harry let out a frustrated sigh, his expression softening as he looked down at Delphine. I know. But what was I supposed to do? Leave her there to suffer?" Hermione's voice was steady but filled with emotion. "You had to think about the consequences, Harry. What if someone had seen you? What if it had gone horribly wrong?" He shook his head, the worry etched on his face. "I couldn't just walk away. Not after everything she's been through." "That doesn't make it any less risky," Hermione pointed out, her fists slowly unclenching as she tried to rein in her emotions. You have to consider how this looks. We're already walking a fine line as it is. Harry nodded, acknowledging her point but still feeling the weight of the decision he made. I couldn't leave her. I understand that, Hermione said softly. But we need to be careful. We can't let our emotions lead us into a situation that could end badly for all of us. Yeah, I get it, Harry replied, glancing at the sleeping child in his arms. I just hope it was the right choice. Hermione placed a reassuring hand on his arm. We'll figure this out together. Just promise me you'll think before acting next time. Deal, Harry said, offering a small smile as he looked back at Delphine. Let's just focus on keeping her safe for now. These are very real challenges and consequences. Do you really think no one will question the baby you suddenly have? That you can stay hidden here for the next 18 years without anyone finding out what we've done? Are you actually planning on keeping her? Hermione realized her voice had risen, and she quickly pressed her lips together in a tight line, shaking her head as she buried her face in her hands. It felt as if she were losing her mind. Never in her life had she imagined being involved in something like this. I am, Harry said softly. Hermione looked up to find him avoiding her gaze. You can't just keep her. She struggled to maintain a calm, reasonable tone, but Harry's eyes flashed with intensity, and he looked at her with a hard expression she had never seen before. A sinking feeling settled in her gut. I can, he insisted. I will. If you have a problem with that, you're welcome to leave. That isn't what I meant. Exhaustion and emotion washed over her, threatening to bring tears to her eyes. She pushed the feeling down and pressed on. I'm saying you need a plan. People will find out what we've done unless we're careful. Are you going to tell them? His jaw set stubbornly, and his arm tightened protectively around Delphine, who was thankfully still asleep. Of course I'm not, Hermione snapped. And frankly, I'm offended that you keep questioning my loyalty. I think I've done enough to prove myself to you tonight, Harry Potter. She fixed him with a pointed stare until he blinked, looking away in apparent shame before nodding once. Sorry, he said. I feel really protective. I don't know why. Hermione nodded, and as the tension in her shoulders began to ease, she observed how Harry seemed to center himself around the child on his lap. An idea began to form in her mind. She could have died, Hermione, he said, his voice barely a whisper in the dim kitchen. She could have died, and no one would have known. Not the Malfoys, not the Ministry. She has no one, and I can't just hand her over and let the Ministry ruin her life. I know what Voldemort did, who Bellatrix was, but she's not them, and she doesn't deserve to carry their stain. Can you imagine growing up knowing everyone saw you as his? No, Hermione shook her head. I can't. Fucking hell, Harry said, and Hermione's heart broke as she watched him squeeze his eyes shut, a few tears escaping. His free hand came up to cover his face as his shoulders shook. In an instant, she was on her feet, crossing the room to hug Harry where he sat. It was an awkward embrace, with the baby between them, but Hermione didn't mind the soft press of the sleeping girl's shoulder against her belly. In that moment, she felt connected to the two orphans, the man and the child, both profoundly affected by Voldemort's legacy. She pressed her forehead to Harry's, trying her best to hold back her own tears as he spoke again, his breath warm against her face. I'm going to keep her safe, Hermione. No matter what. She'll grow up a Potter, and she won't ever have to face him the way I did. He'll be just a name in a history book. I have to keep her safe. Did he know how good he was? How perfect, kind, and caring he had become despite everything he had endured? Did he realize that no other man she knew would even consider taking on the responsibility he was demanding? Okay, Hermione breathed at last, feeling his nose brush against hers as he returned her embrace. We'll need a plan then. and I think I've got an idea of where to start. The drawing room of number 12 doubled as a library, which suited Hermione perfectly. Hermione settled comfortably on the longer sofa, transforming it into her makeshift base of operations. She spread her research materials out before her, just like she used to do in school. This method suited her well, with all the necessary books open and ready for her to reference. She knew Harry found her approach chaotic, which was why he was sitting across the room with a stack of books beside him and one volume resting on his lap. His black hair was tousled, clearly a result of running his hands through it repeatedly over the past few hours, and his stubble had darkened slightly. On the sofa beside him, Delphine sat quietly, captivated by a doll Hermione had transfigured from a dish towel. Hermione couldn't help but wonder if the little girl had ever owned a doll before. She quickly pushed that thought aside and returned her focus to the book in front of her, Keeping Your Magical Family Pure. She had hoped to find the answers she sought within its pages, but with each passing moment, her optimism waned. The volume was thick, leather-bound, and nearly falling apart. The title had led her to believe it would contain at least a reference to their topic of interest. Instead, all she had discovered was how to enchant a family tree like the one on the wall behind her, and that any family member who associated with undesirables should be disowned, severing all magical ties. With a sigh, she pressed on with her reading. Minutes later, a thrill of excitement surged through her. "Oh ho, there you are," she exclaimed, jumping up and rushing across the room to Harry. "I found it." She waved her wand, clearing the books from beside him, and plopped down in the spot they had just occupied, thrusting the volume onto his lap. "Look here," she said, pointing at the heading of a section on the page. She watched with satisfaction as Harry leaned down to read. "Magical adoption bonds, a blemish on a great house," he read aloud. "To keep the mood light." "Does it say how it's done?" Harry asked, his smile breaking through for what felt like the first time since they found Delphine. Hermione returned his grin and nodded. "It's actually quite simple, but it seems to require a significant emotional investment to even be an option." The author goes on and on about how women should be careful not to get too attached to children outside their family. It's absolute nonsense, of course. "Wouldn't want purebloods adopting someone with inferior magic," Harry replied bitterly. "No, actually," Hermione corrected him. "The argument here is about blood purity. A magical adoption actually changes the magical signature of the child to match the family they're joining. There's no magical way to tell that the child was ever anything but a member of the family. That's why the author, Shafiq, found it so insidious. It allows Muggleborns to join very old wizarding families and access their magical legacy, whatever that means. So, short of a blood test, no one would be able to cast any spell to discover the child's biological parentage. All results would return the names of the adoptive parents." Hermione smiled again as Harry relaxed at the news. "Good," he said, looking back down at the book. "So how?" "There are 3 parts to forming a magical familial bond," Hermione interrupted, closing her eyes as she recited from memory. "Preparation, which involves forming an emotional attachment between the 2 magical beings; provocation, meaning an act that explicitly welcomes the bond; and sealing." She opened her eyes. "That last part will be a bit trickier, as it involves a ritual. In this case, it's legal paperwork issued by the ministry that acknowledges your bond and status as parent and child." Harry's smile faded. He leaned back against the sofa, tilting his face up to the ceiling, his eyes closing as he let out a sigh. Hermione could see the stress etched across his forehead. "I think you might have already accomplished the first 2 tasks," she continued, trying her best to keep the mood light. Harry's voice took on a hopeful tone. "That's why you're feeling so protective right now. When you decided to take her away from that house, I think your magic reacted to the concern you have for her. Taking her seems to have provoked the bond. Is there any way to tell?" Harry asked, keeping his eyes closed. Hermione glanced back at the book, shifting it from Harry's lap to her own and flipping through the pages. She recalled something she had read earlier. "Yes," she replied. "I think so. Do you want me to?" "Please," Harry interrupted, meeting her gaze and giving a single nod. "Right. I don't think this will hurt. Just stay still." She took a deep breath, lifted her wand, and focused on the pages of the book as she recited the incantation. Fac tangible chirographum. A thin, glowing string emerged from the tip of her wand. Hermione directed it first toward Harry, then to Delphine. The little girl watched in wide-eyed wonder as the light wrapped around her wrist twice before pulsing and receding, just as it did with Harry. The book suggests this spell be used when disowning less desirable family members, Hermione explained, observing as the string began to reshape itself. The light grew brighter, twisting into a familiar form before extinguishing. "What the hell is that?" Harry asked, staring at the thin, translucent shape hanging in the air between him and Delphine. The baby reached for it, her hand passing through it before Harry could react. "It's not dangerous," Hermione assured him. "It looks like a wand," Harry said. "It's just an imprint of one. If the bond between you were sealed, it would be tangible. Breaking it in two would sever the bond, but only those involved in the bond can touch it." "So, what does it mean if it's not tangible?" Harry asked, gathering Delphine into his arms as he eyed the revolving imprint with suspicion. Harry shrugged. "I'm not sure, but I'd guess it means your bond is waiting to be sealed through a ritual, just like I thought. The book says the spell only works where a bond exists, so at least there's something there." Finite. The spell vanished in a wisp of smoke, and Hermione tucked her wand back up the sleeve of her jumper. "Great," Harry said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "So now all that's left is getting into the Ministry of Magic unseen with a baby, imperiousing some clerk to sign off on the papers, and then obliviating them. Should be simple." Hermione caught the sarcasm, but her attention was drawn to the family tree on the wall across from them. She traced the lines connecting the names with her eyes, noticing the many scorch marks that marred the tapestry. Family was a peculiar thing, she thought. Some were as tightly knit as the Weasleys, while others barely spoke to one another. She doubted Walburga Black had ever known anything about the lives of those she had burned off the tree after disowning them, especially if they had joined the Muggle world, like squibs and witches who married Muggles sometimes did. She suspected no one in the wizarding world even knew their fate. "Harry," she said softly, her gaze now fixed on the scorch mark at the very bottom of the tree. "How long has it been since you've seen the Dursleys?" Chapter 7, Privet Drive. August 11, 1998. The air on Privet Drive was still warm, despite the late hour and the encroaching darkness. Harry adjusted his glasses as he approached number 4, feeling the uncomfortable stickiness of his shirt clinging to his back. His racing pulse did little to ease his discomfort, but he couldn't shake the anxiety that washed over him. It had been over a year since he last saw this house, and he had thought he would never step foot inside again. Was it the disappointment of being wrong that troubled him, or was he genuinely haunted by his past? He glanced at the empty driveway, finding some solace in the fact that he wouldn't have to face any of the Dursleys right away. It seemed they weren't home. Harry let out a deep sigh and forced his gaze to the plain front door. How many times had he cleaned the tiny window above the door knocker or polished the handle? His aunt had always taken ridiculous pride in having a presentable and perfectly sanitary entrance. After making sure he was unobserved, Harry withdrew his wand and unlocked the door. It swung open easily, the hinges barely making a sound. Stepping inside, he took in the gloomy interior before quickly shutting the door behind him. The house was different from what he remembered as a child, or even from the last time he had seen it before the Dursleys went into hiding the previous year. Back then, the family had taken only what they could fit in the boot of their car: clothes, photo albums, important documents, and a few small mementos. They had left everything else behind: dishes in the kitchen, furniture in the sitting room, all of Dudley's television sets, and even the pictures hanging on the walls. Now, as Harry peered from the corridor into both the kitchen and the living room, he realized it was all gone. He didn't know whether it had been moved since the end of the last chapter of his life or if it had been taken away entirely of the war, or whether some of it had been destroyed by Death Eaters after he fled, but the scorch marks on the floral wallpaper hinted at the chaos. The only indication that the house was not entirely empty was a suitcase left open in the middle of the living room, next to a deflated air bed. Harry stepped forward to inspect the bed, but just then, a bright light flooded the room, causing him to duck instinctively and back into the hallway, seeking cover. It took him a few seconds to realize the light hadn't been a curse, it was the headlights of a car turning onto the street. He let out a sigh of relief, shaking his head. Clearly, he hadn't been spending enough time in the Muggle world if something as simple as a car could startle him. Looking up, he squinted into the deepening darkness. Lumos. His wand illuminated the corridor, and only then did he realize where he was standing. The cupboard door looked exactly as it had when he last saw it. Why would it change? His heart began to pound, and before he could stop himself, he reached out with his free hand, grabbing the door handle and twisting it. The door creaked open, and he peered inside the small space. What had he expected to find? Perhaps the camp bed he had slept on as a child or the cleaning supplies he had stared at during those long, early mornings before he was allowed out of the cupboard. His fingers twitched on his wand, and he gritted his teeth as he slammed the door shut. What kind of person locks a child in a dark cupboard and thinks it's acceptable? How had his aunt and uncle justified their actions? When he was younger, he had resented them for their cruelty, but now, after meeting Delphine and feeling that surge of determination, he felt a deep, burning hatred for them. He closed his eyes, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. Harry took a deep breath, pressing his back against the wall and leaning his head against it. He knew there was nothing he could do about the past. Hating Vernon and Petunia wouldn't change what had happened. In the long run, his unhappiness and resentment would only hurt him more than it would them. But letting go was incredibly difficult, and if he were honest with himself, he had no idea where to start. He figured there would be plenty of time for that later. Outside, the subtle purr of an engine drew his attention, prompting him to step back into the living room. Light flooded through the front window, growing brighter before it abruptly vanished. Moments later, the engine fell silent, and Harry heard a car door open and shut. He instinctively backed into a corner as footsteps approached the front door, and he heard the handle turn. There was a pause, and Harry suddenly realized he hadn't bothered to relock the front door after entering. Whoever was here must have noticed that the house was no longer empty. He extinguished the light from his wand, not wanting to be easily spotted. The door swung open quickly, the handle thudding against the wall as someone rushed into the entryway. "Who's there?" called a deep voice, tinged with fear. Harry recognized it immediately and let out a sigh of relief. "If you come out now, I'll let you go without calling the authorities. There's nothing here to steal." The man in the hallway moved forward, his heavy footsteps practically shaking the walls as he burst into the living room. In the dim light filtering through the window, Harry could see a tall, blond man with broad shoulders and close-set eyes. "Hello, Dudley," Harry said from his corner, leaving his wand casually pointed at the floor. Dudley nearly jumped out of his skin at Harry's voice. His voice echoed in the empty room, his eyes wide as he stumbled backward, catching himself against the doorframe. "Bloody hell. Harry? Is it you?" Dudley reached for something on the wall, and within moments, the overhead light flickered to life, flooding the room with a familiar yellow glow. "It's me," Harry replied, unsure of what else to say. He felt awkward, he couldn't engage in personal questions like he had done with the Order. Aside from the painful memories from their youth, they didn't know each other well enough. "Blimey," Dudley said, stuffing his hands into his trouser pockets. "I didn't expect to see you." "I didn't expect to come," Harry shrugged, trying to force a smile. "You got my letter then?" Harry had, in fact, received Dudley's letter almost a month before. It had taken a winding route through the Muggle postal system before it landed in the hands of a ministry wizard tasked with monitoring wizarding mail. Finally, it was delivered to him over breakfast by a tawny ministry owl. "I'm sorry about your dad," Harry said. Although Vernon Dursley's passing didn't sadden him in the way a family member's death should, he understood the pain of losing a parent. "Thanks," Dudley replied, somewhat awkwardly. "I was sorry you didn't make it to the funeral." Harry cleared his throat. "I wasn't sure your mum would want me there," he confessed. Dudley shrugged, and Harry sensed he was right. "Look, I'm sorry to just show up like this," Harry continued. "I only got your letter a few weeks ago, and I meant to reply. I've had a lot on my mind." "I get it," Dudley nodded, leaning back against the doorframe. "I didn't expect you'd make it to Canada, but I thought maybe while I was here we could. I dunno. Want to grab a drink?" "A drink?" Harry echoed, almost incredulously, wincing at the mortified expression that flickered across his cousin's face. "I understand if you don't want to. I've been a bit of a jerk all our lives. I wouldn't want to have a drink with me either." "It's not that," Harry clarified quickly. "I mean, yeah, you were a gigantic prat, but it looks like you've turned out okay." "Oh." Dudley's cheeks flushed a light pink. "You too, I reckon." They stood in silence, avoiding each other's gaze, until Dudley finally cleared his throat and stood a little taller. "It's good that you came today, actually. I fly back to Vancouver tomorrow, and I was wondering how I was going to get your things to you." "My things?" Harry asked, confused. He had taken all his possessions with him when he left Privet Drive the last time. His childhood had fit into a trunk. Had he missed something? Something magical? Dudley nodded twice, glancing up at the ceiling. "There's a trunk up there in the attic that looks a lot like the one you used to take to school. Mum kept a padlock on it, but I picked it a couple of years ago. It's filled with a bunch of books about magic and weird clothes like the ones I've seen your lot wear. She nearly tanned my hide when she found me." "A school trunk?" Harry asked in disbelief. "Whose? Why on earth would it be in your attic?" He had never been allowed into the attic where the Dursleys stored their old things. It always struck him as odd, especially since he was made to clean every other inch of the house. Dudley shrugged. "I thought it was yours at first and that my parents had killed you and stashed the body somewhere, but the dates on everything were all off. The more I thought about it, the more I figured it must have belonged to your mum. I know mine took a bunch of things from her parents' house when they died and stuck them in the attic. Maybe it was one of them." Harry's mind raced. His mum? Petunia had kept a trunk filled with his mother's old school things for his entire life and never bothered to tell him? "Can I see it?" he asked eagerly. Dudley nodded. "I was planning on giving it to you if you stopped by, or taking it with me if you didn't. I was hoping to get you to come and grab it. You remember the way?" Harry led the way through the house, and Dudley jumped slightly when he lit his wand but followed nonetheless. As they ascended the stairs to the first floor, Harry realized the house wasn't entirely empty after all. Boxes lined the hallway, and although the bedroom furniture was gone, he could see the imprints left on the carpet where it had once been. "I've almost finished going through everything," Dudley said. "Someone made a mess of the place while we were gone, but I managed to save quite a bit. I think my mum will be happy. She couldn't bear to come back here after Dad had the heart attack, but she wanted her old things." "Are you selling the house then?" Harry asked, keeping his tone neutral as he recalled why he had come to see Dudley in the first place. "Yeah. There's nothing here for us anymore. Mum's made new friends there that she gossips with, and she can't go a day without visiting Dad at the cemetery. And I've got a girlfriend, actually." Harry turned to face Dudley, raising an eyebrow and smiling. Dudley blushed and rubbed the back of his neck. "She's great. Her name's Kate, and she's so bloody smart it puts me to shame. Good for you, Dudley. Harry beamed at him, and Dudley turned an even deeper shade of pink. Turning away, Harry noticed the door on the ceiling that led to the attic. Right, he said, not particularly keen on climbing up there to drag down a school-sized trunk. Luckily for him, it seemed he wouldn't have to. Stand back, will you, Dudley? Harry said, taking a moment to pull down the fold-out steps from the attic entrance. Dudley took several cautious steps back, watching warily. Harry raised his wand and called out, "Accio trunk." A thump echoed from above, followed by the sound of something heavy dragging across the hardwood floor. Suddenly, a brown leather trunk appeared at the open door, lurching forward and sliding down the rickety stairs until it hit the floor at Harry's feet with a solid thud. "Blimey," Dudley exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared at the wand in Harry's hand. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you," Harry said, offering a quick apology. "It's okay," Dudley replied, his voice still tinged with caution. He seemed determined not to let his natural suspicion take over, having been raised by Vernon Dursley. With a silent flick of his wand, Harry unlocked the trunk and turned back to face it, his heart racing. He bit his lip as the lid opened on its own. The first thing he noticed was that the top of the trunk was decorated. Initially, he thought it was done with charms, but a closer look revealed it had been painted. The beautiful landscape, rendered in varying shades of blue, green, and brown, must have taken ages to complete. He had no idea his mother was an artist, and his eyes began to prickle with tears as he swallowed hard and forced his gaze down to the trunk's contents. "That one I put there, actually," Dudley said from behind him. "How?" Harry whispered, unsure if he could trust his voice at any louder volume. "I found it in a box of my old baby things." I recognized it. The blanket was hand-knitted in pale cream, its corners stained yellow, but Harry didn't care. It had been his as a baby, the one possession he'd brought to the Dursleys, and the only thing he had been allowed to keep. He hadn't realized it had been out of reach all these years. Harry hesitated at the memory of how Dudley had always been reluctant to share any of his fancy department store blankets with him. But back then, he hadn't cared. He had carried that blanket everywhere until the summer he turned 5. The memory of Vernon ripping it from his hands and telling Petunia to get rid of it was still fresh in his mind. He had cried for a week after that, vowing never to get so attached to anything again. Clearing his throat, Harry said, "I thought your mum had thrown it away." Dudley shrugged. "Thank you," Harry managed to say, his voice barely above a whisper as he reached for the blanket. His hand trembled as it brushed against the soft yarn. It felt surreal to hold this piece of his past, a connection to a time before Voldemort, before his parents were murdered, and before the Dursleys. It seemed almost too good to be true, yet here it was. Gently, he picked it up, carefully folded, and placed it on his lap. He knew exactly what he wanted to do with it. Peering back into the trunk, Harry noticed the other items stacked inside. On the left were old editions of books he recognized. The Standard Book of Spells, Year 1 sat on top. Harry let his finger glide along its spine before opening the cover. There, on the title page, in a childish, feminine handwriting, he read the words, "Property of Lily Evans." To the right of the books, several pairs of neatly folded Hogwarts uniforms displayed the Gryffindor crest on top. Next to them, he spotted a set of broken scales, an old pewter cauldron, and what appeared to be a stack of letters. He lifted 2 of them to check the return addresses and found the names, Pearl Evans, on one and Petunia Evans, on the other. These were letters his mother had received from her family while at Hogwarts, and his grandmother's name had been Pearl. How had he never known that? "What's this?" Dudley interrupted, breaking Harry's train of thought. As Harry approached, he leaned over the trunk and reached in, his fingers brushing against a gold chain draped over the sleeve of a gray cardigan. He watched Dudley withdraw it, his eyes widening as a delicate golden oval came into view. "Here," Dudley said, placing the locket into Harry's outstretched palm. Harry examined the pendant for several moments, reminding himself that this locket was nothing like the one he had worn the previous year. He turned it over, revealing an etching in the shiny metal, "Friends Forever." Confused, Harry opened the locket. It took him longer than he cared to admit to recognize the two girls inside. The first was unmistakably his mother. Her brilliant red hair was wild, cascading over one shoulder, and she grinned at the camera, perhaps only 6 or 7 years old. She was lovely, and Harry could see that her eyes had hardly changed over the years. Opposite her was a pale, blonde girl with a happy smile and bright blue eyes. At first, Harry assumed she must be a school friend of his mother's, but the name scrawled at the bottom of the picture quickly dispelled that notion. "I think this is your mum," Harry said, holding the necklace out for Dudley to see. Dudley took it, peering inside before nodding. "Yeah, I think it is." "Wow. You should give it to her," Harry suggested before he could think better of it. "The locket. Maybe she'll want it now that..." He cut himself off, pressing his lips tightly together, embarrassed by what he had almost said. "Maybe," Dudley replied after a moment. "I know it was my dad who hated them so much." "Your parents." Mum didn't argue. I think she was jealous, but it was Dad who really wanted nothing to do with them. "I think I will take this for her, if you don't mind." "Not at all," Harry said, lifting the blanket from his lap. He set the locket back into the trunk, planning to examine its contents more closely later. With a few flicks of his wand, the trunk locked and shrank until it fit snugly in the palm of his hand. He stood up, carefully placing it in his pocket, and turned to Dudley again. "Look, I need your help." Harry stared at his shoes, unable to meet Dudley's gaze. He had never asked his cousin for anything before, knowing that the answer would likely be no. He hadn't intended to ask today. He had expected to manage on his own without Dudley's permission. But now, seeing the change in his cousin since he had matured, Harry thought that maybe, just maybe, he might be pleasantly surprised. "Anything," Dudley replied quickly. Harry looked up, searching Dudley's face for any hint of insincerity. Finding none, he smiled gratefully. "My parents were terrible to you, Harry," Dudley continued, a troubled expression on his face. "I was terrible to you. Honestly, I'm still a giant jerk 3/4 of the time. I'm trying not to be, but so much of what they taught me encouraged that kind of behavior. Well, frankly, I'm embarrassed about it now. My therapist thinks..." "Your therapist?" Harry interrupted, surprised. Dudley was never the type to open up to a paid professional. "Yeah," Dudley replied, managing to keep his tone steady despite Harry's disbelief. "He's great. He thinks that talking to you, maybe having the chance to do something positive for you, might help me be a little less of a jerk." "You're not a jerk," Harry objected immediately. "You've clearly grown up a lot since we were kids. The way we were treated wasn't either of our faults." "Sounds like you've been seeing someone too," Dudley observed. Harry blinked and shook his head. "No," he said. "Not that I'd object, but, well, I don't really feel ready for that," Dudley said. He nodded, as if he understood, but didn't say anything more. Harry stood there in silence for several uncomfortable seconds, grappling with his thoughts. Dudley had agreed to help him without knowing what he needed, but how much could he really trust his cousin, the very person who had tormented him for years? Could he share the most important thing with him? He glanced up at Dudley again, taking in the concerned look on his face, the sincerity in his expression. Harry decided then that the Dudley he had known was not deceitful enough to fake this kind of remorse. "I'm adopting a kid," he blurted out. "She's an orphan, like me, and I need to protect her. Part of that means making sure no one finds out who she belonged to before she was mine. I want to tell people she was yours, but you've died, which means I need to hide you from wizards who might come looking. I need to know if you're okay with that." "Bloody hell," Dudley exclaimed, his eyes widening as Harry spoke. He leaned against the hallway wall, his pale brows furrowing as he processed the information. An orphan? You're going to be a dad? Harry let out a breath, feeling the weight of Dudley's words settle over him like a hippogriff. Was he really going to be a dad? He had rescued Delphine from that awful place and knew, even as he left with her bundled in his cloak, that he wouldn't be parted from her. He and Hermione had been researching magical adoption, planning how to present her inclusion in his family as a done deal. She was going to be his, she already was. His daughter. She's brilliant, Dudley, Harry said, a smile breaking through the anxiety. This perfect little girl who has been through so much, and yet she can still smile at me when I sing those horrible off-key lullabies. She needs me, and I want to be there for her. I need your help with this, Dudley. Please. When you said you needed to hide me. Dudley's voice trailed off, and Harry noticed the concern in his eyes. An enchantment, Harry explained. My friend is brilliant with spells. She's created one that will repel wizards from you, much like how we can repel muggles. It's not that they won't see you, they'll just feel compelled to look away and leave quickly. They won't want to think about it. That way, you can live your life normally. You can go back to Canada, be with your mum and your girlfriend. Nothing else has to change. Okay, Dudley replied. I know you'll need time to think about it, Harry continued. I can come back tomorrow before you leave for your answer. No, I meant, okay, I'll do it, Dudley interrupted. My parents spent most of our lives making things difficult for you, Harry. Maybe this way, a Dursley can actually do right by an orphan. Maybe, in some small way, I can keep the promise they should have made. Harry felt his throat tighten and nodded again. You've really grown up, Big D. Dudley grinned. You too, Harry. Chapter 8, The Ministry of Magic. August 13, 1998. The Minister for Magic's office was warmer than Hermione had anticipated, and as beads of sweat began to form on her brow, she found herself regretting her choice of attire. She wished she had worn a blouse beneath her jumper after all. The soft cashmere, which had seemed so elegant just hours before, now felt uncomfortably itchy against her skin. She longed to pull it up for even a moment, but the stern portrait of Rufus Scrimgeour, which dominated the wall behind Kingsley Shacklebolt's desk, quickly quelled that thought. Hermione sighed and shifted in her seat, dabbing at her face with the back of her wrist, cringing internally as it came away damp. Merlin, this was worse than waiting for Professor McGonagall to decide whether she could use the time turner in her third year. That meeting had also taken place in the summer, but thankfully, the deputy headmistress had been far more effective with cooling charms than whoever was responsible for the climate in the minister's private office. Hermione, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice boomed throughout the room as the door swung open, startling her as the bald-headed man strode past to sit in the large leather chair facing her. Christ, is it me or is it unbearably hot in here? Hector. A short, pudgy man with a kind face peeped through the office door moments later, his head the only visible part of him from where Hermione sat. Yes, Minister. Call magical maintenance for me, will you? The cooling charm has gone off again. Right away, Minister, Hector replied before disappearing just as quickly as he had appeared. Now, Kingsley sighed, settling back into his chair as he cast his own cooling charm over the two of them. Hermione felt a chill run up her spine as the sweat on her brow began to evaporate. Kingsley's expression shifted as he leaned back in his chair, his hairline growing cold. To what do I owe the pleasure? You haven't reconsidered my job offer, have you? He eyed her curiously, and Hermione reminded herself not to fidget. Thank you, Minister, but I haven't, she replied. Kingsley looked momentarily disappointed, but then smiled warmly. Well, that's not a surprise. If I'm being honest, I couldn't imagine you not going back to Hogwarts. In fact, I'm certain I know at least one witch who would have my bollocks if you didn't sit your NEWTS. I'm sure Professor McGonagall would stop short of gelding you, Minister, Hermione assured him. Minerva's more ruthless than you can imagine, Kingsley countered with a grin. A lengthy pause followed as he leaned back, hands clasped over his flat stomach. Finally, he asked, "How can I help you, Hermione?" Hermione let out a soft puff of air as she considered her answer. "I'm not actually here for myself," she said at last. Sitting up a little straighter, she felt the curls clinging to her neck tug slightly. "Harry sent me." "Harry?" Kingsley looked confused, and Hermione couldn't really blame him. While it was widely known that she and Harry were close, it did little to explain why she would come on his behalf to speak with the Minister for Magic. "Is he hurt?" Kingsley's tone was laced with concern as his brows knitted together. Hermione shook her head. "Nothing like that. He's just busy. He wanted me to ask about Lucius Malfoy, actually." "Lucius Malfoy?" "Yes." Hermione nodded. "He told me about your conversation, you see. He wanted to follow up." Kingsley's eyes narrowed as he considered her words. After a moment, he seemed to come to a decision. He sighed, stood up, and turned to open a filing cabinet behind him before crossing the room to lean against the front. Kingsley sat behind his desk, just to the left of Hermione's knees, holding a bright blue folder adorned with the ministry seal. He extended it toward her, and without hesitation, Hermione took it and laid it open on her lap. "What you see there is a file containing the testimony of every witness who testified in the trial of Lucius Malfoy. That's yours on top, actually." Hermione glanced down at the neatly printed document. She withdrew it with one hand, feeling the crisp paper cool against her fingertips. As her eyes scanned the first page, she noted words like torture and drawing room. She quickly dropped the paper back into the folder and met Kingsley's gaze. "I was there. I don't think I need to reread them," she replied. Kingsley continued, "Of the testimonies against him, yours was the most compelling. As it turned out, Malfoy did very little we could pin him down for. In the end, his association with you-know-who was, by all accounts, largely involuntary. Still, it was his family money that supported the Death Eaters in the early days, and he stood by while his master and cohorts tortured children in the middle of his parlor. I have very little incentive to alter his sentence, Hermione. If anyone but Harry Potter himself had asked me, I would have laughed them out of my office." "I'm quite aware of who Lucius Malfoy is," Hermione replied, her voice low as she kept her gaze locked on Kingsley. "But if you think Harry would have asked this of you without a damned good reason, you've gone round the twist." Kingsley sighed again and moved back around the desk to sit in his chair, concern etched on his face. "Is he being blackmailed?" he asked plainly. Hermione shook her head, thinking of the promise Narcissa had extracted and the vow she had made in return. "Harry has his reasons for asking this of you," she assured him. "And little though I don't like the idea of Lucius Malfoy anywhere but in Azkaban, but I support Harry's decision. He's not asking for you to set the man free, only to let him serve out his sentence at Malfoy Manor under house arrest." Kingsley studied her with a speculative gaze before extending his hand for the folder he had given her. Hermione returned it without protest, watching as Kingsley banished it and then reached into his desk for a quill and a sheet of parchment adorned with an official-looking seal at the top. He paused, glancing at Hermione, who nodded in response, then directed his attention back to the parchment, writing in bold, swirling script. The sound of his quill scratching against the paper filled the air for the next 2 minutes. Finally, he signed his name with a flourish and set the quill aside. With a snap of his fingers, the note sprang into the air, folding itself into a sleek paper airplane that hovered momentarily before Kingsley said, "Department of Magical Law Enforcement." The airplane swished through the air, passing in front of Hermione's face before darting out the open office door and out of sight. "You can tell Harry that Malfoy will be back in his manor sometime next week," he said, his tone gruff. "Thank you," Hermione whispered, though she didn't feel particularly grateful. If Harry hadn't promised Narcissa her husband's return, she would have happily watched Malfoy rot behind bars. Yet, having held Delphine and felt the warm weight of the baby in her arms, she had to admit that the bargain had been worth it. While it was Harry who was bonding with the enchanting infant, she couldn't shake the feeling that the girl's safety was now a shared responsibility. "I hope you both know what you're doing," Kingsley said as Hermione stood. She met his gaze again and forced a smile. "So do I, Minister. So do I. Harry Potter, you are a bloody fool." "What? What the hell made you think you were capable of this?" Harry's reflection in the mirror seemed to accuse him as he finished washing his hands. He turned, patting them dry on his trousers, and faced the pram behind him. Inside, a screeching little demon had taken residence in the body of his cherubic ward. "Delphi, sweetheart, what's the matter? Tell me," he coaxed. But the baby only wailed louder, her mouth wide open as great big tears streamed down her cheeks, landing on the sensible onesie Hermione had picked out for her that morning. Distressed, Harry leaned down, fumbling with the buckles that held her in place. It was a wonder he had ever been a seeker, considering how clumsy he felt at that moment. Finally, after several seconds of struggle, he managed to unbuckle her. He hooked his hands under her arms and lifted her out of the pram, settling her against his shoulder. As she nestled there, she took a long, shuddering breath and grew quiet, laying her cheek against him and clenching her chubby fists in his shirt. "There we are," Harry soothed, rubbing circles on Delphi's back as she continued to sniffle against him. He glared at the pram, which still occupied the middle of the tiny bathroom, taking up 3/4 of the space and offering nothing in return. With a disgusted sigh, he grabbed the diaper bag from beneath it, turned his back on the contraption, and unlocked the door. The restaurant was quiet at this time of day, and Harry felt a wave of relief. Delphi didn't seem to like large crowds, and he couldn't blame her, he wasn't a fan either. He quickly located the booth they had occupied before, sinking into the seat and offering Delphi the little stuffed owl he had left there to save their spot. Cautiously, the baby stretched out one hand, pausing for several seconds as if to gauge whether the toy would be withdrawn, before finally reaching out to take it. Delphi grasped the stuffed toy and pulled it close to her chest, nestling it between herself and Harry. "You see?" Harry said, lifting a glass of water with his now free hand. It had been refilled while they were away. "Life's not so bad." Delphi hummed in response and sniffled again. "Where's the pram gone?" Harry looked up at the sound of Hermione's familiar voice. She stood beside their table, hands on her hips, her head tilted to one side. Damp tendrils of hair clung to her neck, having escaped the high bun she'd managed to create. "We had a disagreement," Harry replied, forcing himself to look away from the elegant curve of her neck. "What kind of disagreement?" "Harry, what did you do?" Her voice was rising in pitch, and Harry couldn't help but smile at her tone. "It's in the loo," he said. "But honestly, it's as useful as 2 shits, so I don't think I'll bother retrieving it. Delphi just screams whenever we get within a yard of the thing." "Watch your language," Hermione chided, reaching out to touch Delphi's nose playfully. "Papa shouldn't teach you naughty words, should he, Delphine?" The baby smiled at her, and Harry felt his heart tighten. "I'll be right back." Hermione turned quickly, making a beeline toward the bathroom. As she left, Harry felt an unfamiliar sadness wash over him. She had been incredibly helpful since he had found Delphi, and he didn't know how he could ever repay her. She had provided all the supplies he needed and even lied to the Weasleys on his behalf while he struggled with what to do next. She had orchestrated the plan they were following now, a plan that would ensure he could provide for the child in his arms for the rest of their lives. She had given him the most precious gift, and perhaps he was being sentimental, but he loved her even more for it. Hermione Granger was the best friend he had in the world. He needed her in his life, and God help him, he knew it. She was gone for less than a minute, and when she returned, she was carrying something in her hands. "Try this," she said, holding out a long strip of navy blue fabric and waving it in front of his face. Harry reached out, unsure of what she wanted him to do, and lightly stroked the corner of the fabric. "Soft," he said, not quite sure how to respond. Hermione rolled her eyes and motioned for him to stand. "Up," she ordered, stepping back to give him some space. Once he was on his feet, with Delphi still in his arms, she approached him with the cloth. She draped it over Delphi's back and repositioned her to the center of his chest, then began to wrap the two ends of the fabric around him. "Hermione, what are you?" "Hush," she said, crossing the ends over his back as she leaned forward. Her hair brushed against his shoulder, and he felt her cheek bump against his. The faint scent of honeysuckle from her shampoo filled the air, and he averted his gaze, falling silent as she had instructed. "There," she said, stepping back a minute later to survey her work with a satisfied smile. "That should be easier for you." "Air." Harry looked down, bewildered by what she had done. The fabric, now realized to be the same color as the pram, was securely wrapped around both him and Delphi. It extended behind his back, crossed over his shoulders, and then went beneath the baby's bottom, tying at his back. He tentatively moved one hand off Delphi's back and, seeing that she didn't budge, lifted the other, holding them both up in the air. "Is this a baby carrier?" he asked, finally understanding that Delphi was both secure and happily nestled against his chest. "It's a wrap," Hermione replied, clearly pleased with herself. "I saw my cousin Estelle use one with her baby when my parents and I visited them in France years ago." Her expression darkened, as if she had just let something slip. Harry sensed that the casual mention of her parents had taken her by surprise. She was likely remembering that they were still in Australia, living without any memory of her, while she waited for the remaining Death Eaters to be caught and the danger to pass. "It's brilliant," Harry said, reaching out to take her hand. Her fingers felt warm against his palm, and he smiled over Delphi's black curls. "Thank you," she replied, a hint of worry fading from her eyes as she smiled back at him. "Kingsley did as you asked, by the way. I think if you're ready, now would be a good time to file the paperwork. When I walked in, it didn't look crowded, and I made sure to take a wrong turn past records." "The press?" he asked. "There are a few in the atrium, but thank God Skeeter's absent. I really can't stand that daft bint." "Language," Harry teased, and Hermione made a face but leaned down to engage Delphi with a smile again. "Papa's just jealous it wasn't him who got to insult that old beetle," she crooned. Delphi giggled and squirmed, one tiny arm breaking free of the carrier to grasp one of Hermione's curls before Harry could stop her. "Sorry." "Delphi, let go of Hermione's hair," he said. "You'll have plenty of your own to pull soon enough," Hermione said, unfazed as she gently disentangled the little hand from her locks and took a small step back. "Shall we, Harry?" He nodded as Hermione grabbed the diaper bag from the table, slinging it over her shoulder and moving toward the door. "Hang on, I need to get that useless pram from the..." He paused, catching the exasperated expression on Hermione's face. Looking down, he realized the wrap was the same color as the pram. He looked back up at Hermione with a sheepish grin. "Right," she said. "After you, then." Hermione flashed a smug grin before turning her back and leaving the restaurant. Harry watched her go, bemused, doing his best to ignore the way her hips swayed as she walked. The Ministry of Magic, August 13, 1998. The Department of Magical Records was located on the first level, on the opposite side of the building from the minister's offices. Luckily, Hermione had kept her promise, and the atrium had been relatively quiet when they arrived. The three of them slipped through the visitor's entrance and into the elevator, managing to avoid any curious stares and blend in as uninteresting passers-by. Harry couldn't help but compare this entrance to the one they had made the previous year, and a smile crept onto his face at the thought. When the elevator doors opened, Harry and Hermione stepped out, maintaining their steady pace through a wide corridor that narrowed ahead, leading them to a dingy vestibule lined with spindly wooden chairs. "Cheery," Harry remarked, and Hermione nodded, her gaze landing on a small window across the room. Behind it sat a bored-looking young man flipping through a magazine. "Excuse me," Hermione called as she approached the window. When she received no response, she frowned and turned back to Harry. "Hello?" Still, the young man didn't react. Harry suspected he might not have heard them. His suspicion was confirmed when he noticed a bell on the right side of the ledge beneath the window. He reached out and tapped it, expecting the familiar tinkling sound to echo in the air. Instead, silence reigned. The man behind the glass jumped, clearly startled, and looked up at them with an annoyed expression. With a sigh, he drew his wand and tapped the glass, which promptly vanished. "Can I help you?" he asked, sounding as if he'd much rather be reading Quidditch Weekly. "Yes, actually," Hermione said before Harry could respond. "We're here to file a record of adoption." The young man behind the window, still looking disinterested, shouted over his shoulder, "Oi, Higgins. Someone here to see you." He then raised his wand again, conjuring a window between himself and the waiting room. Hermione made a disgusted noise and turned her back to it, sitting in the nearest chair and motioning for Harry to join her. "She's passed out, I see," she remarked. Harry looked down at Delphi, craning his neck to see her face. She was right, the baby had fallen asleep somewhere between Charing Cross and the Ministry, lulled by Harry's steady gait and the comforting rhythm of his heartbeat against her ear. He couldn't help but admire the carrier Hermione had transfigured. It was brilliant. "My word. You're Hermione Granger." A raspy, feminine voice startled them both. Harry turned quickly to see who had spoken. An ancient-looking witch with hunched shoulders and frizzy gray hair peered at them from an open doorway to the right of the window. "And Harry Potter. Bless." Hermione sprang up from her seat, wand in hand. She studied the old woman for a moment before tucking her wand up her sleeve and forcing a smile. "I'm here to file a record of adoption," Harry said, noticing that the authority he intended to convey in his voice hadn't quite come through. "Are you the one in charge of that?" "Oh, I file all family records," the gray-haired witch said, gesturing for them to enter through the doorway. She led them down a poorly lit hallway. Harry listened to the sound of their footsteps, muffled by the closely cropped carpet, until they finally reached an office door. The woman sat behind her desk and conjured 2 plush armchairs for Harry and Hermione. Hermione settled into her seat, but Harry remained standing, worried that moving might wake the sleeping baby against his chest. "A record of adoption, was it?" she asked. Harry glanced at the nameplate on the desk in front of him and nodded. "Yes, thank you, Mrs. Higgins." "Oh, it's my pleasure, dearie," the elderly witch replied. She began rummaging through one of the desk drawers, pulling out 2 small vials, a quill with ink, and a thick piece of parchment with printed text. "Here we are," she said, as Hermione leaned forward, eager to read the parchment upside down. "Now, I'll need proof of the bond, and your signatures here and here." "Proof of the bond?" Harry asked. "Blood," Hermione clarified, picking up the 2 vials from the desk and turning to face Harry. "If the bond exists, Delphi will have adopted aspects of your magical signature into her own. It will be evident in her blood." "Exactly so, Miss Granger." "Tell me, will your name be included on the record?" Hermione blushed and shook her head. "No. Harry and I aren't a couple." "Plenty of parents stop being couples," the elderly witch dismissed, "but I understand what you mean. Now, Mr. Potter, is the child's name listed at Hogwarts?" "Hogwarts." Harry's heart raced. Was her name among other prospective students in Great Britain? Would anyone be able to uncover her true parentage if they looked? If she had been born in Wiltshire, it would be there. "I'm not sure," he forced himself to say, casting a meaningful glance at Hermione while the witch looked down at her paper. "Is she a witch?" Mrs. Higgins asked, looking back up. "I'm afraid if she's Muggle, we'll need a whole different form." "Her father was a Muggle," Harry lied. "My cousin. But I think Delphi's a witch." Well, the blood should clarify that, Mrs. Higgins said, finishing whatever she had been doing on the parchment before sliding it across the desk to him. Your names go here, and your signature here. Harry studied the document, feeling the weight of the moment. Harry glanced at the parchment, noting the limited writing. He realized that the magical bond between them prevented those with ill intentions from adopting children for nefarious purposes, reducing the need for extensive investigations where such bonds existed. This form was a declaration of adoption, not just an application. He signed his name beside Hermione's, his eyes lingering on the name Delphine Hermione Potter, before quickly darting away from the last two names. Just a few drops of blood from each of you, if you please, Mrs. Higgins instructed, conjuring a pin and handing it to Hermione with care. She took Harry's hand first, uncorking one of the vials and holding it to his finger as she pricked it, collecting several drops of thick red blood. Thankfully, when it was Delphi's turn, Hermione cast a numbing spell on the baby's hand, allowing her to sleep peacefully through the process. Harry winced as the blood welled crimson on her tiny finger. Wonderful, Mrs. Higgins said, collecting the vials and placing them on opposite sides of her desk. She waved her wand over them, watching intently as they began to glow with a brilliant golden hue. The glass started to vibrate, and before Harry could blink, the vials zoomed together, colliding in the center of the desk with a tinkling sound as they shattered. Well, that answer's certainly clear enough, the old woman chuckled. There's a strong bond here, and your daughter is absolutely a witch. Her name will have changed on the Hogwarts rolls when you sealed the bond. She gestured to the parchment with Harry's signature, smiling. So there's no need to do anything other than take your baby home and love her to bits. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. Harry's eyes widened, and he turned to Hermione, seeking her gaze as a broad smile spread across his face. Congratulations, Harry, she said, her own smile radiant as their eyes met. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. You're a dad, he exclaimed. Bloody hell, he laughed. He felt a gentle stirring against his chest. Delphi was waking up. Bloody hell, he repeated softly, his heart swelling with joy. Chapter 9, The Burrow. August 16, 1998. The burrow stood tall against the evening sky, the sun hanging low on the horizon and beginning to paint the clouds with shades of orange and pink. From this distance, it resembled more of a silhouette than a home, reminding Harry of Hogwarts on the eve of battle, the way the castle had loomed, dark and forlorn, as he trekked into the forbidden forest to face his fate. Now, with the prospect of the entire Weasley clan descending upon him, he found himself wishing he were back in that forest. Taking a deep breath, Harry pushed his glasses up his nose and glanced down at Delphi, snug against his chest in the carrier Hermione had conjured for him the week before. Ready to meet the rest of the family? He asked. Delphi only smiled and reached up for his glasses, leaving fingerprints on the lenses before he managed to wrest them out of her grasp and put them back on his face. Do me a favor and do that to Percy when you meet him. The walk down the hill to the burrow's door took far less time than he had hoped. Just as he considered turning around, he was spotted through a window, and someone shouted, "They're here." He stood at the door for several seconds, trying to muster the courage to knock. Just as he raised his fist, the door swung open. Ginny stood framed by the chaos of her mother's sitting room. Most of her brothers were behind her, attempting to appear far more interested in their shoes than they had any right to be. In the corner, Hermione sat in an armchair, a book open on her lap, staring anxiously at Harry in the doorway. It's true, Ginny said, her voice low as her eyes widened at the sight of Delphi. Harry tried to speak but found his throat curiously tight. He cleared it and tried again. Gin, this is Delphi. I know who she is, Ginny snapped, her eyes flashing as she glanced at him. Ginny looked imperiously at Harry before glancing back down at the baby. We read all about her in the Prophet. Harry felt a tension rise within him, acutely aware of Ginny's watchful gaze. He relaxed slightly when her expression softened and she turned away. Come in, she finally said, her voice small and her shoulders slumping as she stepped aside to let Harry enter the house. "Bloody hell, Harry." Ron's voice broke through the moment, pulling Harry's attention to his friend. "You could have warned me you were adopting a kid." "It was sudden," Harry replied, his own voice sounding awkward even to him. "The Dursleys." "I know," Ron interrupted. "The Prophet printed the whole story, and Skeeter's been hounding all of us for an interview about the accident. She won't believe that none of us knows what happened." "I didn't mean to put you all in a bad spot," Harry apologized, frustration bubbling up at the mention of Skeeter. He should have anticipated that she'd poke her nose into any story she could find. "It's no trouble," Hermione chimed in, rising from her seat to stand beside Ron. She touched his arm, and he looked down at her, a smile breaking across his face as some of the tension slipped away. "No, of course not," Ron agreed. "It's just that we were worried about you. We know you weren't close with them, but the Dursleys were family, weren't they?" "Family," Harry exclaimed, startled by the voice he had been dreading the most. He winced as he saw the Weasley matriarch standing in the kitchen doorway, her hands firmly on her hips as she surveyed the scene. "They may have been blood," she said, "but we are his family." With that, she strode across the room, pulling Harry into a fierce hug that only ended when Delphi began to protest. "Of course, I don't mean to speak ill of the dead," she continued, her eyes misting as they fell on the curly-haired child whose small hands clung tightly to Harry's shirt. "Now, who have we here?" Molly asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "This is Delphi," Harry replied, using a flick of his wand to untie the carrier and set it neatly folded on a nearby chair. Once Delphi was cradled in his arms, he continued, "Delphi, this is Mrs. Weasley." "Nonsense," Molly said quickly. "She'll call me Nan." "May I hold her?" Harry hesitated, aware that his new daughter was cautious around strangers. Before he could respond, though, Delphi reached out her arms toward Molly with a joyful smile. Surprised but delighted, Harry shifted the baby's weight into Molly's embrace and watched as she began to play with the beading on the collar of her robes. "Well, she's a damn sight prettier than we were expecting," George chimed in from his spot near the fireplace. "She must take after her mum because we all know that cousin of yours was no looker." "George." "Sorry, Mum. But I'm right, aren't I?" Ron nodded with a grin, and Hermione rolled her eyes as he wrapped an arm around her waist, a gesture Harry noticed but tried to ignore. "She seems lovely," Ginny said softly from her place by the door, her eyes glistening. Harry could see she was upset, and a pang of guilt shot through him. He had done what he needed to do that night on Depart Lane, but his actions had consequences, not just for him or for Delphi, but for those already in his life. "Ginny." "We'll talk later, I think," she interrupted before he could say another word, then rushed from the room and up the stairs. Harry moved to follow her, but a firm hand on his arm stopped him. "She needs time, Harry," Arthur said, glancing at his daughter with a worried expression. Finally, he turned back to Harry, his smile warm. "You haven't done anything wrong, son." "Even so, these things take adjusting." Harry nodded, feeling the tightness in his chest return as he turned back around. Hermione caught his gaze, her expression sympathetic, and he felt some of that tension ease. Arthur was right, Ginny had every reason to feel confused or upset, but that didn't mean he had done anything wrong. Delphi was his daughter, and the people in his life needed to come to terms with that. Dinner was a quiet affair, with just the Weasleys, Andromeda, and Teddy present. Harry spent much of the evening cradling the little baby, marveling at how much larger Delphi seemed compared to his godson. Meanwhile, Delphi flitted from one Weasley to another, happily babbling to each of them before finally settling into Hermione's arms and refusing to be moved. Harry watched, amused, as Hermione struggled to eat her steak and ale pie with one hand. "So, have you got everything you need, Harry?" Molly called from the opposite end of the room, her wand directing a floating trifle to the center of the table. "For Delphi, I mean." It's been ages since I needed baby things, but I have plenty of toys and outfits set aside in the shed. I couldn't bear to part with them when Ginny outgrew everything. I think I've got most of it, Harry replied, touched by Molly's offer. Hermione helped me with the shopping. Turns out she's quite the expert on baby things. Ron seemed to stiffen next to Hermione, glancing at her but saying nothing. Harry sensed the tension but decided to change the subject. The last thing he wanted was to say something foolish that would spark an argument. Thank you for offering, though, he added, directing his gaze and a smile back at Molly, who nodded graciously. Well, just keep it in mind if you find you're missing anything, Harry, she said. I've got a shed full of things just waiting. Mind if we take a look through it? Bill asked, his voice casual, as Fleur's laughter tinkled beside him. Why would you need to? Arthur started, looking up from the plate he was piling high with trifle, his eyes widening as his jaw dropped in surprise. Merlin, are you two going to have a baby? Fleur's laughter rang out again, and chaos erupted around the table. Molly sprang from her seat, rushing around to pull Bill and Fleur into her warm embrace. Harry watched the lively exchange with amusement, joining in the congratulations for the couple. He couldn't help but notice the pride shining on Molly's face as she settled back down, fanning herself and exclaiming about her incredible fortune of gaining 2 grandchildren in a single day. As the family began to calm, Harry gently placed a squirming teddy back into Andromeda's arms. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed movement. Turning, he saw a curly head of brown hair disappearing around the corner. Excuse me, he said to Andromeda before rising from his seat and following Hermione into the stairwell. Just as he entered, he caught a glimpse of her vanishing onto the first landing and picked up his pace to follow her. Once he cleared the last step, he paused in the hallway, listening carefully to determine which of the 2 doors she had gone through. He knew the first door belonged to Ginny. She hadn't come down for supper, so it was likely she was still alone in her room. Harry considered going in to talk to her, to tell her that he still cared, that he regretted being so distant lately. He had missed her birthday the week before to meet with Dudley, sending only his apologies and the unfortunate news about the car accident his family had been in. He realized he had been a terrible boyfriend, making a huge life-changing decision without even discussing it with her first. But no, Ginny deserved her solitude and her feelings. He wouldn't disturb her. Harry felt the weight of his shifting priorities, especially after the past week. Caring for Delphi, being a father, was now his main focus, and he sensed that Ginny wouldn't share his excitement about these new plans. It was understandable, she had learned about everything through an owl. Ron, I'm not going to have this discussion with you. Hermione's voice cut through the air, icy and clipped, coming from the room to his right, which he guessed belonged to Bill and Charlie. I'm only asking how much time you've spent with him lately. It feels like I haven't seen you alone in weeks. Ron replied. I don't like what you're insinuating. Harry moved to open the door. If they were going to argue, he needed to make sure Delphi was taken care of. Who says I'm insinuating anything? But now that you mention it, that kid does seem awfully familiar with you. Ron, you're embarrassing yourself. Honestly. I'm just saying there's something you're not telling me, Ron hissed, as Harry hesitated with his hand on the door. Did Ron suspect the truth? Did he know? I'm not stupid, Hermione. I never said that, she exclaimed, and Harry could hear Delphi beginning to fuss. He lowered his head and opened the door, stepping into the room before looking up. Is Delphi up here with you too? He asked, trying to sound casual. Here she is, Hermione said, forcing a smile as she lifted the fussing baby from the narrow single bed. She quickly adjusted the baby's outfit. Just needed a new nappy. Ron, Harry nodded toward his friend, who merely responded with a tight-lipped nod, his jaw clenched. Are you both still coming over to Grimmauld Place after dinner? Hermione glanced at Ron, who remained expressionless. We'll be there, she said, narrowing her gaze. Right, Harry replied. I'm heading back down for some trifle then. I'll leave you be. As the door closed behind him, he let out a breath, feeling the tension linger in the air. Harry let out a sigh of relief as he climbed down the stairs to the kitchen. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, felt like home, especially now that he had Delphi to care for. Her room was right next to his, and every night he left the doors open between them, listening intently for any sound that might mean she needed him. Most nights, she slept soundly, but there had been a few occasions since her arrival when she woke up in the early hours, whimpering and sobbing, clearly haunted by nightmares. On those nights, he held her close until she calmed down and drifted back to sleep. The thought of doing anything less was unbearable. Now, as he gently lowered her into the crib, her little body limp with sleep, he took a moment to look around the room. It was quite charming, he thought. Hermione had helped him choose the furniture and decorations, insisting on a theme when they explored the Muggle shops. Harry had never realized nurseries needed themes, but Hermione was adamant. As a result, Delphi's room was adorned with atlases, globes, and a fascinating spyglass he'd found in an antique store, all contributing to the adventure theme they had settled on. Delphi didn't seem to care much about the decor, but she loved the toys Harry had filled an entire shopping cart with. Each one captivated her as if it were a new discovery. She took her time examining them, mimicking Harry as he demonstrated how to play, delighting in her newfound skills. Her favorite was a small plush lamb that fit perfectly in the crook of her arm, which Harry now placed beside her head in the crib. With one last glance around the room, Harry stepped back into the hallway. He lifted his wand and whispered a charm that would alert him to any disturbances in the nursery before heading downstairs toward the kitchen. He briefly considered checking the refrigerator but quickly dismissed the idea. He was still full from dinner, and Hermione and Ron would be arriving soon. Harry hoped the flow would activate any moment now. He couldn't shake the tension that had lingered when he left Ron and Hermione in Bill's old room. Ron had a temper and hated being kept in the dark. He should have known Ron wouldn't just accept the story he and Hermione had crafted without question. Ron was clever and not easily fooled. His loyalty meant he struggled with any form of betrayal, whether real or imagined. What would happen if Ron discovered the truth about Delphi's origins? Harry could only hope that he and Hermione would manage to calm Ron before he did something reckless or irreversible. And what about Hermione? Was it fair to ask her to keep such a significant secret from her boyfriend? From their best friend? It was no wonder their relationship had felt strained lately. It was likely a direct result of the secrets Harry had been planting between them. Ron wasn't oblivious. He must have noticed that Hermione was disappearing more often. Was it any surprise that he might suspect something more scandalous was going on? Harry shook his head, dismissing the thought. Just because Hermione was out of sight more often didn't mean she was involved in anything inappropriate. If he were in Ron's shoes, he would never jump to such conclusions. Harry clamped down on that line of thinking. He had no business letting his mind wander there. Suddenly, the floor flared to life, and Harry sprang from his seat at the table, stuffing his hands into his pockets. First, Hermione stepped through, followed closely by Ron, both covered in a fine layer of green dust. "Hi, Harry," Hermione said, her smile not quite reaching her eyes as she entered the room. "Is Delphi asleep already?" "Just barely." "Ron, what have you got there?" Harry asked, gesturing to the lumpy foil package tucked under Ron's arm. Ron, who had been standing stiffly, looked down at the parcel, his expression softening as he held it out for Harry to take. "Leftover pastries from the bakery," he said with a hint of pride. "Here you go," Ron said, handing over a box of pastries. "Mum thought you might want them." "Thanks." Harry grinned as he took the food and tucked it into the refrigerator. He turned back to face his friends. "Fancy a game of wizard's chess?" Ron smiled and nodded gratefully. Harry caught Hermione's eye as they made their way up to the drawing room. She smiled encouragingly and took Ron's hand, letting him lead her to the nearest bookshelf. After losing his second game in a row, Harry settled back in his chair, hands behind his head, and laughed. Well, he teased, a life of luxury at your mum's doesn't seem to have affected your head for strategy. It's certainly affected one of my heads, I'll tell you that much, Ron replied, unfazed by the murderous look Hermione was shooting his way. Ron, I'm just saying, the woman has a nose for it. Every time I look at you sideways, she comes sauntering into the room. Your mother doesn't saunter, Hermione interjected. And it's not as if we'd been up to anything more than, she abruptly fell silent, her eyes widening as if she had just realized Harry was still there. Mortified, she blushed deeply and lifted the book she had been reading up to her nose. Harry and Ron erupted into laughter as Hermione seethed quietly. Finally, seeming to have had enough, she slammed down her book and strode from the room, muttering under her breath about disgusting, incorrigible boys before disappearing from sight. Harry and Ron laughed for nearly a full minute before they could contain themselves, each wiping tears from their eyes and running a hand through their hair. Blimey, Ron said, I don't think I've ever seen her that red. I'm going to pay for that later, aren't I? Undoubtedly, Harry confirmed, standing up to retrieve the bottle of fire whiskey he had found stashed in a sideboard after moving in. He conjured 2 glasses. Harry poured the amber liquid into 2 glasses, handing one to Ron, who took it eagerly. How many can we have before Hermione comes back? Ron challenged. Harry laughed but shook his head. I can't. Who's going to take care of Delphi if I get sloshed? Bloody hell, you're right, Ron said, his face going pale as he settled back in his chair, the thought of Harry as a father clearly unsettling him. I keep forgetting. Well, you haven't had much time to get used to it, have you? Harry replied. I mean, I realize this changes everything. I didn't really understand until tonight that it's not just me who's affected. No, it's not just you, Ron agreed, appearing more subdued as he sipped his fire whiskey. He seemed to want to say more but decided against it, pressing his lips into a familiar thin line. What is it? Harry asked, sensing he might not like the answer. It's nothing, Ron dismissed. You're a terrible liar, Ron. What do you want me to say? Ron looked away, staring into the fireplace across from him. I want you to say what's on your mind, Harry encouraged, keeping his voice low and neutral. He didn't want to provoke Ron, but he needed to know what his friend was thinking. If Ron suspected the truth about Delphi. All right, Ron said, sounding determined now. I think you might have jumped into this without thinking it through. What the hell do either of us know about raising a baby, mate? Harry frowned. Was this what was making Ron so tense? He was worried Harry wouldn't know how to change a nappy. What was I supposed to do? Harry asked, aware that he sounded defensive but unsure how else to express himself. Leave her to be raised in some orphanage? That's not what I'm saying, Ron argued, frustration evident in the tension of his shoulders. But what if she had been a muggle? Then what would you have done? Do you know what happens to squibs in our world? You took her on without even considering what it might mean for her, or for anyone else. You didn't think it through, mate. She's not a muggle, Harry countered. Magical adoption only works between 2 magical. You don't need to recite some textbook Hermione looked up for you, Harry. I know the kid's not a muggle, but she might have been, coming from your cousin. And that's not the point. I'm just saying you should have thought this through a bit more. Did you even think of asking my mum for advice, or telling Ginny what you were planning? We found out about it in the Prophet. We're supposed to be your family, Harry. You can't just keep things like this from the people who care about you. That's what this is about. You're annoyed because I didn't tell you first. I'm sorry, Ron, I didn't realize I was expected to base my major life decisions on your approval. Harry's tone grew frosty, and he knew he should do something to defuse the situation before it escalated. But before he could think of a way to help, Ron spoke again. No, you're only basing them off of my girlfriends. What? Can't be bothered to talk to your own. There it was, Harry thought, the real issue bothering Ron. He knew he should tread carefully. The last thing any of them needed was for him to poke at Ron's pride. Yet a smug voice inside him urged him to speak up, reminding him that he had every right to talk to Hermione, especially since he had always been there for her when Ron was letting her down. Well, maybe she. What on earth is going on in here? Harry felt a mix of relief and annoyance at Hermione's timely interruption. He scowled in her direction, crossing his arms defiantly over his chest, mirroring Ron's posture. "Ron, what have you done?" Hermione asked. Hermione rushed into the room, positioning herself squarely between Harry and Ron. "Of course you assume it's me," Ron spat. "Can't be bothered to give me the benefit of the doubt." "Ron, please, I asked you before we came not to." He asked, Hermione. "He asked me what I was thinking, and I told him. He's my friend too, you know. I'm allowed to bloody well tell him when he's being an idiot." "An idiot? That's what you think I'm being?" Harry felt his blood boiling. As Ron squared his shoulders and clenched his jaw, Harry wanted nothing more than to punch the speckled gid in the face. "Harry, he doesn't mean it," Hermione cried. "He just doesn't understand what." "Of course I don't understand. Neither of you have said more than 2 goddamned words to me in weeks." Ron's bellow echoed off the walls, and as he whirled around to slam his palms against the wall behind him, the room seemed to tremble. Suddenly, a chime sounded in Harry's ear, and he glanced upward. It was Delphi. The commotion had probably woken her. The hot anger and defensiveness that had surged through him moments before began to recede, like a wave pulling back from the shore. "I don't understand why you couldn't trust me," Ron said, his voice heavy with defeat. Hermione let out a breath that sounded almost like a sob, pressing the back of her hand to her mouth. "Ron, please. Look at me," she begged. Harry watched as Ron's shoulders sagged and he moved as if he were ready to turn back around. There it was, the cue that signaled he was willing to talk things through rationally, to listen. But then he froze. His broad shoulders stilled mid-motion, his gaze riveted on a spot on the wall in front of him. Confused, Harry's eyes scanned the surface beyond Ron's burly frame. The blood in his veins turned to ice. The black family tapestry hung heavily in the room, its fabric crumpling under Ron's clenched hands. Harry's mind raced back to the last time the 3 of them had focused on it. They had fought. Ron's voice echoed in his head, demanding, "Why the hell do you think it's worth protecting?" "Ron?" Hermione asked, sensing his sudden stillness. But Harry understood. "We thought you'd died. You didn't say a word. You just walked into the forest without even a goodbye." "And Voldemort said." Ron's voice tightened with each word, panic flooding Harry's chest. He remained silent, afraid to speak. "And then that horrible witch tried to kill Hermione, tried to kill my sister, and my mum." Even though Harry knew Bellatrix wasn't solely responsible, he could hear the familiar grief in Ron's voice, a tone he'd come to associate with Fred's death. Snatchers, Death Eaters, Bellatrix, Voldemort, they were all the same in Ron's eyes, all to blame. "Ron?" Hermione repeated. Harry instinctively reached for her, torn between the need for her support and an instinct to stay close to the staircase. "She did kill Sirius," Ron said, his grief morphing into simmering anger. "Did you forget that?" In an instant, Ron exploded into action, pushing past Hermione to confront Harry, who had unknowingly raised his wand. Ron pressed against the tip, fury radiating from him. "Bellatrix killed your godfather, Voldemort killed you, and you adopted that thing?" He spat through gritted teeth. "Ron!" Hermione cried out. "Get the hell out of my house," Harry said, his voice eerily calm as he shoved the tip of his wand deeper into Ron's chest. He felt a surge of magic pulse from his palm through the wand, singeing Ron's shirt. He stumbled backward, hissing in pain as his shirt snagged. With pleasure, he spat. Harry kept his wand trained on Ron's back, watching him leave until he disappeared from sight. Chapter 10, The Burrow. August 16, 1998. The house was quiet when Hermione flooded in. She had stayed at number 12 longer than she had intended, unable to leave Harry after everything that had happened. That argument had been intense. In all their years of friendship, she couldn't recall anything quite as bad. Sure, they had their spats and misunderstandings, like the fight between Harry and Ron influenced by the Horcrux the previous year, but nothing compared to this. What Ron had said, it was shocking. Hermione wasn't Delphi's parent, but she felt a fierce instinct to protect the little girl from the fury in Ron's expression. Why couldn't he see that the long list of grievances he had rattled off had nothing to do with the innocent child left in their wake? She understood he was in pain, that he had suffered, but that didn't excuse the blind hatred he had displayed. Standing at the foot of the stairs, she dreaded what was to come. For a moment, she considered retreating to her own room, the one she shared with Ginny on the first floor, but she knew that would only delay the inevitable. So, she climbed the stairs, each step echoing underfoot as she approached the familiar door adorned with a Chudley Cannon's poster. After taking a few deep breaths for courage, she knocked. It took nearly a minute of silence before she heard the bedsprings creak and the sound of sock-clad feet pacing inside the room. Ron opened the door just a crack, one of his red-rimmed blue eyes peering through cautiously. "Ron," Hermione said, her tone urging him to let her in. He hesitated for a moment, then stepped back, pulling the door open wider to allow her entry. His room looked just as it always had, with Quidditch posters plastered on the walls and the scent of broom polish lingering in the air, tinged with a subtle hint of spearmint. She felt for even coming here. The room was familiar yet charged with tension. Ron's narrow bed was shoved into the far corner, and his old-school trunk lay open at the foot, as if he hadn't found the time to unpack. "What do you want?" Ron asked, his voice tired and hoarse. Hermione felt a pang in her chest as she realized he had been crying. "Just to talk," she replied softly. Ron sniffed and turned his back to her, pulling the quilt up over his bed before sitting down on the edge. His hands were tightly folded in his lap. "What about?" "I'm kind of tired," he said. Hermione moved closer, sitting beside him on the bed, feeling the brush of his elbow against her side. He flinched, shifting away until they were no longer touching. Tears began to prick at her eyes. "Ron, I never meant to," she started, but he scoffed loudly, cutting her off. "Come on, Hermione. The least you can do is be honest. We both know that whatever you and Harry did, you meant to do it." His eyes were shut tight, as if he was bracing himself for something he dreaded. "I swear to God, Ron. All I did was help him with Delphi. What you're imagining never happened." At her words, Ron's eyes flew open, narrowing as his nostrils flared. His hands clenched even tighter in his lap. "What exactly is it you think I'm imagining?" he asked, his voice low and angry. Hermione hesitated, suddenly unsure if she had said the wrong thing. "I thought that you thought the two of us were messing around behind your back." She nodded stiffly, and Ron swore under his breath, rising from the bed and striding across the room to the wall, as if he couldn't stand to be beside her for another second. "Merlin, Morgana, and Circe. How stupid. Do you think I'm lying, Hermione?" Ron swore under his breath, running a hand through his hair in frustration before turning back to face her. "I've never thought that way about you, not since that bloody Horcrux got into my head. I trust you, and I trust Harry. That's why it feels like a punch in the gut to find out you don't feel the same." "Ron, that's not true." Hermione sprang from the bed, but Ron held up a hand, palm facing her as if to warn her to keep her distance. "Ron," she heard herself whimper. "Of course we trust you. Just not with the important things," Ron replied, and Hermione felt a familiar swell of frustration at his deliberate misunderstanding. You called her a thing, Ron. Harry's daughter. Her parents killed my family. He hissed back, his expression thunderous. I'm sorry if my instinct isn't to coddle her. And you wonder why we were hesitant to tell you the truth, Hermione said, her voice steady and unwavering. Ron let out a cold laugh. There it is. I knew you two were lying to me about something. Thanks for the confirmation. All right, yes, Hermione said, her shoulders stiffening as she met Ron's gaze, trying to match his intensity. We kept it from you. I went with Harry to find Delphi, and we rescued her. You wouldn't believe the condition she was living in, not that you would have cared, given who she had the misfortune of being born to, but we couldn't leave her there, so we took her. Bloody hell, Ron collapsed against the dresser behind him, covering his face with his hands as Hermione pressed on. We took her to a hospital, and then I healed her. We decided the safest thing to do for her, and for us, was to tell everyone she was a Desley and to keep her. Do you even hear yourself? Ron asked, disbelief evident in his tone. You stole a baby, Hermione. I would do it again. She exclaimed, her breath coming in quick bursts. You didn't see her. No, I must have. I missed the invitation to that little outing, Ron sneered back. You made your position very clear before we even considered. We? Ron interrupted. We? You're talking as if you adopted her together, but you didn't, Hermione. Why are you so defensive about a brat that's not even yours? She is mine. Hermione cried out before she could even think about the implications of what she was saying. Taking several deep breaths, she crossed her arms tightly over her chest, letting her eyes flutter closed and then open again. She's my goddaughter, she finally finished. She's my responsibility, as well as Harry's. I'm sorry if you can't accept that. Are you? Ron stared at her, his expression unreadable, arms crossed stiffly. Hermione thought he looked resigned, and a horrible sinking feeling settled in the pit of her stomach. I am, she said, her voice breaking on the words, though her expression remained fierce. From his spot across the room, Ron nodded, blinked several times, and then turned his gaze to one of the many posters hanging above her head. After a few quiet seconds, he sniffed and wiped at his nose. Ron. Please, Hermione begged, her voice small and miserable now. We don't have to talk about this right now. Maybe we both need time to think things through before we do something rash. Time, Ron echoed. You think time is what we need? He laughed humorlessly. Will time make you trust me? I trust you, she whispered. More than you trust Harry. His tone was determined, and Hermione flinched at the accusation. How could he ask her to compare them? That's not a fair question, she protested, but Ron shook his head and held up a hand. It is, he argued. I'm not just your friend, Hermione. I'm your boyfriend. If you can't trust me any more than you trust Harry, then what's the point? Tears streamed down Hermione's cheeks, making it hard for her to breathe and find the right words. She loved Ron, she had loved him since the very beginning. But deep down, she knew the truth she had fought so hard to ignore since the war ended. She didn't love him the way she should. Shit, she said, furiously wiping her tears away. Oh, Ron replied, surprise evident in his voice, as if he hadn't expected her reaction at all. He bit his lip, blinking quickly as he wrapped his arms around himself, staring at the door. I am so sorry, Hermione said, clenching her hands into the quilt as she struggled to see him through her blurry vision. Ron, I care for you so much. You're one of my best friends, and I don't know what I'd do without you. Ron nodded, avoiding her gaze. She could hear him sniffing and see his shoulders shaking as he tried to hold back his emotions. Please look at me, she whispered. He turned to her, his wet blue eyes meeting her brown ones. She bit her lip as he wiped his face with the back of his hand and nodded. I get it, he said quietly. Then he added, look, I really am very tired. Could we maybe? His voice faltered, and he pressed his lips together tightly before nodding toward the door. Hermione stood up as if the bed had burned her. She longed to go to him, to wrap her arms around him. No matter how angry she felt, she couldn't bear the thought of not trying to ease the ache she knew he must be feeling, an ache that mirrored her own. "Hermione, please," he said, his voice more a whimper than anything else. She rushed to the door, a fleeting thought making her pause with her hand on the doorknob. "You won't tell anyone about Delphi?" She realized too late that it was the wrong thing to say. Watched the pain in Ron's eyes deepen, his expression twisting into a furious scowl. "I only meant," Hermione began, but he interrupted her. "I know what you meant," Ron said sharply. "And you can tell Harry I have no interest in outing his little Death Eater." His voice broke again, and he turned his back on her, gripping the edges of the dresser as his head fell forward. She could see the tension radiating from his back. "He's my best friend too, Hermione," he said, his voice heavy with pain. "I would never, I don't have to like her to realize she's his goddamned kid. I couldn't do that to him. I'm not a monster." Hermione understood his loyalty, but she couldn't shake the feeling that even as he swore allegiance to Harry, he continued to view the child as little more than the offspring of Bellatrix and Voldemort. "Swear to it," she said, her voice steady as she turned to face him again. She watched him grow completely still, recognizing the anger brewing beneath the surface as he turned stiffly to meet her gaze. Pain, anger, and helplessness swirled in his eyes, sending a shiver down her spine. "I swear on my wand and on my magic that I will neither reveal the secrets of, nor seek to cause harm to Delphine Potter." He fell silent, his eyes burning for a moment before he spoke again. "Now get the hell out of my room, Hermione." She fled. Without thinking, she packed her things, grabbing anything that belonged to her and stuffing it into the little beaded bag she still carried. As she moved around the room, collecting scarves and books from various surfaces, she made sure not to disturb the girls sleeping by the window. Ginny had also had a long day, and the last thing Hermione needed was to face someone just as emotionally compromised as herself. At last, when she had managed to stow away everything in sight, Hermione turned to the door, closing it gently behind her as she made her way down the stairs to the sitting room. "Hermione?" She nearly jumped at the sound of Molly's voice coming from behind her. Hand over her heart, Hermione turned to face the older woman standing in the kitchen doorway. Molly was dressed in her nightgown, a robe pulled over it and tied at the waist, with slippers on her feet. "Molly, you scared me," Hermione said, instantly regretting her words when she saw Molly raise an eyebrow. "I didn't mean to, dear. But what are you doing up at this hour?" Molly crossed her arms, not in her usual stern way, but casually, which gave Hermione pause. "Shit," Hermione muttered. "You've heard us." Molly gave her a sympathetic smile and nodded. "I'm afraid it was a bit hard to miss the raised voices, though I didn't really hear what was being said." Thank goodness for small miracles, Hermione thought. "I'm so sorry to have woken you," she apologized, her relief at not revealing any of Harry's secrets quickly overshadowed by the reality of what she had been fleeing. "What happened, dear?" Molly asked, her brow furrowing as she uncrossed her arms and tilted her head to the side. "We heard you rowing, but it can't have been all that bad." Molly was ever the optimist, and Hermione felt her stomach tighten as she contemplated the words she needed to say to leave the house. "We've broken up," she said. The words felt cold and inadequate to capture the depth of her pain. She and Ron hadn't just broken up, they had shattered. "Oh, love," Molly said, rushing forward to wrap her arms around the trembling girl in her living room. "Hush now, you'll be all right." It was only then that Hermione realized she had begun to cry. To cry once more. She felt ashamed for having hurt Ron, and yet, here was his mother, comforting her. "I'm all right," Hermione said through hiccuping sobs. "Really, you should see if Ron needs." "I'd wager what Ron needs is a swift kick in the arse," Molly interrupted, gently pushing Hermione back by the shoulders so she could see her face. "My sons are good men," she continued, "but they all have their flaws. Ron's is a surplus of pique." Despite herself, Hermione laughed through her tears, warmed by the acceptance radiating from Molly. "Now, I want you to dry your tears and come have a chat with me. I won't have you running off into the night like some sort of vagabond." With that, Molly released Hermione's arms, giving her a reassuring pat on the shoulder before heading to a tall bookshelf near the front door. With a conspiratorial grin, she reached for a book on the bottom shelf and pulled it out, revealing what looked like a deck of Muggle playing cards hidden behind it. Curious as my children are, not one of them has ever thought to pull out my copy of House Witch Charms for the new century. Fancy that. As she drew closer, Hermione realized Molly wasn't holding a deck of cards at all, but a package of half-smoked cigarettes. "Molly!" Hermione exclaimed in shock. "Come on, into the garden," the older witch said, leading Hermione by the arm into the back garden to sit on a bench near the hedge. As they settled in, Molly placed one of the cigarettes between her lips and expertly lit it with the tip of her wand before offering one to Hermione. She accepted it, rolling the cigarette between her fingers until Molly lit it as well. "I've never had one of these before," Hermione admitted. Molly chuckled. "I should hope not. They're a nasty habit. Still, they can be useful in times of stress. I swear I smoked a pack in a night after the funeral." Hermione raised the cigarette to her lips, curiosity mingling with her emotions. Molly took a quick puff from her cigarette and coughed loudly. She gently patted Hermione on the back until she recovered, exhaling a puff of smoke from the corner of her mouth. "You know, dear," Molly said, leaning back against the hedge while Hermione let the cigarette burn in her hand, "it probably feels like the end of the world right now, but you will get through this." "God, I hope so," Hermione replied, her voice heavy with emotion. "I feel so very stupid." "Nonsense," Molly dismissed. "You're an exceptionally bright young woman. Whatever happened between you and Ron, it was meant to happen. I have every confidence that you'll both come to realize that." Hermione fell silent, and Molly offered her a warm smile. "I'm not saying any of us wanted it to happen, but we can't control fate, can we?" "I suppose not," Hermione said, taking another drag from the cigarette and coughing again, almost as if it were a reflex. "Look at Harry," Molly continued. "At just 18 years old, he's a father. I bet it was a shock for him when he was asked to take the child in, but he knew what he had to do. Now it's clear he's doing what he was meant to do. Life doesn't always deal us the hand we expect, does it? You'd think it might give you some hints, though," Hermione said bitterly. Molly exhaled and shook her head. "No, it always blindsides you. In the end, I believe fate usually does the best it can for us." She paused, taking another drag on her cigarette, as if contemplating her next words. Then she turned to look Hermione squarely in the face. "You wouldn't know this, but I was married once before Arthur." Hermione gasped, surprised. "What? Really?" "Oh yes," Molly confirmed with a smile. "He was brilliant and charming." She chuckled at a fond memory and waved her cigarette at Hermione. "He's the one who introduced me to these silly things." And then, as the conversation continued, suddenly, the light in Molly's eyes dimmed, replaced by a steely resolve. He was not, however, a very good man. In the end, the order killed him. "Oh God, Molly, I'm sorry," Hermione began, but Molly raised her hand to quiet her. "We were only married for a short while, Hermione. I divorced him a few months after we left Hogwarts when it became clear whose pocket he was really living in. I met Arthur not long after that, and we became the best of friends. The rest is history. Now, I'm not comparing my Ron to my first husband, because there really is no comparison. My son's a better man on every level. But I will say that first loves are often learning experiences. They reveal things to us and help us know ourselves better. She turned to meet Hermione's gaze. Do you understand? Hermione nodded, her eyes still heavy with emotion. Good, Molly said, lifting her cigarette once more. Hermione hesitated. Go on, Molly encouraged. I'm afraid, Hermione admitted. The last thing I want is to lose any of you, and I feel as if I've ruined it all. Poppycock, Molly exclaimed. Why on earth would you be afraid of that? You're no less my daughter than Harry is my son. And I'll tell you, someone would have to pry my cold, dead hands off that boy before I'd give him up. Hermione felt herself enveloped in Molly's warm embrace and allowed her eyes to close. As they did, she pictured her own mother, thousands of miles away, with no memory of her daughter at all. Tears began to flow once more. When she finally quieted, Molly released her, extinguishing her cigarette on the bench and lighting another. Hermione let her own fall to the ground. Now, where were you planning to go tonight, young lady? Molly asked at last. Hermione shrugged. I hadn't really thought about it, she admitted. I probably would have just ended up at Harry's, to be honest. Are you still planning on? Are you going back to Hogwarts in September? Hermione nodded. I am. Professor McGonagall assured me it would be a quiet year. I think I need that. Of course you do, and what's more, you deserve it, Molly agreed. After a brief pause, she continued, Ginny will be back too, of course. I've been looking forward to sharing a room with someone who can talk about more than just fashion magazines, Hermione said, offering Molly a watery smile. You'll look after her, won't you? Molly asked. I have a feeling she'll need a good friend to keep her on track this year. Hermione swallowed as Molly turned to meet her gaze. Could she be saying what Hermione thought she was? Ginny is a good girl, Molly continued. But that's just what she is, a girl. She's not ready for the life Harry has, and I think she'll realize that very soon. She sighed. She's not like you, Hermione, and that's neither a bad thing nor a good thing. She's just going to need a friend to remind her that it's okay. Of course, Hermione agreed. No matter what she decides, she'll still be my friend. I don't think anyone would think less of her. She'll think less of herself for a while, Molly whispered, a faraway look in her eyes that Hermione couldn't quite place. But before she could dwell on it, Molly seemed to snap back to the present, flicking her cigarette onto the ground and crushing it with the toe of her slipper. Right, she said. It's cold out here, and we should go back inside before we catch our deaths. You'll be fluing to Harry's? Hermione nodded and stood, wrapping her traveling cloak tightly around herself. She tensed as Molly leaned towards her, but there was no need for concern. The older woman simply enveloped her in another embrace, her hands pressing into Hermione's back and drawing her closer as she whispered fiercely in her ear. I've known you since you were 12 years old. Old Hermione Granger, she said, and in all that time, I've never known you to do anything but the smart thing. Tonight is no different. You've done what needed to be done, and as painful as it may be, you'll come to appreciate it in time. She pulled away, and Hermione felt the chill of the night air against her damp cheeks. Now, off you trot. Tell Harry I expect to hear from him tomorrow, and that I'll set places for all of you at Sunday supper. Yes, ma'am, Hermione replied, filled with gratitude and emotion. Molly laughed. Such cheek, she said before disappearing back into the house, her lilac terrycloth robe the last thing Hermione saw. Hermione watched her go, bemused by the moment they had just shared. Never in her life had she expected to converse so openly with Ron's mother. It almost felt as if. She sniffled and wiped her nose as she followed Molly inside, thinking that for a brief moment, it seemed like everything would really be all right. Chapter 11, Number 12 Grimmauld Place. August 30th, 1998. Get up, Harry. He jolted awake at the sound of Hermione's voice, which cut through the stillness of the room. The first thing he noticed was the weight on his arm. Turning to his right, he relaxed at the sight of tousled black curls and an angelic, sleeping face pressed against his forearm. His disoriented mind began to clear, centering on the child napping beside him, and Harry felt the last remnants of sleep slip away as he fully awakened from whatever dreams had held him. A loud snap made his shoulders tense. He turned to see the drapes parting, allowing a stream of sunlight to filter into his bedroom. Hermione stowed her wand and glanced at him, her expression a mix of impatience and concern. "What's wrong?" he asked, his voice still raspy from sleep. "Oh, for heaven's sake," she replied, hands on her hips as she glared down at him. "It's 1 o'clock on a Sunday, and you're still in bed. Normally, I'd let you languish, but when you involve my goddaughter in your slovenly habits, I can't just stand by. Now get up and get dressed. We're going out." Harry groaned and carefully rolled Delphi away enough to free his arm. She stirred but didn't wake. "Where are we supposed to be going?" he asked, running a hand through his hair and feeling the stubble on his cheeks. Merlin, it had gotten long. When was the last time he had shaved? It felt more like a beard than mere stubble. "Diagon Alley," Hermione answered, rummaging through his dresser. She plucked out a pair of jeans and a faded blue shirt, sending them floating across the room with a casual wave of her hand. "What for?" he asked, catching the clothes midair and suddenly realizing he wasn't wearing anything. Harry felt a rush of embarrassment as he pulled the shirt Hermione had chosen for him over his head. It seemed ridiculous. After all, Hermione had seen him without a shirt before, yet in the privacy of his bedroom at number 12, with Delphi sleeping soundly behind him, it felt oddly inappropriate. "I'm back to Hogwarts the day after tomorrow," Hermione reminded him, and Harry's stomach dropped. "Oh. Right," he replied, realization washing over him. He had forgotten, though perhaps intentionally refused to think about it would better describe his avoidance of her return to school. It had been 2 weeks since she had shown up on his doorstep in the dead of night, her beaded bag in tow, leaving her relationship with Ron behind. Since then, they had settled into a comfortable rhythm, Harry, Delphi, and Hermione together. The thought of her leaving filled him with dread. What would change when she was gone? "Haven't you got all your books already?" he asked, recalling the hours she had spent reading since her arrival. "Of course," Hermione replied. "But my uniform has gotten a bit tight, and I need new potion supplies." Harry felt his face heat up again, his mind racing with thoughts of where her uniform might be tight. He quickly pushed those thoughts away and stood up. It had barely been a month since she and Ron had ended their relationship, and just a week since Ginny had tearfully told him that, although she loved him, she couldn't continue their relationship. She wasn't ready to be a mother, she had said. A pang of sadness hit him at the memory. He had loved Ginny. He still did, though that feeling no longer burned as fiercely as it once had. He knew he had no right to think of Hermione as anything more than a good friend, and dwelling on the womanly curves that had developed in the year since Voldemort's downfall would only lead to disappointment. "Come on, Delphi, love, time to get up," Hermione trilled, her voice taking on the musical quality that always made Harry smile. Hermione seemed completely at ease as she addressed Harry's daughter. He watched her lift the little girl into her arms, showering her cheeks with kisses while Delphi's dark eyes fluttered open, revealing a sleepy smile. "There you are," Hermione said. "How about a clean nappy and a sensible outfit for you?" "My," Delphi replied, looking pleased. "That's right, I'm Hermione," Hermione said, her delight evident. Harry smiled as he observed his friend leave the room. Merlin, Delphi was sharp. He had learned that children her age typically had only a few words, but he was taken aback by how quickly she had started calling him "duh" and Hermione "my." He hadn't expected her to become verbal so fast, especially after the rough start she had with Raoul. The thought of her past made his shoulders tense, so he pushed the memory aside and focused on the familiar morning routine. Before he knew it, he was dressed, his teeth clean, and a cloak fastened over his shoulders. He decided to keep his beard. It gave him the appearance of being old enough to have a child. Thank goodness it had filled in fully instead of growing in patches like it once had. Emerging from his room, Harry made his way to the kitchen, where he found Hermione feeding a fully dressed Delphi pieces of banana and toast. He joined them for a quick breakfast, finishing just as they did. He crossed the room to the flue, grabbing a handful of emerald green powder from the silver box on the mantel. With a flick of his wand, he lit a fire in the hearth. "After you," he said to Hermione, tossing the flue powder into the flames and stepping aside to make room for her and Delphi. She smiled gratefully and stepped into the fire, the ethereal green flames licking at her hair and Delphi's toes as she clearly said, "Diagon Alley," before disappearing with a whoosh. Diagon Alley, August 30th, 1998. Delphi had a natural charm that captivated everyone around her. At Madame Malkin's, she spent her time delighting the seamstress with her bright smiles and cooing words that seemed to resonate only with her. Meanwhile, Hermione was engrossed in a catalogue of dress robes, pointing out the ones that caught her eye. "What about this one?" she asked, turning the booklet toward Harry. He scrunched his face in response. "It's very bright," he commented. Hermione let out an impatient huff and thrust the catalogue closer to him. "That's why it comes in different colors," she replied, tapping the little square at the bottom of the page that was cycling through vibrant and more muted shades. "I was thinking of a dusky rose." Harry squinted at the dress as it twirled on the page, the skirt swaying gracefully. "I guess," he said, though his tone lacked conviction. With another frustrated sound, Hermione pulled the catalogue back, flipping through the pages while muttering to herself. "Honestly," she murmured, "defeats a Dark Lord but can't help me pick out a bloody dress." "What was that?" Harry asked, his curiosity piqued. "Nothing," she replied, glancing up at him. He was watching her intently, one dark brow raised, his bright green eyes absorbing every detail. "What?" she asked, feeling a rush of heat to her cheeks, uncertain of why. "Nothing," Harry echoed, mirroring her earlier response, which only made her blush deepen. "What was wrong with her?" "Duh." Delphi's voice rose in a panic from the other side of the shop. Hermione and Harry both looked up at once. Before she could react, Harry was already striding towards his daughter, who was surrounded by several spools of unwound ribbon on the carpet. "I'm still here, Delph." "Daddy's here," he said with a smile as he scooped her up. She clutched at his shirt, resting her head on his shoulder while smiling back at Hermione. "I've got your uniforms ready," Madame Malkin called out as she closed a cabinet near where Delphi had been sitting. She walked over to them, her floral robes fluttering gracefully. "Would you like to try them on?" "God, no," Hermione replied, wrinkling her nose. "I trust you." Madame Malkin smiled and waved her hand, sending a neat stack of clothes spinning through the air. They landed neatly on the front counter, wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. "Was there anything else you wanted, dear?" Hermione glanced back at the catalogue of dress robes before shaking her head. "That's everything." After a quick payment, Hermione, Harry, and Delphi stepped out onto the street. The sun beat down on them as they made their way across the alley toward the ice cream parlor opposite the seamstress's shop. "Christ, it's still weird seeing a new name on the place," Harry said, stopping outside the parlor and looking up at the sign that hung over the restored windows. Hermione glanced up too. She knew Mr. Fortescue had been killed during the war, but seeing someone else's name there was still jarring. "Shall we?" Hermione asked, opening the door and holding it ajar as she motioned for Harry to enter. Inside, the shop was busier than she remembered. The whole alley seemed to be lately, and given the warm day, she wasn't overly surprised that the ice cream parlor was packed. Wading through the crowd of people queuing for treats, Hermione finally spotted a blessedly empty table near the window. She held her hands out to Delphi as Harry approached, feeling a rush of satisfaction when the girl reached back for her. Harry settled the baby onto Hermione's lap. I'll grab us all something if you wait here, Harry offered. Craving anything in particular? Hermione scanned the menu, then shook her head, smiling at him. You choose. Be right back, love, Harry said, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on Delphi's forehead before heading to the counter. Harry returned to the end of the line, and Delphi called out, "Duh," as he disappeared behind a tall, round witch who was herding 3 Hogwarts-aged teens. Hermione thought the eldest looked familiar, but she couldn't quite place them, probably a 5th year from a different house. Daddy will be right back, Hermione assured Delphi, turning her around on her lap so they could look each other in the eye. She was always struck by how lovely Delphi was. The girl's gray irises, flecked with shards of graphite and encircled by obsidian, reminded Hermione of the way they had stared at her in the Malfoy drawing room. How could they look so different on this little face? Where Bellatrix's eyes had gleamed with cold fury, Delphi's sparkled with warmth and curiosity, taking in the world around her with delight. Hermione found them enchanting, something she had never thought possible of the Black family before meeting her goddaughter. As kind as Sirius had been to Harry, there had always been a certain madness, an emptiness in his gaze, which Hermione now suspected he had learned in Azkaban. Boo! Delphi exclaimed, snapping Hermione back to the moment. The little girl was covering her cheeks with her chubby hands, a broad smile on her face, clearly entertained by the game she had just initiated. You want to play peekaboo, do you? Hermione sang, covering her own face with her hands before lowering them to plant a kiss on Delphi's cheek. The girl shrieked with laughter, rocking back on Hermione's lap just enough that she had to catch her before she tumbled off. Careful, darling, Hermione said, feigning a nibble on the baby's cheeks, grinning at her delighted reaction. Oh, I love that age, came a voice from above, and Hermione looked up to see the tall witch with her 3 children had paused beside their table, gazing fondly down at them. You be careful, or you'll be off to Hogwarts before you know it, Harry said with a teasing tone. Hopefully she'll sleep through the night before then, he added dryly, appearing from behind the woman with 2 ice cream sundaes in hand and a warm smile on his face. Never you worry, the older woman laughed. Before you know it, you'll be dragging her out of bed in the morning. Merlin, she really favors her father, doesn't she? She glanced down at Delphi, taking in the little girl's dark hair and light eyes. Except for the curls. Those are all from her mummy, aren't they, sweetie? The last part was directed at Delphi. Just as Hermione opened her mouth to clarify her role in Delphi's life, the woman wished them all the best and made her way across the room to join her 3 children at a nearby table. That was awkward, Hermione said, her gaze shifting to the sundae Harry had set in front of her. Delphi leaned over to inspect it and quickly grabbed a fistful of whipped cream before Hermione could stop her. Was it? Harry asked, his voice deep and thoughtful, catching Hermione off guard and sending a flutter through her stomach. She cleared her throat and nodded. She thought we were a couple, Hermione replied, pulling out her wand and pointing it at Delphi's sticky hand. Tergio. Harry murmured, not saying anything more. He took a spoon and scooped out a tiny bit of his ice cream, feeding it to Delphi, who was nestled in Hermione's lap. They both watched with interest as the baby reacted to the cold, pulling a funny face that made them laugh. It will rot your teeth anyway, Hermione said playfully. I promise I'll brush all 4 of them very well. Harry smiled and let Delphi have another taste, this time of his banana-flavored ice cream, which she seemed to enjoy immensely. The 3 of them devoured their sundaes in silence, simply relishing the joy of being out in public, away from the confines of Grimmauld Place. Delphi seemed to enjoy watching the people milling about the parlor, their cones and ice cream dishes in hand. Hermione couldn't help but wonder if the baby had ever been in public before Harry had rescued her. She quickly pushed the thought aside, dwelling on Delphi's past would only lead to heartache. What's on your mind, Hermione? Harry asked, catching her gaze with those bright green eyes that sparkled in the light filtering through the window beside them. Nothing, she replied, trying to sound casual. There's a lot of that going around today, isn't there? He looked at her knowingly, as if he could see right through her facade. She forced a smile in response. Fine, if you must know, I was thinking about your interview tomorrow. My what? Harry's confusion was evident, and Hermione felt a sense of satisfaction at his bewilderment. Your interview, she repeated. Kingsley Fire called 2 days ago and wanted to know if you changed your mind about training this year. What? I never spoke to Kingsley. Well, lucky I was there to take the call then. He said if you were interested, the last round of interviews is this week. I told him you could be in on Monday. Hermione, you didn't. I also bought you a pair of plain robes to wear. I figured you'd need to be able to move in them, so I kept it simple. I don't think wizards dress up for interviews like muggles do. Dress robes would be a bit much. Hermione, he said, sounding as though he was trying to be patient with her, I can't just go to an interview. I've got a kid. And a live-in babysitter until Tuesday, Hermione reminded him. I fail to see the problem. And after the interview? When I'm an Auror and have to be at work? Do you expect me to carry her in to apprehend criminals with me? Cocky, are we? What's to say you'll even get the job? Harry rolled his eyes and ran a hand over his beard. Hermione couldn't help but notice how appealing he looked. Harry looked thoughtful for a moment. A hunch, he finally said, his eyes practically twinkling. I'm starting to think you have just as big a head as Professor Snape always claimed. Hermione pretended to disapprove for a second. Maybe not the one he imagined, Harry added. Before she could react to his insinuation, Hermione noticed his cheeks starting to pin, a mortified expression creeping across his face. Shit, he muttered. I didn't mean, fuck. Hermione, I'm sorry, She burst into laughter before he could finish, her face falling forward as she struggled to bite her lip. Her hair cascaded down, landing on Delphi's head and brushing over her face. The baby squawked in response, and Hermione tossed her hair back over her shoulders, still shaking with laughter. The audacity of him. Merlin, Hermione. I shouldn't have. Oh, come off it, Harry, she said, wiping away the tears that had begun to form in her eyes. I've been friends with you and Ron for 7 years now. It's not like this is the first penis joke I've ever heard. For Christ's sake, I walked in on you wanking the summer before 5th year. The male anatomy is not that much of a mystery. You walked in on, what? You blush very prettily, Harry. She watched as he struggled to swallow his embarrassment and regain his composure. As he did, she bounced Delphi on her knee and continued, in any event, I spoke to Andromeda, and she assured me she would love to watch Delphi during work hours. She said, and I quote, that it would be a pleasure. Harry stared at her in amazed silence, and Hermione began to fidget. She had thought she was doing the right thing by taking the initiative, but now that she had revealed the extent of her meddling, she started to worry. What if? Harry found the situation more intrusive than helpful. He knew Hermione was just trying to look out for him, but ever since Delphi had come into his life, he hadn't had the chance to properly explore his options. Hermione realized she had overstepped, but she hoped her suggestion would ultimately benefit him. Of course, she heard herself say, if you're not interested in pursuing Auror work this year, I'm sure Kingsley and Andromeda will understand. I just wanted to make sure you had the option if you decided you wanted to pursue a career. She felt herself repeating the same points and winced, forcing her mouth shut as she glanced down at Delphi. Merlin, she thought, I'm really messing up all my relationships lately. Great job, Hermione, erasing yourself from your parents' lives, breaking up with your boyfriend, and alienating your best friend. Sounds like you've really thought this through. Okay. Harry's voice sounded more confident than she had anticipated. I'll do it. I'll go in for the interview. I'm not saying I'll take the job. If you're offered the job, Hermione interjected, struggling to keep a serious expression. Harry smirked and leaned down to Delphi. Can you believe how oblivious your godmother's gotten in her old age? He looked back at Hermione. We both know I'll be accepted. Even if I weren't Harry Potter, I still got brilliant marks in defense. And so modest, Hermione replied. Exactly. She opened her mouth to remind him to approach the interview as if he weren't already assured a spot at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but she was interrupted by a bright, blinding light streaming through the window beside them. Harry. Over here. Harry turned toward the voice, peering through the window at a throng of photographers who began clicking away madly, their camera flashes illuminating the space around them. The cameras flashed, causing Harry to wince. Are you and Hermione a couple? How are you finding fatherhood? What does your girlfriend think of your close relationship with Miss Granger? The questions were shouted all at once, and as the bright lights continued to flood the room, Delphi began to cry. Obscurant. Hermione exclaimed, pressing the tip of her wand against the glass of the shop window. Instantly, the entire pane darkened, blocking out all visibility and shutting out the sunny alley beyond. They were left in the stark fluorescent lighting, surrounded by patrons who stared in shocked silence as the reporters' cries echoed outside. Let's get out of here, Harry said, his expression nearly as dark as the glass. He reached out and took the fussing Delphi from Hermione's lap, holding her tightly in his arms before disapparating. Hermione shot a hex through the opaque window, a satisfied smile spreading across her face as someone outside screamed. She quickly followed Harry out of the shop. Number 12 Grimmauld Place. August 30th, 1998. When Hermione returned to number 12, she immediately began searching for Harry and Delphi. She finally found them in the drawing room, where Delphi was happily playing on the floor with a set of self-stacking blocks, delighting in knocking them down again. It seemed she had forgotten the shock of the photographers in Diagon Alley, and Hermione sighed in relief. Then she saw Harry. He sat on the couch, one ankle propped on his opposite knee, his hand covering his mouth as he stared into the fire. The flames flickered behind the child-proof barrier he had set up, casting eerie light across his face. Hermione approached him cautiously, settling a foot away on the sofa and crossing her ankles as she leaned back. I gave one of them tentacles and a third eye, she said, watching for a reaction. She was rewarded with a flicker at the corner of his mouth. They were out of line, she continued. They shouldn't have just. I wanted to rip their heads off, Harry said, his voice low and simmering with anger. Shoving a camera in my kid's face like that. I wanted to end them. I had to get out of there, or I was going to do something I'd regret. Hermione scooted closer to him, stopping only when she felt the warmth of his leg against hers. I wouldn't have blamed you, she said, leaning in and resting her head on his shoulder. I'm sure Kingsley wouldn't thank me, he replied, lowering his hand to rest half on his thigh and half on hers. The minister probably would have pardoned you within minutes, Hermione assured him. Yeah, well. He trailed off, unable to find the words. Instead, he sighed and let his body relax into the seat, watching Delphi play. Hermione closed her eyes, acutely aware of the weight of his hand on her thigh. As she felt herself begin to relax, she drifted off to sleep. Chapter 12, The Burrow. August 30th, 1998. Molly opened the front door and ushered the three of them to the dinner table in a flurry. After their eventful afternoon in Diagon Alley, Harry had considered skipping dinner at the Burrow altogether, but Hermione wouldn't hear of it. I don't care how uncomfortable it makes us, she insisted. We can't disappoint Molly the Sunday before term. I've got a sauce on, and it's at a very delicate stage. You sit there and don't even think about letting anyone else hold that baby until I've had my chance, Molly said as she pushed Harry and Hermione down into their seats, ruffling Delphi's curls affectionately before turning back to the stove. A wooden spoon was rotating inside a small saucepan. Harry, Hermione, what a pleasure to see you both. We missed you last week, Arthur called from the opposite end of the table, a wide grin on his face. I couldn't miss Molly's cooking 2 weeks in a row, Harry replied, smiling as he set Delphi onto the empty chair to his left. He transfigured it almost instantly into a simple wooden high chair with a buckle that fit around her waist. Delphi clapped her hands and laughed from her new vantage point, leaning forward as far as she could and snagging a roll from the plate nearest her. As she began to bite into the bread, Harry surveyed the rest of the table. Near Arthur, Andromeda sat with baby Teddy cradled in one arm. To her left, Fleur was hanging on to Bill's arm, animatedly discussing the merits of home birth with Andromeda. Harry wrinkled his nose and moved to the other side of the table, where he noticed a girl he didn't recognize seated between Percy and George. Hermione, a familiar voice called from behind him. His spine stiffened as he turned to face the source. Ron, Hermione breathed, locking eyes with him. Ex-boyfriend. Merlin, that was an odd thought. Harry. He flinched, surprised to hear the redhead address him, but he nodded in response. Ron, he acknowledged. Silence settled over them for a moment until George chimed in from the other side of Hermione. Well, there's nothing awkward about this. Oh, hush, you, Molly said, turning back as the pot she had been stirring floated to an unlit burner. She leaned down to pick up Delphi from her seat. Mind if I have a word? Ron asked, his gaze fixed on his shoes. Harry glanced sideways at Hermione, waiting for her cue. When she nodded, he stood with her, pausing only to tell Delphi that he would be back soon before following his two friends out of the kitchen and up to the familiar room beneath the attic. Ron's bedroom felt smaller than Harry remembered, especially with all three of them packed in. Ron stood awkwardly beside his bed, then motioned for Harry and Hermione to sit. Harry took the lone chair in the room while Hermione and Ron settled on opposite sides of the narrow bed. He noticed that, despite Hermione's outward calm, her hands were tightly clenched in the frayed quilt covering the bed. What happened to your dresser? Hermione asked, her eyes fixed on the wooden piece that was leaning oddly to one side. Foot broke, Ron shrugged, then bit his lip and shook his head. Merlin, I'm bad at this. Look, he stood, hands tucked into his trouser pockets, his face turning bright red. I'm sorry, all right? I said some awful things and I shouldn't have. I lost my temper, not that that's unusual for me, but it was a mistake. So calling my daughter a thing was just a mistake, was it? Harry blurted out before he could think through his response. Harry, Hermione said sharply, giving him a pointed look. He flushed and stared down at his lap, suddenly aware of the tension in the room. The skin beneath Ron's collar felt like it was on fire. She was right, the last thing he needed to do was make this situation any worse. But he was still so furious. Yeah, it was, Ron said, his voice firmer than Harry had expected. He paused, his face still flushed as he stared down at his hands. She's your kid now. I know that. It's not an excuse, but I can't stop thinking about them. I see them when I close my eyes, when I look at George, when I dream at night, or hear Mum crying when she thinks we've all gone to sleep. They're in my head, Harry. Do you know what that's like? Harry swallowed hard, his own eyes stinging. I do. Of course you do, Ron replied, as if he had just remembered who he was talking to. He sniffed and wiped his nose before turning his gaze to Hermione. I was wrong. You were, Hermione agreed. About Delphi, you were. A look of heartache and resignation passed between them, one Harry recognized from his conversation with Ginny the week before. I don't want to lose either of you, Ron continued. I don't want to walk away. I've done that once before, and I swore, Harry, I swore I'd never do it again. I don't want that either. Harry stood, tucking his hands into his pockets as he met Ron's gaze. But I've got to trust you with her if things are going to be the same as they were. She's the most important thing in my life, Ron. I know. Ron nodded, biting the inside of his cheek. You have to know Ron would never. Hermione started, but Harry raised a hand to stop her, sending her a pleading look. She fell silent, pressing her lips into a thin line. After several uncomfortable seconds, Ron looked up, a determined expression on his face. "I don't like her." Harry bristled, but Hermione spoke up before he could respond. "You don't even know her, Ron." "I don't like the idea of her," Ron insisted. Ron took a deep breath, his expression troubled. "Every time I think about her, I'm reminded of things I'd rather forget, but..." He paused, biting his lip, lost in thought. "But?" Harry prompted gently. "I don't like that I don't like her," Ron admitted. "The idea of her," Hermione corrected. "Right. I don't like that when I look at a baby, my best friend's daughter, all I can think about are a pair of dead arseholes." Ron's brow furrowed as he continued, his voice heavy with emotion. Harry watched him closely, anxious. "I can't promise I'll be able to put it all behind me today, Harry. I just can't. But I can tell you I'm trying. I'd sooner Avada myself than do anything to hurt you, or Delphine." Harry's heart raced as he absorbed Ron's words. Memories flooded back, every argument, every sharp remark, but they were soon overshadowed by the countless remarkable things Ron had done. They had been friends for a long time, and there was a reason for that. Ron was a good person. A wave of shame washed over Harry as he recognized how stubborn he had been, how blind. He knew he wasn't the only one who had lost someone in the war, not the only one still grappling with the aftermath. He couldn't regret keeping Delphi safe, but had she ever really been in danger from Ron? "I'm sorry too," Harry said, and he heard Hermione let out a relieved sigh from her spot on the bed. "I should have trusted you more. It was wrong of me to let you find out the way you did. I don't regret Delphi, and I can't regret anything that helps keep her safe, but I shouldn't have kept you in the dark." His throat tightened, and he blinked back tears. "You're like a brother to me, Ron." Suddenly, Hermione sprang up from the bed, a tearful cry escaping her lips as she wrapped one arm around each of their necks, pulling them into a tight hug. Harry winced as their heads collided, but he quickly relaxed as Hermione loosened her grip. "I love you both so much," Hermione exclaimed. Harry felt a rush of warmth as he buried his face in Hermione's bushy hair, tears streaming down his cheeks. As they stood together, he felt Ron's arm wrap around his shoulder, squeezing tightly in a comforting embrace. They were lost in the moment until a knock at the door startled them, causing them to pull apart awkwardly, blinking back tears. "Mum sent me to bring you three down." "I hope you're not doing anything inappropriate in there," George said, his tone suggesting he found that hard to believe. "Piss off," Ron replied. "We'll be down in a minute." By which point Mum will have fed Harry's kid a whole cake and 3 sugar cubes. "By all means, take your time," George teased. Harry laughed as Ron rolled his eyes and Hermione frowned. "She'll give her a stomach ache," Hermione pointed out. Harry met Ron's gaze and shrugged, both of them chuckling at the thought. "Come on, we should go down," Hermione urged. As they entered the dining area, they found Delphi perched in her high chair, a fistful of steamed carrots in one hand and gravy smeared all over her face. Harry watched as Ron took his seat beside her, his expression unreadable while he observed the baby making a mess of herself. Delphi glanced at him curiously before losing interest and reaching for a half-eaten roll on the table. "Where has Ginny gone this evening?" Fleur asked from across the table, her thick French accent clear, but she winced as Bill shifted forward in his seat. Harry suspected he had just stepped on his pregnant wife's foot. "She's accepted an invitation to eat with her Aunt Muriel this evening," Arthur replied, but Harry noticed a quick flicker in his eyes that filled him with guilt, a feeling that had been weighing on him all week. Perhaps he should seek out Ginny to talk and ensure she was all right. A warm hand on his forearm drew his attention, and he looked to find Hermione giving him a meaningful look. He nodded in response, silently acknowledging the need to address what was on his mind. Harry felt a wave of gratitude for Hermione's unwavering support as her expression seemed to convey that it was all his fault. Tell me, Harry, Andromeda called from across the room, are you nervous for tomorrow? Tomorrow? Blimey, Harry, have you decided to interview? Ron asked, surprise and excitement evident in his voice. Harry nodded, confirming his decision. I have. I've got to be there at 10 tomorrow morning. I'll see you there, Ron replied, a broad smile lighting up his face. Mine's at 9. Then the physical portion at 1. Molly beamed at them, the epitome of a proud mother. With a casual flick of her wand, she sent several slices of roast floating onto Ron and Harry's plates. But not if you don't eat your dinner. Ron needed no further encouragement. As always, he dove into his meal with enthusiasm. Harry, too, began to fill his fork, eagerly anticipating the delicious meal ahead. Just as he was about to take his first bite, he felt a gentle nudge against his leg under the table. He glanced at Hermione, who responded with a brilliant smile. Eat up, future Auror Potter, she said before turning back to her own plate. A warm feeling spread through Harry's chest, and he obeyed her encouragement. King's Cross Station, London. September 1st, 1998. The railway station buzzed with activity that morning. It always seemed to be crowded on the 1st of September. Harry found himself wondering how much of the foot traffic across the platforms was due to muggles and how much was the result of students heading to Hogwarts. If he had ever seen the station on a day other than when the Hogwarts Express arrived, he might have been able to make an educated guess. But the Dursleys had never taken him along on train rides when they could avoid it, and when they could avoid it, they did. Come on, Harry, you're going to make me late dawdling like that. Hermione's voice broke through his thoughts, filled with urgency. As Hermione scanned the area for the entrance to platform 9 3/4, Harry noticed the moment her gaze landed on the large brick wall separating platforms 9 and 10. The tension in her shoulders eased, and a half-smile crept onto her face. There it is, she exclaimed, come on. She grabbed his hand, pulling him along as she approached the entrance. This year, she had opted out of the trolley she usually pushed, choosing instead to shrink her trunk and other belongings, packing them into a small beaded bag that she never let out of her sight. The only item that remained at its normal size was the cage Harry carried for her. Inside, a tawny owl glared out at the bustling platform, hooting indignantly every few steps. Hush, Caliban, Hermione ordered the owl just as they reached the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. To Harry's surprise, the owl quieted. He remembered how raucous Caliban had been at Aelop's Owl Emporium when Harry had chosen him the day before. Still, thinking of Hermione's attachment to Crookshanks, who she had managed to convince her parents to keep with them in Australia, had led him to believe she would adore this owl. Apparently, he had been right. Harry glanced back toward the entrance of the platform, watching as a portly wizard in short shorts and a tuxedo shirt walked confidently into the brick wall, disappearing through it just as a harried-looking father with 4 small children hurried past him toward the train on platform 10. A wave of longing for Delphi washed over him, but he reminded himself that Andromeda was more than capable of taking care of her. Excuse me? A small voice broke through his thoughts. Harry looked down to see a short girl with straight blonde hair and brown eyes staring up at them. She clutched a piece of parchment and what looked like a number 2 pencil. Yes? Harry replied, curious about what she wanted. Can I have your autograph? His eyebrows shot up, and he bit his lip for a moment before nodding. Yeah. Sure. The little girl wrinkled her nose as Harry reached for her parchment, taking a step back. Not you, she clarified. Her. Harry followed the line of the pencil the girl had pointed toward Hermione, who looked shocked and maybe a little pleased. Me? She asked, disbelief evident in her voice. Oh, please. The girl begged, taking 2 quick steps toward Hermione and holding out her crumpled parchment and pencil. I think you're brilliant. Harry watched in amused silence as Hermione seemed to hesitate, glancing between him and the hopeful girl. Okay, she said at last. She took the parchment and pencil from the child and motioned for Harry to come closer. She turned him around and gently pushed his shoulders down until his back was flat, a perfect surface for her to write on. Ruth. Harry glanced over his shoulder at the sound of a woman's panicked voice. I'm over here, Mum. The blonde girl called out, standing on her toes and waving at a brunette woman with straight hair and a smaller girl beside her. I found Hermione Granger. I don't care if you found Merlin himself, you don't wander off in the middle of Muggle. The woman stopped in her tracks as she got close enough to recognize the duo standing with her daughter. Circe's teat. You are Hermione Granger. Hello, Hermione replied, forcing a smile as she finished signing the parchment and handed it back to the girl along with her pencil. Harry stood up straight again and stepped closer to Hermione. And Harry Potter, the woman said, eyes wide with surprise. Gorgon's hair, I am that surprised. It's a pleasure to meet both of you. I got her autograph. The girl exclaimed, beaming with excitement. Ruth excitedly told her mother, who extended her hand and shook Harry's and then Hermione's vigorously. I'm so sorry to have disturbed you, the mother said, her voice filled with excitement. It's just that Ruth has been obsessing over you since she read your profile in the Prophet after the battle. She thinks you're a proper hero. We all do. I'm a Muggleborn too, you see. Oh, thank you, Hermione replied, clearly taken aback. She took Harry's free hand in hers, squeezing it tightly. He responded by holding her hand firmly, giving it a quick squeeze before addressing the family. She is, he said. Saved my skin more than once. Wow, Ruth said, her eyes wide with admiration. She would have continued if her mother hadn't placed a hand on her shoulder. Come along, her mother urged. We've taken up enough of their time. You're going to miss the train if we don't hurry. But Mum, it's Hermione Granger. I'll probably see you on the train later, Hermione said, offering the young girl a warm smile. And I'll watch for you during the sorting. Cool. Ruth beamed, looking happier than ever as she waved enthusiastically while her mother led her away. Harry watched them disappear through the barrier before turning to Hermione with a grin, her hand still warm in his. Blimey, Hermione. You're more famous than I am now. I always wondered when the rest of the world would realize I'm just following your lead. Oh hush, she said, playfully tugging him by the hand through the wall and onto platform 9 3/4. He was laughing as the scarlet steam engine came into view, but as he considered the train beneath the cloud of smoke, the amusement faded. The cheerful cars, which had once represented an escape from life with the Desleys, now felt like the vehicle that would take his closest friend far away from him. He frowned, allowing himself to be led toward the Hogwarts Express, his thoughts heavy. Harry struggled to contain the disappointment he knew he shouldn't be feeling. What's wrong? Hermione asked, turning to face him and dropping his hand. He felt the loss immediately. Nothing. Liar. All right, Harry admitted. Something stupid. I doubt that. Hermione wore a familiar expression, one he remembered from their school days, when she faced a problem she couldn't quite solve but was determined to overcome. I'm going to miss you, that's all, Harry said, forcing a smile despite the sinking feeling in his gut. That's not so very stupid. Yeah, well, it's a bit daft that I don't know how I'm going to manage without you. Delphi's going to miss you too. Before he could react, she punched his shoulder lightly, her small fist barely making an impact before withdrawing. Damn it, Harry, are you trying to make me cry? He laughed, shaking his head as she took a step closer and wrapped her arms around his chest, just beneath his arms. She pressed her cheek against his collarbone, and he set down Caliban's cage to embrace her in return. God, he was really going to miss her. He had no idea when it had happened, this dependence on her, but he felt lost at the thought of being without her. She had been by his side every step of the way this past month. Hell, she had been with him long before that. His mind flashed back to the tent, the cold, the damp, the hunger, the Horcrux pressing against his chest while she cried in the night, and he comforted her with his embrace. Even then, she had been there for him, choosing him at great personal cost and guiding him through minefields he could never have navigated alone. When was the last time he had been without her for any significant length of time? He felt ill-equipped to handle this world, to face fatherhood without her. "You'll be brilliant," she whispered against his shoulder, pulling him tighter. He could feel the swell of emotion rising between them. Hermione pressed against him for a lingering moment before finally releasing him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "I know you will be. Delphi is lucky to have you, and I'm just an owl away." "Too bloody far," Harry replied, forcing a smile despite the deep ache threatening to engulf him. "Well, you'll just have to come and visit, won't you?" Hermione said, wiping her nose with the back of her hand before bending down to lift her owl's cage. "And you had better bring my goddaughter to Hogsmeade on free weekends, or I won't ever forgive you." "Noted," Harry said, forcing a grin and stuffing his hands into his pockets to resist the urge to pull her in for another hug. The Hogwarts Express let out a sharp whistle, signaling its last call for boarding, and Harry shot a glare at the train. "That's me off then," Hermione said, reaching out to place her hand on Harry's upper arm, squeezing gently as she met his gaze once more. "I'll see you soon, Harry." "Yeah, see you soon," he echoed. She released him, turning away without another word as she made her way onto the train. She didn't pause or look back, though Harry wished she would. Once she was out of sight, he let out the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Harry." He looked up at the sound of her voice, his heart racing as he spotted her leaning out of a window several cars down. Her hair was frizzing in the humid air, and he began to jog toward her just as the train started to move. "I left Delphi's laundry in the washing machine," she called. "Don't forget to change it over." "I won't," he laughed, his heart still racing as he quickened his pace to match the train's speed. "And Harry," she shouted, her voice barely audible over the roar of the engine and another shrill whistle. Her hair whipped around her face in wild tangles. "What?" "I'll miss you too." He continued to jog after her, his heart full as the distance between them grew. Harry reached the end of the platform just as Hermione vanished from view through the train window. He closed his eyes, imagining her sitting on the bench in the train car, her cheeks flushed and her hair a wild tangle of curls. He could picture her smiling at whoever sat across from her, probably Neville, who he knew had decided to repeat his 7th year. A pang of jealousy twisted in his gut at the thought of Neville receiving her smiles, of him being able to talk to her and watch her chew on the end of her quill during class. He recognized the feeling for what it was and tried to push it back into the dark corner of himself from which it had escaped. He had no right to be jealous. Hermione was his friend, his good friend, and nothing more. She could smile at anyone she pleased, and he had no say in the matter. As the last train car disappeared from view, he bit his lip, feeling a silver otter materialize beside him. His eyes widened, and despite the gloom threatening to settle over him, he couldn't help but smile. "Give Delphi a kiss for me," the otter said in Hermione's voice. "Tell her I love her." He smiled as the otter faded away, and the sounds of adults disapparating around him began to fill the platform. For a moment, he considered sending his own stag patronus after the train but dismissed the thought. Instead, he joined the other witches and wizards as they made their way home, each one a bit quieter than when they had arrived. Chapter 13. September 5th, 1998. Dear Harry, Hogwarts is so boring without you and Ron trying to get me into trouble. I've had so much time to revise that I think I might actually be overdoing it. I know, shocking, isn't it? But even I can admit that revision isn't everything, and sometimes it's necessary to, I'm quoting Professor McGonagall here, let one's hair down. I know you probably remember, but my birthday is coming up. I was hoping our first free weekend would coincide, but it hasn't. So, in lieu of actually seeing you and Delphi, I demand copious amounts of photographs that I can plaster above my bunk. I miss seeing her, you know. I didn't anticipate how painful it would be to be away from her. Do all godparents feel this way, do you think? And I miss you, of course. Classes are just as they ever were. Professor Slughorn has retired, and we have a new potions teacher. Her name is Lucinda Burke, and she doesn't seem bad at all. There's not as much looming and point-taking as there was with Snape as potions master. Is it odd that I almost miss being called a know-it-all whenever I made a comment? There's a new transfiguration teacher as well. You've met her, actually. It's Mrs. Catermole from the ministry. Professor Catermole, I suppose. She's brilliant, really. Other positions have been filled too, though I haven't had much chance to get to know the other teachers. And you'll never guess where little Ruth ended up in the sorting. She's a Slytherin. Can you believe it? I was shocked. Imagine a Slytherin admiring me. She's a sweetheart, though. When she sees me doing rounds in the evening, she blushes and follows me for about 5 minutes, telling me all about what she's learning. And because I know you'll want to know, yes, Malfoy did show up on the first day of term. He's behaving himself so far, but I'll keep an eye on him. Hagrid sends his regards, and this was her way of saying she's thinking of you. I hope you're managing to stay sane amidst all the training. It sounds like you're really getting into the swing of things, even if it comes with a bruised ego. I can only imagine how strange it must feel to be on the other side of things at Hogwarts. I suppose it's a bit like growing up, isn't it? Delphi walking already. That's fantastic, even if she's a bit wobbly. It's wonderful to hear she's asking for you at bedtime. I'm sure she'll appreciate the Shakespeare in time. After all, it's never too early for a little culture. As for Malfoy, don't worry about him. He seems to be keeping to himself, which is a relief. I'm more interested in hearing about your adventures. Take care of yourself, and remember to keep the laundry under control. With love, Hermione. I think it's some sort of acknowledgement that you exist. She still seems upset, which I understand. There are moments when I feel unbearably sad about what happened between Ron and me. But honestly, I think I miss the companionship, that sense of us, more than I miss being with Ron. Does that make me awful? Just judging your laundry negligence, and still missing you both, Hermione. September 19th, 1998. Hermione, happy birthday. I've decided to ignore your judgments and have enclosed your presents as planned. I hope they brighten your day a little. And you're definitely not awful. Missing you, as ever, Harry. P.S. Delphi asked for photos of you too. Can you believe I only have a couple? Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. September 19th, 1998. When Hermione woke up on Saturday morning, she found a large tawny owl perched on her bedside table. He was watching her closely, waiting for any signs of movement. Finally, when she stirred, he gave a low hoot and took to the air. "Good morning to you too," she said, reaching into her nightstand drawer for a handful of owl treats and holding them out for Caliban. Spotting the treats, the tawny owl circled the room before landing beside her, eagerly beginning to eat from her cupped hand. "What have you brought me today?" Hermione asked, and she bit her lip when she noticed the pile of presents at the foot of her bed. A smile spread across her face as she recognized the messy scrawl on the topmost package. She reached for it, tearing off the brown paper wrapping to reveal a white box sealed with spellotape. Finding her wand, she severed the adhesive and lifted the lid off the box. She opened the letter first, unrolling the scroll and eagerly devouring the short note until she reached the end. Her gaze lingered on Harry's signature before she blushed, setting the parchment aside and reaching for the first item beneath it. What she initially thought was a leather-bound day planner turned out to be a photo album filled with several moving pictures already nestled in the transparent sleeves. The first photo captured Delphi, dressed in a simple yellow dress, backlit by the setting sun. She was laughing at something just out of the frame, her black curls glowing in the light as they danced against her cheeks. Hermione smiled broadly at the image, feeling her heart twinge. Merlin, how she missed that girl. How was it possible to grow so attached to someone in such a short time? Turning the page, her gaze fell on a picture of Delphi and Harry together. She traced her finger over the photograph, studying it more closely. Harry was sprawled on a green lawn, leaning back while Delphi attempted to climb over him, laughter bubbling as she reached for his glasses. For a moment, Hermione wondered who had taken these beautiful photos. Surely Harry must have hired a professional wizarding photographer. The album contained several more photographs of Delphi and Harry, each one more delightful than the last. When she reached the final picture, she bit her lip. This time, it was a solo shot of Harry. He stood in front of Grimmauld Place, his thumbs tucked into his pockets for just a moment before he ran a hand through his hair. He wore the same blue jumper and denim jeans from the photos with Delphi, but without her round cheeks and sunny smile to soften his features, he looked more rugged, older. Hermione felt her cheeks flush again, biting the inside of her mouth as she watched Harry smile and rub a hand over his bearded jaw. Goodness, he had no right to look so incredibly attractive, especially knowing it wasn't meant for her. She shut the album, deciding that lingering on her best friend's good looks was a decidedly bad idea. Instead, she reached for the second item in the parcel. It was significantly lighter than the first. Hermione was surprised by the satchel. It should have felt much heavier than the photo album that came with it. As she examined it, she noticed a note stuck to the outside. "Finite," she said, canceling the sticking charm wandlessly. She read Harry's handwriting. "Weightless and ever-extending. Took me forever to figure out how to Mary Poppins the thing, but I know you like to carry more than this bag would fit otherwise. Happy birthday." A smile spread across her face as she tucked the note into one of the satchel's front pockets, admiring the craftsmanship. It was clearly an expensive bag, far finer than any school bag she had owned. Her own was a worn canvas that constantly split at the seams. She had to admit, this was perhaps the nicest gift any of her friends had ever given her. Grinning, she set the satchel aside with the photo album and reached for her other presents. Molly Weasley had sent a delightful assortment of baked goods along with a hand-knit scarf in a lovely shade of dusky purple. Hagrid had contributed a hand-whittled comb and a batch of rock cakes. Several classmates, including Ginny, Neville, and Luna, had sent sweets. As she set aside her last box of Honeydukes chocolates, she noticed that Ron hadn't bothered to send a gift this year. She tried hard not to feel bitter about it as she rose from her bed, flicking her wand to draw up the covers and crossing to the wardrobe where her clothes were stored. Ron had every right not to send her a gift. After all, she was his ex-girlfriend now. They had shared 7 years of friendship along with those months of romance, but ending their relationship was bound to have an impact. Morning, came a sleepy voice. Hermione turned to see Ginny sitting upright in her bed, yawning. "Happy birthday, Hermione," Ginny said with a bright smile. "Thanks," Hermione said, smiling at Ginny. She glanced around the room at the other 4 poster beds, checking to see if anyone else was awake. This year, her dormitory was shared with the other 7th-year Gryffindor girls. Ginny slept in the bed next to hers, while 3 others occupied the remaining beds. Hermione didn't know them well, they had always been a year behind her. Parvati Patil, the only other Gryffindor girl in her year, hadn't returned, and Hermione understood why. Hogwarts was the place where she had witnessed her best friend's brutal murder at the hands of Fenrir Greyback. She swallowed hard, pushing those painful memories, of Lavender Brown lying motionless on the ground, out of her mind. "Do you have any plans today?" Ginny asked, pulling Hermione back to the present. "Just the library," Hermione replied, pulling a robe over her casual clothes as she moved back to her bed. She lifted the satchel Harry had sent her, slinging it over her shoulder and testing its weight as she bounced on her toes. "That's nice," Ginny commented. "Thank you. And thanks for the chocolates." You know I love them. Ginny nodded, stifling a yawn as she laid back in her bed, covering her mouth with the back of her hand. Off to the library then, oh ancient one. Hermione made a face. 19 is hardly ancient, she replied, and Ginny grinned at her. Rolling her eyes, Hermione waved at Ginny before leaving the room and heading down the stairs toward the common room. As she walked through the castle, she carefully avoided looking up in several spots. It felt strange to be back in this place. When she decided to return to Hogwarts, she knew it would be different, but she hadn't anticipated the waves of melancholy that often washed over her within its walls. The feeling was only intensified by the numerous new paintings and statues that had replaced those damaged beyond repair in the battle. The previous year, Hermione often walked with her eyes downcast. She missed her friends more than she had anticipated. With Harry and Ron gone, and the rest of her classmates a year or more younger, she frequently felt isolated. To combat this loneliness, she buried herself in schoolwork, often spending entire nights hidden away in the library. Yet even studying couldn't distract her from the creeping emptiness that filled her days. Thank goodness for Luna, Neville, and Ginny. The three members of the DA, though not replacements for Harry or Ron, had always been incredibly loyal and inclusive. Hermione knew she wouldn't have survived the first week at the castle without them to lean on when her memories became too overwhelming. It was the same for them, too. When they approached the castle in the thestral-drawn carriage, Hermione watched as Neville froze near the spot where he had beheaded Nagini. It took nearly a full minute of coaxing before she and Luna managed to convince him it was safe to go inside. The cost of the war they had fought was still being felt. Finally reaching the library, Hermione found her usual table and settled in, dropping her bag on the surface. She summoned several books from the nearby shelves, grateful to research solely for her schoolwork. It felt different from the hours spent poring over texts during their year on the run, less urgent, less draining. By the time she finished taking notes and outlining her essay for charms due the following week, it was lunchtime. She packed up her things, putting Harry's ever-extending charm to the test as she loaded book after book into her new satchel. When she finally finished, she lifted the bag, smiling at how it swung nearly weightless in her hand, not a bulge in sight despite the impressive amount of literature inside. The Great Hall was nearly at capacity by the time Hermione took her seat. Gryffindor table, Hermione sat beside one of her roommates, Cassandra Worth. Cassandra had striking blue eyes, straight brown hair, and generous curves. To her right were her two best friends, Diana Fraser and Eloise Macron, the other girls in Hermione's dormitory. Both had dark skin and wild, curly hair, but that's where the similarities ended. One was short, while the other was tall, one was thin, the other more robust. They truly were a study in opposites, apart from their coloring. "Happy birthday, Hermione," Neville exclaimed as he sank onto the bench to Hermione's left. He reached for a ham sandwich and set out a piece of parchment half covered with his own untidy scrawl. "You finished this yet? Charms?" Hermione asked, glancing down at the page while pouring herself a glass of water. "No, magical creatures." Neville took a bite of his sandwich, waiting for her reply. "Last week," she answered. He rolled his eyes, grinning with his mouth full before he finally swallowed. "You would. Making the rest of us look like slackers. Does it keep you up at night?" "Never," Hermione replied dryly. "But I'll make you a deal. I'll help you with magical creatures if you give me a hand transplanting for herbology next week. The snapping scaviosa nearly took my finger off yesterday." Neville nodded, his expression brightening. "You just need to know how to handle them. I can show you later today if you want." "Please," Hermione said eagerly. Behind them, someone cleared their throat. Hermione looked up just in time to see Ginny waggling her eyebrows suggestively. Hermione blushed, embarrassed by the implication. She'd never thought of Neville as more than a good friend, and something inside her protested at being mistaken for more. "Finally up, are we?" Hermione asked, scooting over to make room for Ginny between herself and Neville. It's Saturday, Hermione. Everyone but you sleeps in on Saturday, Ginny replied with a teasing smile. Not me, Neville chimed in. I go down to the... I've got several plants at very delicate stages, Neville said. Merlin, Neville, when did you become such a swot? Ginny teased, nudging him playfully on the shoulder. She then reached for a glass of pumpkin juice and a plate piled high with freshly buttered toast. Hermione noticed a faint pink tinge creeping onto Neville's cheeks before he lowered his gaze, focusing intently on his half-written essay. The three of them continued their meal in comfortable silence. Neville occasionally scribbled notes on his parchment while Ginny flipped through a copy of Quidditch Weekly. As for Hermione, she immersed herself in a book, a biography of Deliverance Dane she had discovered in the library and chosen for some light reading. The rest of the day unfolded on the grounds. Ginny joined the Quidditch team for practice. She had been made captain that year and, from what Hermione could tell, was fully committed to the team's success. Meanwhile, Hermione, Neville, and Luna settled by the lake, wrapping up homework and sharing easy conversation. It wasn't until after dinner that Hermione and Neville returned to the Gryffindor common room. I'm always surprised by how different it feels, Neville said as they sank into a sofa by the fire, ignoring the giggling first-year girls nearby who were stirring a cauldron clockwise. I mean, I know logically that nothing has changed. I still sleep in the same four-poster bed, the furniture is all still in the same place, but it feels different. Hermione understood what he meant. It was a feeling she often grappled with during her school years. It's hard to go back, after everything, she replied, letting her words linger in the air as Neville nodded in agreement. As she stared into the flickering flames, memories flooded back, the countless times she had sat in this very spot, flanked by Harry and Ron. She had been happy then. And while she wasn't miserable now, she wondered how one could return to a place that felt so different after experiencing so much. How does a person navigate that shift? How could they overlook the fact that the world had moved on while they remained stuck in place? She had spent months living in fear for her life. She had fought Death Eaters twice her age and emerged victorious. She had destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul. She had become a godmother, ended a relationship with her childhood crush, and wrestled with an unsettling, unreturned affection for her best friend. Yet, within the castle walls, she felt compelled to play the role of the bookish prefect she had been for so many years. If she allowed herself to embrace the woman she had become through all these experiences, she feared she wouldn't be able to settle for classrooms and essays any longer. And she desperately needed to find contentment. It is, Neville said, his voice firm, surprising Hermione. Sitting in class like a first year after defeating you-know-whose pet snake seems a bit tame. Hermione laughed. Well, you can't be a hero every day. I think that's more of a once-a-week thing, actually. Is that so? Maybe I should create a little danger myself then. Neville's eyes sparkled, and Hermione couldn't help but be amused as she watched him. You? Create trouble? Really? Is this the same boy I had to body bind for being too afraid to bend the rules in first year? Neville met her gaze, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. I thought we agreed we're grown-ups now, Hermione. I'm a man, not a boy. He flushed, glancing over his shoulder for a moment before shaking his head and furrowing his brow. What is it? Hermione asked, following his gaze into the common room. Nothing seemed out of place. Nothing, he replied. Just. He hesitated, taking a deep breath before something seemed to settle within him. He looked up to meet her gaze. Listen, I wanted to talk to you about something. I wasn't going to bring it up before because, well, it would have been inappropriate. Wouldn't it have? Hermione raised her eyebrows, puzzled. I know I'm not like Ron or Harry. I don't have half the charm they do, and I'm aware of it. I'm awkward and clumsy, and honestly, I'm terrible at Quidditch. But I can be clever when I need to be, which should count for something. Neville, what are you trying to say? He flushed bright red at her question, and Hermione tilted her head in confusion. Just that. Well, Neville stammered, shit. His eyes widened in surprise, fixed over Hermione's shoulder. She whipped around, wand ready in an instant. Whoa. Calm down, Hermione, it's just me. Ginny stood there, hands raised with palms open toward her friend. Hermione lowered her wand immediately. Sorry, she exclaimed. Reflex. Ginny nodded, brushing off the apology. I was just coming to see if either of you wanted to play a game of exploding snap. She ran a hand through her silky red hair, letting the strands fall over her shoulder. Hermione turned just in time to see Neville biting his lip and looking away. Not me, she replied. Neville, would you? She paused when Neville started shaking his head vigorously. Sorry, he said, not really feeling like playing tonight. I think I'll head up to bed, actually. He stood up, stuffing his hands into his pockets before remembering his bag beside the sofa. He bent down to grab it, wincing as he did. Later, he said once he had it in hand, turning his back to them as he headed toward the stairs leading up to the dormitories. What's eating him? Ginny asked once he was out of earshot, looking as confused as Hermione felt. Haven't the foggiest, Hermione replied, watching Neville for any hint as he retreated. She only turned back to Ginny when he reached the first step. That was when it happened. The common room erupted with a thunderous bang. Chairs and tables were thrown off their legs as shrapnel whirled through the air, and Hermione was sent sprawling backward. Just before her head collided with the mantel above the fireplace, causing her to lose consciousness, she caught a glimpse of her wand soaring from her hand, arcing gracefully through the air. Chapter 14, The Ministry of Magic. September 19, 1998. Harry grimaced as he pushed himself off the floor for the third time, feeling bruises on both his backside and his ego. Robards approached him, extending a hand. Harry took it, allowing the head Auror to help him to his feet, wincing as he shifted his weight onto his sore knee. Not bad that time, Potter, Robart said, his brown hair laced with silver hanging over one eye. Your offense is where it needs to be, you just have to keep practicing those shielding charms. Thanks, Harry replied, rubbing his backside and wincing again. Feels like what I really need to work on are cushioning charms, though. Robards let out a raspy laugh, clapping a hand on Harry's shoulder as he guided him toward the practice room door. You can't expect to be at that level so soon, lad, he assured him. Hogwarts gives you the basics, but we'll train you the rest of the way. Besides, you've seen the other recruits getting their arses handed to them just like you. Harry nodded. It was true, all 10 of the new recruits in the Auror department were struggling with the advanced spellwork required for the war-level shields they needed to learn. He and Ron were perhaps the most advanced of the group, but even they had only managed to hold their shields for a few seconds, less if they were under a barrage of blasting curses and slicing hexes. Doubts began to creep into Harry's mind about whether he truly belonged in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Maybe he would have been better suited for a quieter life in the Department of International Magical Cooperation, where the most strenuous task would be writing reports on cauldron bottoms. Thank you, sir, Harry said, pushing aside his self-doubt as they stepped through the door into the hallway. Harry, there you are. Ron's voice echoed in the corridor, and Harry turned to face him. The redhead was still, distracted by the bright red fabric of his trainee robes, which clashed with his hair and cast a ruddy pink glow across his face. Evening, sir, Ron said, his expression sobering slightly as he realized who Harry had been sparring with. Nonsense. I was just about to tell Potter here to stop pestering me and go home, Robards replied. Sorry, sir, Harry said reflexively, and Robards laughed. Get out of here, the both of you, he instructed before disappearing down the hallway into his office. Yes, sir, Harry and Ron said in unison just as the head Auror's office door closed behind him. Bloody hell, I feel all pins and needles when he's around. It's bleeding embarrassing, Ron admitted, shaking his shoulders as if to brush off the feeling. You off now, or do you have time for a pint? Harry paused for a moment, considering the offer, but then shook his head. Can't. Andromeda's waiting. Right. Ron picked at a piece of non-existent lint on his robes before forcing a smile and looking back at Harry. Tell her hello for me. Harry noticed Ron didn't mention Delphi, and a protective instinct flared up inside him at the omission. He pushed that feeling down, returning Ron's stiff smile and nodding once. Give my best to your mum when you see her. Of course. That reminds me, though, I was given strict instructions to remind you that supper is at 6 tomorrow. She said, the ministry may be sucking up your Saturdays, but I know for a fact your Sundays are still free. Or something like that. Harry smiled genuinely now and nodded. We'll be there. Great, Ron said. Later, Harry. It took Harry longer than he expected to reach the atrium. His scarlet robes had been drenched in sweat, so he took the time to change and shower in the locker room before heading to the elevator. Now dressed in his sensible black robes, Harry felt less distracted. Harry moved through the room, feeling conspicuous. Working at the Ministry of Magic had been an adjustment, especially after the incident in Diagon Alley with the reporters at the ice cream shop. That had certainly not been the last of such encounters. Thankfully, Kingsley had temporarily banned reporters from the main floor of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Still, they gathered in the atrium near the newly constructed Fountain of Magical Brethren. Keeping his eyes down, Harry made his way to the designated apparition point at the far end of the large room. Just as he was about to reach it, a high, familiar voice rang out. Harry. Harry Potter. He winced and turned reflexively, recognizing the voice. Skeeter, he said, his impatience evident. What do you want? The reporter flashed a wide grin, her almost fluorescent white teeth gleaming as her bleach blonde curls bobbed. Only to say hello, and perhaps to ask a few questions. I haven't got time, Harry replied curtly. Of course, Skeeter said with a smile. You'll be on your way to pick up your little cousin, won't you? Harry narrowed his gaze, his piercing green eyes locking onto her blue ones. My daughter, he corrected her firmly. Yes, you adopted her, didn't you? How was that? Do you feel that dealing with the ministry has been easier because of your status as the boy who lived again? Would you say the treatment you receive is preferential? I'm not playing your games today, Rita, Harry scowled. Oh, come on, Harry. Rita wheedled, her cloying perfume filling the space as she stepped closer. I'm only interested in your experience as a new father. Do you think it's appropriate for a young, single man like yourself to have so much control over a young child? Do you feel you're an appropriate guardian for the orphan of a muggle? Goodbye, Miss Skeeter, Harry said through gritted teeth, cutting her off. Harry brushed off her inquiry and turned sharply toward the apparition point. How curious that the daughter of your muggle cousin should prove to be a witch, Skeeter called out just as he spun on the spot and disapparated away. The journey was as quick and nauseating as ever, but Harry was more practiced now. He continued his stride as he appeared outside Andromeda's home. How dare she? Rita had always been an irritation, a nuisance he couldn't quite shake, but now her words were crossing a line. The audacity to suggest there was anything inappropriate about his parenting of Delphi was outrageous. He should have hexed her on the spot. Duh. Harry looked up at the sweet voice calling to him, and a smile broke across his face as he spotted Delphi. She was sitting in a patch of grass, surrounded by dandelion seeds swirling in the air around her, some already caught in her glossy curls. Hello, Harry, Andromeda said from her seat on the porch behind Delphi. She lowered her wand, and the breeze that had carried the seeds away dissipated. Evening, Andromeda. How was my girl today? He reached for Delphi, who stood with a little effort and raised her arms toward him, her face lighting up with an excited smile as she began to babble incoherently. Angelic as ever, Andromeda replied, standing up and shifting the baby on her lap to her hip. Not that I can say the same for Teddy, here. Is he still teething? Harry asked. Andromeda nodded as she came down the front steps to stand in front of him. And he's incredibly unhappy about it. I can't blame him, his gums are all swollen and painful looking. Harry winced sympathetically just as Delphi tugged on his ear. Ouch! He exclaimed. Duh. She said again, her face full of joy. Have you all had dinner yet? Harry asked, gently lowering his daughter's hand and planting a series of playful kisses on her cheek. Andromeda shook her head, glancing at the antique gold wristwatch she wore every day. I was going to start in another 10 minutes if you were running late. You're both welcome to stay, of course. Harry chuckled. I was actually going to invite you and Teddy. I tried the recipe you gave me last week, and it didn't turn out half bad. Andromeda's face lit up with pleasure as she adjusted the baby at her hip, who was starting to gnaw on her robes. Harry watched as Teddy's tuft of hair shifted from blonde to bright blue, and the baby began to cry, clearly upset at his failed attempt to munch on his grandmother's clothes. Andromeda rolled her eyes, then shifted Teddy to rest his head on her shoulder, patting his back firmly to soothe him. He's as clingy as his mother ever was, the poor love, she said. Just then, Harry felt a tug on his hair and looked down to see Delphi, who placed a hand on his cheek and smiled. Duh, she said, beaming up at him. Harry grinned back, reaching up to tap her nose. Delphi. Tika, she insisted, her eyes sparkling. Harry laughed. What is she saying? He asked Andromeda, intrigued. She's been repeating that word all day, and I can't figure it out. In response, he burst into an enthusiastic rendition of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Delphi clapped her hands, delighting in the song, while Andromeda watched in amused silence, turning a curious Teddy around to see his godfather sing. By the time the song ended, Teddy's hair had returned to its normal sandy blonde. As Harry finished, Andromeda sighed, still smiling. Ted used to sing that, she said softly. Harry froze, suddenly anxious that he had stirred up something bittersweet. Harry couldn't bear the thought of hurting the woman who had become such an integral part of his family. It's a good thing, Harry, she said, noticing the tension in his shoulders. I like to be reminded of him. He's the love of my life. It's comforting to see that not every part of him has been lost from the world. Harry nodded, watching her as she turned her gaze back to Teddy, her face softening into a serene smile. How about that dinner then? She asked, looking back up at him and Delphi. I'm curious to see if you have any talent in the kitchen, or if I need to find you a house elf to feed that precious girl. Before Harry could respond, a loud crack shattered the air. He instinctively reached for his wand and turned to shield Delphi, who was still clinging to him, from whatever had caused the noise. In one smooth motion, he extended his wand toward the red-robed figure that had appeared behind him. As he recognized Ron, his palms raised in a gesture of peace, Harry's initial instinct was to curse. He bit his lip to hold back the word, though his wand tip sparked with agitation. Harry, Ron said, breathless as he lowered his hands and took a few quick steps closer. His eyes darted to the top of Delphi's head, then to Andromeda and Teddy in the background. You'll want to hand her back, mate. What's happened? Harry asked, a tightness forming in his chest as he lowered his wand. What could have brought Ron here in such a hurry? Were the Weasleys in trouble? Hogwarts, Ron replied, the word sending a chill through Harry's veins. There was some sort of explosion in the Gryffindor common room. Ron's expression was pained, his brows furrowed and cheeks flushed. It's all hands on deck. Shit, Harry swore, turning to Andromeda, who was already extending her empty arm to take Delphi. Go, she urged. I'll keep her safe. Harry pressed a fierce kiss to Delphi's forehead before handing her over. Lock the doors and raise the wards, he instructed, and Andromeda nodded in agreement. Love you, Delph. I'll be back soon. Without another word, he followed Ron, his pulse racing and his heart pounding against his chest. He tried to think clearly as he prepared to disapparate, reminding himself of the protocol for emergencies like this. But all he could see was Hermione lying in a hospital wing bed during their second year, unmoving, her eyes glassy. The memory tightened around his heart, and in an instant, he turned on the spot, allowing the magic of apparition to twist and compress him until he felt consumed by pain and dread. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. September 19, 1998. Hermione woke to the soft glow of a gas lamp burning at her bedside and the sensation of a warm hand clasping her own. She moved her fingers experimentally, brushing against calloused skin before the familiar hand retreated and something beside her shifted. As she opened her eyes fully, her gaze traveled from the flickering lamp down to her hand and then up to the black-haired, bearded man looking eagerly at her. "Harry," she croaked, her voice hoarse. "What are you doing here?" Confusion washed over her. Just moments ago, she had been in the common room chatting with Ginny. She had watched Neville retreat toward his dormitory when the explosion came rushing back to her mind, and Hermione's eyes widened in alarm. "Oh my God," she exclaimed. "Ginny." "She's fine," Harry reassured her. "Everyone's okay. A few bumps and scrapes, some broken bones, but Madame Pomfrey was able to fix them up quickly. I'm afraid you took the worst of it." Hermione attempted to sit up, but a gentle pressure on her shoulder urged her back down. "She'll have my head for this," she muttered, half in jest, half in concern. "Don't worry, I won't make a fuss," Harry said, his hand warm against her skin through the thin hospital gown. "I promised I wouldn't be a nuisance, and I think she only let me stay because I'm almost an Auror." "What happened?" Hermione settled back against the pillow, her gaze fixed intently on Harry's face. It hadn't been long since they last met, but she could see a change in him. Perhaps it was the black robes he wore, but he looked more mature than ever as he sat by her bedside. "Bloody first years," Harry replied. "A couple of them were experimenting with potions in the common room. They said they were trying to brew Felix Felicis." Hermione's eyes widened. Felix Felicis was notoriously difficult to brew, even under the best circumstances. The only person she had ever known to succeed was Horace Slughorn, a man who, while not the most brilliant teacher, was certainly a skilled potioneer. Even she, who had managed to brew the Polyjuice potion in her second year, had never dared to attempt something as volatile as liquid luck. "The idiots," Hermione hissed. Was it Vane and Cartwright? She remembered those two girls giggling over a cauldron in the common room. Harry grinned. "I'm afraid I can't comment on ongoing investigations, Miss Granger." Hermione rolled her eyes and shook her head. "Pardon me, Auror Potter," she said sweetly. "I was under the impression it was my best friend holding my hand earlier, not a ministry employee." His grin faltered for just a moment before he reached out again, gently placing his hand over hers. "I'm really glad you're going to be okay," he said, his smile fading as his gaze drifted from the crown of her head down to her chest and back up again. Hermione looked down, following his gaze and noticing the bandages peeking out. She pulled the thin fabric of her gown away from her body and glanced down at the clean white strips of cloth wrapped around her chest. Above them, she noticed several scrapes that were halfway healed, likely a result of some potion she had been given while asleep. "What was the damage?" Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued even though she wasn't sure she really wanted to know. If she was going to be angry with the reckless first years who had caused the explosion in the common room, it was best to have all the facts. Harry winced before responding. "Several broken ribs, plenty of lacerations, and a hard knock to the head. I think Madame Pomfrey mentioned something about a concussion, too. You've got a nasty cut on the back of your head." "So that's where the throbbing's coming from," Hermione said, raising a hand to her head and feeling the bandage there. "Who else was hurt?" "The two girls," Obviously, Harry replied. They were lucky, though, they landed on furniture instead of being thrown against a wall. Ginny came in with a broken arm and some bits of cauldron sticking out of her legs. She was furious. Honestly, I think the girls were more scared of her than the swarm of Aurors interrogating them. Hermione laughed, wincing slightly as her chest ached from the effort. Sounds like Ginny. They're lucky I was knocked out, or I would have joined her in giving them a piece of my mind. Harry smiled, his thumb gently stroking the top of her hand as he leaned forward, resting his elbows on the bed. Hermione felt a familiar flutter in her stomach, her heart racing. Anyone else? She asked, her voice a little higher than usual. A few younger years I recognized but don't know well. Most of them just had bumps and scrapes. One broken nose, but Neville healed that one on the spot. Wait, did you say swarm of Aurors? Hermione's mind caught up with Harry's words. How many is a swarm, exactly? Most of a department that wasn't already out on assignment, Harry said, looking a bit sheepish. There were reports of an attack at Hogwarts. Apparently, a third year flooded the ministry with a panic call about an explosion. I think the person who received the message assumed it was a retaliatory attack by the Death Eaters still on the loose. Christ, Hermione swore. That must have been terrifying. Harry met her gaze, his green eyes soft as he bit his lip and shook his head. Not nearly as scary as when they told me you'd been hurt. Her heart leaped in her chest as she turned her hand over beneath his until their palms were touching, and she could intertwine her fingers with his. She knew that he meant it was difficult for him to think of his friend being hurt, but her traitorous imagination couldn't help but wonder if his show of affection was more than just friendship. She squeezed his hand tightly, pushing the thought away before she could dwell on it any further. The last thing she needed at the start of a school year without Harry nearby was to acknowledge or encourage an ill-advised, budding crush on him. Where's Delphi? She asked. It was probably her imagination, but she thought she felt Harry's hand stiffen within her grasp. With Andromeda, he answered. I loved the photos you sent, Hermione said before she could think better of it. Of you and her. She's so beautiful, and you love her so much. I do, Harry nodded. And I know I'm not the only one. You're not. Hermione smiled at him, forcing herself to remove her hand from his and shifting until she was leaning back on her elbows. Help me with these pillows, she demanded. Madame Pomfrey said. Do I look like I care about what she said, Harry? Hermione gave him a withering look, one she knew would be effective in gaining his support. He bit his lip before moving her pillows to prop her up a bit more. Thank you, she said, settling back with a sigh. Hermione winced as a pounding headache set in. There isn't any pain relief potion around, is there? Without a word, Harry reached for a small vial on her bedside table, unstoppered it, and held it out for her. You're allowed one of these every 6 hours. Hermione took the vial, sniffed the opening, and, recognizing the potion inside, drained it in one gulp. She sighed in immediate relief. Magic, she had decided long ago, was infinitely better than Muggle medicine. For one thing, analgesic potions worked instantly to relieve pain, unlike many drugs from her childhood that took almost an hour to kick in. The bag is brilliant too, you know, she said, recalling the other gift Harry had sent that morning. The charms were perfect, and the satchel is honestly lovely. Harry grimaced. What is it? Hermione asked, sensing something was off. I'm afraid there was another casualty in the common room. He said, his tone serious. The bag didn't make it. Whatever those girls ended up brewing splattered on it and ate right through the leather. Hermione practically growled, clenching her fists as she imagined hexing the most idiotic pair of first years she had ever encountered. Harry tried to stifle a laugh but failed miserably. Does the destruction of my personal property amuse you, Harry? She asked, her voice rising higher than she intended. No, he said, still chuckling. Hermione continued to glare at him. Sorry. It's just, he paused to laugh again, and Hermione narrowed her eyes. What? It's just what? It's just that Ron said this is how you would react. He thought the bag would annoy you more than the broken ribs. His laughter erupted once more as he wiped the corners of his eyes. Despite her annoyance, Hermione felt herself softening at the sight of him, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Ron was here, she asked, hoping to keep the laughter going by asking more questions, but the sound of her voice broke through the moment. The mention of her friend's name seemed to draw out Harry's good humor. Yeah, he said, biting his lip before nodding. He was sorry he couldn't stay. He thought, well, he didn't think you'd want to see him first thing. Hermione frowned. I wouldn't have minded, she replied softly. He's been one of my closest friends since I was 12. I understand things are awkward now, but I had hoped they would return to normal eventually. Do you know what I mean? Harry nodded, his gaze drifting toward the curtain that separated her bed from the rest of the hospital wing. Hermione wondered if Ginny was sleeping somewhere beyond. I do, he said, meeting her eyes again. It's hard, I think, when you're not the one left heartbroken. You're not? She asked before she could stop herself. Broken-hearted? No. I don't think so. I'm sad, but I know it's for the best. He paused, leaning back in his seat, a subtle move that would have gone unnoticed by anyone else, but not by her. No, he repeated, I'm not. Are you? Hermione bit her lip, staring down at her hands clasped over her lap. She shook her head. I feel like I should be, sometimes. Like today, he didn't even send me a note for my birthday. The prat. No. I wasn't really bothered. I wasn't sad about it like I thought I might be. Just a bit annoyed that things aren't normal, like before we started dating. I don't think that's what you feel like when your heart is broken. I think you feel more like not sending someone a gift on their birthday. She paused, letting her head rest against the pillow behind her, her eyes closing. They felt heavy now, as the potion she had taken began to take effect. She had forgotten that one of the side effects of Madame Pomfrey's best pain potions was extreme drowsiness. I should let you rest, Harry said, and Hermione hummed softly in response. Go see Delphi, she said, her words blending together as she struggled to keep her heavy eyes open. From beneath her lashes, she noticed Harry's face brighten at the mention of his daughter. She reached out, taking his hand in hers and giving it a tight squeeze. She saw his expression shift from loving pride to something more surprised, more intense. But before she could analyze that look further or even commit it to memory, her eyes fluttered shut again, and she felt herself drifting back into unconsciousness, Harry's hand still warm in hers. Chapter 15. September 20th, 1998. Hermione, I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer yesterday. As pleased as I was to have an excuse to see you, I must insist you avoid ending up in the hospital wing again. I know it's tempting now that you realize it gets you special attention from the Auror department. Just kidding. Please don't send me a howler. Penitently. Harry. September 22nd, 1998. Harry James Potter, if you think reminding me that most of the wizarding world believes the sun shines out your arse is going to make me overlook your inflated ego, you don't know me very well at all. Luckily for you, I'm willing to overlook your conceit, for now, and simply tell you that I did enjoy seeing you, despite the circumstances. Would you believe that in a school of nearly 1,000 students, I actually feel lonely without your ridiculously unruly hair haunting my every move? Magnanimously. Hermione. P.S. One of the first years who blew up the common room has a camera and loaned it to me. You'll find the fruits of my labor enclosed. Please show them to Delphi so she doesn't forget me. September 25th, 1998. Hermione, wow. You look brilliant in those photos. Delphi kept pointing at them and saying "might" over and over again. She really misses you. Unfortunately, I don't have much else to add. Work is continuing to kick my arse, but training will end in mid-October, and I've been granted a month of family leave. I'm looking forward to spending more quality time with Delphi, but I have to admit, I'm going to miss the thrill of training and shadowing more experienced aurors on simple jobs. As steep as the learning curve is, I enjoy what I'm doing. That's important, right? Missing you. Harry. September 30th, 1998. Hermione, I must be quick as my course load seems to have tripled. I'm glad you're enjoying work, and I miss you both terribly. How about a fire call tomorrow night? I can be in the common room around 10. Harry. Yes. Harry, October 28, 1998. Hermione, I'm afraid our fire calls have finally been noticed. The headmistress was less than pleased when she realized I was making unsanctioned calls outside of the school. Apparently, it's not allowed. I told her it should be written down somewhere if it's a rule or addressed at the start of term. And that's how I lost 20 house points for cheek. Fortunately, she agreed to my request before I made the mistake of mentioning our method of communication. I can hardly wait to see you. Love, Harry. Number 12 Grimmauld Place, October 31st, 1998. The house was dark when Hermione entered, and she felt a sense of relief that, despite the 2 months since she had last been here, Harry hadn't changed the wards to exclude her. A sound somewhere in the darkness caught her attention, and she instinctively drew her wand, flicking it upward to illuminate the entrance hall. Hermione. His voice was soft, filled with what sounded like relief. She looked up to see Harry standing in the middle of the stairs leading to the first floor and the drawing room. Merlin, he looked amazing. She knew it was probably inappropriate to notice how attractive he had become. They were just friends, after all, despite what her increasingly overactive imagination had suggested during their long fire calls over the past month. But she couldn't help the little flutter in her stomach as she took in the sight of his neatly groomed beard and well-defined biceps. Auror training had clearly worked wonders on his physique. "Hello, Harry," she said, stowing her wand and shifting self-consciously on her feet. It was hard to remember the last time she had gone more than a few days without seeing him in person. She guessed it must have been during the summer after their 6th year. Standing in front of him now, witnessing the changes he had undergone, felt almost awkward after being away. Harry moved quickly down the steps, a wide grin spreading across his face, and Hermione smiled in relief. She stepped forward, eager to reconnect. Hermione met Harry at the base of the stairs, wrapping her arms around his neck as he leaned down to bury his face in her hair. The familiar sense of leather and broom polish mingled with his usual masculine aroma, along with a hint of something sweet that she suspected might have come from Delphi. "I'm so glad you're here," he murmured, his warm breath brushing against her ear. She felt a shiver run down her spine and scolded herself internally. "I wouldn't have missed it," she replied, as he loosened his grip, and she forced herself to do the same. "I know Halloween isn't your favorite holiday, and I wasn't too keen on leaving you alone for it." "You worry too much," Harry said, though he couldn't hide his smile. "Where's Delphi?" Hermione asked, peering past his shoulders and up the stairs. "Is she already asleep?" "I'm sorry," Harry answered. "I tried to keep her up, but she practically insisted I put her to bed. She kept levitating her pajamas at me." Hermione laughed, wrapping an arm around Harry's waist as they began to ascend the stairs. "No matter," she said. "I'll see her in the morning." When they reached the first floor landing, Hermione noticed the lamps and sconces in the cozy drawing room were already lit. They entered together, Harry's arm around her shoulders until they reached the sofa, where they disentangled and sat down side by side. The smell of broom polish lingered in the air, and she spotted a broomstick lying on the floor next to the end table. "Have you started flying again?" she asked, nudging the broomstick's handle with her toe. Harry glanced down at the racing broom and smiled. "A bit, yeah. It's policy for Aurors to have one, and they said I could supply my own if I wanted something beyond the standard." "Is it?" Beyond the standard, I mean. She wasn't sure, as she could only see the end of it, but it looked a bit like the firebolt Harry had lost the previous year. Harry, always enthusiastic about flying in Quidditch, lifted his broom and rested it across his lap for Hermione to inspect. "Just a bit," he said. Hermione examined the broom with her untrained eye. She might have thought that being friends with Harry and Ron for so long would have prepared her to identify a broomstick, but she quickly realized she was mistaken. It wasn't until she spotted the glint of gold filigree at the handle that she recognized the brand. "Another firebolt? I didn't realize they'd made another model." "3 other models since I got my first one," Harry corrected. Hermione might have laughed at the pride shining on his face, but she knew how serious he could be about these things. "Well, it looks like a perfectly lovely broom," she said playfully. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Lovely? Hermione, babies are lovely. Flowers are lovely. Perfume is lovely. A firebolt 400 is not lovely." "My apologies," she laughed. "I'll try harder to come up with a more masculine adjective next time you show me your broomstick." The look Harry gave her was hard to decipher until she replayed her words in her mind. Instantly, warmth flooded through her as she recognized the expression in his eyes. She blushed, bit her lip, and looked away. Silence enveloped them as Hermione tried to calm her racing heart. When she finally mustered the courage to look back up at him, she realized it was a mistake. He was sitting closer now, gazing down at her with an intense expression. Oh, Christ. Her heart began to race again, and her skin tingled as she blushed. What was he doing? His green eyes were wide, pupils dilated as he stared intently at her. She could feel his warm breath as he exhaled softly, capturing his bottom lip between his straight white teeth. Without meaning to, Hermione found herself imagining what it might feel like to bite into that lip herself. It looked so plump. As Hermione ran her tongue across her lips, she felt a blush creeping up her cheeks. Yet, she found herself unable to break the gaze locked on Harry's eyes. Unconsciously, she licked her lips, not realizing the small action until she noticed his eyes flicker down to follow the movement of her tongue. She thought she heard him groan softly. "Hermione," he breathed, her name barely escaping his lips. Her heart began to race at the sound. "Yes," she replied, surprised that her voice came out steady. "Yes," he echoed, his emerald eyes searching hers, filled with an urgent question. A shaky breath escaped her as she nodded, and he moved closer, one hand brushing against the nape of her neck and tangling into her hair. The firebolt clattered to the floor, forgotten. When their lips finally met, it felt like electricity igniting between them. Her heart, which had been pounding wildly just moments before, stilled in that instant. For a brief moment, as his warm lips pressed against hers, the world around them faded away. Everything seemed to freeze, echoing the single word they both felt. Yes. As reality returned, Hermione felt her heart race again, pounding fiercely in her chest as Harry's mouth slanted over hers. She felt him gently pull her bottom lip between his, and the tip of his tongue traced its curve. She took a shaky breath, not wanting to break the kiss. God, he was perfect. His fingers, warm against her scalp, sent shivers down her spine. As his other arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer, she felt an overwhelming heat radiating from him, a fierce sensation that drew her in, urging her to deepen the kiss. She surrendered to that urge, letting her tongue sweep out to meet his, exploring the connection between them. Harry captured her top lip, suckling gently as he held her captive. A soft sound escaped her, and as his tongue swept forward, tracing the seam between her teeth, she felt her heart thumping in her ears. She had never dared to imagine what kissing Harry would be like. Perhaps, if pressed, she might have admitted there was a chance he would be skilled, but she hadn't anticipated that his touch would ignite such fire within her. His lips devoured her, and she ached to pull him even closer. She longed to feel his heart beating against hers, to touch the warm skin just beneath the collar of his jumper. Instead, she let her hand glide over his cheek, feeling the softness of his stubble as she buried her fingers in it before wrapping her arm around the back of his neck. Suddenly, Harry pulled away, turning his face to the side and glancing upward. Hermione, her eyes unfocused, tried to follow his gaze. "Delphi," he said, his voice hoarse. "What?" she asked, her heart still racing. "Delphi," Harry repeated, looking down at her, his eyes still shining before a look of concern crossed his face. "Oh," Hermione replied, feeling a bit lost. She let her hand drop from his neck to his shoulder, then gingerly picked it up as she leaned back. His hand slipped from her hair as she moved away, and he frowned, unwinding his other arm from around her waist. Hermione cleared her throat. "You should probably." "I need to." They both fell silent, and Hermione kept her gaze fixed on her lap. "I'll be right back," Harry said. She nodded, forcing herself to meet his eyes. He looked worried, but she couldn't tell if it was about Delphi or what had just happened between them. "Right, of course," she said. "I'll just wait here." She watched him go, and as he stepped away, her heart felt heavy with uncertainty. Stepped out onto the landing and shut his eyes tightly, raising his fists to cover them as he groaned, leaning forward to rest his elbows on his knees. What had he just done? What had they just done? His lips were still tingling from that intense kiss with Hermione, and as his heart began to slow, he realized he didn't regret it at all. He had just kissed Hermione, his best friend, the mother of his goddaughter, the one who had always been by his side. It had felt incredible. As he entered the nursery, he noticed the room was dark, the charm on the unicorn nightlight by Delphi's crib had failed. For a moment, Harry froze, memories of a moonlit kitchen and a rickety crib flooding his mind. Frowning, he waved his wand as he moved into the room, restoring the nightlight to its glowing glory. He reached into the crib and lifted Delphi into his arms. She continued to fuss, but he settled her against his chest, her cheek resting on his shoulder as her sobs quieted. "Sh, he murmured, rubbing gentle circles on her quivering back. For perhaps the 1,000th time since Delphi had come into his life, he cursed Euphemia Rowell for what she had done to his daughter. He swayed from side to side, humming an old tune he barely remembered from the brief moments of love in his childhood. He felt the moment she relaxed against him, her breathing evening out. Carefully, he shifted her down, cradling her in his arms as he gazed at her peaceful face in the low light. His eyes traced the soft curve of her rounded cheeks and the delicate bow of her upper lip. She looked enchanting, even in sleep. He tried not to jostle her as he laid her back down in the crib, face down. She always seemed to sleep better that way, and then took several quiet steps toward the door. Harry paused for a moment, taking one last look around the room to ensure everything was in order before he stepped onto the second-floor landing, where both his and Delphi's rooms were located. It wasn't until he reached the top of the stairs that he remembered what he had left behind in the drawing room: Hermione. A thoroughly kissed Hermione, her lips slightly swollen, her hair tousled from where he had run his fingers through it. What had he done? Merlin, her lips had felt so soft, warm, and intoxicating against his own. If kissing Ginny had been enjoyable and exciting, this was a whole different realm of pleasure he hadn't yet experienced. He hadn't wanted to stop when the chime of Delphi's monitor had echoed in his ears, and if she hadn't woken up, he wasn't sure they would have pulled away. He closed his eyes, recalling the feel of Hermione in his arms, her body pressed against his chest through her jumper, his arm wrapped tightly around her waist, drawing her even closer. The heat between them had been overwhelming, his breath coming in eager puffs as his heart raced in his chest. Harry shifted uncomfortably, his hand instinctively reaching for the straining fabric of his trousers to adjust himself, but he hesitated and withdrew. What was he thinking, lingering on that kiss? It had been amazing, but deep down, they both knew it was a terrible idea. They were best friends, for crying out loud. The last thing they needed was to complicate their relationship with a snog. He groaned inwardly. He was a new father, and Delphi's interruption had come at the perfect moment, reminding him of his responsibilities. He couldn't expect someone like Hermione to become involved with him now. She had her own plans for the future and an incredible talent that would demand her full attention to thrive. Kissing him could only lead to heartache for both of them. She was still at Hogwarts while he was here, focused on being a father to Delphi. Harry didn't doubt that Hermione cared deeply for her goddaughter. He knew she loved Delphi immensely, but he also understood that the life he had chosen wasn't something he could expect anyone else to embrace. No, it would be better to put a stop to this now. If Hermione returned to Hogwarts, they could resume the easy friendship they had nurtured since childhood. Their relationship, as it stood, posed no risks. If they continued as they had been, there was no reason Hermione wouldn't remain a central part of his and Delphi's lives after her graduation. But if they pursued what had begun earlier that night, everything could change, and he and Delphi might lose the most important person in their lives. His heart sank as he made his way down the stairs and back into the drawing room. Hermione sat exactly where he had left her, her hair still tousled as she stared down at her hands, her heels tapping nervously against the floor. Then she looked up at him. "Everything okay?" she asked, her amber eyes meeting his, concern etched across her brow. "Yeah," he replied. "Just a nightmare." "She's sleeping now, though." The smile that blossomed on her face was radiant, and Harry had to force himself to look down, shoving his hands into his pockets. Her smiles weren't meant for him, not until he could get his feelings under control. He shouldn't be noticing the way her cheeks flushed or wishing for her to smile at him again. It felt like fifth year all over again, when he had a small crush on Hermione before he realized Ron fancied her. He had managed to keep his feelings in check back then, and he was determined to do it again now. Never mind the countless times Harry had seen her during their year on the run, and his mind began to wander. That time had felt different, a desire born from their constant closeness and the casual intimacy they shared. It hadn't meant anything, he reminded himself. He looked back up at her, and she patted the seat cushion beside her in invitation. "Damn it," he muttered. "Hermione, he paused, unsure of how to continue, then shook his head, biting his lower lip until he tasted blood, wincing at the sting. "Oh," Hermione said, her expression faltering. Her eyes widened, and she blinked rapidly before looking down at her lap. "Harry, I wasn't. I just think they spoke at the same time, both of them bursting into nervous laughter. A little tension melted from the air, and Harry let out a sigh before sitting down on the opposite side of the sofa from her. "Look," she began, and Harry met her gaze, his stomach flipping with anxiety. "I wasn't suggesting that continue. I was just hoping we could talk about it." Harry felt his traitorous pulse quicken at her reference to the kiss, clenching his fists tightly in an attempt to calm himself. It didn't work, as the memory of holding her in his arms flooded back. He felt heat rising in his cheeks. Leaning forward, he tried to hide his reaction. "Okay," he said finally. "I agree." "Good." "Yeah, good." An awkward silence fell between them as Harry watched Hermione, searching for a sign of what to do next. At last, she sighed, rolling her eyes before leaning back against the sofa. "Oh, for goodness sake," she said, exasperated. "This is ridiculous." "Ridiculous?" he asked, arching an eyebrow. "We are adults, Harry. We should be able to discuss something as simple as snogging without blushing like schoolgirls." Harry smirked. "You are a schoolgirl, Hermione." "Shut up," she retorted, and he couldn't help but smile at the way she huffed. This felt good, familiar. They had always been able to talk to each other about anything. This would be no different. "I only meant," Hermione continued, "that it doesn't have to be a big deal. We're both grown-ups now. We're perfectly free to kiss if we want to, and it doesn't have to mean anything. Not that I'm suggesting we keep kissing, or that I didn't enjoy the kiss we shared, because that's not the case at all. I just want to be clear that we don't have anything to be ashamed of." People kiss all the time, and when you have two unattached, attractive people who know each other well, there's bound to be some level of biological attraction. Harry, what on earth are you laughing about now? He couldn't help it. She always rambled like this when she was nervous, and he found it endlessly amusing. Attractive, am I? He asked, his laughter softening into a chuckle. Shut it, she scowled, crossing her arms beneath her breasts. Harry forced himself to keep his gaze on her face. Sorry, he said. I wanted to make sure we were okay, that we hadn't messed anything up. He watched as her expression shifted, becoming a placid mask. He pressed on. You're my best friend, Hermione. I couldn't bear it if we kept doing this and ruined everything. You're too important to me. Of course, she replied, her voice curiously flat as she avoided his gaze. You're right. She paused, and he noticed a blush creeping across her cheeks before she spoke again. This time, her voice carried a hint of emotion that made his heart ache. Of course it was enjoyable, but like I said, we're adults. We're more than capable of controlling ourselves. Speak for yourself, Harry thought. The kiss had been more than enjoyable, and he longed to pull her into his arms, to remind her just how enjoyable it had been. It took him several moments to convince himself that would be a bad idea. Right, he replied, pushing aside the urges that threatened to jeopardize his most cherished friendship. I'm glad we agree. Hermione cleared her throat and averted her gaze before standing up. I'm a bit thirsty, she said. Could you walk me to the kitchen? Yes, of course. As they headed toward the kitchen, he noted the absence of cozy sofas where he could imagine Hermione reclining while he touched her. Are you coming? He jolted upright, nodding as he followed her out of the drawing room, mentally scolding himself for being such a fool. Chapter 16, Hogsmeade Village. November 28, 1998. The tea shop was small, but the vibrant pink and purple decor filled the space with a lively energy. Hermione had once taken pride in avoiding Madame Pudafoots entirely, but after agreeing to Ginny's persistent requests for a double date, she had lost that particular bit of pride. Ginny had been eager for a familiar and trustworthy companion on what promised to be a rather unusual, and therefore somewhat exciting, date with a Slytherin. Knowing how heartbroken Ginny had been after her breakup with Harry, Hermione had decided to join her. It felt like a good step for Ginny, and Hermione fully supported it. After all, that's what friends do, not because she felt guilty about kissing Ginny's ex, definitely not because of that. Pass the sugar, will you? Hermione glanced up at the man sitting across from her. Neville looked pale, as if he had just eaten a flobberworm that was still wriggling in his stomach. Hermione doubted that sugar would help him, but she didn't protest as she slid the bowl across the table, careful to avoid the flickering tea lights in their heart-shaped holders. Thanks, he said, scooping 3 generous spoonfuls into his cup before setting the spoon down on the tablecloth. Hermione dared a glance at the table beside them. Ginny sat with her hair cascading down her back, artfully curled and pinned away from her face. She had put effort into her makeup that morning, something the Quidditch captain rarely did. Her eyes sparkled behind thick lashes and smoky eyeshadow. Even her outfit appeared unusually polished, with neat creases where it had been ironed. But what stood out most was her smile, her eyes bright as she watched Theodore not animatedly discuss his latest potions project. Theo, she reminded herself to think of him as not, seemed to be enjoying himself. He paused occasionally to draw the girl across the table into the conversation, leaning in as she talked about her team and then her classes. They made a striking couple, certainly, with their contrasting appearances. Theo's close-cropped black curls and dark eyes had always been one of the hidden treasures of Slytherin House, and Hermione had never once heard him utter the word mudblood. Don't you think so, Hermione? Startled, she straightened up at the sound of her name. Sorry, what? Theo smiled at her, and she felt like a child caught daydreaming in class. She should have been paying more attention to the conversation. They were, ostensibly, on a double date, even if neither she nor Neville had said more than "hello" and "how are you" so far. I was just saying how ancient runes is actually useful, Theo continued. Professor Vector was lecturing about using runes in defensive shield work last week, and how it can add an element of permanency to even temporary shields. Right. Hermione recalled the lecture vividly. Yes, I thought that was fascinating. She would have elaborated, but the look of panic on Ginny's face stopped her short. Suddenly, it hit her that Ginny had never taken ancient runes and would be at a disadvantage in any discussion about them. What about you, Neville? Hermione asked quickly. Learn anything new lately? Neville's expression at being pulled into the conversation was almost painful, and Hermione felt a pang of guilt for putting him on the spot. She hadn't realized when she accepted Ginny's invitation that Neville would be her date. If she had known, she might have declined, not because of any failing on Neville's part. She found herself relying more on his friendship as the school year progressed, but because it had become painfully clear that their dynamic was shifting. It was clear to Hermione that Neville had a crush on the spirited young Quidditch captain. Watching Ginny invite him to join their double date had felt like a train wreck in slow motion. When she had asked him to come along, Neville had no idea he wouldn't be paired with Ginny and had eagerly agreed. Hermione tried not to take it personally when the realization hit him, and she could see the color drain from his face. Oh. Nothing, really, he stammered, his cheeks turning red as he lifted his cup of tea to take a sip. He quickly set it down, staring intently into the depths of the cup. I suspect that's fairly common this close to Christmas, Theo said kindly before turning back to Ginny to continue their conversation. Hermione felt a wave of relief wash over her, allowing her to relax a bit in her chair. She nudged Neville's foot with her toe and gave him an apologetic look. He merely shrugged and cleared his throat. The rest of the date dragged on in miserable silence for Hermione and Neville, while Ginny and Theo chatted animatedly beside them. It was evident that the two were hitting it off, and with each passing minute, Hermione could see Neville becoming more and more dejected. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Hermione couldn't take it anymore. She stood up abruptly, offering Ginny an apologetic smile as she patted her on the back. It's been lovely, Gin, really. I was wondering if Neville might walk with me to Scriven Shafts. She directed the last part at Neville, who was still sitting with his eyes cast down. At the sound of his name, relief flooded his face. He nodded eagerly, standing to join her. Yeah, of course, he said. Thanks, I've had a really great time. Thanks for inviting me along. Ginny looked a bit suspicious but didn't seem overly concerned. When she waved them off with her consent, Hermione seized the opportunity to escape. Neville followed closely behind her as they stepped into the open air. The lingering sense of scented candles and sugary tea faded away, and they both let out a sigh of relief, slowing their pace as they walked down the road. My God, Hermione said, glancing back to ensure they were far enough away not to be overheard. What people see in that place, I will never understand. Neville let out a subdued chuckle, and Hermione nudged him playfully in the shoulder as they continued on. Perk up, she encouraged. It's not the end of the world. I don't know what you mean, Neville replied, trying to dodge the topic. Hermione raised an eyebrow at him. Listen, Neville, I don't mean to embarrass you, but we're friends, and I've noticed the way you look at her. Neville's cheeks flushed a deep scarlet, and Hermione gave him a reassuring pat on the arm. It's all right, she said softly. I promise I'm not judging. It just became a bit obvious after the potions accident in the common room. You practically bolted when she showed up. That's what you were going to tell me, right? That you fancy Ginny? He bit his lip but eventually nodded. His shoulders seemed to relax a little as he met her gaze. That's great, Neville. Hermione exclaimed, excitement bubbling up at the thought of her two friends getting involved. It's really not, he disagreed, his voice heavy with disappointment. You were in the same tea shop I was just then, weren't you? She's falling for naught. He practically spat the name. Oh. Oh, Neville, no. Ginny's just gotten out of a serious relationship. This is her first date since. She hesitated. Since Harry. I'm sure it won't be anything serious or lasting. Theo's not really her type. What? She doesn't like charming, rich geniuses? Neville asked, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Hermione laughed despite herself. I think she might like the idea of them, but Ginny's more like you. She enjoys getting her hands dirty and letting her hair get tangled. I can't see her really being happy with a proper bookworm like Theodore. Not, Neville lamented. I feel like I just saw it. Hermione hooked her arm through his, encouraging him to keep moving toward the quill shop. You saw her trying to rebound, she said softly. I promise, Neville, one day you'll have your chance. It was you she went to the Yule Ball with, wasn't it? As friends, Neville replied, sounding miserable. I heard you stayed out slow dancing until the professors shut the place down. That doesn't happen when a couple is just friends. I'd wager Ginny has thought about the possibility at least once or twice. All is certainly not lost. They reached Scrivenshafts without saying much more, and by the time they began browsing, Neville looked a little less like he was about to be sick. Hermione considered it a small victory. The shop was exactly as advertised, a quill shop. Rows of beautifully manicured feathers lined one wall, while another displayed ink bottles in a dazzling array of colors and sizes. In the back room, parchment was stacked by weight, size, and color. Since Hermione was running low, she headed over to restock her school supplies. The many letters she and Harry had exchanged since their encounter on Halloween hadn't helped her situation. Sighing, she thumbed through the sheaves of blank parchment. She couldn't bring herself to regret the kiss they had shared in his drawing room. She knew Harry didn't feel the same, but, honestly, it had been the most perfect kiss of her life. How could she not cherish a moment that had brought her such immense joy? Still, the time she spent reflecting on that kiss was becoming a problem. Though they had agreed that pursuing anything romantic would be a mistake, she could feel herself falling for her green-eyed best friend. Whether it was her imagination or a natural outcome of their shared moment, Hermione couldn't help but read between the lines of the letters they continued to exchange. Hermione found herself lost in the exchange, reading conversations filled with unspoken emotions, when they were likely just casual updates about a friend's life. The only solace she felt from Harry's letters came from his remarks about Delphi. At least her relationship with her goddaughter remained strong and uncomplicated. Hermione Granger, fancy seeing you here. Startled, Hermione looked up to see a short woman with bleach blonde curls and sparkling glasses calling out to her from across the room. Instantly, her fists clenched and her back stiffened. Rita, Hermione spat, her disdain evident. What the hell are you doing here? Getting a new quick quotes quill, darling, Skeeter smiled. Though now that I've found you, I remember I had a few questions. No comment, Hermione interrupted, cutting off the reporter before she could continue. Really? Not even about your muggle goddaughter? Rita held a quill poised above a notepad that floated in front of her. No comment, Hermione repeated, refusing to take the bait. Some people, not me, of course, but some people, are saying the child should have been brought up in the Muggle welfare system. They argue it was wrong for the ministry to fast-track her adoption by an 18-year-old wizard just because he happened to be famous. Get out of my way, Rita, Hermione demanded, but the woman stepped further into the doorway of the shop, blocking her path. Do you find it at all odd that Harry would adopt the child of Muggles he reportedly hated? What I think is odd, Hermione snapped, is that you still think it's a good idea to pester me after everything we've been through. I've still got a jar on my shelf, Rita, and if you're not careful, you might find yourself inside it. Hermione watched as fear flickered in Rita's eyes, causing her to gulp. I'm registered now, she said, her voice hoarse. I don't care, Hermione shot back. Leave me alone. Leave my goddaughter alone. Leave Harry alone. We're not children to be bullied any longer, and you do well to remember that. Hermione pushed past the reporter without another word, her anger boiling as she set off to find Neville. November 28, 1998. Dear Harry, it's been a week. I saw the news yesterday and thought of you immediately. I know you're on leave until next year, and knowing that was the only thing that kept me from sending an owl right away. It's insane that a year and a half after the battle, we're still dealing with Death Eater attacks. The only silver lining is that the perpetrators were caught. Especially that one, knowing Lestrange is behind bars is a comfort. But still, I saw a girl sobbing at the Hufflepuff table when she heard the news. Apparently, her cousin was one of the dead. I wish it were all over, that every single one of them was locked away so we could live without looking over our shoulders. It's just not fair that the end of the war doesn't mean the end of fear or danger. I want so badly to bring my parents back, but to do it now, with Death Eaters still targeting the families of Muggleborns, it would be negligent of me. Selfish, even. I'm sorry to be so gloomy. It's hard to pretend everything is fine when it isn't. At school, I feel like I have to be Hermione Granger, the girl who helped defeat Voldemort. Talented, self-assured, endlessly optimistic. But with you, well, you know I can be myself when we talk. I can be scared or unhappy, and you don't hate me for it. In other news, I went on a date this morning. You'll never guess who it was with, Neville. Yes, there's a story there, but I don't have time to write it all out now, so you'll have to wait for my next letter. For now, though, I want to know all about Delphi. I love the little drawing of hers that you sent. I know it's all ham-fisted scribbles at this point, but it means so much to me. I can just picture her sitting in her high chair, crayons scattered all around, with that paper at her fingertips. It's a little piece of her world, and it's perfect. Please remember to tell her I love her, and give her 100 kisses on her round little cheeks from me. I'm honestly terrified that by the time the Christmas holidays roll around, she'll have forgotten me. Speaking of Christmas, do you have any plans? I'm trying to decide what to do. Ginny has invited me to come back to the Burrow with her, but I can't shake the feeling that it might be awkward or unpleasant to stay there, even for a few weeks. Ron still hasn't written this year, and I'm starting to lose hope that he'll ever forgive me. If you wouldn't mind, I'd love to stay with you again and spend some quality time with Delphi. I understand if you think it's not a good idea after Halloween, but I thought I'd ask anyway. Yours, Hermione. P.S. I wasn't sure whether I should mention this, but I really think I should. Rita Skeeter cornered me at Scrivenshafts today. She was asking all sorts of questions about Delphi, calling her a muggle. I told her to get lost, of course, but I know she's confronted you a few times, and I wanted to let you know that you shouldn't drop your guard around her. The vulture is relentless. Number 12 Grimmauld Place. November 28, 1998. Harry lay on his bed, fuming. Fucking Rita Skeeter. The reporter had been making his life miserable, tracking him down after work and hounding him whenever he ventured out in public with Delphi. It had gotten so bad that he'd started using transfiguration to disguise himself before heading to the grocery store. It was getting old, and his patience was wearing thin. The things that ridiculous hag was saying were despicable and low, even for someone like her, who had sensationalized story after story about his adolescence. But what frightened him more was how eerily insightful some of her comments seemed to be. Skeeter had no idea that her questions grazed truths Harry would go to great lengths to keep hidden. He thought he might break several important laws before he'd let anyone ruin his daughter's life by exposing the truth of her birth. It was alarming how close her wild conjectures were to reality. He needed to be more careful than ever to ensure the past stayed buried, that Delphi was protected, and that meant finding a way to handle Skeeter. He glanced back at the letter, his eyes scanning down until they landed on another paragraph that felt like a punch to the gut. What did Hermione mean she'd gone on a date with Neville? Harry crumpled the letter and tossed it across the room, still scowling. What could have possibly possessed her to go out with the toad-loving, remembrall-carrying, snake-murdering Neville? No offense to Neville, Harry had once been quite fond of him, but he was hardly the kind of guy fit to date someone as brilliant, quick-witted, and lovely as Hermione. And what was she thinking about staying at the Burrow? Of course she should stay with him in Delphi. Surely she hadn't worried about not being welcome. He missed her more than he had ever missed anyone since she had been gone. She was his best friend, for Merlin's sake. Ron might have been daft enough to ignore her, but Harry certainly wasn't. He thought having her stay with him was a brilliant idea. She could take the room above his again, and they would spend their days playing with Delphi or taking her into Muggle London to see the animals at the zoo or visit the British Museum, where Hermione could delight in the artifacts to her heart's content. In the evenings, they would come home with a bag of takeaway or fresh groceries to prepare. They'd wash the dishes together and put Delphi to bed, taking turns singing her favorite lullabies and reading her stories until she drifted off to sleep. Afterwards, they would quietly slip out of the room, careful to tread softly on the stairs as they made their way down to the drawing room. They'd close the door behind them and settle onto the sofa together. He could feel her warmth beside him as she leaned in and rested her head on his shoulder. Her hair brushed against his neck, and he could catch a hint of the sweet shampoo she used, lingering in the air around them. Harry rolled onto his back, letting his eyes close as he tried to block out the light filtering through the window from the street below. What am I doing? He thought, feeling a mix of emotions wash over him. Memories of their shared moments flooded his mind, and he tried to focus on anything else, but his thoughts kept returning to her, the way she looked when they had shared that unforgettable kiss. The joy in her eyes and the warmth of her presence lingered with him, reminding him of how special their connection was. He recalled the way her cheeks had flushed and the smile that had spread across her face, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. She had felt so soft and inviting in his arms, and he had longed to draw closer to her, to explore the depths of their bond. In that moment, he had never wanted anyone as much as he wanted her. He imagined what it would be like to hold her close, to share more tender moments together, and to embrace the feelings that had blossomed between them. Harry's thoughts wandered to the top button of her jeans, the zipper keeping him from the one thing he knew he shouldn't want but couldn't help imagining. He groaned softly as he tugged at his pants, pulling them down and letting his hand wrap around the aching part of him that longed to feel her closeness. With his eyes shut, he envisioned her hand on him, creating that exciting, all-consuming friction that drove him higher and higher toward his peak. He could see her leaning in to kiss him, feel her mouth on his, her tongue sweeping between his teeth as she moaned, guiding him between her thighs. The thought of her completely bare thrilled him, and he imagined how she would feel against his palm, hot and slick. The vision of her naked in front of him, her hair a curling cascade barely brushing the tips of her nipples, sent him over the edge. "Hermione," he called out, his voice hoarse and desperate in the once silent room. After the moment passed, he felt heavy and ashamed, his hand betraying him with the evidence of his desires. Frustration washed over him. He shouldn't have been thinking of Hermione like this. He had been the one to insist that any involvement beyond friendship would be a bad idea. He had kissed her, lost in the moment, only to retreat like a coward afterward, pretending it hadn't been one of the best things to happen to him. He remembered the disappointment that had crossed her face when he told her he valued their friendship more than the intimacy they had shared. No, he didn't have a right to fantasize about her, especially not with the image of her lying on her four-poster bed at Hogwarts, her smooth, tanned legs slightly parted and her skirt pulled up to her waist, biting her lip. She invited him to join her, but deep down, he knew she wasn't his to claim. He had ruined any chance of that when he decided against pursuing what had begun in his drawing room. What a fool he had been. He couldn't think of a better idea than kissing her in any room of his house, maybe even here on his bed. He imagined her hair, almost golden, contrasting beautifully against the dark blue of his quilt. "God damn it," he muttered, rolling onto his side. With a frustrated sigh, he pushed himself up and out of bed, heading to the bathroom to clean himself up. As he stepped inside and caught sight of the massive clawfoot tub, his mind immediately wandered to Hermione lounging in the water, the tops of her breasts just visible as she beckoned him closer. In that moment, he realized he was in deep trouble. Chapter 17, King's Cross Station. December 12, 1998. Hermione took her time gathering her belongings once the Hogwarts Express came to a stop beside platform 9 3/4. She couldn't quite explain the tight knot in her stomach at the thought of seeing Harry waiting for her after she disembarked. It was difficult to pinpoint where their relationship stood. Logic told her that when Harry invited her to stay with him over the Christmas holiday, it meant their kiss had been a one-time event, not to be repeated. The rational part of Hermione's mind understood and even agreed with this, but the heart pounding in her chest seemed to have other ideas. With her hand resting on the bag she had stored above her seat, Hermione closed her eyes and took a moment to collect herself. It took several shaky breaths before she managed to calm her heartbeat, regaining the ability to move without feeling both excitement and dread weighing her down. All ready? Neville peeked in from the corridor outside the compartment, his dark brown coat already buttoned and his Gryffindor scarf draped around his shoulders. Hermione smiled at him. Just about, she replied, pulling down her bag and rummaging through it until she found her own scarf, which she wrapped around her neck. Neville had been a wonderful companion during the ride from Hogwarts to London. They had played Exploding Snap and discussed the many merits of herbology, as well as the possibility of apprenticeships for both of them after graduation. Professor Sprout had already approached Neville with an apprenticeship offer that would lead to a job upon her retirement, provided he performed well, an opportunity he was considering deeply. As for Hermione, she had received no offers yet, but she wasn't interested in continuing at Hogwarts. She was fairly certain all her professors knew that. Her aspirations lay elsewhere. If she had her way, she would be at the forefront of expanding rights for sentient creatures in the wizarding world. The wizarding world and have house elves paid a living wage within a few years of graduation. I saw Ginny with Nott, Neville said as Hermione joined him in the narrow corridor. They began to make their way toward the exit together. He was practically mauling her. He's not invited to the Weasleys with you lot, is he? Hermione patted him sympathetically on the shoulder as they walked. No, she replied, so you'll have her all to yourself on Christmas. The news seemed to lift Neville's spirits, and he stood a bit taller. Hermione had been pleased when Molly had told her, saying that both Neville and his Gran were welcome to join them at the Burrow for Christmas dinner and that Hermione should extend the invitation. She suspected, however, that Molly believed the double date between Hermione and Neville had gone better than it actually had. But Neville was her friend, and she didn't want to correct that impression at his expense. After all, even though she knew he spent Christmas Day at St. Mungo's, a lively dinner at the Weasleys would surely be more enjoyable than the quiet meal he and Augusta Longbottom usually shared. When they stepped onto the platform, they paused for a moment, scanning the crowd bustling around them, all searching for those who had come to collect them. Although Hermione and Neville were well past the age of needing to be picked up, both Augusta and the Weasleys had insisted. It was, they said, tradition. Out of the corner of her eye, Hermione caught a flash of red hair and turned to see Ginny kissing Theo not quite passionately, right in front of a visibly uncomfortable Ron. I think I might be sick, Neville muttered beside her, and she knew he too had witnessed the display. Hermione took a few more moments to scan the platform for anyone else she recognized. Seeing no one, she moved toward the two youngest Weasleys. Neville, spotting his Gran, took his leave. Neville's grandmother waved him over with her handbag, nodding grimly at Hermione in acknowledgement. Hermione returned the gesture with an understanding smile and assured him she would see him in a few days. As she made her way toward Ginny, Theo, and Ron, Hermione spotted Ruth, the little first year she had met during her last visit to the platform. Ruth was being embraced by her younger sister while their mother ushered them toward the barrier between platform 9 3/4 and the rest of King's Cross Station. Hermione smiled and waved at the young Slytherin girl, who responded enthusiastically before disappearing from sight. "Hermione, over here," Ginny called, waving for her to join them by the scarlet steam engine, with Theo still at her side. Ron stood nearby, staring down at the scuffed black boots he wore beneath his proper Auror uniform. The trademark high-necked crimson jacket was buttoned at the side, with the gold embroidery of the Ministry logo standing out prominently over his left breast. "Hello," Hermione said, her eyes locked on Ron's face, willing him to look up. He took a deep breath, and when he finally met her gaze, his blue eyes crinkled at the corners as he offered her a nervous grin. "Hey." They stood in silence for a few moments until Ginny broke the tension. "Merlin, this is awkward, isn't it?" She grabbed Theo by the arm and pulled him away. "Let's leave them to it, shall we?" Once the pair was out of earshot, Ron seemed to relax, the tension visibly melting away as he bit his lip, and his ears turned a shade less red. "I wasn't expecting you," he said, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Hermione shifted her bag from one hand to the other. Ron noticed the movement and reached forward. "Here, let me," he offered, taking the bag and hefting it over his shoulder. "You look like you're doing well," Hermione remarked, studying his expression. "Ron," she said, and he turned to her. His shoulders were broader than she remembered, and his clean-shaven face had taken on a more angular look. Working as an Auror seemed to suit him. I mean, it's great. The schedule's a nightmare most of the time, but it's worth it." She could see the satisfaction on his face. It was clear he was happy with his work. "I'm glad," she replied, looking down, unsure of what else to say. They hadn't parted in anger, but the silence between them over the past 4 months had done little to mend the easy friendship they once shared. "Look, I'm sorry," Ron finally said, staring at his boots again. "I've been a prat. I should have written instead of just ignoring you. And it was bloody awful of me to forget your birthday." Hermione impulsively reached out and grabbed Ron's hand, squeezing it tightly as she looked up and caught his eye. He smiled self-consciously. "You haven't done anything wrong here," she admitted, even though it was painful to say. "It's all right that you needed time apart. It's strange, going from how we were back to just being friends, but I really hope we can be." "I miss you, Ron." "Yeah," he said, sniffing and blinking rapidly before squeezing her hand in return. "That'd be good." They held hands for just a few seconds longer before releasing one another simultaneously and taking a short step back. "I really missed you too. Harry's great, but the lad can be a bit of a woe is me, can't he?" Hermione laughed and nodded in agreement. "Speaking of Harry, I expected him to be here too," she said, hoping she didn't sound too curious. "He was going to," Ron explained. "Had the kid all packed up in that weird sash and everything. But he stayed behind when I told him I wanted a chance to talk to you before the crowds descended. That was kind of him." "Yeah." Another awkward pause hung between them. "So, you and Neville?" Ron asked, and Hermione's brows nearly met her hairline as she shook her head. "No," she said firmly. "Absolutely not. Neville's my friend, and if your sister and her boyfriend hadn't roped us into that double date, this rumor wouldn't even exist." "I thought you two hit it off," Ron replied, noticing that Ginny had returned, this time on her own. She seemed more relaxed now, no longer putting on the act of a dainty princess. "You were too busy making moon eyes to think anything," Hermione remarked dryly. "Where's not?" Ron asked, glancing over Ginny's shoulder for the dark-haired Slytherin. "Theo is with his aunt. They've gone home." "Good riddance," Ron said. "Don't be a prat, Ronald Weasley. I swear to Cersei, I'll hex you straight into the pavement." The look on Ginny's face made it clear she meant every word. "What are you doing here anyway? Couldn't Mum take the time to collect her only daughter?" Hermione asked. "I had the lunch hour off for once," Ron shrugged. "I was home, and Mum was busy chatting up Andromeda." "Has she been a good influence?" Terrible. They both cluck like hens anytime someone younger is around. Hermione laughed, and Ginny rolled her eyes. Typical, she said. Shall we? Hermione suggested, noticing that the platform was becoming less crowded. Witches and wizards were disappearing from view with soft pops. Yeah, Ron replied, extending his arm to Ginny. I can apparate myself, she said, wrinkling her nose. Mom said that, but before Ron could finish his sentence, Ginny had vanished. Damn it, Ron swore. I'm the one who's never going to hear the end of that. Hermione smiled at him and shrugged. They were alone again, and she felt the familiar pull of camaraderie between them, something she had missed these past few months, almost as much as she had missed seeing Harry and Delphi. It was a reminder that it had never just been the two of them before. When she and Ron had been a couple, it felt different now that her feelings for her dark-haired friend were starting to bloom. It would always be the three of them. Perhaps not every second of each day, but losing Ron's friendship would leave a void in her life. I'm glad it was you who came, she said, meeting Ron's blue-eyed gaze, trying to convey everything she felt in that silent moment. Ron nodded, a genuine smile spreading across his face as he wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close for a brief moment. Yeah, me too. Without another word, they disapparated, the warmth of their friendship melting away the invisible wall that had formed between them. The Burrow, December 12, 1998. Harry sat cross-legged on the grass, Delphi perched on his lap, babbling excitedly as she pointed at the birds flying overhead. That's right, birdies, he said, and she laughed in delight. Birdie, she echoed. Tweet, tweet. Then she climbed onto his legs, pulling herself up over his shoulders to catch a better view of the birds disappearing behind him. Bye-bye, birdie. Harry held her steady as she balanced, and when she was done, he turned her around to play in the grass again. Before the birds had captured her attention, she had been spotting garden gnomes and pointing them out to him. Suddenly, a loud crack broke the air, and Harry tightened his grip on Delphi. When he saw Ginny appear in the garden, he smiled and gave her a gentle pat on the back. Ginny paused, her expression stiffening for a moment before she approached. Hello, Harry, she said, crossing her arms as she stopped a few feet away. Hi, he replied. How was the train? Oh, you know, same as ever. What are you doing out here? She tossed her long red hair over her shoulder as she spoke. Your mum invited us. Should I not have come out here? No, silly, Ginny replied, her smile brightening the moment. I meant, what are you doing sitting out here? I know for a fact Mum has at least 3 serviceable chairs inside. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been worried that Ginny would be upset by his presence. While he still wasn't entirely sure how she felt, at least she wasn't shouting at him to leave. Delphi was getting a little rambunctious inside. I thought some time outdoors would do her good. Delphi, the girl in question, was firmly settled on Harry's lap, pressing her cheek against his chest and clinging to his arm as she eyed Ginny curiously. Doesn't look that wild to me, Ginny said, crouching down to get on Delphi's level. A bit shy of strangers, love? Delphi turned away, pressing her opposite cheek against Harry and hiding her face. Sorry, Harry murmured, starting to pat the little girl's back. Don't apologize, Ginny said, her smile tinged with a hint of sadness. I'm sure she'll warm up to me in time. I'll be Aunt Ginny before long. With that, she stood up. See you inside, Harry, she called as she made her way into the house. Once she was gone, Harry gently peeled Delphi away from him and looked her in the eye. You're not going to do that with Hermione, are you? Delphi smiled and replied, My. Just then, another pop echoed in the air, and 2 figures appeared by the front gate. The larger one had his arm wrapped around the smaller, who leaned comfortably into his side. Harry felt a sharp stab of jealousy when he realized it was Hermione next to Ron, looking perfectly at ease there. Harry. Hermione exclaimed, spotting him immediately. She pulled away from Ron and darted forward, leaving Harry standing with Delphi balanced on his hip. Hermione wrapped her arms around him, a warm smile lighting up her face. Hermione wrapped her arms around both of them as soon as she reached their sides, and Harry heard Delphi let out an excited little squeal. My. Delphi. Oh, sweet girl. Before Harry could do much more than stand there feeling awkward, Hermione had taken the toddler from him, holding her close as Delphi rested her head of black curls on Hermione's shoulder, content. Oh, I've missed you so much, Hermione crooned. Behind her, Ron finally caught up and looked down at the pair, amusement dancing in his eyes. Merlin, you'd think she came home from the war, not from school, he chuckled. Harry laughed too, but he couldn't shake the swell of warmth in his heart at the sight. I'll just leave you lot to your reunion, Ron continued. I've got to go get my arse handed to me by Mum. Sometimes I wish she'd never had a girl. With that, he headed off in the same direction Ginny had gone. Harry watched for a few more moments as Hermione cuddled her goddaughter, noticing the smiles on their faces and how Delphi's hand instinctively twined in Hermione's wildly curling hair. Is it my turn yet? He finally asked. Without looking at him, Hermione held out one arm, beckoning him to join their embrace. He didn't hesitate, wrapping one arm around his daughter and the other around Hermione's waist as he buried his face in her hair. The subtle hint of jasmine wafted from her locks. Glad you're back, he murmured, rewarded with a mouthful of curls. Me too, she replied, her voice slightly muffled against his shoulder, but he thrilled at her words nonetheless. When they finally pulled apart, it was because Delphi began to squirm. Hermione laughed, letting the little girl down to stand in the grass and tug at her jeans. Hogwarts Express all right? Harry asked. Hermione nodded. Neville kept me company. It was good to just sit and talk. At the mention of Neville, Harry felt another sharp stab of jealousy. He couldn't help but think about the letter she had sent him nearly a month ago, a letter that still left him with more questions than answers. She had mentioned going on a date, but later added that Ginny had invited them out with her and Theo. Beyond that, she hadn't shared much, and Harry found himself unable to shake the image of Hermione smiling beside Neville Longbottom over a cup of dreadful tea. How's the boyfriend? Harry asked, perhaps a bit too sharply. Hermione shot him a quizzical look and nudged him playfully in the arm. Not my boyfriend. Oh, Harry replied, feeling a bit foolish. I wasn't sure if your date went well, or if you went just because Ginny asked. His voice trailed off as he noticed the curious expression on Hermione's face. Harry, she said slowly, as if he might not quite grasp what she was saying. I thought I explained. Neville and I only went out because Ginny wanted a second set on her date. We went as friends. We left as friends too. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding and smiled. Oh. Good. I mean, not that it would have been bad if you were dating. You're welcome to date. I mean, who wouldn't want to date you? He felt himself rambling and hated it. I can think of one person, she replied lightly, leaning down to take a flower that Delphi had picked and was offering her. Despite himself, Harry felt a twinge of guilt. Should we go in? Hermione asked, gently taking Delphi's small hand as the girl led her toward the house. Yeah, Harry said, following them inside. The burrow was as lively as ever when they entered, and as soon as its occupants spotted Hermione, a chorus of excited calls filled the air. Harry was relieved to see that there seemed to be no lingering awkwardness between her and the Weasley family. Even George, who didn't say much these days, looked pleased to see her, placing an arm around her shoulder. Harry greeted Hermione with a warm smile, and they all chatted for several minutes before Ron emerged from the kitchen, looking a bit sheepish, his cheeks flushed as they often were after an encounter with their mother. She says dinner's ready, he mumbled before disappearing back into the kitchen. Hermione, George, Bill, Fleur, Percy, Ginny, and Andromeda, Teddy perched on her hip, all made their way into the kitchen. Harry followed closely behind with Delphi, relieved to see an empty chair beside Hermione. He took his seat and watched as Mrs. Weasley sent platters of food floating gracefully through the air to land on the table. It was a lively supper, but as they dug into the meal, the conversation began to lull. Even the children grew quieter, their eyes fixated on the trifle that dominated the center of the table. By the end of the evening, everyone was pleasantly full, patting their stomachs in satisfaction. Fleur, in particular, looked more advanced in her pregnancy than Harry had noticed before. Shortly after, they all retired to the sitting room to enjoy coffee and fire whiskey, something Molly could no longer disapprove of now that even her youngest child had reached adulthood. Hermione insisted on staying behind to tidy the kitchen, and when Molly finally agreed, Harry offered to help. When Ron shot him an odd look, Harry reassured himself that he had only volunteered to keep Hermione company while she did the dishes, certainly not to spend time alone with her, right? As Hermione washed, Harry rinsed. Soft voices drifted in from the other room, muffled by the closed door between them. With each passing moment, as the stack of dishes dwindled, Harry felt something inside him begin to swell, a fragile bubble growing wider and stronger the longer he tried to ignore it. He stole a glance at Hermione. Her hair was tucked behind her ear, the long strands damp at the tips where they had dipped into the water as she leaned across the sink. He noticed the light freckles dusting her cheeks, a detail he had always found endearing. Dancing across the top of her cheek and the bridge of her nose. Her lips were plump, and as she darted her tongue out to moisten them, Harry felt a sudden urge to lean forward and kiss her. No, he thought. He wouldn't do it. She had just returned for the holiday, and as certain as he was that he had made a mistake by turning her away on Halloween, he was equally certain that kissing her now, in the Weasley kitchen, would be a mistake. Ginny and Ron were just a room away, and his daughter was in the arms of the woman who might have been his mother-in-law. If anyone were to find them. What? Hermione asked, her gaze quizzical. Harry forced a smile. Nothing, he replied. Just admiring the view. She blushed and looked down at her hands, still submerged in the sudsy water. Great, he thought. Too much. Harry. I'm sorry, he blurted, drying a dish furiously as he felt his cheeks begin to burn. Shit. Harry. Her voice was gentle, and he looked up to meet her amber gaze. I'm not offended, she said. I'm sorry, he repeated, unsure of what else to say. It wasn't as if he could take back his words, or even wanted to. Are you? She asked, biting her lip with her perfect white teeth. He suddenly recalled the girl she had been when they first met, over-large front teeth, frizzy hair, and no curves. He couldn't help but think she had been lovely even then. No, not really, he admitted. Harry. She seemed to struggle for words as she slowly washed another plate. She handed it to him, and he took it, running it under the slow trickle of the faucet. Finally, she looked up at him. I like you, she said, and his heart soared. I like you a lot, probably more than I should. I like you too, he confessed, and for once, he didn't feel the need to hold back. Harry felt a mix of embarrassment and excitement. I don't mean just as a friend, Hermione clarified, and he could have sung with joy. No, me either, he replied, unable to contain his grin. Her smile was radiant, a brilliant beam that reached all the way to his toes. Christ, he wanted to kiss her. Good, she said, still grinning as she turned back to the dishes, scrubbing a large pot. She bit her lip, and Harry felt a deep ache to do the same. Maybe, she continued, we just go with it. Maybe we stop being afraid of ruining anything and just like each other. He wanted to do a lot more than just like her, but he nodded, a warm, glowing feeling settling in his chest. Okay, he agreed. I'd like that. She looked up at him then, and her smile was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Good, she said. Great, he echoed. They finished the dishes in silence, and when they were done, They gripped each other's hands tightly for just a moment. Harry marveled at how delicate her hand felt in his, how that simple touch ignited a fierce desire within him. "See you in there," she said softly, her eyes shining as she looked up at him before disappearing into the sitting room. Harry grinned like a fool and followed her. Chapter 18, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. December 24th, 1998. Christmas Eve was the most idyllic Harry could remember. He had never experienced a family Christmas before, not since he was Delphi's age. Although he knew she wouldn't remember this holiday when she grew up, he couldn't help but want to pour all his excitement into the preparations. They had received an invitation to the Weasleys' house for both Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, but Harry had politely declined all but the invitation for Christmas dinner. He felt strongly that, despite his connection with the Weasleys, he wanted to create some traditions with Delphi that were just for them. He decided that Christmas Eve would be their special time together as a family. Of course, Hermione was invited too. As Delphi's godmother, it was only right. They spent the morning outdoors, enjoying a park visit and then shopping on Oxford Street. Hermione disappeared for a while and returned with several bags, tissue paper sticking out of the tops. She announced that she was finally done with her Christmas shopping and would need to spend a great deal of time wrapping gifts that night. This was fine with Harry, who had also procrastinated on the task. That evening, they went home and prepared dinner together, taking turns keeping an eye on Delphi as she attempted to open the oven. Eventually, Harry had to use an aura-level ward to safely box her into the secure half of the kitchen, surrounded by her mountain of stuffed animals. She protested loudly until Hermione decided to dismantle the ward, accomplishing the task with surprising speed, and rescued her. After dinner, Hermione read Delphi a story by Dickens, while Harry took her up to her crib. She was limp in his arms as she drifted off to sleep. Once he was sure she was soundly asleep, he spent several minutes conjuring a gentle snowfall above her bed. The flakes disappeared upon meeting the existing climate charms that surrounded her, creating a magical moment that he hoped would linger in her dreams. Harry and Hermione sat in the kitchen, their feet propped up on the table, enjoying steaming mugs of hot cocoa topped with marshmallows and a sprinkle of nutmeg. "I don't know how you do it, Harry," Hermione said, taking a sip. "I'm honestly surprised all your meals aren't takeout at this point. Delphi seems determined to burn herself on that stove." "Who says they're not?" Harry replied, grinning as he wiped a bit of melted marshmallow from his beard. "I saw the leftovers in the fridge," Hermione pointed out. "I assumed some of them had to be yours." "Negative. Molly and Andromeda keep me stocked with more food than we could eat in a month. I end up throwing out half of it because it goes bad in the back of the fridge." "Harry, you don't. That's so wasteful. Come on, who's going to eat month-old lasagna?" Hermione made a sking noise, a smirk playing on her lips. Harry shifted his feet off the table, leaning forward as he set his mug down. "How about these presents then?" he said, gesturing to the pile that covered a large portion of the table. "Are you going to help me, or will I be up all night playing Father Christmas?" "I ought to leave you to it," Hermione teased. "It would serve you right for spoiling Delphi so." "How many are there?" "I lost count, to be honest," Harry admitted. He had relished buying gifts for Delphi, and the seemingly endless pile of gold in his vault didn't help his self-control. Since he started depositing his new salary at Gringotts, he had been assigned a financial advisor, a goblin named Kashek, who took pride in her investing expertise. After meeting with her, Harry discovered he not only owned the contents of his parents' old vault but was also the inheritor of the vast Black family wealth, a princely sum that had completely floored him. As Harry listened, reflecting on everything he had discovered, there were the ruins of the cottage in Godric's Hollow, the Potter estate he had never known existed, now in complete disrepair. Then there was the Black family seat in Derbyshire, Grimmauld Place, and the ever-growing stock he owned in both wizarding and muggle companies. He wasn't sure how the Malfoy wealth compared, but he would bet all four of his properties that he could surpass it. It felt strange for a man who had grown up in ill-fitting hand-me-downs, surviving on whatever the Dursleys didn't want. Hermione's laughter drew him from his thoughts, and he looked up to see her smiling. "You start at that end," she instructed, levitating an ancient pair of scissors and a roll of spellotape with her wand. Harry nodded and grabbed a wooden puzzle from the stack of gifts. With a flick of his wand, he manipulated the wrapping paper and tape into the air. The final result looked as if it had been pulled from one of Hagrid's coat pockets, but at least it was covered, and he figured that was what mattered. It wasn't until he placed it beside Hermione's freshly wrapped and perfectly creased music box that he realized just how poorly he had wrapped it. "A little more flourish," Hermione suggested, demonstrating the proper wand movement to enhance the spell. Harry mimicked her, and he wasn't surprised when his second package turned out much better than the first. With Hermione's guidance and a bit of magic, the wrapping took only 10 minutes. Once they were finished, they levitated the parcels ahead of them and made their way up the stairs toward the drawing room. The room had been decorated spectacularly, thanks to Hermione's efforts. A massive tree dominated the wall where the tapestry hung, and the air was filled with floating garlands, wreaths, and baubles. They guided the presents beneath the tree, and Harry felt a sense of satisfaction as he saw them spill out generously from underneath. "Well, I think she's going to have quite a morning," Hermione mused. "And now you're going to have your hands full cleaning up after her," Hermione said. "Thank God for magic," Harry replied, and they settled onto the sofa side by side, leaning back to watch the fire crackling merrily in the grate. After a moment, Harry felt Hermione lean into him, and he smiled. "Tell me about work," she said after a while. "Are you looking forward to going back?" Harry shrugged. "Yes. And no. I love it, but it means leaving Delphi. It's the oddest feeling." "She loves Andromeda, though," Hermione reminded him. "Of course, and I'm glad. I thought it would be weird seeing them together at first, because, well, you know why." He paused, struggling to voice the unspoken thought. "Because she's her aunt? Because she looks so much like Bellatrix." It was the first time he had said her name aloud since becoming Delphi's father, and it felt almost like a relief. He had spent so long pretending that she had never existed, convincing himself that his daughter would be nothing like her. In doing so, he had nearly begun to fear mentioning her at all. It felt foolish. He couldn't deny that she crossed his mind from time to time. No matter who she had been or the choices she made, she would always be the woman he owed for his daughter's life. "It's like seeing her where she should have been," Harry said, his voice cracking despite himself. He cleared his throat and sat up straighter. Hermione placed her hand beneath his on the sofa, bridging the space between them. "She was never meant to be anywhere but with you," Hermione said firmly. "Yeah. I know." But he couldn't shake the thought that things could have been different. If he hadn't been sitting in the drawing room at the exact moment her name had appeared on the tapestry, if none of them had been looking in the right direction. He shuddered at the possibility of where Delphi might have ended up. Would she have survived Euphemia Rowell? And if she had, would she have known the truth of her birth and sought revenge on the man responsible for all that had happened? What would have happened to her? Would she have been my enemy? "Look," Hermione said, interrupting his thoughts as she turned on the sofa to face him. Her knee pressed against his thigh as she sat with one leg tucked beneath her. "I know it's tempting to wonder about what might have been, but it doesn't matter. She's here, just upstairs, sleeping like an angel. You're her dad, Harry, in every way that counts. She loves you, and you love her. That's what makes a family, not blood. But if..." "Shut up," Hermione ordered. "You're her father, not Riddle. No one can take that away from you. No one would dare. For one thing, you're the chosen one." Harry snorted in response, and Hermione playfully punched him lightly on the shoulder. "For another, you're brilliant at it. A person would have to be blind not to see that." Harry smiled, reaching up to rub his jaw. "You're good for my ego, you are." Hermione laughed and brushed a lock of hair away from his eye, where it had fallen. He needed a haircut badly, but every time he looked in the mirror and saw the untidy mess of black hair, he was reminded of Sirius and resolved to get it cut later. Now, however, with his return to Auror duty approaching, he wasn't sure if he would bother, especially if keeping it long meant Hermione would keep touching him. Her hand moved from his fringe down the side of his face, her fingers combing through his beard before settling on his jaw. Her eyes were shining, and Harry felt his heart rate quicken. He was forcefully reminded of the kiss they had shared on this very sofa. She had been so soft against him, all gentle curves that burned in his arms. Should he kiss her again? Now? They hadn't done more than touch casually since their conversation at the burrow. Things had felt comfortable and soothing since then. But now, with her hand lingering at his jaw and her lips caught between her teeth, she seemed to be waiting for something. The atmosphere felt anything but soothing. It was enticing, inflaming, and arousing, but not the gentle comfort he had relied on throughout his childhood. Merlin, he wanted to kiss her. His eyes fluttered shut as he placed a hand over hers, resting on his face. With his other arm, he reached out, wrapping it around her waist and drawing her just a little closer, inhaling her scent. There was something different about it now, something more earthy and sensual. "Harry," she said, and he felt a jolt at the sound of his name on her lips. "Hermione." He was ready to kiss her, feeling her warm breath as he leaned in, but then he froze. His hands were shaking, and his eyes seemed to open of their own accord. She was looking up at him, her curious brown eyes wide, her lips slightly parted as she waited expectantly. "I'm sorry," he stammered, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. What was wrong with him? He wanted nothing more than to kiss her, to run his hands up her back and lose himself in her. His stomach churned, and he ached to silence every doubt that made him hesitate. What if he kissed her now and lost her, just like he had lost everyone else who mattered to him? What if he did something wrong and drove her away? "It's okay, really," she replied, pulling away from him, her gaze dropping to her lap. "I'm actually pretty tired." Before he could protest or think of something to say that might salvage the moment, she was out of her seat and heading for the door. He watched her go, his heart aching. Hermione was as self-conscious as any girl, a fact that frustrated her to no end. She knew she was smart, and while she might not be as striking as Fleur or her Vila cousins, she was far from unattractive. Not that looks should matter, yet despite this knowledge, she was an intelligent, attractive, and well-mannered young woman, yet she couldn't escape the insecurities and occasional vanities that seemed to plague her generation. That morning, she spent nearly 3/4 of an hour choosing her outfit, finally settling on a midnight blue jumper because she knew Harry liked that color. It was, frankly, embarrassing. Even though it felt silly to base her outfit on what she thought a man might prefer, it paled in comparison to the horror of being so easily prone to tears. With an angry scowl, Hermione wiped her eyes for what felt like the umpteenth time. The backs of her hands came away damp, and frustration washed over her. She had no reason to cry. It wasn't as if Harry owed her anything, certainly not a kiss. Had she thought they might set aside their misgivings and pursue something more romantic? Absolutely. But Harry was entitled to his own feelings, and if that meant he had changed his mind, then she would have to accept it. She refused to be one of those silly Hogwarts girls who believed they deserved a man's attention simply because of their looks. Yet knowing that Harry had every right to keep his distance didn't ease her heart. She had thought things were going well. After all, he had been sitting there, his arm around her, his hand gently pressing her palm to his face. She remembered watching his eyes flutter shut as he leaned in closer. She could have sworn she saw him breathe in deeply just as her own eyes closed, leaning into what she expected would be a repeat of the glorious kiss they had shared on Halloween. What on earth had stopped him? Was it the same worries that had interrupted their last encounter? Did he still fear damaging their friendship, despite what they had decided together? Or was it something worse? Had he gotten close and realized that he didn't want to kiss her after all? Was it her frizzy hair, her large teeth, or was her face just not as pretty as his previous girlfriend's? Hermione felt another tear escape down her cheek and made a frustrated noise as she dabbed at it with the cuff of her sleeve. What was wrong with her? If something had put Harry off, it was likely something she had said or done. Could it have been her mention of Riddle? She knew he was sensitive about Delphi's heritage, but he had been the one to bring up Bellatrix first. Surely he wasn't upset by her using Voldemort's given name? After all, he had insisted on calling the monster by it. Hermione sighed and sniffled, cursing her tear ducts as she blinked rapidly. Merlin, she had really messed things up. She shouldn't have been so forward. She had pushed him too soon. It had only been days since he admitted that he liked her as more than just a friend, and they were still figuring out what that meant for them. Jesus Christ, she muttered, standing up and grabbing a tissue from her desk. She sounded like a teenager. Granted, she was a teenager, but she had fought and lived through a war, and that should count for something. She shouldn't be sitting here dissecting her interactions with Harry, obsessing over whether she had said the wrong thing. She was a witch of infinite worth, and if Harry was having trouble seeing that, it was his problem, not hers. She would carry on with her life, despite the dull ache that had settled in her chest. She didn't need a man's acceptance to feel worthwhile. She was Hermione Granger, and she was proud of everything she had accomplished and would yet achieve. But, oh, how she wanted Harry. She longed for him to wrap his arms around her waist again and kiss her. She wanted to feel him close, his hands tangled in her hair, showing her exactly what she had been missing since Halloween. Hermione wanted it all. Desperately. Yet here she stood, tears streaking down her face and her hair a tangled mess. She blew her nose and contemplated disapparating to the tent still tucked away in her beaded bag. The thought of escaping was tempting, but she couldn't bring herself to leave, not when little Delphi would be expecting her on Christmas morning. Time was short, she had only a little while to spend with her goddaughter before returning to Hogwarts to finish out the year. What had she been thinking, going back in the first place? Was her status as a student what was keeping Harry from wanting to be with her? Did it even matter that she was nearly a year older than him? She loved him, and her heart ached at the thought of leaving Delphi again. With a shuddering sigh, she wiped her face and resolved to stop dwelling on it. Overthinking wouldn't solve anything, and there was no guarantee that it could be solved at all. She pulled off her jumper, tossing it into the corner where her laundry had piled up, and began to unbutton her jeans. Once she was fully undressed, she slipped into the simple, thin-strapped nightgown she wore to sleep. Afterward, she spent several minutes going through her nightly routine in the ensuite bathroom. When her teeth were brushed, her hair combed into a high bun, and her face freshly washed, Hermione felt a little better. Whatever had changed Harry's mind, she couldn't address it tonight. All she could do now was get a good night's rest and wake up refreshed, hopefully with less bitterness. She planned to go downstairs when she heard Delphi stir, preparing breakfast before suggesting they open their gifts. She would be calm, collected, and pleasant. Climbing into her bed, a double with an ornate headboard and bedposts at each corner, she tried hard not to look at the carvings in the house had always unsettled her. It was a reminder of the place's dark past as a stronghold for pure-blood supremacy. Hermione lay there for nearly half an hour, tossing and turning beneath the covers. Finally, she threw back the sheets, drew her wand, and cast a cooling charm around her. Now comfortable, she sprawled out on her stomach, her nightgown riding high on her thighs as she hugged a pillow and drifted off to sleep. When she awoke, confusion washed over her. The room was still dark, illuminated only by the faint light filtering in through the window from the street below. Something had woken her, she was sure of it. A creaking floorboard echoed from behind her, making her freeze. She listened intently, her eyes still shut. A soft, barefoot step followed, and without thinking, Hermione reached beneath her pillow, grabbed her wand, and rolled onto her back in one swift motion. Aimed at the door, she shouted, "Stupefy." Protego. In the flash of her spell, she caught a glimpse of Harry and his shield. Her stunning spell collided with his protection, and she gasped as it ricocheted back toward her. Instinctively, she rolled again, scrambling to sit up against the wall to avoid being stunned. "Sorry," Harry exclaimed, dropping his hand. His shielding spell had apparently been wandless, as he rushed toward her. "God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. What the bloody hell are you doing?" She shouted, her voice high-pitched and her heartbeat racing as she pressed a palm to her chest. "Merlin, I'm so sorry," Harry said, sinking onto the bed beside her, his expression a mix of concern and regret. "I didn't think." "What did you want, Harry?" she asked, her pulse finally beginning to settle. She realized she sounded cross, and who could blame her after the embarrassment of the evening? He hesitated, then frowned, as if coming to a decision. "I needed to see you." His voice was lower now, deeper somehow, and the sound sent a thrill down her spine. She bit her lip. Couldn't this wait until morning? He met her gaze. In the darkness, she could barely see him, but she caught the glint in his eye and the slight upturn at the corner of his mouth before he shook his head. "No," he replied. Then, softly, "Hermione?" "Yes?" He didn't answer. Instead, he leaned in closer, one hand wrapping around the back of her neck as his lips pressed against hers with a desperate intensity. It felt like an explosion. His kiss was hot and urgent, his lips skilled and pliant as he pulled her closer. Her pulse raced wildly, and her chest rose and fell rapidly as she wound her arm around his torso, drawing him in with the same fervor he had shown. She could feel his bare, smooth back beneath her hand as she pressed herself against him through the thin cotton of her nightgown. A soft moan escaped her lips, and he responded with even more urgency, his tongue sweeping into her mouth, his teeth grazing her lip. When he finally broke the kiss, she was breathless, clinging to him as he showered her cheeks, jawline, and lips with tender kisses. She wanted more. This time, she pressed her mouth to his, leaning back and drawing him down beside her. She placed her palm on his cheek, while his free hand began to glide up and down the side of her ribs, sending shivers through her. They lingered in that moment for several minutes, kissing languorously and pausing now and then to lie still, their cheeks pressed together as they struggled to control their breathing. But as the heat and desperation between them grew, making her want to shed her nightgown and press herself completely against him, Harry finally pulled away. Hermione whimpered at the loss, and he smiled as he cradled her face gently in his hands. He ran his thumb gently over her lower lip and said, "You're amazing." If it had been possible to melt into his embrace completely, she would have done so in an instant. "I should probably go, though." "No. No," she thought, but he was already sitting up, his pajama bottoms hanging low on his hips. She couldn't help but notice the evidence of his arousal, and a blush crept up her cheeks. He stood, glancing back at her with a nervous smile. Is this okay?" Despite herself, Hermione laughed. "Yes," she replied breathlessly, joy bubbling up within her. "Yes, Harry, this is okay." "Good," he grinned, leaning in to capture her lips with his once more. After only a few moments, not nearly enough time, in Hermione's opinion, he pulled away, still smiling as he squeezed her hand. It seemed he had to force himself away from the bed and the scantily dressed witch atop it. "Happy Christmas, Hermione," he said when he reached the door. "Happy Christmas," she returned, and then he disappeared from view. She listened as he padded across the landing and down the steps until she heard a door opening and closing on the floor below. She sighed, sinking back into her bed with a giddy breath. She didn't bother trying to contain the radiant grin spreading across her face. Instead, she clutched her pillow tightly to her chest and laughed aloud. He'd kissed her, and it had been everything she'd imagined. He'd kissed her, and she hadn't done anything wrong after all. He'd kissed her, and she wanted him to do it again. Chapter 19, The Burrow. December 25, 1998. The Burrow was bustling with activity on Christmas Day. The entire Weasley clan, along with their various friends and adopted family members, had gathered to celebrate. Hermione sat quietly on one of the sofas in the living room, enjoying the lively atmosphere as everyone exchanged gifts. Fleur, whose pregnancy was finally becoming noticeable, had been settled onto the sofa next to Hermione by Molly, who was determined to pamper her daughter-in-law whether she wanted it or not. "This one is yours, isn't it?" Fleur asked, her thick accent evident as she handed Hermione a parcel wrapped in festive paper adorned with tiny, twinkling wreaths. Hermione took the gift and glanced at the label. "It's from Ron," she said, pleasantly surprised. Looking up, she spotted Ron waving at her from across the room, his blue eyes crinkling at the corners with a smile. The noise level was so high that she doubted he would hear her thanks, but she called out anyway. He nodded and turned back to the pile of presents in his lap. "What is it?" Fleur inquired, having already opened her own gifts. Hermione tore off the wrapping paper to reveal a scarf. It was excessively long, and she wondered why Ron had chosen a pastel color that didn't quite match her complexion, but she wrapped it around her neck nonetheless. After all, it was the thought that counted. "That looks warm," Angelina said as she took the free seat cushion between Hermione and Fleur. "Not quite your color, but not bad. Did Ron give it to you?" Her smile was warm as she reached out to touch the end of the scarf. "Hello, Angelina," Hermione replied. "He did, and it's good to see you." "Yeah, you too," Angelina said, leaning back comfortably in her seat. "Hello, Fleur." "Angelina," Fleur responded, her tone neutral. Hermione quickly interjected to ease the tension. An awkward silence hung in the air, threatening to take over the moment. "I'm glad you came with George," Hermione said, breaking the tension. "It's been too long." "Me too," Angelina replied, smiling. "After Fred, her smile faltered as Fleur shot her a sharp look. "Well, we all mourned," Angelina continued. "But then George started coming by for a chat and a pint. It's been nice. Are you too?" Hermione let her voice trail off, tilting her head in question. "It's complicated," Angelina shrugged, while Fleur sniffed audibly beside them. "Goodness," Hermione said, turning her attention to Fleur, her temper flaring. "It sounds like you're coming down with something. Let me find you a tissue." She looped her arm through Angelina's and stood, pulling her along. Fleur didn't protest, so Hermione led Angelina across the room to the sideboard, which was heavily laden with food. "I'm sorry about her," Hermione said quietly. "It's fine, really," Angelina replied. "We knew it would be awkward with me having dated Fred, but I couldn't let George come alone." "I think you're good for him," Hermione said. "He doesn't seem so alone anymore." "We're both alone," Angelina corrected gently. "But now we're in it together. It makes it more bearable." They fell into a moment of silence, allowing the lively chatter of the room to wash over them as they poured themselves drinks. "How about you and Ron, then? Do you think he'll propose?" Angelina asked, breaking the silence. Hermione choked on her pumpkin juice, coughing as Angelina patted her back. "I should hope not. We broke up before term." "Merlin," George never said. Angelina looked sheepish. "Sorry." "It was for the best," Hermione said, her gaze drifting across the room to find Harry. He was chatting animatedly with Charlie, and she lingered on the sight for a moment. The girls exchanged a few more words before Angelina went to rejoin George near the fire. Hermione then spotted a tissue, which she took back to Fleur, who looked a bit embarrassed to receive it. Afterward, Hermione scanned the room for Delphi, finding her goddaughter nestled in Molly's arms nearby. The kitchen door swung open, revealing a little girl clutching a doll that was half her size, a creation that Molly had knitted with great care. "Are you finished with her?" Hermione asked, approaching the older woman with a warm smile. Come now, Hermione, Andromeda replied, standing beside Molly with Teddy cradled in one arm. Her dark hair, streaked with silver, was pulled into a bun atop her head, and her cheeks glowed with happiness. You know, it's nearly impossible for a grandmother to tire of her little ones. You'd have better luck prying a tooth from a basilisk. Hermione chuckled, reaching out to pat Teddy's head. His black hair stuck out at odd angles over his forehead. Has Harry been holding his godson? She asked, amusement dancing in her voice. Andromeda laughed and offered the baby to Hermione, who gladly accepted him. He has, and the lad isn't shy about announcing who his favorite is. Just once, I wish he'd resemble the woman who clothes and feeds him night and day. Teddy blinked up at Hermione, his eyes a strikingly familiar shade of green. Be nice to your granny, she gently admonished him, planting a soft kiss on his forehead. Teddy cooed, and as Hermione pulled away, she watched his hair change from straight black to a curly brown, hugging his scalp closely. My, exclaimed Delphi, her eyes wide with wonder. Andromeda laughed, taking Teddy back into her arms and settling him against her hip. My. Delphi called out again, this time louder, and Molly handed her over to Hermione with an amused look. She's a jealous one, the red-headed matron observed lightly. Bill was the same. I don't think he ever really warmed to Charlie until Percy came along. Well, lucky for you, little miss, there are no babies in my immediate future, only essays and exams. Hermione stopped Delphi's hand as it reached toward her hair, kissing the pudgy fingers before pulling her wand from her pocket and casting a charm. Hermione piled her hair high on her head in an elegant top knot. She had learned the spell just 2 days after arriving at Harry's for the holiday, realizing that Delphi couldn't resist the allure of a fistful of curls. She chatted for a while longer with Molly as Andromeda left to prepare a bottle for Teddy, who had begun to fuss. Hermione mentioned the awkwardness of the first meeting between Angelina and Fleur, prompting a disapproving noise from Molly. Fleur's hormones are all over the place right now, her emotions are running high. I assume Bill mentioned that Angelina and George have started seeing each other, which probably led her to an unflattering conclusion, Molly remarked. I don't think it's like that, Hermione began. Of course not, Molly replied. Angelina's a dear girl, and I haven't seen George smile so much since May. Hermione followed the older woman's gaze, watching as George grinned at something Angelina whispered in his ear. She took his hand, squeezed it twice, and then released it, her smile nearly radiant in return. My, Daddy. Delphi squealed, scrambling excitedly in Hermione's arms when she spotted Harry. The little girl wriggled like a cat, eager to escape. Hermione set her down, and Delphi toddled toward her father, reaching him with an ungainly run before wrapping her arms around his leg. Hermione excused herself to Molly before joining the girl. As she approached, her eyes swept over Harry. He was wearing the deep blue jumper Molly had gifted him, and the color suited him well. Not that he needed the jumper to look attractive. His dark hair had grown longer since their school days, curling slightly at the collar, while his beard gave him a more mature look. Hermione felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she remembered the feel of that beard against her. Hello, beautiful, Harry said to Delphi, bending down to lift her into his arms. Did Granny Weasley give you this? Harry asked, poking at the doll that Delphi still clutched tightly in her fist. Granny, echoed Delphi. Harry looked up at Hermione, and she felt an unsettling flutter in her stomach. Hey, he said, pausing as his gaze traveled from her face down to her toes and back up again. Nice scarf. Hermione flushed. It's a gift from Ron, she replied, certain her blush was clashing brilliantly with the pale yellow of the accessory. Merlin, he's got poor taste, Charlie, standing beside Harry, said. I think you'd be within your rights to burn the thing. It does nothing for you. Well, Hermione said, pausing as she struggled to come up with something polite. It does keep my neck warm. Burgeoning politician, you are, Charlie laughed. We could use politicians like her, Harry added. Well, no arguing that, is there? Charlie agreed. Kingsley's having a hell of a time with the bastard sitting in the Wisengamot, or so he tells it. I'm not surprised, Hermione said. After the funding debacle in June, they couldn't even pass a simple budgetary measure to finance the rebuilding of Hogwarts. Have you thought about taking your seat? Charlie turned to Harry again, and Harry visibly cringed. I haven't. They offered, but I'm not cut out for that sort of thing. It's a pity you can't give the Potter seat to Hermione, Charlie said, his eyes sparkling with mischief. I'm sure the rest of the pure-blood representatives would revolt if they had to sit next to a Muggleborn, Hermione replied. That's why they need someone like you, Harry interjected. They aren't going to accept change until they're forced to. Granny! Delphi exclaimed, wriggling out of her father's arms to dash back toward Molly, who was waving a piece of cake in the toddler's direction. Where's she off to? Ron asked as he came to stand beside them. Hermione watched with concern as Delphi dashed past. Your mum's buying her love with sweets. Wish she'd buy my love, Ron replied. Charlie leaned over and playfully smacked Ron's stomach, raising an eyebrow. I'd say you get more than enough sweets. Is that a spare tire you're lugging around? Shut it. Ron shot a glare at Charlie, who was several inches shorter and stockier. Boo, defensive. Have I touched a nerve? Charlie, you're my brother, and I love you, but I will hex you. Thanks so much for the scarf, Ron, Hermione interrupted, stepping in before things escalated. It's really soft. Charlie snickered, and Ron punched him lightly on the shoulder, which only seemed to make Charlie laugh harder. Welcome. Thanks for the chocolates too. Of course. They fell into a brief silence as Hermione noticed Harry shifting awkwardly on his feet, his expression a confusing mix of amusement, anxiety, and guilt. I'm looking forward to having you back at work, mate, Ron said, oblivious to Harry's discomfort. What day do you start back again? The 4th. Right. That's coming up quick, isn't it? Ron glanced over his shoulder at Delphi, who was nestled in Molly's arms, being fed bites of chocolate cake like a baby bird. You got everything settled for Delphi? Andromeda's going to be watching her again. That's great. Ron turned back to Hermione. You looking forward to your last term? Hermione nodded but said nothing. Well, Charlie said, dragging the word out almost painfully, I'm off before you lot bore me to death. Happy Christmas. Once he left, the trio stood in silence for a moment longer. Oh, for heaven's sake, Hermione finally said, I need a drink. Are you two coming? They followed her into the kitchen, which was empty for the moment. Ron seemed to understand what Hermione was up to and crossed to a cupboard above the counter. Harry opened the refrigerator and reached toward the back of the topmost shelf. Standing on the balls of his feet, he retrieved a bottle of fire whiskey. He conjured 3 shot glasses, placing them on the kitchen counter, and motioned for Ron to fill them. Just the one for me, Harry said as Ron finished pouring. I've got Delphi to think about. How responsible of you, Harry, Hermione replied, her eyes twinkling. She raised her glass and drained it in one swift motion. The drink burned as it slid down her throat, a hot, golden trickle that settled in her chest. Holding her glass out to Ron again, she noticed him raise an eyebrow but say nothing as he refilled it. Now, she said after disposing of her second helping, I've got an idea. Have you? Harry arched an eyebrow in her direction, and Hermione grinned in response. Quiet, she ordered, feeling pleasantly warm. Your idea doesn't involve us getting pissed, does it? Because I think my mum might murder me. Ron watched her warily, and Hermione laughed. Christ, no, she assured them. Both men looked relieved, and Hermione rolled her eyes as she continued. I was just thinking that Charlie was right, we've become boring. Us? Never, Harry said, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he smiled. Hermione fought the urge to grin back at him like a lovesick schoolgirl. Really? Fought any basilisks lately? She teased, then turned her attention to Ron. Knocked out any mountain trolls? To be fair, Ron interjected, our standard for interesting might be slightly different from the general population's. Harry nodded in agreement. Be that as it may, Hermione continued, I think it would do us good to seek out a bit of adventure every now and then. Merlin, Hermione. Harry and I are Aurors now. I think we'll get our fill of danger. I never said a word about danger, Hermione replied. Believe the word I used was adventure, Hermione replied. Historically, they've meant the same thing in our little group, Harry said, sounding amused. Hermione shot him an annoyed glance. What I was thinking, she continued, ignoring their interruptions, is that we could really benefit from a night on the town every now and then. Friendships are like brooms, you see, they require regular investment and maintenance. You forget to polish your broom handle once, and it's not a big deal, but if you consistently neglect it. She let her voice trail off for dramatic effect. It begins to splinter. Ron suggested. Exactly. Hermione beamed. It loses its integrity, and soon you're off shopping for another broomstick. And were the brooms in this scenario? Harry asked, still amused. Obviously, Harry. Try to keep up. And a night on the town is broom polish? It's not a perfect analogy, she huffed, but you get the point, I'm sure. You want to be polished more consistently? Ron's voice was dry and even. Harry cracked a grin, meeting Ron's gaze before clapping a hand on his shoulder, and they both burst into laughter. Hermione sighed and poured herself another drink, gulping it down as she waited for them to regain control. When they finally fell silent, wiping tears from the corners of their eyes, the pleasant glow Hermione had started to feel intensified. Are you quite finished? Yeah, Harry said, running a hand through his thick black hair. Hermione tried not to think about how her own hand would feel taking that same path. Excellent, she said, forcing herself to look at Ron instead. Unfortunately, he was giving her an odd, searching look, so she broke his gaze too, choosing instead to stare longingly at the bottle of fire whiskey. 3 shots was far more than her usual, and she would be a fool to go for another. So, nights on the town, Harry said. Just the 3 of us? Not necessarily. I'm sure significant. Others could join us occasionally, but the main goal is for the 3 of us to socialize, Hermione said. And socializing, that's the broom maintenance? Ron asked with a grin. Exactly, Hermione replied, meeting his blue-eyed gaze with a smile. We're not in school anymore, or living in the same tent. We need to put in the effort to maintain our friendship. That means making more memories together and finding time to share what's going on in our lives. Makes sense, Ron said. And in the spirit of broom maintenance. Ron, honestly, it was just a metaphor. I've asked someone out. Hermione's eyes widened, and a flicker of jealousy surged within her before she quickly pushed it aside. Good for you, mate, Harry said, and Hermione regained her composure. Wow, that's great, she said, hoping to sound genuinely enthusiastic. She was happy for Ron, but the topic felt awkward, lingering in the air between them. Anyone we know? At her question, Ron blushed. It's not Luna, is it? Harry asked, sounding curious. Cersei, no. Luna's nice, but she's not really my type. Who is it, then? Hermione found herself asking, intrigued. Ron's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of pink, and his ears were nearly scarlet. Mustn't Susu, he mumbled. Hermione exchanged a confused glance with Harry. Sorry? I missed that, she prompted again. Ron shoved his hands into his pockets and bit his lip, smiling despite his embarrassment. He took a deep breath before finally revealing Millicent Bulstrode. Hermione's eyebrows shot up, and Harry's jaw dropped. She started working for Robards as his secretary, Ron rushed to explain. She's changed a ton. I didn't even recognize her at first. The woman nearly handed me my arse when I started flirting with her, but when I realized. Well, she started really chatting, and I realized she's quite nice, Ron said. Blimey, Harry replied. Bulstrode? But she's a Slytherin. I know, Ron shrugged, his cheeks still an unflattering shade of magenta. I wasn't expecting to like her as much as I do, but she's smart, funny, and quite kind. Pretty, too, Hermione added, recalling how Millicent had looked during their 6th year. By the time Millicent Bulstrode turned 16, she had shed the baby fat that once clung to her, learned to tame her hair, and applied makeup skillfully. While she was still tall and wouldn't be described as petite, she was certainly not unattractive. Yeah, Ron said, refusing to meet Hermione's gaze. I'm happy for you, she said, reaching out to nudge his shoulder, trying to draw his attention. Really? And she meant it. Ron deserved to date someone nice, someone who liked him the way he liked her. Thanks, he replied, and his blush began to fade. Ronald. Mrs. Weasley's voice echoed from the sitting room into the kitchen, pulling their attention. I'd better see what she wants, Ron said, giving his friends another grin. Let's plan to meet up for your first Hogsmeade weekend this term, Hermione. Harry and I can come to the Three Broomsticks. I'd love that, Hermione answered. Ron, come tell Andromeda what you told me about the last case you worked. Better get going, Harry said, giving Ron a friendly pat on the back as he turned toward the kitchen door. See you in a few. As Ron opened the door, a flood of sound poured into the kitchen, then quieted again as the hinges swung shut behind him. Hermione and Harry were left alone in the room, the aroma of Molly's excellent cooking still lingering in the air. Harry took a sip of fire whiskey and shook his head, a bemused smile spreading across his face. Bulstrode, he finally said. Are you more shocked because it's Millicent or because she's a Slytherin? Hermione asked, raising an eyebrow. Both, I guess. Either way, she's the last person I would have guessed, Harry admitted. I hope they're happy together, Hermione said, starting to feel a bit lightheaded. She closed her eyes and pressed a hand to her forehead, leaning back against the counter. She rested her other hand on the cool surface, trying to steady herself. You okay? Harry stepped closer, placing a warm hand on her back. She could feel the heat radiating from him through her jumper, and the lingering scent of fire whiskey on his breath made her head swim. Emmecham, she replied, slowly opening her eyes to meet his gaze. His emerald eyes sparkled down at her, and she fought the urge to reach up and run her fingers through his hair. You're sure? He asked, his voice laced with concern. The truth was, she wasn't entirely sure. Whether it was the 3 shots she had downed or the closeness of Harry in the otherwise empty kitchen of the burrow, she couldn't tell. I think so, she finally said, her voice sounding raspy even to her own ears. Harry didn't move, he just stared down at her, his jaw set as his gaze intensified. She couldn't help but remember how he had looked on Halloween, just before he kissed her. Hermione. The way he said her name, drawn out and almost a groan, made her heart race. Harry. I want to kiss you. Her stomach did a little flip, and she smiled. Why don't you? She bit her lip, hoping she sounded more alluring than brash and tipsy. Harry groaned again, this time with a hint of frustration. Merlin, I want to. Honestly, I'd love nothing more than to snog you senseless right now. I won't stop you, Hermione invited, and with that, Harry looped his arm around her. Around her waist, drawing her close. She rested her face against his collarbone, feeling content. Hermione, you're a menace, Harry said. Excuse me, she replied, her voice slightly shrill as she tilted her head up to look at him. Aside from the fact that you're a complete lightweight and already half senseless. I resent that, Hermione protested, even though she knew he was probably closer to the truth than she'd like to admit. Harry continued, I don't think it's the wisest choice to kiss you here in the middle of Molly's kitchen, with Ron and Ginny roaming about. It was Hermione's turn to grumble. Stupid Ron, she said. You don't mean that, Harry pointed out. No, I don't. But still. Harry laughed again, and the sound warmed her just as much as the drink had. I like it when you do that, she told him, pressing her cheek against him again and letting her hand find his. Tell you what you mean. Harry teased. Laugh. Oh, that. Delphi likes it too. She's come to expect a laugh every time she says boo. God, she's a sweetheart. Hermione took a deep breath, inhaling Harry's scent before she released him and leaned back against the counter once more. I'm going to miss her so much. Being with the two of you for the holiday has been wonderful. Harry blushed and nodded in agreement. We love having you. He paused for a moment, then added, You're a part of our family. Hermione punched him half-heartedly in the shoulder. You're supposed to be making our impending separation less difficult, you prat. Harry's gaze turned unexpectedly serious as he met her eyes. She bit her lip in response. I'm going to miss you, he said. Me too, Hermione admitted. But it's only one more term before graduation, and perhaps this will be good for us. Harry tilted his head, intrigued. We've been friends for so long. Maybe distance is what we need to start out with if we want to build something different. Hermione felt a rush of nervousness. That is, if you still want to have something aside from friendship. I'd understand if you changed your mind or if you wanted. Hermione, Harry interrupted, his voice firm. I definitely want more than friendship with you. Not to be a jerk, but after last night, I can hardly think of anything other than you in that nightgown. Or the way you felt when he paused, swallowing hard as he looked down at her, his eyes dark and intense. When I ran my hands down your side and you pressed your body against me. Hermione felt herself melt, a fire igniting in her stomach, a warmth beginning to spread from within her to the secret place between her thighs. I want you so much it hurts, Harry continued. I want to kiss you and hold you until we can't breathe. You're all I want, Hermione, and I can promise you right now that there's no way I'm changing my mind about that. Oh, was all Hermione could manage in response, but the look they shared was charged with heat and promise, leaving no doubt about what they both wanted. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the kitchen, jolting them back to reality as they jumped apart. Molly Weasley bustled in, her mind elsewhere. Excuse me, dear, she said distractedly, brushing past Hermione to grab a pie off the counter. Sorry, Hermione murmured instinctively, but Molly didn't seem to hear her. She was already shouting over her shoulder, continuing a conversation with Andromeda in the sitting room. Just like that, she was gone again, leaving Harry and Hermione standing awkwardly beside each other in the now quiet kitchen. Feeling a bit more grounded, Hermione cleared her throat. Well, she said, trying to keep her tone light. I'm rather glad you didn't kiss me, now. Harry raised an eyebrow and nodded. I feel the same, you know, Hermione blurted out after a brief silence. That's a relief, Harry said. Harry's voice was teasing yet filled with genuine delight. And that's why I think this term is going to be good for us, Hermione concluded. What? Why? The confident expression on Harry's face shifted to one of alarm, and Hermione had to hold back a laugh at the sudden change. I just think that being apart will give us the chance to sort things out. We can talk more and get used to the idea of us. Because it's not just about us, is it? If we rush into a relationship, Delphi will be along for the ride. We need to think about what steps we want to take and how it will affect her. It's important to get to know each other on a different level first, and then decide if this, she gestured between them, is something we want to pursue, especially with your daughter in mind. When she finally looked up to gauge Harry's reaction, she found him smiling, his teeth bright and straight, a warm glint in his eye. "I don't think I've ever been more attracted to someone talking so logically," he said. Hermione rolled her eyes and playfully punched his shoulder again. "I'm serious, Harry." His smile widened as he reached for her hand, enveloping it with his own. She could feel the calluses on his fingers from gripping his firebolt. "Me too," he replied, his voice deep and soothing. Hermione felt her cheeks flush as she grinned back at him. Chapter 20. January 4th, 1999. Dear Harry, I rarely find it this difficult to write. It's hard to express my thoughts without sounding blunt when I put quill to parchment. As an Auror now, you probably already know, but a Hogwarts student was murdered along with her family over the holiday. Headmistress McGonagall announced it at dinner. You might think I'd be less affected by death after everything we've been through, but this news has me preoccupied. Her name was Ruth, a first-year Slytherin. I'm sure you remember her, the little girl who asked me for my autograph at King's Cross in September. She was so sweet, so eager to learn and prove herself. She reminded me of myself at her age. And now she's gone. All of them are gone. Her mother, her father, even her baby brother. It's not fair, Harry. What did we fight for if not to protect ourselves from this kind of evil? You were nearly killed. I was tortured. Hundreds died in the war, and yet those dark forces are still out there, biding their time and hating anyone who isn't exactly like them. What are we supposed to do now? I'm tired and afraid, and I'm not sure I have it in me to do it all over again. I'm sorry for this gloomy letter, but after leaving you in Delphi this morning and hearing the news tonight, I'm not feeling very cheery. Hopefully tomorrow will be a better day. Hermione. January 5th, 1999. Dear Hermione, I'm not nearly as eloquent as you, but I want you to know how sorry I am. And furious. We're going to catch the bastard who did this. I've been assigned to the case along with a dozen other Aurors, because apparently my experience being hunted by Voldemort gives me the valuable perspective. We will catch them, Hermione. I promise you, I won't let them get away with it. That's what we do in the face of all this, we press on. We seek justice. We make the world a little safer. The remaining Death Eaters and any dark wizard who thinks they can kill without facing consequences. I miss you already, and I'm so sorry that the start of term wasn't as peaceful and joyful as it should have been. Harry. January 15th, 1999. Hermione. Sorry to write to you while you're at work, but we've just received the date for our first Hogsmeade weekend. Any chance you and Ron can make it on the 23rd? Please give Caliban a treat and send him back with your answer. Expectantly. Hermione. P.S. I apologize for not responding to your last 2 letters. I promise I'll write you a novel tonight. Harry. January 15th, 1999. I'd love to join you, but I've already promised Andromeda that I'll take Teddy that day. She has a date, apparently. Ron says he's free, though, and will meet you if you're up for it. Please let me know as soon as you find out when your next free weekend is. Looking forward to your novel. Harry. January 21st, 1999. Dear Harry, today we had classes in arithmancy, ancient runes, transfiguration, and charms. Ancient runes and transfiguration were combined, as both Professor Babbling and Professor Alterman wanted to introduce us to the practical applications of runes in transfiguration. The class was fascinating, and I planned to study the subject on my own. The interdisciplinary applications of runes are truly staggering, and it's one of the reasons I love the subject so much. I'm sure you're aware of their use in defense, especially regarding wards, but did you know that combining certain runes with transfiguration can allow for nearly permanent transmutation? The magic attaches itself to the rune rather than the caster's magical signature, which means it can last beyond the caster's lifespan. I'm including copies of some of my class notes with this letter to help illustrate my point. In other news, Professor McGonagall posted the date for the next Hogsmeade weekend yesterday evening. If you don't have any other plans for Valentine's weekend, would love to see you in Delphi. Perhaps we can all go to Madame Putafoot's, Hermione joked. Just kidding. I'm serious about wanting to see both of you, though. I had a dream the other night that we were all back at Grimmauld Place, and I've been missing you ever since. Sometimes I wonder if coming back to Hogwarts was a mistake. I feel so out of sync with everyone. I'm older now, sure, but the real difference is that I've experienced being on my own, while many of the students here haven't. The last year of the war changed me, it made me more independent. Being back here, with curfews and restrictions on when I can leave, feels stifling. It's especially hard when I realize it means I rarely get to see you. Maybe this sounds superficial, but I really miss kissing you. Our letters are wonderful, they let us connect without needing physical closeness to define our relationship. But it feels like something is missing, and now that I've tasted it, I can't just pretend it's not an option. Yours, Hermione. January 23, 1999. Dear Hermione, thanks for your notes. I went over them and sent them back with some questions. I'm curious about potential applications for my work. For instance, can my uniform be imbued with a protection rune linked to an inert transfiguration spell? Once activated, could it transform part of the uniform into a physical shield that blocks the killing curse? We know fabric won't stop it, but harder materials like stone and steel do. Anyway, I might be way off, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. Honestly, I'm so relieved you brought it up first, because I feel like the most cowardly Gryffindor ever. Not to exaggerate, but it's been agony not being able to touch you. I dream about you too, but unlike your dreams, mine definitely don't involve Delphi. I wake up in the morning disappointed that you're not here, and after I put Delphi to bed at night, I wish I could apparate to you. To Scotland and sneak into your dormitory just to see you smile. Merlin, I miss you. Love. Harry. January 23, 1999. Dear Harry, your letter arrived just as I was having lunch with Ron, Ginny, Theo, Neville, and Luna. For your information, I blushed like mad when I read it. Unfortunately, your ex-girlfriend snatched the letter from me without asking and made some rather unflattering assumptions about us. She told me I could cross the river Styx for all she cares before leaving the Three Broomsticks with her boyfriend. At least Ron waited to hear my side of the story before he said he understood and went off to chase after Ginny. On the bright side, Luna and Neville are both very happy for us, so that's something. Overall, it was quite an eventful day. Hermione. January 23, 1999. Harry. I'm sending this with a school owl because Caliban is still out with the last letter I sent. I just wanted to let you know that despite the drama of the afternoon, your letter made me incredibly happy. I'll review your questions soon. Love. Hermione. February 14, 1999. Dear Hermione, it's been 24 hours since I last saw you, and I already miss you again. I probably sound like a fool, but our visit has been the highlight of my year so far. Delphi was over the moon when she saw you, and we felt whole again. And you looked beautiful. I know I said it then, but it bears repeating. I spoke with Ron this afternoon at the Burrow. He's been avoiding me at work, which is easy to do these days since we're so incredibly busy. We talked about what happened last month, and he admitted it was uncomfortable for him, but he believes us when we say nothing happened while you were together. He mentioned he plans to write to you soon to clear the air, so keep an eye out for that. I hope Ginny isn't still trying to make things miserable for you. If you'd like, I can owl her myself. It's not fair that you have to deal with the fallout alone. Now, I know we agreed to keep our gift small today, but you have to understand, I've never had a proper girlfriend on Valentine's Day before. So, I may have gone a little overboard. I hope you can forgive me in time. Love. Harry. February 16, 1999. Harry James Potter, you're a menace. You think you may have overdone it a bit? There were so many bouquets of roses that I had to put them on my roommate's dressers. If Ginny hadn't received a very expensive piece of jewelry from Theo, I'm sure she would have murdered me with one of those roses in my sleep. Incidentally, my own gift was exquisite, and I'm wearing it now. Love. Hermione. March 2nd, 1999. Dear Hermione. Today feels like there's a mountain troll sitting on my head. I suppose it serves me right for drinking my weight in Muggle alcohol last night. But it was Ron's birthday, and the other Aurors kept buying him shots. We both knew we had to work today, so he shared his drinks with me to keep us from getting too tipsy. In retrospect, it was perhaps a flawed plan. Mulligan, Ron's partner, noticed what we were up to, and the whole team chipped in to buy Ron double rounds. So, we both ended up completely plastered anyway. Serves me right for trying to do a good deed. On a brighter note, Delphi has been incredibly cute lately. She's talking more and becoming quite demanding, which is honestly the most adorable thing I've ever seen. Just yesterday, I was giving her a snack before bed and tried to sneak one of the little biscuits for myself. She looked at me with a scowl and said, "Daddy, no have biscuit." Delphi's biscuit, Daddy. I laughed for a solid 5 minutes because she kept alternating between glaring at me and demanding more biscuits, all while laughing because she knew she was amusing. She's absolutely charming, that girl. Sometimes, when I look at her and see her figuring out how the world works, and how to bend it to her favor. I know it's a common trait among toddlers, but it really reminds me of him. I can't help but pity him. He made all the wrong choices, and he'll never know Delphi the way I do. He'll never get to laugh with her or comfort her when she's upset. She's part of him, yet she'll never truly know him. I see the little things she inherited from both of them, and all I feel is relief that they'll never touch her again, never twist her natural tendencies the way they were twisted themselves. Is that wrong of me? Well, I suppose that's enough introspection for my half-drunk lunch hour. Love you, Hermione. Harry, March 3rd, 1999. Oh, Harry. You are a magnificent father. If it's wrong of you to feel relieved that they are gone, then I am wrong too. Delphi is a sweet soul, and you have become her protector. It's natural to fear the past and dread what might have been. But it's important to remember that here and now, she is safe, she is loved, and she will grow up knowing both. I'll make sure of it, Harry, right alongside you. Love, Hermione. P.S. I'm sending some sober-up potion that Neville confiscated from one of the fifth-year Ravenclaws. He sends his regards. March 17th, 1999. Harry. Can't go into detail, but we caught them. I am safe and healthy. Read The Prophet tomorrow, and I'll write more when I can. Love, H. March 18th, 1999. Harry, you wonderful, brilliant Auror. I got the paper at breakfast and devoured the article in about a minute. I had to reread it because I was going so fast. I don't know why I'm surprised by how things unfolded. You always were the one to jump first and look second. But I can only be grateful that you're talented enough to have escaped harm. 3 marked Death Eaters, Harry. You could have been killed. Did you realize there was more than one when you went in? Please tell me you had backup. When I think of what might have happened, well, it doesn't bear thinking about. Writing. The important thing is that you caught them, and now there can be justice for Ruth and her family. Please write again soon. Tell Delphi I love her, and stay safe. I don't know what I would do without you. Love. Hermione. April 20th, 1999. Dear Harry. I had a dream last night, and since you were so kind as to share one of yours with me, I thought I might return the favor. We were out on a date. You and I were sitting beside each other, and Neville was across from us next to Ginny. Have I told you she's finally started speaking to me again? Anyway, Neville was talking about plants, and I was completely lost because I could feel your hand on my thigh. You were stroking me through my skirt, and your hand was warm. When I looked up at you, we were alone, and you smiled at me before leaning in and kissing me. As your lips moved over mine, I began to feel hot, and your hand started moving from my thigh up my leg. I was so aroused, Harry, and when I woke up, I nearly cried because none of it was real. I never thought the distance would be this difficult to deal with. As much as I appreciate our letters, you can't kiss a scroll, at least not the way I want to be kissed. You'll help me with that, won't you? Next time we see each other. Love. Hermione. April 21st, 1999. Hermione. You've nearly killed me. I can't think of anything but your letter today. I close my eyes and imagine my hand on your thigh, traveling upward. I imagine where it might have gone if you hadn't woken up. I'm sorry if that's too forward. I'm going mad missing you today, and you can rest assured I'll help you with whatever you want the next time I see you. Yours, Harry. May 2nd, 1999. Dear Harry, I know today is going to be hard. It's normal, I think, for those of us who survived, who carved our way from the brink of loss, to mourn. We won, but we did not do so without cost. As you attend the ministry's gala tonight, know that even though I'm not with you in person, I am thinking of you. You are not alone. You are loved. You did the right thing. You are brave, kind, and wonderful. And I love you. Our world owes you so much, Harry. I know it makes you uncomfortable to hear it, to acknowledge the gratitude strangers feel toward you, but we would not be here if it weren't for you and your unfailing goodness. Thank you for choosing to be a kind, fair, brilliant man. You're my hero, Harry, in more ways than one. Love, Hermione. May 2nd, 1999. Dear Hermione, it's early morning, and I'm missing you today more than most. I know you understand how days like this make me feel. When others celebrate the victory, I feel loss. It doesn't feel like a day to celebrate. But despite it all, I can't help but feel glad that we did what we had to do, that we fought, we bled, and we won. It brought me Delphi. It brought me you, Hermione. I owe everything I cherish to this day, a year ago. Think of me today, Hermione. Know that I'm here, imagining you smiling at me. I wouldn't be alive to feel conflicted today if it weren't for you. You are a brilliant, strong, brave, and beautiful woman, and I can't fathom my life without you. You're my best friend. The girl I love. Thank you for everything you are. Love, Harry. May 3rd, 1999. Dear Hermione, you have no idea how much your letter yesterday meant to me. I had just sent mine off when yours arrived, and I'm not ashamed to admit I read it 3 times and carried it with me throughout the day. The gala was predictably chaotic, but somber enough to be respectful. They gave me an Order of Merlin First Class, which apparently comes with a stipend. I'm trying to figure out what to do with that. I wanted to go toward the orphans of the war, but I'm not sure how to go about that. Any insight you might have would be great. Oh, and Fleur had her baby. Molly Fire called me last night after the party to share the news, and I went to the hospital after work today with Delphi. It's a girl, and she's tiny and bald with the roundest cheeks I've ever seen. They've named her Victoire because she was born on the anniversary of the victory. Bill is ecstatic, of course. He grinned the entire time I was there, while Fleur watched him indulgently as he showed off the baby. They're going to be great parents, and Victoire is going to be the warmest baby in all of England. I spotted 3 different hand-knitted Weasley blankets lying around the hospital. I think Molly is trying to make her one in every color. On an unrelated note, if you have a few spare moments, I'd love your thoughts on a case I'm currently working on. I'm having trouble with the runes found in some old wards we're dealing with. The brains in our office seem to be stumped, as not a single one of them recognizes it. I'll send the renderings along with this letter. Have a wonderful night, Hermione. I'll be thinking of you. Love. Harry. May 15th, 1999. Dear Harry, I'm sorry you couldn't make it to Hogsmeade today, but I appreciated the owl you sent warning me that might be the case. I hope whichever dark witch or wizard you're currently apprehending regrets the day they kept you from seeing me. And please stay safe, don't take too many risks for my sake. Have you ever read Jane Austen? I can't picture you with a copy of Pride and Prejudice, but if you do decide to revisit Muggle literature, you might understand my little joke there. Our day was pleasant enough. I spent several hours at Tomes and Scrolls with Neville, who was incredibly impressed with their herbology section. Did you know it's Neville's aim to teach herbology here at Hogwarts in the future? He might one day be Delphi's professor. After the bookshop, we met Ginny and Theo at the Hog's Head Inn. Their public displays of affection have gotten to be a bit much. It's a bit nauseating, but I can't help but envy them for how easy it seems. Poor Neville, though, was so uncomfortable. He's still desperately in love with Ginny, while she barely notices anyone except Theo these days. I wish I knew Theo better. I want to be confident that he's truly good for Ginny. But they're so wrapped up in each other that it's hard to get close to either of them. I'm sure this will pass in time, but I worry she's thrown herself into this relationship to cover her own disappointment and loneliness. Of course, it's not really my business, but I want her to be happy. She's been my friend for so long, and I care about her. On a happier note, Luna has apparently discovered a new species of Nargle and told me she'll be sending you a kit to help disperse them. She's already taken the liberty of clearing out my dormitory and the Gryffindor common room. Love. Hermione. June 6, 1999. Dear Hermione, you would have loved yesterday. I had Teddy with me for the day, and I took him and Delphi to the zoo. I even had to buy a double pram for the occasion, but it was worth it. Teddy is one now, and he and Delphi were both absolutely enchanted by the animals. Teddy was obsessed with the lion, repeating, "Roar, roar," and trying to bite me. Not sure where he picked that up, but Delphi thought it was hysterical. She loved the snakes, too. The reptile house was humid, and she wouldn't let me leave for the longest time. I think she may have been speaking Parseltongue, actually. I couldn't understand most of it. I think when the piece of him that was in me died, it took that with it, but I do remember the sound, the way it felt on my tongue. Maybe I should be more concerned about the fact that she can speak with snakes, but it feels like a connection to me, not to him. And I had a thought, Hermione. Please tell me if it's daft. I was reflecting on the similarities between us a few weeks ago. In fact, I've been considering them since the very beginning. People often say that she looks like me, and I used to think it was just because of her hair color. But what if she really does resemble me? I know, biologically, I'm not her father. Magically, yes, but I didn't create her. Yet, I did create Voldemort. He used my blood to form his body in that graveyard. After his return, he looked nothing like the Voldemort of his youth. What if the spell they used literally constructed his body from my blood, his father's bone, and Wormtail's flesh? What would that imply about Delphi's genetics? If we tested her blood the Muggle way, would it show that she's related to me after all? In the end, I suppose it doesn't really matter, but it's been on my mind. I have to go now, and I want this letter to be sent out tonight, so I'll wrap it up here. I love you, Harry. P.S. Good luck with your NEWTS. I know you won't need it because you're brilliant, but I'm sending it anyway. June 9th, 1999. Dear Harry, I'm so sorry I missed the zoo. Please tell me you took photographs, even Muggle ones. I've been thinking about what you said, and I did a bit of research in the restricted section last night. From what I found, I think you might be onto something. If your blood, and your family's magic, flows through Delphi's veins in any way, it would certainly explain the magical connection between you and her, as well as your deep concern for her even before you met. I think it might be worth testing, if you're open to a bit of Muggle science. But no matter what you decide, it doesn't change the fact that she's your daughter in every way that matters, and that you are her father. I love you too, Harry. Yours, Hermione. P.S. I'll take all the luck I can get. Any Felix left? June 23, 1999. Dear Hermione, tomorrow's the big day. I can hardly believe you'll be graduating in the morning. I'm sorry I've been so quiet this past week, but I've been. There's something I need to discuss that's taken quite a bit of my attention. I'll fill you in tomorrow evening. I'm coming to the school first thing in the morning to see you. I've taken the day off work to make the most of our time together. Thankfully, McGonagall has given me permission to visit. I'll step away just before the ceremony starts and will be waiting for you on the other side of the lake when it begins. I love you so much, Hermione. I'm incredibly proud of you and proud to be yours. Harry. Chapter 21. Hogwarts. June 24, 1999. The castle was quiet when Hermione rose for the day, a warm glow radiating in the center of her chest. She dressed slowly, taking the time to absorb every detail of her surroundings, something she had rarely done before. Ginny and the other seventh-year girls were still in bed, their curtains drawn. The velvet burgundy drapes of the four-poster beds created little islands throughout the room, each one occupied by a different person. From her vantage point, Hermione could see the trunks, bedside tables, and armoires belonging to her dorm mates. A couple of sets, hers included, were incredibly tidy, while others were scattered with bits of parchment, makeup, and various feminine odds and ends. Hermione sighed. If the other girls weren't careful, they might end up rushing and miss the ceremony altogether. Waving her wand through the air, she conjured an alarm clock and set it to go off in half an hour before making her way out of the room. She paused at the doorway, taking one last sweeping glance around, and then descended the spiral staircase to the common room. She was pleased to see that Neville was already below, sitting in one of the comfortable armchairs beside the fire. At first, she thought he might be reading, but as she drew nearer, she realized he was leaning forward in his chair, staring intently at the seat across from him. "Really?" he said, an animated expression lighting up his face. "That's brilliant. I always knew you'd do well." "Neville?" Hermione tried to keep her expression neutral, but the look of surprise on his face made her realize her own concern must have been evident. "Hermione," he exclaimed, smiling widely. He leaned back in his chair, his right hand resting on the arm, glancing from the empty seat across to her. "We've been waiting for you. Just having a chat." "We?" she asked, looking back at the empty chair, puzzled. Hermione squinted from her armchair, trying to catch a glimpse of the telltale shimmer of a disillusionment charm. "Yup. I'll leave you two alone now, though. I fancy one last Hogwarts breakfast. My nan's elf doesn't cook nearly as well as the ones here. Mind you, she's ancient, so she doesn't do much anymore, which is a blessing, really. I've never met a more exacting house elf in my life." With that, Neville stood, completely ignoring Hermione's bewildered expression as he leaned in to give her a quick, chaste peck on the cheek. "You'll come round for a meal sometime, won't you?" he asked, and Hermione nodded uncertainly. "Neville, are you sure you're?" "Excellent. I'll see the both of you then, if I miss you at the ceremony." And with that, he left, leaving Hermione standing in front of the crackling fire, feeling oddly alone in the common room. A bit spooked, she glanced around. Neville had been talking to someone, and unless her friend was losing his mind, which was a grim thought, she might not be completely alone. "Hello?" she called out, her voice echoing through the room. Nothing stirred. The Gryffindor banners on the walls and the sofas and tables, which she had covered with books and parchments throughout the year, remained silent. She let out a sigh, unsure whether it was one of relief or consternation. Then, quite suddenly, she felt a large, warm hand wrap around her own, and a low voice whispered in her ear, "Hello." She yelped and pulled her hand back as if it had been burned, looking wildly around for the source of the voice. Finally, she spotted a floating head beside her. She gaped for several seconds before finding her voice. "Harry." "Tch." He hissed, wincing as he glanced at the exits before grinning at her, then disappearing once more. "Harry, what are you doing here?" she asked, her heart racing. "Visiting my girlfriend, of course," Harry said, his voice laced with amusement. At his words, Hermione felt a flutter in her stomach and couldn't help but grin. She had never heard him call her that in person before. "You're not supposed to be here," she replied, a mix of happiness and horror at his sudden appearance washing over her. The thought of how many rules he must have broken to sneak into the common room under his invisibility cloak made her uneasy. He entwined his fingers with hers, and this time, she didn't pull away. Instead, she watched as her hand vanished beneath the cloak. "I couldn't wait to see you until the ceremony," he confessed, his voice slightly raspy. Hermione's smile widened, and she glanced around the room, relieved to find it empty. She was content to leave her hand in his, feeling his thumb gently stroking hers. "Come with me," he urged, gently tugging her toward the portrait hole. "Just for a while." She let herself be led out of the common room, her cheeks flushed as they passed a group of fourth-year boys jostling down the hall. Harry released her hand just long enough for them to pass before taking it again, guiding her down another corridor to an empty wall. "The room of requirement," Hermione gasped, feeling Harry give her hand a little squeeze before letting it go. Moments later, a door appeared in the wall, opening on its own. "Come on," he said, his voice close to her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. She stepped into the room, watching as the door closed behind her. Taking in her surroundings, she noticed the wide window on the far wall, a sofa facing a crackling fire, and the red and gold rug beneath her feet. "Goodness," she marveled. "It's lovely." "Not as lovely as you," Harry replied. This time, when she looked up, she saw him clearly. He had dropped the cloak into a silvery puddle at his feet and stood there with his hands in his pockets, his hair slightly tousled. Harry's hair was a mess. Although he'd tied it back, the invisibility cloak had loosened it, and strands hung around his face in disarray. His beard was thick and neatly trimmed, and his emerald green eyes sparkled as he looked down at her. God, how she'd missed him. "Harry, you can't just sneak into the school," Hermione said, her voice a mix of concern and delight. He laughed. "I can, and I did." The confident grin on his face softened a bit as he added, "Do you really mind?" Exasperated, Hermione shook her head. "Of course not, you daft man. But if we're caught, they'll probably display my diploma as a warning to other rule-breaking graduates, and that'll be on your head." His grin widened again. "I think I'm willing to risk it." Unable to resist any longer, Hermione reached for him, pulling him closer by his upper arm and noticing the hard muscle beneath his jumper. "I've missed you like mad," she confessed. "Have you? Well, that makes one of us." His teasing voice was low, and she playfully hit his solid shoulder in response. Harry laughed and wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her in for a hug. "Christ, what do they feed you Aurors?" Hermione mumbled against his chest. "Am I gaining weight?" "You know very well what I mean." She felt his breath on her ear as he leaned down to respond, sending a pleasant shiver down her spine. "I'm flattered you noticed." "Don't get too cocky," Hermione warned. "I could still take you in a duel." "No doubt about that." His hand began to rub gentle circles on her back while she pressed her cheek against the spot just below his collarbone. Without meaning to, she made an embarrassing noise and then froze. Harry chuckled softly, inhaling the scent of her hair. She felt a rush of relief that she had washed it earlier that morning, grateful to be in this moment with him. By the time Hermione had finished her NEWTS, They stood wrapped in each other's arms for a full minute. When she finally pulled back, a smile danced on her lips as she noticed Harry's reluctance to let go. "Where have you left my goddaughter?" she asked, taking his hands in hers and gazing up at him. Had he always been this handsome up close, or was it something new? "Delphi is happily being spoiled at the Burrow. Molly insisted I let her stay the morning until it's time to head to Hogsmeade, and I had plans of my own, so I didn't object much." "Plans?" Hermione probed, intrigued. "Plural? So there's more for you to do this morning than just sneaking into Hogwarts and corrupting an otherwise exemplary student?" Harry practically snorted at that. If Hermione hadn't been so aware of her own history with rule-breaking, she might have been offended. "Let's just say there's more to your surprise today than getting to snog the chosen one in the come-and-go room. Getting to, Harry, your ego has become." Before she could finish, Harry laughed exuberantly and leaned down to capture her mouth with his. His kiss was pure magic, filled with heat and joy. She had never felt anything so glorious. His lips warmed against hers, sending fire coursing through her veins as his hands tightened around her waist, pulling her closer. She had missed this more than she cared to admit, but in his embrace, there was no point in denying it. His fingers brushed against her lower back, sending a shiver racing up her spine, making her arch into him and deepening the kiss. She moaned softly, and Harry's tongue traced the seam of her lips. Wanting to be as close to him as possible in these few moments of wild abandon, she opened her mouth to him. This time, it was Harry who groaned, and Hermione reveled in it, feeling as though they were the only two people in the world. Hermione's hands tangled in Harry's long hair, the little elastic that had failed to keep his coal-black locks in place slipping to the floor. With a shiver of excitement, she felt Harry intensify his kiss. His tongue brushed against hers, hot and inviting, making her crave for the kiss to deepen, for his hands to explore her body until she was left breathless. He nipped at her lower lip, sharp and thrilling, and Hermione felt as if she were on fire. Minutes passed, lost in each other's embrace, until Harry pulled away. Hermione couldn't help but whine at the loss of contact, but she felt no embarrassment. "Merlin, Morgana, and Circe," he murmured, his voice hoarse, eyes squeezed shut as he pressed his forehead against hers. "Hermione, you're going to kill me." "Only if you don't start kissing me again soon," she replied before she could stop herself. Harry chuckled, the sound rumbling low in his chest as he held her close. "Christ, I'd never stop if I didn't have to go soon." "Go?" she asked, her voice tinged with a sense of longing. "Not because I want to," he clarified, "but I have a promise to keep. Your surprise needs tending." "I like this surprise," she insisted. "I promise you'll like my next one even better." Hermione sighed and nodded, and Harry leaned down to place a soft, closed-mouth kiss on the tip of her nose. "I love you, Hermione," he said, his voice warm and sincere, making her heart swell. "I love you too, Harry." He kissed her cheek and reluctantly released her. The room felt cold without the warmth of his embrace. "I'll see you at the ceremony," he said, bending down to retrieve his cloak. "We'll talk more after. Or another day, if there isn't time." Hermione arched an eyebrow. "I find it hard to imagine I wouldn't have time for you." Harry grinned and shrugged. "We'll see." And with that, he stepped back, leaving her with a fluttering heart. Harry kissed her one last time before disappearing beneath his cloak. "Have a good breakfast," he said as the door swung open. "Promise me." Confused, Hermione nodded. "I promise," she replied, listening to the familiar sound of his trainers on the flagstone floor as he faded from the corridor. The lake sparkled under the morning sun, where the graduating 7th and 8th years gathered outside the castle, standing on the grassy slope that overlooked the vast black lake and the distant mountains. Hermione was struck by the natural beauty of the scene. Perhaps it had been her ambition that kept her from appreciating the splendor of Hogwarts' surroundings over the past 8 years, or more likely, the strain of fitting into a world where she often felt undervalued and unwanted. The last time she truly marveled at this view, she had been 11, arriving at school for the first time. Back then, it had been dark. The lake had glowed with hundreds of lights streaming from the castle's windows and the twinkling stars above. She remembered feeling breathless, sitting beside Neville, Harry, and Ron, as the life she had known faded into a distant memory, and her future unfolded before her. "You ready?" Hermione looked up at Neville, who stood beside her. He had certainly grown out of the baby fat and uncertainty that marked his childhood. "Almost," she said. They turned together to glance at the castle again, and Hermione reached out to loop her arm through Neville's. "It looks just as it did when we arrived," she marveled. "A miracle, considering last year." "Magic covers a multitude of sins," Hermione mused. "You two almost done gawking?" Ginny called from near the top of a long flight of stone steps at the edge of the green lawn. Theo was several paces ahead, his head just barely visible beyond the cliff on which Hogwarts stood. "We're coming," Hermione called back. "Save us seats." Ginny nodded and followed her boyfriend down the steps. Neville watched her leave, a resigned expression on his face. Hermione said nothing but gently squeezed his arm before letting go and turning to follow Ginny. "We'll miss the boats if we don't go now," Hermione urged. She paused as Neville took one last look at the castle and its grounds, his gaze lingering on a familiar spot that she knew still haunted him. Finally, he turned to her and gave a thumbs up. "Ready," he said. "Cheer up," Hermione replied firmly. "You'll be back before you know it, future Professor Longbottom." "Don't jinx it," he said, a hint of a smile breaking through. Hermione smiled back and led the way down the steep stone steps that curved along the cliffside and into a passage that descended deeper into the rock. The narrow walkway was lit by sconces every few yards, and as they moved downward, the hum of 100 voices filled the tunnel, echoing around them in a happy jumble. At last, they reached a pebbled beach that Hermione had seen only once before. The little harbor, encased in stone, was flooded with seventh-year students and seemed far more crowded than when they were all first years. "All aboard now. Everyone onto a boat. The headmistress is waiting." Hagrid's booming voice echoed around them, and the excited students scrambled to board the fleet of boats waiting in the water. Once everyone was aboard, Hermione sitting beside Neville again, with Ginny and Theo behind them, the boats moved in unison toward a dark tunnel. They floated through the darkness, emerging on the other side through a curtain of ivy that concealed the entrance from the outside. When it was their boat's turn to pass through, Hermione closed her eyes tightly, letting the sun warm her face before she opened them again. The lake stretched out wide and beautiful, reflecting the blue sky and sparse clouds as the boats glided across the mirrored surface. Ginny took a moment to glance back at the castle as it began to fade into the distance. She could just make out the window of her dormitory and the Gryffindor common room. "Look," she called over her shoulder. Hermione followed the direction of Ginny's arm and pointed finger, spotting the banks at the other end of the lake coming into view. The rocky beach was bustling with people, and alongside the excitement she felt, a small pang of sadness tugged at her, thinking of those who wouldn't be there to welcome her. "Is that my Gran?" Neville asked, squinting at the crowd. Hermione thought she could see a vulture perched atop a hat, but she couldn't be sure if it wasn't just a large, beak-nosed man. "I'm not sure," Hermione replied, spotting a group of bright red hair in the crowd. "But there are the Weasleys." As they drew closer to the edge of the lake, the boats began to line up, and soon Hermione's view of the beach was obscured. After several moments of stillness, Professor McGonagall's magically amplified voice rang out across the lake. "Welcome, honored family and friends, to the leaving ceremony. Each year, we teachers are delighted to meet our newest students and witness the talent and promise they all show firsthand. We celebrate their triumphs," she paused for a moment, "and we mourn with them through their sorrows. This class, more than most before it, has honored our school with their courage, cunning, kindness, and keen intellect. I have never been prouder than I am today of the fine, upstanding young men and women we have had the privilege of educating." Hermione felt her throat tighten as the headmistress continued. "Now, as these young men and women leave us, we honor them and their achievements, as well as the memory of those who should be among them today." Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and began to read. As the headmistress read a list of names aloud, each one felt like a sharp sigh hanging in the air. Hermione recognized some names better than others, but she had walked alongside each of the students being honored, sharing in the collective mourning for their sacrifices. When the reading concluded, the boats were signaled forward one by one, and the graduates began to disembark. Hermione listened intently to the names called and the words spoken by the headmistress, the significance of the moment settling in as her turn approached. Cheers erupted from the families and friends of some graduates, while others, like Draco Malfoy, were met with an eerie silence. When it was Ginny's turn, the noise was so overwhelming that Professor McGonagall had to quiet the crowd with a sharp glance. Ginny responded with a laugh and a cheeky wink at the startled professor. Theo followed, receiving a more subdued round of applause from the Weasleys, and then came Neville, who was greeted with joyous cheers from the crowd. Finally, it was Hermione's turn. She stepped carefully onto the beach, allowing Professor Slughorn to assist her down with a warm smile before she approached her former Transfiguration teacher. As she reached Professor McGonagall, the professor smiled warmly and held her wand slightly raised toward Hermione. Having been briefed the night before on the details of the ceremony, Hermione raised her own wand and touched its tip to the headmistress's. "Hermione Granger," Professor McGonagall said, her voice trembling slightly, her eyes sparkling. "Your magic is strong and true. May it serve you well as you continue to grow in wisdom." "Thank you, Professor," Hermione replied, feeling as if she might burst into happy tears. "Oh, my dear, it has been my pleasure." With that, Hermione made her way down the line of professors, shaking each of their hands in turn. At last, she stood among the other graduates, all beaming and holding their wands proudly. As they gazed up at the castle that had been their home for nearly half their lives. This was the place where many had fought, bled, and endured hardship, where they had experienced joy, forged friendships, and even fallen in love. Once the last student had disembarked, Professor McGonagall turned to the gathered witches and wizards, her smile broad and welcoming. "Your time at Hogwarts has come to an end," she announced. "But your education will never truly finish. Every decision you make, every step you take, will enrich your experience as you move forward in life. You have all made us immeasurably proud, and we are thrilled to recognize you as witches and wizards of merit, our peers in magic. Lig Ladu Gliokas Artichad." With those words, the ceremony concluded, and the students erupted into cheers, laughter, and tears, embracing one another in joyful chaos. Hermione joined in the excitement, hugging Neville and Ginny tightly, her face beaming with happiness. She then scanned the crowd of graduates, quickly spotting Luna and rushing to wrap her arms around her friend. When the celebration subsided, the former students turned to face the audience on the rocky beach, where their loved ones stood cheering, calling out names, and waving to catch each other's attention. Hermione was the first to notice Molly, who was navigating her way through the crowd toward Ginny. A smile spread across her face as she watched them embrace, with Molly fussing over Ginny's hair before giving her another tight squeeze and passing her off to Arthur, who had just arrived, breathless, behind her. Once free from her embrace, Molly began scanning the crowd again, her eyes lighting up when they met Hermione's. A wide smile broke across her face. "Come here, you," she called out, her voice cutting through the noise. Hermione laughed softly and maneuvered her way through the throngs of jubilant reunions to reach the Weasley matriarch. Before long, she found herself enveloped in a warm, surprisingly strong hug. "Good gracious, I couldn't be prouder if I'd birthed you myself," Molly beamed. Molly loosened her grip just enough for Hermione to meet her gaze. "I am so happy for you, dear. So very happy." With that, she pulled Hermione in for another bone-crushing hug. "Excuse me," a deep, laughing voice called from behind. Once Molly had her fill, Hermione turned to see Harry, beaming down at her with an excited, squirming Delphi in his arms. Her black curls now reached her shoulders, bouncing from side to side over her round, dimpled cheeks. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed, launching herself at him and Delphi, wrapping her arms around both of them and showering kisses on the top of the little girl's head. "Delphi, darling. Oh, sweet girl. I'm so happy to see you. Do I get a kiss too?" Harry asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Hermione shot him a playful look but stretched up on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek anyway. His beard was warm from the sun and softer than she had anticipated. "Now," she said playfully, "hand over my goddaughter, or I'll be forced to hurt you." Harry's smile faltered for just a moment before he shook his head. "Not yet," he replied. "Harry," Hermione frowned up at him, pretending to be stern. "I know a great many hexes that will make you rue the day you kept her from me." "Look," he said, ignoring her threat entirely. "I want you to take a couple of deep breaths, all right? And please, don't freak out." "Harry, what are you?" Before she could finish, he stepped aside, and her eyes fell on a man and woman standing next to him. They were of average height, the man slightly taller than the woman, with graying brown hair and warm, smiling hazel eyes. The woman, whose hand he held, seemed to quiver with emotion, her chestnut curls elegantly twisted behind her in a knot. "Darling," she said, holding her arms wide. "Mum?" Hermione asked, her heart racing. "Dad?" Then she fainted, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 22. July 16, 1999. The Granger residence. It was not the home Hermione had grown up in. A young couple with two small children lived there now, and they had painted over the doorframe where Hermione's height had been marked each summer. Yet, the presence of her parents made the new house just as wonderful as she remembered her childhood home being. Each morning, she woke to the smell of coffee. Her father still needed it to wake up properly, and her mother brewed it fresh for him every day. Every afternoon, her mother served tea, just as she had on her days off when Hermione was small. And each evening, they gathered in the family room to read a chapter from a classic. Shakespeare, Machiavelli, Homer, Dante, Wilde, Burns, Shelley, Bronte, and Austen, their tastes were as varied as their conversations afterward. Still, despite these familiar rituals of a past life, a tension hung in the air, subtle yet palpable. It lingered just above their heads, only half noticed unless one chose to squint in its direction. For the most part, it lay dormant, but at times, when Hermione would mention her life while her parents were away, the war, or the house they had lived in before, well, it hadn't been easy on any of them. One evening, after her father had gone to bed, Hermione mustered the courage to bring up the subject with her mother. "Mum?" she asked. "Yes, love?" Helen replied, closing her book and setting it on her lap. She peered over her jewel-encrusted reading glasses in Hermione's direction. "Are you and Daddy very angry with me?" "Angry?" The older woman looked confused for a moment, but as the question lingered between them, she began to understand. "We're not angry, dear. But what I did was so hard. It was the hardest decision I've ever made. I thought I was doing what was right, and it hurt so much, Mum. I knew you wouldn't have agreed to it, but I thought I knew best." Hermione's voice trembled. "And if I were you, I'd be livid." Helen sighed, removing her glasses and setting them aside with her book. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. "Hermione, we're not angry with you. It's hard to describe what we feel. It sounds cliché to say we're disappointed, but that's part of it. Not all of it, but part." Tears threatened to spill from Hermione's eyes, and she bit her lip, using the sharp pain to hold them back. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Thank you, darling. But it's not just about the choice you made. I'm not sure you can understand how it felt to remember what had happened, or to realize how much you had kept from us. It was difficult. Oh, Mum. Hermione raised her hand to her mouth, pressing the back of it against her lips as if to stifle her sobs. We love you so much, Hermione, Helen continued. And we were so disappointed when we realized you hadn't been able to trust us. It felt as if we had failed. Mummy, you didn't fail, Hermione cried, her voice frantic. I didn't want to see you hurt. I was trying to protect you. But you see, love, we may just be muggles, but we're your parents, too. It was our job to protect you. They talked deep into the night, and by the end, they had begun to understand each other a little better. They shared the moments of their lives that had been missed over the years. They spoke about Harry, Delphi, and the Weasleys. They reminisced about the practice her parents had started and then abandoned in Australia, and the nagging feeling they had lived with for 2 years that they were forgetting something important. And Harry explained, about why I couldn't come and get you sooner. Helen nodded, a sad smile on her face. Death. Eaters. He told us they're still targeting Muggle families, and your police found signs of them at the old house. But he said they've captured the lot now. They have, Hermione replied, relief washing over her. Harry was on the team that brought in the last of them. Helen shot Hermione a look that made her blush. He's a clever young man, that Harry. And quite dedicated to you, it seems. He's very clever, Hermione agreed. In the end, they left the conversation feeling better than when they'd started. Maybe it was just her, but the following morning, the smell of coffee didn't fill her with dread. While it still felt like the trust they had worked a lifetime to build had cracks large enough for her to step through, it seemed as if those cracks were closing, millimeter by millimeter. At the very least, she felt she could resume her life in some capacity, which was what had brought her to this moment. Damn it, she muttered, peering over her shoulder into the full-length mirror. She'd tried on at least 4 dresses, and still, nothing fit. It had been a long time since she'd needed to dress up, but she hadn't realized how much her chest had grown in the past 2 years. Sighing, Hermione discarded the dress and reached for another. This one looked a bit less fitted at the top, and she thought it might be her saving grace. Why she hadn't planned her outfit for the evening sooner was beyond her. She could only suppose it had to do with readjusting to being someone's child again. She had been on her own for so long that answering to someone felt like a whole new experience. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Everything all right in here? Hermione jumped at the sound of her father's voice as he appeared in the doorway, a cup of tea in his hand. Sorry, Hermione said, grimacing. I didn't mean to disturb you. Fashion trouble? Frank asked, stepping into the room and ignoring her apology. Hermione frowned as she nodded. It seems my wardrobe hasn't been updated recently, and certain parts of my anatomy have, she said, glancing down at her reflection. Her father grimaced but walked over to her wardrobe, peering inside and rifling through the outfits. Are you committed to the idea of a dress? He asked. Hermione shrugged. I want to look nice. I'd wager the boy would think you look nice in a guinea sack. Still. Frank made a non-committal noise as he continued his search, pausing on a silk sheath dress she didn't recognize. You know, he said thoughtfully, I'm not much into fashion, but your mother always asked for my opinion. I like to think I've developed an eye for things. I'm sure you're brilliant at it, Hermione replied with a smile. Yes, well. The point is, I think you ought to give this one a try. He pulled out the dress, a knee-length number in a bright shade of blue. Hermione wrinkled her nose instinctively, and her father rolled his eyes. Isn't it a bit bright? She asked. You and your mum look good in this kind of thing. It comes down to coloring. Or something. I don't even remember buying this dress, Hermione told him. You wouldn't. I bought it for your mum before you were born. But fashion's cyclical, isn't it? Hermione studied the dress. The cut wasn't modern, but her father was right, it was stylish enough, with a boat-neck collar and little else to hint at its age. "I'll try it," she agreed, and Frank nodded, satisfied. "I'll see you downstairs in a few then," he said before leaving her alone with the dress. He was right, it looked lovely, and it fit her perfectly. A couple of minutes later, she had emptied a bottle of Sleekeasies over her hair and added some mascara to her lashes. Once she was done, she was ready. Both of her parents were waiting in the sitting room, Helen with one of her ever-present books. Hermione sat with her dress draped over her lap, while her father, Frank, sipped his tea and tackled a crossword puzzle. "All ready?" he asked, glancing up at her. Hermione nodded, a smile spreading across her face. "Don't I look it?" "Of course you do," her mother chimed in, her gaze fixed on the dress Hermione wore. "Now that looks familiar." "I found it in my things," Hermione replied. "Well, I'm glad. That thing hasn't fit me for ages. And the color suits you very well." "That's what I said," Frank interjected proudly. "Of course you did," Helen said, looking fondly at her husband. "You've got an eye for that sort of thing." "You two haven't changed a bit," Hermione laughed, then glanced at the clock above the mantel. "You still have a few minutes, darling," her mother reassured her, and Hermione felt her cheeks flush. "Where are you headed tonight, anyway?" Helen continued. "Someplace fancy?" Hermione shrugged. "It's a surprise. Considering his last surprise made me faint, I'm not sure what to expect." "That boy's putting me to shame," Frank grumbled, pencil in hand as he jotted something down in his puzzle. "Your mother'll be expecting me to serenade her in the middle of Harrods next time I turn around." "Rubbish," Helen said, winking at Hermione. "I'd settle for Covent Garden." "Dad singing, now that would be a surprise." "All right, ladies," he said, setting his puzzle aside and leaning back in his chair. "Be nice." "We're always nice, Frank." "I'm only teasing, Daddy." "Humph." Just then, a knock at the door startled Hermione. "I've got it," Frank announced, standing up and heading toward the hallway that led to the front door. "Oh, that's not necessary," Hermione started, but he waved her off as he left the room. "Let him have his fun," her mother advised. "This is the first time a boy's come calling at the house for you, you know." Hermione made a face. "I'm aware. Hello, Mr. Granger." Harry's voice floated in from the hallway, cheerful yet slightly uncertain. "Harry," her father said, opening the door. "Can I help you?" "Dad." Hermione shrieked, rushing into the hall, her mother's laughter trailing behind her. Her father stood at the door, and when he turned to face Hermione, his face broke into a wide grin. "Only teasing," he said, but Hermione shot him a pleading look. "Thanks for getting the door, Daddy," she replied. "Daddy?" Frank echoed, turning to Harry. "You'll find, son, that they only call you that when they're trying to get into your good graces." "Yes, sir," Harry replied, his expression a mix of confusion and panic. "Leave them be, Frank." Her mother called from the other room, prompting her father to sigh dramatically. "Right. You two enjoy yourselves. Not too much, but just enough that you won't mind telling us about it later." Harry's cheeks flushed pink, and Hermione's eyes widened in mortification. "Frank. Coming, dear." He leaned down to plant a kiss on Hermione's forehead and winked at Harry before retreating back into the house. "Let's go," Hermione said, her voice tight as her cheeks burned. Harry cleared his throat and nodded. "See you soon, Mr. Granger." "Mrs. Granger." Before he could say anything more, Hermione grabbed his hand and pulled him onto the front step. As the door swung shut behind them, Hermione could hear her mother's voice. "Such a polite young man." "Oh God," Hermione breathed once they were alone. "Wherever we're going, I hope there's a stiff drink waiting." They apparat into Diagon Alley hand in hand. Harry's heart raced as they navigated the evening crowd of robed witches and wizards, all of whom stared at them. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing the object of their attention was not him, but the stunning woman at his side. Hermione looked outstanding, and when he had first seen her in the entryway of the Grangers' home, he had completely lost his train of thought. The cerulean hue of her dress made Hermione's skin radiate, and her long brown hair cascaded in sleek curls down her back. The outfit hugged her every exquisite curve, which was a good thing for Harry. He certainly wasn't ready to engage in conversation with her parents. "Are we nearly there?" Hermione asked, her grip on his hand tightening as she glanced around anxiously. "Just a bit farther," Harry replied, shooting a scowl at a middle-aged wizard who had paused his haggling at Elop's Owl Emporium to leer at Hermione. "Everyone's staring," Hermione whispered, and Harry noticed her catch the man's gaze. She shot him a look that could make even the most brazen men shrink back. "I promise, we're almost there." "Just a few more yards," Harry assured her, finally spotting their destination and feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Here we are." They came to a stop in front of Flourish and Blots, and Harry heard Hermione let out a small, excited sound beside him. "Here?" she asked, her eyes lighting up. "Let's go in," he replied with a smile. "But the sign says they're closed," she protested, disappointment creeping into her voice. Harry merely raised an eyebrow at her and reached for the door handle, twisting it and pushing the door open to let them both in. "Harry, what are you doing?" she whispered, glancing around as if to ensure no one had noticed his little act of breaking and entering. "Come and see," he invited, stepping into the shop and pulling Hermione along with him before shutting the door behind them. His stomach fluttered at the sound of the tinkling bell. Mr. Potter." "You're right on time," came a raspy voice from their left. "Mrs. Blott," Harry said, spotting the tall, gray-haired woman sitting in a chair at the end of the nearest shelf. "Thank you for waiting, and for all your help." "It's our pleasure," she replied warmly. The woman smiled warmly. "And you must be Miss Granger." "What an honor." She stood and extended her hand toward Hermione, who released Harry's arm and shook it, her expression a mix of bemusement and surprise. "I've seen your name on more invoices than I can count. It's lovely to finally make your acquaintance." "Likewise," Hermione replied, a hint of excitement in her voice. "Wonderful," Mrs. Blott said, turning her attention back to Harry. "Everything is set up, just as we discussed. The shop is yours." "What?" Hermione exclaimed, her voice soaring with disbelief. Harry couldn't help but smile at her reaction. "For the evening," he clarified. "Thank you, Mrs. Blott. We'll take good care of it." Mrs. Blott beamed at them before stepping out the front door. Harry listened as she locked up behind her, leaving him and Hermione alone in the shop. He took a moment to watch her, noticing how she bit her lip in wonder as she gazed around at the empty store, her eyes eagerly scanning the shelves filled with books. "Harry, how on earth did you manage this?" she breathed, a mix of exasperation and admiration in her tone. He shrugged. "Turns out the goblins are more than just caretakers for older accounts. They build wealth as a hobby, and they've had free reign over the Potter accounts for nearly 20 years now. Even after I paid to rebuild the bank, there's more gold than even my grandchildren will be able to spend." Hermione raised an eyebrow, her reaction far less impressed than Ron's had been when Harry shared the news. "So, not only are you wildly famous, but you're also independently wealthy? Doesn't seem very fair, does it?" he replied with a chuckle. Hermione shrugged. "It seems like a great deal of responsibility," she said, turning her attention back to the shelves. "Yeah," Harry agreed. She was right. Managing so much wealth at his age felt overwhelming, but he had little choice in the matter. All that remained was deciding where to donate a substantial portion of the gold, and figuring out how to make extravagant gestures without losing sight of what truly mattered. People he loved. "Nice, though," Hermione finally said, turning to face him with a smile that made the worry in his stomach begin to melt away. As far as first dates go, I don't think anyone could ever top it. A slumbering excitement in Harry's chest stirred at her words. To it, Hermione need never have a first date again. Are you hungry? He asked, wanting to shift his focus from that thought. A bit. Have you rented a restaurant as well? Harry laughed and shook his head, taking her hand once more, savoring the warmth that radiated from her fingertips. He led her further into the shop, navigating past several rows of shelves until they reached a cozy area usually adorned with a sofa and end tables for patrons. Tonight, however, a picnic blanket was spread across the floor, laden with an array of food. How, you know what, never mind, Hermione said, her laughter ringing through the air like a gentle caress. I'll just assume it had something to do with your excessive spending from now on. You have Molly to thank for all of this, actually, Harry corrected her. Although he had insisted on paying her a caterer's rate, he had secretly quadrupled it behind her back. But Hermione didn't need to know that. Is that Benefit pie? She asked, her eyes practically sparkling as she dropped to sit on the blanket, folding her knees to the side. Harry couldn't help but notice the way her dress shifted, exposing a smooth expanse of skin. He found it hard to tear his gaze away. They ate only briefly before Hermione was up again, leading him to one of the nearby stacks of books. There, she launched into an impromptu lecture about one of the defense texts available. Harry listened eagerly, captivated by the way she looked when she was deep in thought, trying to translate her inner world into words. When she finished, she shook herself, as if to refocus. She was waking from a dream, and the smile she gave him was radiant. Thank you for letting me prattle, Harry, she said affectionately. When I was with, well, I'm not used to someone letting me go on like that. Harry took her hand again, brushing his thumb over the back of it. He noticed her breath catch, reminding him of the sound she made when he kissed her at Grimmauld Place. He wondered if he could evoke that reaction again by pushing her against one of the nearby bookshelves, wrapping his arms around her waist, and leaning down to kiss her. Don't be a cad, Harry, he told himself, refocusing his gaze from her lips to her wide, expressive eyes, fringed by dark lashes. I like listening to you talk, he said at last. Besides, defensive theory is hardly likely to bore me. But if I were giving a speech on arithmancy, she asked, her expression suddenly vulnerable. Harry shrugged. I imagine I'd understand about as much as you do when I go on about Quidditch, but that wouldn't stop me from listening. Her face lit up at his response, and Harry had the strangest feeling he had passed some sort of test. Before he knew it, her hand was back in his, and she was leading him toward the picnic again. They finished their meal amidst engaging conversation and heated glances that set Harry's blood on fire. They talked about Delphi and Teddy, who was now walking and turning into an adorable little terror. They discussed Harry's work and his ongoing training, which had been interrupted when he was placed on the task force to track down the remaining Death Eaters. Now that the task force had been disbanded, he was back to getting his arse handed to him by the head of the department several times a week. Their conversation shifted to Hermione's future plans. She was determined to work at the ministry and had been invited by Kingsley to interview for a position the following Monday. However, she still hadn't decided whether or not to go, as she was concerned about her parents, who had only recently returned. A jump back into the wizarding world would only pull her further away. I don't think your parents would be upset about you having a job, Harry said, recalling how her father had teased them earlier that night. Maybe not, Hermione replied, but what if I decided to move into a wizarding community? They're muggles, Harry. They can't really be part of our world. I have to be in theirs. The more my life revolves around the ministry or the magical society, the less time I'll have to spend with them. I've only just gotten them back, and I wouldn't want things to stay the way they are. Harry paused, understanding her worries. He remembered the tear-stained letter she had sent him the day after her conversation with her mother, detailing her struggles and fears. The last thing she wanted was to lose her parents again, but he had a feeling they wouldn't let her go that easily. They love you, he said softly. And no matter what you decide, I think they want you to be happy. That's what I want for Delphi. Hermione sighed and leaned into him, wrapping her arms around his waist and pressing her ear against his chest. You're right, she admitted. I just can't help but worry. Well, I think I might be able to help with that. Harry let his hand glide up and down her spine, his fingertips brushing lightly over the fabric of her dress, feeling it warm beneath his touch. She let out a contented sigh against him, and the sound sent a thrill through him. The feel of her hand trailing along his side didn't help matters either. Is that so? She asked, looking up at him. In response, Harry tilted her chin up and leaned down, pressing his mouth to hers. Kissing her never grew old or unexciting. Her lips were lush and soft against his, and as she pressed herself closer, he could feel her heartbeat against his chest with every breath she took. He longed to let his hand glide from her cheek down her neck. He felt drawn to the soft skin beneath the bodice of her dress, but Merlin, he was a coward. He didn't want to scare her off, especially when she was here, pressing herself against him so sweetly. Her mouth parted beneath his, inviting him in as she made those gorgeous, pleading sounds that urged him on. He couldn't risk her stopping the way her hand wrapped around the back of his neck, holding him just right, or the way she clutched his upper arm as if he were her anchor in a stormy sea. Harry, she breathed, breaking the kiss just enough to meet his gaze. Her pupils were wide with desire, her lips pink and swollen. He felt a rush at the sight. Please, she begged softly, her voice a melody that stirred something deep within him. Touch me. Hell, he thought, maybe I can risk it after all. Chapter 23, Flourish and Blots, Diagon Alley. July 17, 1999. Touch me, she demanded, and Harry couldn't deny her. He leaned her back against the blanket, sweeping aside the remnants of their picnic with a flick of his wrist, using wandless magic he hadn't even realized he possessed. He braced himself above her, letting one hand glide over her shoulder and down to her hip before trailing back up again. He kissed her with wild abandon, and she matched his fervor, her fingers weaving through his hair. When she clenched her fist, a sharp tug at his scalp sent a tingle down his spine. Harry moaned into her mouth, and Hermione nipped at his lip in response. She released his hair and took his hand instead, guiding it from her waist upward until it settled, open-palmed, over her breast. The sound he made at the feel of her in his hand was undeniably embarrassing, but thankfully, Hermione didn't seem to notice. Harry was so overwhelmed by the soft, wonderful sensation beneath his fingertips that he couldn't bring himself to care. Merlin, she was perfect. Just large enough to fill his hand, her nipple hardened against the silk of her dress, pressing into his palm. He squeezed gently, and Hermione sighed into his mouth. Harry felt a rush of desire at the sound, his body responding instinctively. How was she so perfect? She felt like fire in his hands, warming and igniting him all at once. In that moment, he thought he could stay right there, against her, for the rest of his life and be a happy man. How had he never realized what kissing her would mean? How it would feel? It was like holding a wand for the first time, feeling the magic course through him and shift something so profoundly within that his life changed direction completely in the span of a heartbeat. And then, just when Harry thought things couldn't be more perfect when Hermione let out a soft whimper and hooked her leg over his thigh. She turned just enough for him to settle beside her, pulling him flush against her. He couldn't help but think, wow. She was warm, everywhere. The heat radiated off her, seeping through the linen of his trousers and the silk of her dress, which had hiked up her thighs so high that he could almost imagine the color of her knickers. He squeezed his eyes shut, his heart racing and his breath coming in quick gasps, fearing he might faint from the intensity of it all. As if sensing his turmoil, Hermione broke their kiss, panting softly against his cheek for a moment before returning her hand to the back of his and pressing it into her breast again. His eyes flew open at the sensation. Harry, please, she begged, her gaze unfocused and her pupils wide with desire. He nodded, still captivated by her as he squeezed his hand again, eliciting a soft bite of her lip in response. Then, as if drawn together by an unseen force, their lips met again. He stroked her through the fabric of her dress, his palm grazing over her pebbled nipple, his fingers exploring the soft skin above the line of her garment. He wanted to feel it forever, in every possible way. Without thinking, he broke away from her mouth, trailing kisses down her cheek and onto her neck. She smelled so sweet, and he craved to taste her. He opened his mouth, letting his tongue dart out briefly before sucking at the tender flesh where her shoulder met the column of her throat. When he finished, a pink mark remained, swelling him with pride. He moved lower, nuzzling over her exposed collarbone for a moment before both of her hands found their way into his hair, urging him lower until his cheek pressed against her chest. He glanced at his hand still resting on one of her breasts, his fingers now circling its peak through the bright blue fabric of her dress. She arched her back sweetly and bit her lip. "Hermione," he breathed, "God, you're so perfect." She moaned, tugging at the neckline of her bodice, pulling it down until she was nearly spilling out of the dress. Harry's heart raced. She wasn't wearing a bra. He was sure she was going to drive him wild. "Zipper," she ordered, pulling him closer for another kiss. Harry wasn't the most experienced guy. He had kissed only 2 girls before Hermione. But he was eager, and he didn't wait to be told again. He helped her onto her side and found the zipper at her back. He tugged gently at first, but when Hermione made an impatient noise, he moved more quickly. As the zipper reached the small of her back, she pulled away just enough to slip the sleeves of her dress down her shoulders. "There," she said, the silk barely shielding her from his gaze. She smiled up at him, biting her lips self-consciously as a blush colored her cheeks. "Can I?" He hesitated, unsure how to finish his question. What did he want? To bare her breasts so he could see them? Touch them? To lower her dress and take in all of her? He realized he had fantasized about her long before they decided to pursue a relationship. How many nights had he thought of her in the tent, pretending he had no control over his wandering thoughts during those secret moments of solitude? When he should have been thinking of Ginny, whose face and body had he imagined kissing and touching instead? "Yes," she answered, seemingly knowing exactly what he wanted. Hermione drew him toward her, kissing him fiercely before breaking the contact and pulling him down to bury his nose in the soft, welcoming warmth of her skin. Harry felt a warm, firm pressure against his cheek, and when he opened his eyes, he was met with a sight that filled him with both pride and desire. "You're wearing my Valentine's gift," he said, his voice coming out hoarse. She smiled down at him. "I always wear it." Harry grinned and leaned in to kiss the large opal at the center of the pendant, surrounded by intricate gold filigree and sparkling diamonds. He had discovered it in his family's safe, tucked away in a gold box with the name Doria Potter inscribed on the bottom. It took a look at his family tree for him to realize that Doria was his grandmother and that the pendant had belonged to her. The moment he laid eyes on it, he knew it was meant for Hermione. There were plenty of other jewels in the vault he could pass on to Delphi in the future, but this one, it reminded him of the girl he had grown up with, complex, beautiful, and of infinite worth. After admiring how his gift rested against her skin, Harry's gaze wandered to her nearly exposed figure. Her breasts heaved gently above the loosened line of her bodice, just a hint of color visible. His mouth watered at the sight. "I want to." Before he could finish his thought, Hermione tugged the dress down further, leaving the sleeves draped over her elbows and revealing the creamy, rose-tipped peaks he had longed to see. "Holy Merlin," Harry swore under his breath. Hermione laughed and leaned in to kiss him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with mischief. Her lips teased his, her tongue tracing the curve of his lower lip before she took his hand again, pressing it to her bare breast. In that moment, a rush of panic surged through him. He was on the verge of embarrassing himself completely. Thoughts raced through his mind: Hagrid's pajamas, Flobberworms, Cornelius Fudge, Aunt Petunia's knickers, but somehow, he managed to hold it together. Harry let out a sigh of relief against Hermione's mouth as he instinctively tightened his grip on her. Hermione responded with a soft moan, and he broke the kiss, shifting down her body until his mouth was level with her chest. He began to rain open-mouthed kisses on the underside of her breasts. "Harry," she breathed, her fingers tangling in his hair just the way he liked, guiding him until his mouth found one of her tight, pink nipples. She tasted like honey and cream, with a hint of something sharp that he couldn't quite identify, something hot and fierce that made him want to savor every moment. He let his tongue glide over her pebbled peak once, then twice, and again a third time. She arched her back, holding him close as she cried out, and in that moment, he was certain he had never tasted or heard anything sweeter than her. He rolled her from her side to her back, intent on running his hands up her thighs until her dress was bunched around her waist. Ouch! The sound of Hermione's pain startled Harry, causing him to pull away from her breast with a wet pop as his heart raced. "What?" he asked, confusion washing over him. "What happened?" "Damn," she swore, and as his gaze returned to her, he noticed the heavy tome she held in one hand, glaring at it. "The bloody thing dug right into my back." "Oh," Harry said, relief flooding through him. "Good. Good?" Hermione arched an eyebrow at him. "Not good," he quickly corrected, realizing his mistake. "I mean, I'm glad it wasn't me." Her expression softened. "No, Harry, I rather enjoyed that." "I enjoyed what you were doing," she said, and Harry felt a blush rise to his cheeks, as if he were a ripe tomato. He had enjoyed it too, more than he ever thought possible. The sensation lingered, a reminder of his excitement, and he could feel the evidence of it pressing against his trousers. When he looked back at Hermione, his gaze fell on her bare skin, and it dawned on her that she was sitting topless in the middle of a bookstore. A rush of color spread across her cheeks and down to the tops of her breasts. Harry felt a pang of regret as she pulled her dress back up, adjusting the sleeves at her shoulders and reaching behind her to zip it up. He bit his lip. While he hated that their moment had ended, he knew it was for the best. Flourish and Blots wasn't quite the romantic setting he had envisioned for their first time, and given how things had been escalating, it might have been a close call. Looking around, he noticed their picnic had left a scattering of items on a lower shelf of books, and he hoped there was nothing too expensive that he might have to replace. "I'll clean this all up," he promised, meeting Hermione's gaze as she stood, her dress now modestly falling to her knees, her appearance still flushed and slightly disheveled. "Why don't you pick out a few books for us to take with us?" "I'll meet you at the register in 10 minutes, he suggested, needing a moment to let his still throbbing excitement settle down. "Okay," she replied, smiling down at him. After a brief hesitation, she leaned in and kissed him softly on the lips. "I love you," she whispered. His heart raced, warmth spreading from his chest to the tips of his fingers and toes. "I love you too," he responded, watching her disappear into the stacks of books that surrounded them. Leadenhall Market, London. July 19, 1999. The table where she sat was covered with crisp, white linen and 3 place settings. Delicate-looking set of flatware. It had been a while since they had dined in Muggle London, and she wasn't quite accustomed to such a formal atmosphere. The only places she usually frequented in the wizarding world were pubs with heavy wooden tables and occasionally sticky bar tops. Sure, there were fancier spots, like Madame Pootafoot's, but neither Harry nor Ron ever suggested going to them, and she was mostly content to follow their lead when it came to food. If it hadn't been for Rita Skeeter lurking around Diagon Alley earlier, she likely wouldn't be in Muggle London at all. Hermione. She looked up at the sound of Harry's voice and smiled instinctively as he sank down beside her. "You got my note," she said. "Sorry to change the venue on such short notice." "Not a problem," Harry replied, leaning in to kiss her in greeting. He added, "Ron had to turn in a report. He'll be a few minutes late. It's worth it to avoid that deranged beetle." At the mention of Skeeter, Hermione sneered. "She's horrible." I don't understand why her articles are still being published." She hesitated before adding, "Did you see the gossip column yesterday?" Harry's frown deepened into a scowl as he nodded. "I sent a howler to the prophet this morning from the office." Hermione felt her cheeks flush as she tried not to laugh. "Oh, Harry, you didn't." "They can't say things like that, Hermione. It's not right." "That's very kind of you, but I'm quite used to that sort of journalism. I'm not bothered by it. Not anymore. I'm going to put a stop to it," Harry continued, seemingly ignoring her, as he snapped open the menu on the table in front of him and glared down at it. Hermione picked up her own menu, glancing through it and raising her eyebrows at the price of their salads. As they decided on their lunch orders, she stole little glances at Harry. He was wearing a... Hermione noticed Harry's outfit, a pair of close-fitting gray trousers paired with a wrinkled white button-up shirt, the long sleeves rolled halfway up his biceps. She could hear the soft tap of his boots beneath the table and couldn't help but steal a glance at them before smiling. It seemed his only concession to being in Muggle London was the absence of the crimson jacket he typically wore on assignments. The red laces of his boots and the golden belt buckle were unmistakably ministry issue. The adventurous look suited him, with his close-cropped beard and long hair tied back with a piece of red string. And then there were his glasses, perched low on his nose as he peered through them to read the menu. Merlin, she thought, she wanted to kiss him when he looked like that. "So?" Harry said, breaking the moment after barely a minute. He set the menu aside and leaned back in his chair, crossing one booted ankle over the opposite knee and looking completely relaxed. "How did it go?" Hermione felt her pulse quicken at the question, but then her expression turned to a frown. "Terrible," she replied. "I fell apart completely." Harry raised an eyebrow, his tone soothing. "I'm sure you didn't." Just then, Ron's voice boomed from across the restaurant. "There you two are." Several irritated patrons glanced up, their eyes following the redhead as he made his way toward Harry and Hermione. He wore the same outfit as Harry, but while Harry's looked a bit worn, Ron's was pristine. His trousers were creased, his shirt sleeves buttoned neatly at the wrists, and even his boots, which Hermione remembered being scuffed the last time she had seen them, were shining. "Ron," Harry greeted lazily. Ron clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder in response before dropping into a chair opposite Hermione. "I'm starved," he declared. "I hope this place serves real food." "It's lovely to see you too, Ronald," Hermione said, arching an eyebrow and giving him a pointed look. Ron barely seemed to register her tone, but he nodded in her direction and said, "Hello, Mione." "So, tell me where you think you went wrong," Harry prompted, drawing her attention back to him. "I'll point out how impossibly exacting you're being." "Did Hermione do something wrong?" Ron asked, sounding amused. "That doesn't sound like her." "It was awful," she replied. "Kingsley interviewed me himself, and I thought I would die." "What's the position again?" Ron sat up a little straighter as he noticed the waitress heading toward them. He flashed her what Hermione assumed was his version of a dashing smile. "House elf liaison," Hermione answered, observing that the waitress seemed to notice Ron's grin and returned it, leaning slightly in his direction. Harry caught Hermione's eye, and they exchanged an entertained glance. "That's a job?" Ron asked, clearly capable of flirting across the room while maintaining the conversation. "It is now." Hermione folded one of the cloth napkins on the table over her lap. "They created the post for her," Harry interjected. "And yet, she's apparently convinced she bombed the interview." "It was awful," Hermione reiterated, a nauseated feeling swirling in her stomach as she recalled how she had felt sitting there. It had been worse than the NEWTS. Just then, the waitress approached to take their orders, making eyes at Ron, who twinkled back at her and then asked for something substantial to eat. "Honestly, Ron, what would Millicent think?" Hermione asked once the blonde had walked away. "I haven't the foggiest," Ron shrugged. I haven't spoken to her since March. What? Hermione exclaimed, surprised. But I thought the two of you. We broke up, Ron explained. She's a nice enough girl, but it would never have worked. I'm sorry. Don't be, Harry said, looking in high spirits. Our Ron's become something of a... He's a ladies' man at the ministry since Millie broke his poor heart. Really? Hermione asked, her interest piqued. Jealous, Harry? Ron winked at Hermione. Not worried Hermione will want me back now, are you? Hermione playfully thumped Ron on the arm and glanced over at Harry. She noticed his green eyes had darkened slightly, and he was looking at her with a possessive expression. Not in the least, he replied. Hermione felt her cheeks warm and hid her smile behind a napkin, pretending to dab at the corners of her mouth. Merlin, get a room if you're just going to make eyes at each other. Some of us are trying to work up an appetite. Hermione blushed again and watched as Harry, who looked quite pleased with himself, lifted a glass of water from the table, taking a sip while keeping his gaze fixed on hers. So, how did you manage to mess up an interview for a position created specifically for you? Ron asked, grinning at the waitress as she approached with a tray of appetizers he had ordered. I was overwhelming, Hermione confessed. You? Overwhelmed? No, Hermione corrected. They were overwhelmed. I could see it happening, but I just couldn't stop myself from going on and on about how passionate I am about house elf rights and how much I thought I could contribute. I dragged up obscure laws from centuries ago and connected them to current laws and practices. I even criticized the previous administration. She took a sip of her water while Harry and Ron stared at her, bewildered. By the end of the interview, I realized I had talked away all my time, and neither Kingsley nor the head of the department really got to say much at all. The boys looked at her expectantly, so she added, "That's everything," and buried her face in her hands. Hang on, said Harry as Ron grabbed a handful of his appetizer and stuffed it into his mouth. Hermione sighed, clearly exasperated with both of them. You're upset because you think you were too prepared? No, she replied, trying to keep her patience. I just think it would have been better if I'd allowed some space for the Minister of Magic to get a word in edgewise. But if you knew what you were talking about, how could they penalize you for that? Harry asked. Hermione interrupted softly, no one likes a know-it-all, Harry. I'm sure they thought I was a terror. I like know-it-alls, Harry said after a moment. Ron made a gagging sound into his drink and waved down the waitress for a refill. That's very kind of you, Hermione said, but I'm sure most people prefer their employees to be more. She paused, searching for the right word. Likeable? Ron offered. Gits, Harry shot back. What? I'm just saying Hermione takes a bit of warming up too, that's all. You were there in first year. Hermione knew she shouldn't be offended, but Ron's comment stung. Shut your mouth, Ron, Harry growled. Ron huffed and leaned back in his seat, crossing his arms. Merlin's balls, Harry. I know you're in love with her now, but that doesn't mean you can just rewrite history. It took a bloody troll for us all to become friends. I'm not saying Hermione's unlikable, but to a couple of immature lads with more brawn than brains, she can be a bit intimidating. Are you comparing Kingsley to a first year? Harry asked, disbelief coloring his voice. Absolutely not, Ron replied. You're misunderstanding on purpose. I think I'm understanding just fine, thanks. Boys, Hermione said, exasperated, as she made room on the table for the salad that was making its way toward her. He started it, Harry grumbled, taking his own meal from the tray it was balanced on. Well, I'm finishing it. Hermione speared a piece of her salad, determined to steer the conversation back on track. Hermione took a bite of artichoke before continuing. Ron's right, she said. Told you so, Ron muttered. And an arse, Hermione added, shooting him a glare. Very classy, he replied. The point is, I turned my interview into a veritable monologue. Kingsley knows me, but it'll be a miracle if the department head agrees to hire me. He might think I'm getting for his job. I think Kingsley should be more concerned on that front, Harry chimed in, sounding more relaxed now. Bloody hell, they call this substantial? Hermione peered at the sizable portion of steak and potatoes on Ron's plate, rolling her eyes. You can always order more, she suggested. For what they're charging. It's highway robbery. My mum would never serve something so puny. Then maybe your mum should open a restaurant, Hermione said. Although she meant it as a rebuke, the thought gave her pause. That's not a bad idea, Harry replied. The goblins have told me I should keep my eyes open for investment opportunities. Mum would never go for it, Ron said, his mouth full of steamed carrots. The woman's too proud for charity. But Hermione thought that with a bit of persuasion, and a plea from Harry to help him get a business off the ground, Molly Weasley might consider it. After all, she imagined the matriarch would take on 99% of the work, and with food as delicious as she made, there was every chance the venture would succeed. Hadn't Hermione just been lamenting the lack of proper restaurants in the wizarding world just moments ago? Plus, with Harry backing the place financially, there would be no risk to Molly or Arthur. It's worth asking at least, Hermione said. If it's something she would enjoy, surely she'd at least consider it. The rest of the lunch hour flew by. Ron did end up ordering a second meal, and Hermione noticed the glimmer in the blonde's eyes fade as she watched him devour it. When they finished, Harry helped Hermione clear their plates. Hermione stood up from her chair, keeping a hand on her lower back as they made their way out of the restaurant and into the fresh air. Ron leaned down to give her a quick kiss on the cheek, rolling his eyes when he noticed Harry's hand resting on her waist. Later, he said with a grin. I'm sure you'll get the job, even if you are a giant swat. Piss off, Harry replied, causing Hermione to laugh as Ron left with a twinkle in his blue eyes. Once he was gone, Harry took her hand, guiding her down the street and around the corner into a small alley behind the restaurant. Do I get a kiss too? He asked, his eyes smoldering as they stood alone. It was unfair how attractive he looked in his uniform, especially while she was stuck in a frumpy business suit she had borrowed from her mum. She definitely needed to go shopping soon. Leaning forward, she pressed her lips against his. The kiss started soft, but when he groaned, she eagerly rose onto her toes, wrapping an arm around his neck and opening her mouth to him. He took full advantage of the moment, and before she knew it, her knee was resting against his hip, and her skirt had ridden up high on her thigh. She broke the kiss before it could escalate further, brushing her lips against Harry's cheek. Go back to work, she told him. You'll be late. Worth it, he said with a grin before leaning down to kiss her again. Chapter 24, The Granger Residence. July 31st, 1999. Look, I know that life can be tough sometimes. We don't always get what we want, do we? But when things get difficult, we have two choices. We can either give up or we can push through and achieve something truly remarkable. You're at a crossroads right now. It's time to make a decision and move forward, not to dwell in distress or anger. So come on, show me that you won't let this moment control you. No. Hermione sighed. Open wide, darling. It's porridge, not poison. Won't. Delphi, please. If you don't eat, you'll be hungry later, and Godmummy Hermione has plans. No, thank you. Hermione sighed again, placing the child-sized spoon back in the bowl and pushing it toward Delphi. The girl sat at the Grangers' cozy kitchen table, perched atop a stack of books, tied to the back of her chair with a scarf instead of a proper high chair. She shook her head defiantly. With every shake, her wild, unbrushed curls swept over her cheeks and the tops of her shoulders. Well, at least she's polite, a voice came from across the room. Her mother had entered unnoticed and was now perched on a tall stool at the kitchen island, her elbows resting on the counter in front of her. Your manners were atrocious at that age. I just don't understand why she won't eat, Hermione replied, brushing off her mother's comment. She loves porridge. Does she? Helen wrinkled her nose. Harry said so. Well, if Harry said it, it must be true. Hermione raised an eyebrow at her mother. Have you tried adding a bit of sugar? Helen suggested. I can't stand it without some. Maybe a touch of molasses? Are you trying to rot the poor child's teeth out of her head? Frank chimed in, sticking his head through the doorway before sliding into the room. Just because you like it that way doesn't mean she will. A bowl full of flavorless mush doesn't mean the rest of us don't know how to brush our teeth after breakfast, Helen said, dismissing Frank as she moved to sit at the table beside Delphi. Leaning forward, she smiled at the girl, patting her head affectionately before reaching for the bowl in the center of the table. Do you like sugar, sweetheart? She asked, her voice light and familiar. Hermione couldn't help but recall her own childhood, remembering her mother speaking to her in the same way. Helen, Frank warned, she'll start bouncing off the walls if you give her that stuff. Nonsense. 2-year-olds are built for sugar. Sugar, Delphi echoed, her face lighting up with a smile. Hermione watched helplessly as Helen added a generous teaspoon of sugar to Delphi's porridge. The little girl beamed, grabbing her spoon and licking it clean before scooping up another sugary bite of oats. There, see? Sugar. Helen said, satisfied with her handiwork, while Frank, now at the kitchen island, rolled his eyes. Where is Mr. Potter today, anyhow? He asked, turning his attention to Hermione. I was under the impression he would be joining us for lunch this afternoon. That had indeed been the plan, but, of course, trouble never took a day off, especially on weekends. Work old him early this morning, Hermione explained. He said he'll most likely be done by 2 if we don't mind pushing things back a bit. She watched anxiously for her parents' reactions. Things had finally started to feel comfortable between the three of them, less awkward, at least. She attributed much of that to Harry and Delphi, whose presence brought a warm glow whenever they visited, which was becoming a regular occurrence. The last thing she wanted was for her parents to form a poor opinion of Harry, either as a boyfriend or a father. Sounds like a plan, Frank replied, a hint of understanding in his tone. Lovely, Helen said with a smile. It'll give us a chance to spoil this little one even more. I'm still here, you know, Hermione replied, watching disapprovingly as her mother ladled another half-teaspoon of sugar over Delphi's now half-eaten bowl of porridge. Oh, and we should be worried about that, should we? Her father teased. Hermione, you've really got to get more familiar with what this godmother business entails, Helen chimed in. You're supposed to spoil the baby, not smother her. Honestly, where did we go wrong? That's quite enough, Hermione said, snatching the silver spoon from her mother's hand just as she was dipping it back into the sugar for another scoop. Helen and Frank giggled like children, and Delphi, who had been watching them for several moments, began to erupt into great gales of laughter at the sound. Harry's going to have our heads if we send her back hyped up on sugar, Hermione warned. Delphi pushed the rest of her porridge away and started to wriggle precariously atop her stack of dictionaries, phone directories, and anthologies. Hermione flicked her wand to untie the scarf that was restraining the girl and levitated her onto her lap. Did you hear that, Helen? Our heads. A terrifying prospect. I'm positively quaking with dread, Helen replied, feigning fear. You two are the worst, Hermione said, standing up. Delphi wriggled in her arms, throwing herself backward until her godmother relented and set her on her feet in the kitchen. At once, the toddler darted away toward the living room where her bag of toys had been left earlier that morning by her father. Mimey. Play, she shouted over her shoulder. Hermione glanced back at her mother, who simply waved her off before sharing a knowing look with Frank, leading to another fit of giggles. The rest of the morning was spent in motion, and they played for just half an hour before Hermione had to cut the fun short. Hermione knew that if she didn't keep an eye on things, her day could quickly go off track. She packed a variety of snacks and a lunch for Delphi, food she was certain the little girl would enjoy. The bag was already stuffed with changes of clothes for the newly potty-trained toddler and all the essentials Delphi never traveled without. Thankfully, their errands were in the wizarding world, so Hermione shrank the bag and tucked it into her purse, ready to enlarge it at the first sign of trouble. Their first stop was Grimmauld Place. As Hermione made her way through the floors, she waved her wand, tidying up as she went, while Delphi followed behind, brandishing a toy wand Hermione had given her the week before. The little girl swished the wand from side to side, imitating Hermione, and the toy produced bubbles, twinkling stars, and tiny prancing unicorns that scattered off in every direction, only vanishing when they bumped into something. "Lovely," Hermione said, smiling at Delphi, who preened with delight. But then, in a burst of enthusiasm, she waved her wand too forcefully, sending it flying from her hand and crashing against the wall. After leaving number 12, they took the floor to the burrow, where preparations for the evening's event were already in full swing. Molly had set up a giant white marquee that dominated the orchard. Hermione, with Delphi trailing behind and pointing out every shrub along the way, entered the tent in search of the red-headed matriarch. Instead, she stumbled upon Ginny, who was sitting on Theo Knott's lap, her hands tangled in his hair while his hands were up her shirt. "Christ Jesus," Hermione muttered, quickly turning around and scooping up Delphi so she wouldn't see. "Sorry. I didn't see anything. But do you know where your mum is?" Theo murmured something she didn't catch, and Ginny giggled. "No, she's probably in the kitchen," Ginny replied. "Right. See you later tonight then," Hermione said, not looking back as she hurried away. Hermione stepped into the house and was relieved to find Molly in the kitchen. "Is Ginny still snogging her boyfriend out there?" Molly asked, raising an eyebrow. Hermione felt her cheeks flush. Molly let out a disapproving sound. "Well, just 2 more minutes, and I'll put a stop to it. I'm not sure I like that boy." "He's decent enough," Hermione replied after clearing her throat. She passed Delphi into Molly's waiting arms. "All the same, he reminds me a bit too much of someone I used to know." She recalled what Molly had told her the summer before, on the night she and Ron ended their relationship. "I don't think he has those sorts of sympathies. At least, I've never heard him say anything," Hermione assured. Molly made a noncommittal noise and smiled brightly at Delphi. "And how are you, my little love? Has Daddy been giving you everything you want?" "He should, you know. Merlin, you're an angel." "Hi, Granny," Delphi responded cheerfully. "Daddy work?" "That's right, Poppet. Daddy's at work with Uncle Ron. But did you know today is Daddy's birthday? Would you like to help Granny make Daddy a cake for his party?" "Cake? Want cake?" Delphi exclaimed. Molly laughed. "Then cake you shall have," she promised. Hermione quickly calculated how much sugar that would be in one day but dismissed the idea, deciding that for today, she really didn't care. "Molly," she said, helping to pull down mixing bowls and measuring cups for the baking, "would it be terribly inconvenient for me to run to Diagon Alley for an hour or so and leave Delphi with you? I haven't had a chance to pick up Harry's birthday present, it's just waiting at the shop." "Inconvenient? Do I look like the sort of woman who would be inconvenienced by a single child in my kitchen?" Molly shot her a half-exasperated look, and Hermione grinned. "Thank you," she said. "I shouldn't be more than an hour. I can help set up when I get back." "Get back," Hermione said. "Go on then," Molly ordered, levitating Delphi onto the counter so she could help mix the batter that was coming together. Hermione dropped a kiss on the child's forehead and obeyed. Diagon Alley was crowded, as it always was on summer weekends. Hermione pushed her way through the throngs of people, quickly making her way to the shop where Harry's gift was being held. She thanked the proprietor profusely for wrapping it and stowed it away in her handbag. Once back out on the street, she paused for a moment to watch the bustling crowd. Her gaze skimmed over families starting their back-to-school shopping. She spotted two different Muggle families, each with an 11-year-old accompanied by an official-looking witch or wizard. A smile crept onto her face as she remembered her first trip to Diagon Alley. Her parents had been awed, and the ministry which escorting them had delighted in playing the tour guide. Suddenly, a voice broke her reverie. Hermione Granger. She froze, her back stiffening. Her wand pressed tightly in her fist, she whirled around to face the blonde witch in emerald green robes. "Stay away from me. I have nothing to say to you. Not even to keep me from telling the world everything I know about dear Harry and the Muggle girl he's ruining." "You bitch," Hermione hissed, drawing her wand and pressing it into Rita Skeeter's abdomen before the reporter could utter another word. "I'll have you arrested," Skeeter spat. "And then I'll tell the world about..." "About what?" Hermione interrupted, her voice low and dangerous. "You know nothing. And you've no proof. All you have is the bitter ramblings of a washed-up old hag. I will bury you, Rita. If you so much as print Harry's name, I will put you so deep underground they'll never find the pieces." "I don't believe you," Skeeter breathed, as the crowd moved around them, oblivious to Hermione's wand or the reporter's wild eyes. "Then believe this." "This," Hermione hissed, "I love that little girl more than I've ever loved another human being in my life. I would do anything, anything to protect her. If I find out that her name is being tossed around in the Prophet with wild, unsubstantiated claims attached to it, you won't have to track me down again, Rita. I'll find you. I'll come into your house while you're sleeping, and I will make you deeply regret crossing me before I end you." Skeeter stood frozen, the pulse in her neck throbbing, her eyes wide with fear. "Do you understand me, Rita? Or do I need to repeat myself?" The journalist's eyes widened even further, and her lips pressed into a tight line. "I understand," she replied, her voice hoarse. Hermione stepped back, her wand slipping back into her pocket, hidden from view. "Good," she said, turning to leave Skeeter standing there in the street. The Burrow, July 31st, 1999. Harry had barely made it through lunch with Hermione and her parents that afternoon. He arrived in his work uniform, a layer of sweat and dirt still clinging to him from a long day. Thankfully, the Grangers didn't seem to mind, though the waiter at the restaurant had shot him several disapproving looks during the meal. Hermione's parents turned the lunch into a celebration, delighting in ordering a chocolatey dessert and insisting on singing to Harry as it was presented. Hermione joined in, and Harry relished the sweetness of her voice. It was a rare treat. Even Delphi joined the chorus, her rendition of Happy Tutu, perhaps not the clearest but nonetheless appreciated and fawned over. When the meal ended, Harry hugged both of Hermione's parents goodbye, a warm glow filling his chest. Being with them felt nearly as easy as being with the Weasleys. Ever since the awkwardness of retrieving Hermione for their date weeks ago, the older couple had treated Harry much the same way they treated their daughter. Afterward, Harry kissed Hermione goodbye and took Delphi to the Burrow for a nap. Hermione would join them when the party started, but Harry had promised Ron a game of Quidditch first. Unfortunately, the orchard where they usually played was occupied by the large white marquee Molly used for every big gathering. After showering and changing into a spare set of clothes he kept at the Weasleys, they ended up playing chess instead. Ginny joined them briefly when Theo stepped out to use the loo. However, her visit was short-lived. As soon as the dark-haired Slytherin returned, she jumped out of her seat and followed him up the stairs. Harry tried hard not to imagine what they were up to. After all, Ginny's relationship with her boyfriend was none of his business. Finally, the guests began to arrive. Neville was the first, and Harry noticed him glancing up the stairs every so often during their conversation. It seemed he wasn't as comfortable with Ginny and Theo's private moments as Harry was. Soon, the house was nearly bursting with people. Hermione slipped in beside Andromeda, pecked Teddy on the cheek, and then settled next to Harry on the sofa. All right, you lot. Molly called as she emerged from the kitchen, platters of food floating behind her. Out to the tent. Everyone gathered together and made their way to the orchard. Bill and his family were there, along with Charlie, who had an unfamiliar young man's arm draped around him. Ron arrived with his date for the evening, a busty blonde who worked at Street Mungo's, while Neville sat next to Ginny and Theo. Luna was with George and Angelina, and even Percy had come for the evening, standing next to Kingsley and Minerva. Harry had also invited several colleagues from work, and the Grangers had arrived via flu. Arthur was happily monopolizing their attention, but they didn't seem to mind. The tent was glowing with twinkling lights overhead, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. The hum of conversation filled the air as more guests arrived. Though Harry's birthday party wasn't as bustling as Bill's wedding had been, he recognized every surviving Gryffindor from his year, along with several from Ginny's. Even Oliver Wood was there, though he seemed unfazed, casting dirty looks in Charlie's direction. In one corner, the older guests gathered, thoroughly entertained by the babies and engaged in their own conversations. Harry spent nearly half an hour chatting with Andromeda, Neville, and Minerva. Neville animatedly recounted how he had nearly been poisoned by a mature venomous tentacula, having just started his apprenticeship under Professor Sprout the week before. Harry, a deep voice called from behind him. He smiled and turned to see Kingsley, holding a glass of butterbeer. "Minister, it's good to see you," Harry replied. "I'd never miss an opportunity to enjoy Molly's hospitality," Kingsley said with a grin. "Congratulations, by the way. Robards mentioned you did excellent work this morning." Harry felt a warm blush creep up his cheeks at the praise. "Thank you. And where is your Hermione this evening?" Kingsley asked, looking around the tent. Harry scanned the crowd until he spotted Hermione, standing beside her parents and chatting animatedly with Percy. "She's making sure her parents are comfortable," he answered. "I look forward to seeing her at the office on Monday." "So does Kettleburn, from what I've heard." "Kettleburn?" Harry asked, surprised. The name sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. "Head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Animals," Kingsley explained. "He used to teach at Hogwarts, but that might have been before your time. He came out of retirement for me, and thanks Cersei he did. The fellow handling the department before him was barely worth the nuts he was paid." "Care of magical creatures, that's right," Harry said, recalling the old man he had seen wandering outside from time to time. When he had visited Hagrid during his first and second years, Harry recalled the memories fondly. "He's very hands-off," Kingsley continued. "To be honest, I don't think he plans to stay for much longer." Harry tucked that piece of information away for later, thinking Hermione might be interested to hear it. "What about you, Harry? What are your plans?" Kingsley asked, peering at him. They were almost the same height now, with the minister just an inch taller. Harry suddenly felt very grown up. "To learn a lot and keep the bad guys from making too much of a mess, Minister." Kingsley, the older man, reminded him, then patted Harry on the back. "You've got quite the future ahead of you, Harry. I can't wait to see where it takes you. Happy birthday." With that, he turned away, catching Minerva's eye and winking before heading toward the food table. "Harry." He looked up at the sound of his name and spotted Ron waving at him from the other side of the tent, his arm around the blonde he had been flaunting all night. Beside them stood Hermione with Neville, her smile wide and content. She looked gorgeous tonight. She wore a new skirt, at least one he hadn't seen before, because if he had, he would certainly have remembered it. It was short and pleated, and above it, she wore a simple sleeveless blouse that tucked into her waistband, leaving just enough buttons undone for him to glimpse a hint of the valley between her breasts. Harry felt a sudden flutter of excitement in his trousers and bit the inside of his cheek. He didn't know how or when, but at some point tonight, he was going to kiss her senseless. He crossed over to join them, stepping between Ron and Hermione and slipping his arm around her waist. His hand settled on her opposite hip, and she hummed contentedly as she leaned her head against him. "Harry, you've met Dahlia, haven't you?" she asked, gesturing with her other hand. Harry watched as Ron arrived with his date. The woman looked to be at least 25, but she seemed genuinely happy to be on Ron's arm. Whether it was his fame or the fact that he had bulked up a bit over the past year, Harry wasn't sure. He hoped, for Ron's sake, that it was his personality that had attracted the Mediwitch. "I have," Ron said, smiling. "Pleasure to see you again." "The pleasure's all mine," Dahlia replied, fluttering her lashes and grinning. "Enjoying yourself, mate?" Ron asked, idly stroking his date's bare shoulder. She shivered and looked up at him with wide eyes. Harry bit the inside of his cheek and glanced at Hermione, who was raising an eyebrow at the scene while sipping what looked like elf wine. "Absolutely. Loads better than this morning, for sure," Harry said. "What?" Ron smirked. "Don't you like being tossed across the room by angry old women?" "What?" Hermione looked up, surprised. "Who tossed you across a room?" "No one," Harry soothed, shooting Ron a warning glance. Beside him, Ron chuckled. "It was just an exceptionally strong shielding charm that our dark wizard's mum cast when she realized we were about to bust in." Harry didn't have time to duck and got knocked on his arse. "Yes, well," Harry replied, "good thing it's a shapely arse then. I barely feel it now." "Harry, you've got to be more careful," Hermione chided. "That's nothing," Ron interjected. "You should have seen how disgusting his arm looked when it got dislocated." "Dislocated?" Hermione's voice rose in alarm, and Harry shot Ron a dirty look. "Ron popped it back into place right away," Harry assured her, trying to pull her back against him as she crossed her arms and stepped away to glare at him properly. "Ron? You should have gone to the hospital, Harry." "No need," Ron said, shaking his head. "Something that minor?" "We all know basic healing for a reason, Hermione." "To save lives," she hissed, "not to injure people further." "What if there had been a fracture?" "There wasn't," Harry replied, grabbing her hand to stop her from drawing her wand and casting the diagnostic charms she had insisted on learning after their encounter with Delphi. He pulled her close, trapping her hands between them, and grinned down at her. She scowled up in response, but that didn't stop him from leaning down to whisper in her ear. "I'm fine," he murmured, letting his lips brush against the spot between her ear and jaw. He felt her shiver in his arms. "I promise." "You'd better be," she said fiercely, then pulled away slightly, still holding his hand and squeezing it tightly. "If you two are quite done, I think it's time for a little dancing," Ron announced. He pointed his wand at the nearby wizarding radio, spinning the dials until a familiar tune began to play. With that, he dragged Dahlia to the dance floor at the center of the tent. Feeling self-conscious for the first time in a while, Harry looked down at Hermione to see if she was interested in dancing. Apparently, she was, because when Neville asked her to dance, she smiled at Harry, gave him a quick kiss on the lips, and said yes. Harry watched as more couples made their way to the floor, Molly with Frank, Arthur with Helen, and George with Angelina alongside Kingsley and Andromeda. Fortunately, the song on the radio wasn't overly sentimental, and the couples dancing looked like they were having a fantastic time. "Fancy a dance?" Ginny asked, holding out her hand to him. "Where's Theodore?" he inquired. "Had to leave early for a family thing," she replied. "Do you want to dance or not, Potter?" "Since I seem to have been abandoned, I can't see why not," he said, following her onto the dance floor. Dancing with Ginny turned out to be a lot of fun. He wasn't quite sure why he was feeling so lighthearted, but he welcomed it. Harry was surprised. Hermione had always been fun, but dancing with her felt like breaking down the walls that had formed between them after she ended things. When the song finished, Hermione approached him, and he was laughing, his long hair tousled and caught in his beard in places. Ginny had fallen silent, clearly about to say something when she noticed Hermione. Hermione, Ginny greeted, shaking her head slightly before breaking into a grin. I've been keeping him warm for you. Thanks, Hermione replied, her voice genuinely appreciative. Fancy a dance with me? Harry took her hand and spun her out before pulling her back into his arms, making her giggle. Ginny quietly stepped back as they danced, and it wasn't until an hour later, when Delphi twirled onto the floor, that he released Hermione to dance with his daughter instead. Hermione didn't seem to mind. In fact, she was busy pulling out an ancient-looking wizarding camera from her purse, snapping photos of the celebration. As the night wound down and guests began to leave, Hermione approached him again, slipping her hand into his and stepping close to whisper in his ear. I haven't had a chance to give you my present yet, she said, her closeness making his whole body warm. Don't worry about it, he replied, gently stroking his fingers over her hip, relishing the way she smiled at his touch. Come with me, she said, stepping just far enough away to tug on his hand. Let me just get Del. Molly's got her. I already went through the bedtime routine. I gave Delphi a kiss and told her you'd be by to do the same in a few minutes, but you'll see her in the morning. Inda. His voice trailed off, and he hated how confused he sounded. The morning, Hermione confirmed, taking a step closer to him. She rose up on her toes and kissed him. Her lips were warm and inviting, a sensual promise that if he followed her suggestion, there would be many more intoxicating kisses in his future. Okay, he replied, his voice hoarse, his body responding eagerly. I'll be right back. Make sure you are, she whispered. Your present needs unwrapping, Harry. Then she smiled at him, a sultry, enticing smile he wasn't sure he had ever seen on her before. He felt a powerful desire for her, now, in countless ways. But she stepped back, nodding toward Delphi, who sat on Molly's lap. Harry understood and took his first reluctant step away from her, letting out a groan. He loved his daughter, but at that moment, all he could think about was the gift Hermione had hinted at for later, and he was eager to discover exactly what it was. Chapter 25, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. July 31st, 1999. Number 12 was dark and still when they apparat onto the front porch, hand in hand. Hermione's stomach did somersaults, and she thought this might be more stressful than the time she'd accidentally side-alonged Yaxley to this exact location. Harry said nothing, he simply released her long enough to open the door before taking her hand again, leading her into the entryway. With a casual flick of his wand, he lit up the house. Hermione's pulse raced as she watched him standing there. He had a bag slung over his shoulder filled with his uniform and other work things, and his hair was tousled from a night of merriment. She had never realized, when his hair had been short, that longer hair could look so full and inviting. In her mind, she had always associated long hair on men with Professor Snape, whose locks were invariably thin and greasy when unkempt. But Harry's hair? He looked more like a rock star than anything else. With the beard he had been cultivating for the past year and the chiseled muscles visible beneath his shirt sleeves, she was certain she never wanted to see his hair short again. What? His voice startled her from her thoughts. Her eyes flicked from his chest to his face as she smiled and blushed. Nothing, she replied. Just admiring the view. Harry's blush barely showed at the tops of his cheeks, and he laughed at her teasing remark, one she had borrowed directly from him. Can't say I blame you. I'm quite fit. And so humble, she shot back, grinning. That's what really attracted me to you, you know. Of course, he agreed. My humility is probably my most attractive feature. Aside from my broomstick, that is. You're, Harry. She smacked him on the arm, trying hard not to notice how firm he was beneath the shirt sleeve. I've been told there's nothing sexier, Harry said, evading her playful jab with a glint in his eye as he rummaged through his bag. You probably ought to judge for yourself, though. Harry, I'm not going to judge your. He pulled out a shiny new firebolt, the one he'd received when he became an Auror. It had a few dings on the handle and some frayed bristles at the end. Hermione felt her cheeks flush. "Broomstick," she finished, somewhat lamely. "No?" he asked, locking eyes with her. His emerald green irises seemed to burn with intensity, and she felt their heat as they traveled from her eyes down to her lips, her neck, her chest. She had to look away to regain her composure. But when she finally gathered the courage to glance back, he was only inches from her, his gaze steady on hers. "What a shame," he said, his voice low and husky. He briefly wet his upper lip with his tongue, and she nearly groaned, her jaw clenched tight. She had a plan, a detailed, minute-by-minute outline of how the evening should unfold. She had envisioned every little detail and mapped out her responses. Yet, nothing had prepared her for the way he looked at her, as if she were the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen, a gift he desperately wanted to unwrap. Hermione swallowed hard and forced herself to step back from him, for the sake of her plan. "Are you going to offer me something to drink?" she asked, her voice a bit hoarse, "or shall I just stand here dying of thirst in your entryway all evening?" Harry hummed thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping over her from head to toe before he grinned and nodded. "I think I've got something you might like." She followed him up the stairs, surprised when he led her past the drawing room and onward. They stood on the family floor, and Hermione noticed the soft glow of Harry's bedside lamp spilling out from his open bedroom door. He paused for a moment, glancing back at her to ensure she was okay with following him inside. Hermione bit her lip and nodded. She had expected this moment to come eventually. As he stepped into the room, he took a brief moment to survey the unusually tidy space before looking back at her. "You told me yesterday you'd be cleaning this morning," she explained. "So when you were called in, Delphi and I tidied up. I hope you don't mind." Suddenly, a wave of self-consciousness washed over her. What if he hadn't wanted her in the house alone? What if she had misread their relationship and crossed a line? "You just keep making today more perfect, don't you?" he said, his tone warm and easy, easing her worries. Hermione let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "I'm trying, at any rate." Harry resumed his task, crossing to his wardrobe and rummaging through the top shelf until he finally found what he was looking for. Wrapped in blue paper and tied with a bright yellow ribbon, it was clearly a bottle of some sort. He tore the paper away and turned it in his hands until the label was visible. "I knew it," he exclaimed. "Elf-made wine." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Not your usual choice," she remarked, recalling how Harry typically preferred butterbeer or the occasional shot of fire whiskey. "No," he agreed. "It was a gift for my last birthday. Luna brought it, and I knew it couldn't be fire whiskey, the bottle was the wrong shape." "So you stuffed it in your wardrobe?" "I didn't want Delphi to get a hold of it, and then I forgot about it," he admitted with a sheepish grin. "Lucky for you." With a flick of his wand, he conjured two intricately designed crystal goblets, handing one to Hermione with a playful wink. Harry uncorked the wine and poured a generous amount into Hermione's glass. "Very smooth," she teased, raising the glass to her lips. But almost immediately, she spat the liquid back into the goblet. "Ugh." The sound escaped her throat involuntarily as she tried to rid her mouth of the taste. "What?" Harry asked, alarm creeping into his voice. "What is it? Is it poisoned?" He tossed the still full bottle and his own goblet into the corner of the room and hurried back to his wardrobe. "I have a bezoar here," he shouted, his voice rising in panic. "Don't panic, Hermione." Hermione couldn't help but laugh. When Harry rushed back to her side, eyes wide and clutching the bezoar, she quivered with amusement. "Harry, I'm not, oh God. I can't stop laughing." She stumbled backward and plopped down on the edge of his oversized bed. "Hermione?" He repeated her name, confused, as he knelt beside her. He watched her wrap her arms around herself and double over, shaking with giggles. "Sorry. So sorry," she apologized, wiping her eyes with the back of her wrist. "I'm fine. Perfectly fine." She met his gaze, her eyes watery, biting her lip to stifle another laugh. "What happened?" he asked earnestly. "Nothing," she assured him. "The taste just didn't agree with me." "What is that stuff, anyway?" "It's not like any elf wine I've ever had." Harry held out his hand, summoning the bottle into his grasp without a word. He studied the label carefully. "I should have known," he said, sounding both relieved and annoyed. "What? What is it?" Hermione pressed, taking the bottle from him. It felt much lighter than it had a moment ago, and she took a quick glance at the label. Hermione grimaced at the sight of the vibrant liquid splattered across the carpet and wall. She glanced down at the now empty bottle and read the label, "America's authentic elf-made giggle wine, pickled okra." "What the hell is an okra?" Harry asked, his tone flat. "And why does it need to be pickled?" "Probably something to do with Raxburts," Hermione mused, setting the bottle down at her feet. "Maybe you should read the labels on gifts from Luna a bit more carefully next time." Harry groaned, nodding as he sank onto the bed beside her. "Merlin, I've completely cocked things up, haven't I?" He hunched over slightly, one arm crossed over his abdomen, clutching his opposite elbow. Despite the years, the facial hair, and the muscles, he still looked every inch the little boy she had grown to love so long ago. "No," she reassured him. "You haven't." Leaning into him, she placed a hand on his shoulder and drew him closer, pressing her lips to his. The warmth of his body surged into her like a jolt of electricity. She craved to kiss him harder, to close the distance between them. Her hand trailed from his shoulder to the nape of his neck, pulling him down against her. As their lips met, she felt his moan resonate through her, a sound that matched the deepening of their kiss. Harry's body turned, pressing his chest against hers, his arm wrapping around her waist to settle his warm palm against her lower back. Bloody hell. His hand was both a problem and a delight, as he took control of the kiss with an ease that made her feel small. His fingertips danced from the base of her spine, gliding over each vertebra before trailing back down again. The sensation made her arch into him, feeling the solid wall of his chest against her. The thin blouse she wore. She reveled in the way he felt, firm and warm at every point of contact. His fingers teased her with feather-light touches, yet the hand resting just above her knee was so hot it felt as if it could brand her, leaving an imprint of how intensely he excited her. She let out a soft moan, instinctively hooking that same knee over his leg, using it to press her body against his and draw him even closer. Then, she felt his other hand begin to move, inching up her thigh to brush against the hem of her skirt, dangerously close to disrupting her carefully laid plans, before retreating back down again. Christ, she was shivering with anticipation. Every part of her ached with need, struggling for breath and clarity as she tried desperately to pull him nearer. She wanted him here on his bed at number 12, achingly hard and wearing much less clothing so she could run her hands over the chiseled planes of his body just as he was touching her now. The desire was so intense she could almost taste it on his tongue, the promise of what he could give her if she would only invite him to do so. It tasted like amber, lime, and wood smoke, and she never wanted to lose that flavor. Then, to her dismay, Harry broke the kiss. She made a frustrated sound as he pulled back just enough to drag his mouth across her cheek, murmuring her name against her skin. "Hermione," he said, his voice raspy and utterly gorgeous, making her pulse quicken in response. "Hermione, I want you. I want to hold you like this forever." Yes. God, yes. It was exactly what she wanted too, to be close to him and feel his heart racing against hers as they explored the limits of their control together. But she wanted more. She had planned for more. "Harry," she said, her voice breathy and almost unrecognizable. "Harry, I got you a present." He was kissing her jaw now, his tongue darting out too. He kissed her softly as he traveled to the tender spot just below her ear. A quivering, needy sound escaped her lips, and his hand on her back stilled as he took a moment to compose himself. "A present, Harry," she repeated, blinking to clear the fog that had settled in her mind. "Don't you want your present?" He replied, and then his mouth was on her neck again, his hand pulling her leg over him until he was leaning back on the bed, with her straddling him. Her short, pleated skirt fell down to cover both their laps. She felt him hard against her, the pressure against the sensitive spot between her thighs making her cry out as she wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her face against his shoulder. "Fuck," he swore, his hands finding her hips and pushing her up and back to sit on his thighs. She felt oddly bereft, aching for him. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I'm fine," she promised. "It was better when you were kissing me." Without waiting for a response, she leaned in and kissed him again, sweeping her tongue against his lips. He opened to her as she had for him, and his glorious hands moved, trailing from her hips up to her ribs and higher, caressing the side of her breast through her blouse. Her nipples, already hard with excitement, tightened even further. Suddenly, it felt imperative that Harry open his birthday present. "Unbutton my blouse," she instructed, breaking their kiss and scooting up on his lap until she could feel the rigid length of him against her again. She used her knees to push up slightly, pulling his face against the bare skin of her chest, just above the top button of her blouse, hoping to make her request perfectly clear. Harry, law-abiding Auror that he was, obeyed her instructions, and because he was also a talented. Harry's fingers moved quickly and nimbly down the row of buttons between them as he captured her lips in another intoxicating kiss. Hermione shivered as the cool air brushed against the skin now exposed from her neck to her belly. A soft moan escaped her lips when she felt Harry's hands slip beneath the fabric to encircle her waist. He pulled the blouse apart, leaning back to gaze at her. She had put a surprising amount of thought into this birthday gift, and for a fleeting moment, doubt crept in. What if it seemed silly or childish to him? This man, with the calluses on his fingers that drove her wild, who had a family, a job, and a beard, would he be unimpressed? But the sharp intake of his breath and the roughly uttered expletive that followed were all it took to wash away her concerns, filling her with a warm sense of satisfaction. When she opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of Harry staring intently at her exposed skin. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated, nearly black with desire as they fixated on her chest. Merlin, he looked utterly irresistible, his lips swollen and a flush creeping up his neck. Then she glanced down at herself. The lacy bra she wore was a vibrant scarlet, the exact shade of Harry's Quidditch robes from his school days. The lace demi-cup was adorned with tiny golden snitches, painstakingly embroidered and enchanted to flit about. The effect was charming against the pale skin of her breasts, and it seemed Harry thought so too. Encouraged by the look on his face and her own rising excitement, Hermione leaned in closer, wrapping her arms around his neck once more. She whispered near his ear, "It's a matching set. Merlin, Morgana, and Circe." His eyes shot up to meet hers, filled with a mix of awe and desire. "You're going to kill me." "Only a little," she replied, and then she kissed him again, eagerly swallowing his groan as their passion deepened. As they shared a tender moment, Harry gently held Hermione close, their connection deepening with every heartbeat. Hermione felt a rush of excitement as Harry's warm hand caressed her side, his fingers brushing lightly against her skin. She found herself yearning for more closeness, wishing for the boundaries of their playful teasing to dissolve. With a soft smile, Harry carefully helped her out of her blouse, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "You look incredible," he said, taking in every detail of her with a look that made her heart race. Hermione felt a flutter of warmth at his words, a mix of joy and shyness filling the air between them. As Harry's gaze lingered on her, Hermione felt a tinge of self-consciousness, particularly about a scar she bore, a reminder of past challenges. She instinctively moved to cover it, but Harry gently caught her hand, drawing it back and placing a tender kiss on her wrist. "It's just a mark," he reassured her, his voice soft and sincere. "It doesn't change how beautiful you are." Feeling a blush rise to her cheeks, Hermione realized how much his words meant to her, deepening her affection for him in that moment. After a brief pause, she playfully nudged him, her own feelings of vulnerability giving way to a spark of confidence. "Now it's your turn," she said, feeling a mix of excitement and a bit of nervousness as she invited him to share in the intimacy of their connection. He grinned at her, lifting his arms to signal that she should pull off the shirt he wore. Once it was gone, Hermione was greeted by the sight of his bare chest, the line of dark hair that traced from the waistband of his trousers up his sculpted abdomen to his chest, where it spread across his hard pectorals. "Jesus, what do they feed you Aurors?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in admiration. Harry laughed and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her closer as his hips jutted upward, causing her to gasp softly. Still in a playful mood, he effortlessly turned Hermione over on the bed, lifting her towards the headboard before following her on hands and knees. His gaze seemed to devour her, lingering on her breasts as they bounced when she landed, not breaking eye contact until he was level with her. His hand began to glide up the bare skin of her parted thigh, igniting a fire within her. His touch was warm, and his lips brushed against her cheek, then her jaw, and finally her neck, trailing lower until she felt his breath on the hard peak of her nipple. The sensation sent waves of arousal through her, her stomach swirling as his lips brushed gently over her sensitive skin before he opened his mouth and took her into it. "Oh, God," she gasped, unable to contain herself as he began to suckle her, his tongue swirling around her nipple. She tangled her fingers in his hair, holding him close as electricity surged from her breast to the sensitive place between her thighs. The feeling he was creating inside her was exquisite, reminding her of the urgency they had felt in Flourish and Blots just 2 weeks ago, and the moments since when they had found the privacy to explore one another. The need within her was building again, a longing to be as close to him as possible, to feel his touch in new and incredible ways. "Harry," she whispered, her voice thick with desire. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Harry moved his fingers just the slightest fraction, but he continued to circle her, eager kisses swallowing her sounds. "Hermione," he rasped after a moment, his fingers slowing before pulling completely away from her knickers. She gasped in response, and he kissed her again before speaking. "I want you. I want to be inside you. Can I?" "Yes." "God, yes," she cried, her hands fumbling at the waistband of his trousers. She quickly found the button and the zipper, undoing them both in a rush. Harry helped her yank down his jeans and pants, kicking them off to the floor. He lifted her hips to unzip her skirt, removing it entirely. She was left in only a soaked pair of scarlet and gold knickers, and Harry paused before taking them off. She felt no nerves as his emerald green eyes roamed over her, lingering on her breasts and then the center of her pleasure, hidden from his view. Hermione watched him in return, thankful to any deity that might have led to this moment. She was in bed with the most attractive man she had ever seen, and his undeniable arousal made it clear he desired her. "I love you," she blurted out before she could think better of it. Harry grinned, his gaze snapping up to hers. "I love you too," he said, his voice trembling. Then he leaned down to kiss her, and she knew she would never tire of his kisses, the way he tasted, touched, and took everything he needed from her. As he explored her mouth, his hand trailed from her breast down her side, slipping under the edge of the only thing left between them. He pushed the scrap of lace down her hips and over her thighs, using his toe to remove them completely from around her ankles. His hand found her again, and the connection between them deepened. Fingers brushed lightly along the curve of her side, igniting a spark of excitement that made her heart race. She could feel the anticipation building, a gentle tension that hung in the air between them. "Please, Harry." "I can't, I need," she breathed, her voice filled with longing. Harry's touch was tender yet confident, and with each movement, he drew her closer to a sense of bliss that enveloped her. He leaned in, his voice a warm whisper in her ear, "Just let go, love. I want to see you shine." As she surrendered to the moment, a wave of exhilaration washed over her, leaving her breathless and weightless, as if she were floating. The world around her faded, and all that mattered was the connection they shared. She felt as though she was on the brink of something beautiful, something transformative. When the intensity began to subside, she found herself catching her breath, a sense of peace enveloping her like a warm blanket. She realized she had been lost in the moment, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing. Harry's gentle kisses on the corner of her mouth brought her back to reality, and she could feel his reassuring presence beside her. "Are you okay, love?" he asked softly, concern lacing his voice. She smiled, knowing that in this shared moment, they had forged an unbreakable bond. She registered the question. Was she okay? Better than okay. She felt as if she were floating, completely boneless and sated. She was wickedly marvelous. "Hermione? Are you okay?" "Uh-huh. Can I? I mean, do you still want to?" His voice trailed off, and she had to focus hard to understand what he meant, her mind still cloaked in a fog. "Yes, Harry," she breathed. "Please. I want you." And she truly did. She wanted him inside her, to share in the euphoric bliss she was reveling in. She craved the closeness that would make them feel like a single entity, connected by an intensity so profound she feared she might never recover. "Are you on the, should I get some protection?" "What?" She fought through the haze of her afterglow just enough to grasp his meaning and then shook her head. "I'm on the potion," she said. Harry nodded, understanding without needing further explanation. He positioned himself at her entrance, and the heat of him between her folds jolted her back to awareness. She was throbbing again where his fingers had been, and the neediness surged within her once more. It felt as if, with just the right amount of pressure, she could fly apart again, this time with him. He met her gaze, ensuring she could see him as he pressed forward and into her. The sharp gasp she let out, followed by the small sound that escaped her, surprised her, but to Harry, it seemed like encouragement. He continued, arching his back and fitting his hips to hers in one smooth motion. Hermione moaned, bewildered and thrilled by this new sensation. She felt so full, so tightly stretched around him. He was hot and hard, filling every inch of her, and if he didn't start moving soon, she thought she might scream. Instinctively, she moved her hips, thrusting them up until she felt him pressing hard against that part of her still aching for more. She gasped, and Harry cried out. Harry buried his face against her neck, groaning, "Christ." Then he pulled back slightly and thrust forward once. Hermione gasped at the pleasure it brought. He was rubbing against her, rekindling a fire that had barely smoldered. As he moved again, she instinctively followed his rhythm, her mind clouded with desire, struggling to keep up because she needed him so much. This moment was everything, him, so deep inside her that she felt they could never be apart. She found herself begging him to continue, to keep rocking against her and filling her forever. "Shit, Hermione, I'm going to, sweetheart, I'm going to." With that, she opened her eyes, focusing on him above her. Harry's eyes were wide, his mouth slightly parted as he panted, fists clenched on the pillow beside her head. He looked incredibly sexy, teetering on the edge of control, his body tense as he fought to delay the inevitable, savoring the sweet precipice of his orgasm. And then he came, biting his lip, burying his face against her breast as his back arched. She felt him pulse deep inside her, his whole body shaking for a moment before he collapsed on top of her, limp, his mouth softly kissing her breast. They lingered in the bliss of the moment, until feeling returned to their arms and legs. Harry rolled to the side, giving her just enough space to breathe deeply. Finally, he wrapped his arm around her, and she nestled against him. Hermione wasn't sure how long it was before he spoke again. She was floating on a cloud of contentment after their shared experience. His voice brought her back to the moment. "I'm sorry," he said. "I know you didn't get a chance to, there at the end." "Harry," she replied, her tone serious now. "Don't you dare apologize for that. It was wonderful." "Christ, Harry, Do you know how sexy you are? A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he let his hand glide over the curves of her body. Likewise, he replied, his voice low. Still. I'd like to see you again. I'm right here, she hummed, closing her eyes and snuggling against him. Look your fill. He chuckled, pressing a kiss to her ear before resting his hand over one of her breasts, gently stroking her nipple with his thumb. Her eyes flew open. No, he said, a playful glint in his eyes. I mean, I'd like to see you come again. Hermione, content in that moment, felt no inclination to deny him. Chapter 26, The Ministry of Magic. August 9, 1999. Harry was struggling to concentrate. The details of the report he was trying to write seemed to slip away as memories of his time with Hermione captivated him. They had been alone together only once since his birthday, and it hadn't been nearly enough. He craved her every minute of every day, his thoughts consumed by the taste of her lips and the way her body trembled when she reached her peak. It felt unfair that he couldn't have her, that she still lived with her parents, and that he had a small child who had recently started waking up from nightmares again. Now that he had experienced the intimacy of being with her, of being inside her, he could think of little else. This preoccupation, of course, led to a rather persistent distraction, a recurring erection that was certainly not conducive to his work or to focusing on the last-minute details of Delphi's birthday party. With a sigh, Harry adjusted himself beneath the desk where he sat and set aside the incident report to finish later. Head Auror Robards had never been particularly demanding when it came to paperwork, and Harry assumed that trend would continue, allowing him a few days' grace to submit the report that detailed every relevant and irrelevant aspect of the morning's altercation. Instead, he pulled a piece of parchment from the depths of his desk drawer. It contained the list of tasks he had made 3 days earlier, detailing everything that needed to be done before that evening. Delphi's second birthday, and the anniversary of the day he had found her, would be the first event he hosted at number 12 since adopting her. He desperately wanted to prove that he was capable of throwing his child a proper party. As he scanned the list with a quill in hand, he checked off the tasks he had already completed and circled the remaining ones. In the end, only 3 tasks remained. He needed to pick up the birthday cake he had ordered from a new bake shop that had opened in Hogsmeade. Specialized in enchanted cakes, like the unicorn cake Harry had commissioned that would prance around a sheet cake paddock. He also had to wrap Delphi's gift and clean his chaotic house before the guests arrived. That last task was the source of his greatest anxiety. Cleaning charms had never been his strong suit, and he usually resorted to tidying up the Muggle way. But tonight, he simply didn't have the time. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Would Hermione be finished with work in time to lend a hand? She was kind and thoughtful enough to agree, especially if he promised her more of what they had shared 4 nights ago in her bedroom at the Granger's house. Bloody hell, Harry muttered, shaking his head. Why couldn't he go 5 minutes without that image replaying in his mind? Harry? He turned at the sound of a familiar voice behind him, finding Ron standing in the middle of the Auror bullpen, hands stuffed in his trouser pockets and his scarlet jacket unbuttoned. Ron, Harry replied with a nod. Good day. The redhead bit the inside of his cheek and nodded, but Harry sensed something was off. He spun his chair around, leaning back and folding his hands over his stomach. Ron's eyes darted around, assessing him as if searching for something, his wand, perhaps, before settling on the polished holly wand resting in its holster against Harry's forearm. All right? Harry asked, breaking the awkward silence that had settled between them. He wanted to avoid any sudden movements that might set Ron on edge. Yeah, Ron said. Just getting in from lunch. Went with Slattern and Klein. He hesitated before adding, You haven't seen the prophet yet today, have you? Harry frowned. No. Right. Ron nodded and pulled a nearby chair closer, sitting down in front of Harry. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Harry noticed that Ron had tucked his wand into the top of his boot. Look, I don't want you to lose your head, but I really think you need to see this. Now, before the rest of them get back from the leaky cauldron. Ron glanced around the room, his gaze lingering on the only two other Aurors at their desks near the wall. Harry frowned. That bad, is it? Ron grimaced, his eyes snapping back to Harry. He reached behind him, pulled out a folded newspaper from his back pocket, and held it out for Harry to take. Harry studied the newsprint for several seconds before taking it and unfurling it over his knee. It took longer than he expected to make sense of the large black and white photograph that dominated the front page. It showed him carrying a dozing Delphi in his arms, her little face half hidden by dark curls, resting on his shoulder. When had this been taken? He hadn't noticed any photographers trailing him lately, but judging by Delphi's outfit and the length of his recently trimmed beard, the picture must have been captured sometime in the past week. In the background, he thought he could see Andromeda's cottage, and anger bubbled up inside him. They had followed him to where his daughter stayed each day. He would kill them. Take a look at the article, mate, Ron urged, and Harry turned the paper over to read. The headline read, Harry Potter, the Chosen One, seems to have left behind the trappings of youth and heroism. The article went on to say, pictured above, Mr. Potter can be seen with his adopted daughter, Delphine Potter. While the two make a picturesque pair, this reputable journalist cannot help but wonder how their association came to be. Rumors have abounded since little Delphine's adoption was registered last August, leaving the public to sort through a miasma of contradictory evidence. Now, the Daily Prophet has uncovered evidence suggesting that the story Mr. Potter and his associates have presented to the wizarding world is not only false but a gross misrepresentation of Potter and his role in the child's life. After thorough fact-checking in the Muggle world, no record has been found of the man Mr. Potter claims is the real father of his ward, neither in life nor in death. In fact, there's no evidence that any supposed Potter cousin ever existed. Given this startling revelation, we're left to question the true origins of a child many say is too young to be entrusted to a 19-year-old boy, and her purpose in his life. Rumors suggest that Potter leveraged his fame from the recent war to influence Minister for Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, into approving his swift adoption of Delphine, formerly known as Doe. This leads this journalist to suspect that. Harry tore the paper open furiously and flipped to page 8. With every word he read, his face grew hotter, his grip more violent, and his jaw tighter. By the time he finished, his blood was boiling, and he felt an overwhelming urge to find Rita Skeeter and make her pay. I'm going to kill her, he hissed, ripping the paper in half and springing from his chair. The rumors and accusations Skeeter had hurled at him were nothing short of disgusting, and he wanted nothing more than to make her regret every ludicrous, vile, and completely fabricated suggestion. Crumpling the paper, he tossed it toward the bin and strode toward the door of the bullpen. I'm going to shove her quick quotes quill so far up her arse she'll be. Stupefy. The last thing Harry noticed before losing consciousness was a sharp pain in the center of his back and the floor rushing up to meet him. Meanwhile, Hermione sat at her cubicle on the 4th floor of the Ministry, her quill scratching furiously over the blank parchment beneath her. Dictated the letter aloud, Hermione's frustration grew. Dear Mr. Folly, she began, then quickly changed her mind. Just right, Mr. Folly. That's better. It has come to the attention of the Ministry and the Department of House Elf Liaison that a being in your care was discharged from your home yesterday evening. Given this being's lifelong residency in your ancestral home, this department believes that one Jeansy, née Loopsy, is entitled to severance pay as well as support until she can secure gainful employment elsewhere. Hermione paused, leaning forward in her chair. She snatched the quill from the air and slashed through the missive with frustration. How difficult could it be to write a simple letter? Apparently, very. The crumpled stationery she sent flying toward the wastepaper bin was the 6th attempt, and she was still struggling to find the right balance between being firm and professional. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a small paper airplane zooming toward her. Eager to avoid a repeat of the last time an interdepartmental memo had struck her in the eye, she ducked, reaching up with one hand to catch it before it could topple the open bottle of ink on her desk. "Damn things," she muttered. Sitting back up and smoothing her pencil skirt, Hermione opened the purple parchment that had landed in her hand. "Hermione, emergency in the Auror department. Come quick. Be prepared to hand over your wand. Ron." Her heart plummeted, and she leapt from her desk. An emergency in the Auror department? Had something happened to Harry? Without a second thought, or the lilac departmental robe she had hung over her chair that morning, she rushed out of her small office and toward the lifts. As Hermione rushed through the office, the curious glances of her colleagues followed her, but she didn't have time to stop and explain. Harry could be in pain, injured, or worse. Just the night before, he had mentioned a raid plan for that morning. Had it gone awry? Was the target not the harmless idiot they had anticipated, but a Death Eater intent on ending Harry's life? When the lift doors finally opened, Hermione pressed the button for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. In a moment of desperation, she aimed her wand at the controls and muttered a spell to bypass the third floor completely, causing an ancient-looking wizard behind her to grumble in annoyance. "See here," he complained. "There's an emergency," Hermione shot back, giving him her most serious look before turning her back on him. Merlin, had the lift always been this slow? And why on earth were there no stairs between levels? Harry could be bleeding out right now, or worse. Then a horrifying thought struck her. What if Delphi was in trouble? What if something had happened at Andromeda's and the girl had been hurt? That had to be it. No wonder Ron had insisted she be ready to hand over her wand. If Delphi was harmed, Hermione would gladly take down whoever was responsible. The lift jerked to a stop at the second floor, and Hermione practically flew out the doors, around the corner, and through a set of heavy oak doors that she flung open with a wave of her hand and a surge of wandless magic. "What's happening?" she called, her voice sharp, her eyes scanning the room until they landed on Ron. He stood 10 feet away, his wand arm extended toward her. "Expelliarmus," he said, and Hermione's wand shot out of her sleeve and flew toward him. He caught it effortlessly and tucked it inside his jacket pocket. "Hermione," he acknowledged, noticing her narrowed gaze. "What the hell is going?" As he spoke, Ron stepped aside, revealing Harry behind him. Harry looked disheveled, his long black hair a tousled mess that hung over half his face, partially obscuring the gag filling his mouth. He was tied to his chair, hands bound behind his back, his clothes rumpled and his Auror's jacket nowhere in sight. "Harry?" Hermione called out. He nodded in her direction, looking furious and grumbling something unintelligible through the gag. "He's gone mental," Ron explained, stuffing his hands into his trouser pockets and casting a furtive glance at Harry, bound behind him. "I called you here because I need your help talking him off the bloody Quidditch stand." "Ron, I don't think," Hermione started, but Ron interrupted her. He strode forward, holding out a crumpled and spell-taped newspaper. "Promise me you won't lose your head too," he begged, and Hermione eyed the paper warily. "Is that the Daily Prophet?" "Skeeter," Ron replied with a nod. That one word was enough to make her blood boil. Hermione took the Prophet and scanned the cover, her eyes widening as she took in the photo and the accompanying headline, "Chosen One Chooses Secrecy." "The bitch," she muttered. "It gets worse," Ron winced, training his wand on her once more. At her scathing look, he shrugged. "Just in case." "Honestly," she said loftily, then looked back down to read the article. Every word felt like an assault, and Hermione began to see that she slogged through the muck. She hadn't even made it halfway through when she gasped, crumpling the paper in her fists. "I'm going to bury her," Hermione swore, ripping the paper in half and watching with satisfaction as the spell-tape gave way and the filth fell to the floor. Across the room, 2 Aurors she hadn't noticed before stood with their wands in hand, aimed at the floor, as if they had been waiting for her to threaten violence. "Oh, sod off, you great bloody buffoons," Hermione hissed, turning her back on them as if they were of no consequence. Ron raised a hand toward the Aurors, offering them an apologetic look. Can we have a few minutes, gents? Just until the rest get back. Hermione didn't catch their responses, but she heard the heavy oak doors leading out of the bullpen open and close again. Hermione, Ron began, but she cut him off. Shut it, Ron, she ordered. I'm thinking. Ya, yuho hai iwawum, Harry sounded from his seat, glaring at his friend, though the effect was somewhat diminished by the fact that he was still bound and gagged. Frustrated, Ron nodded once and took a seat near Harry. Hermione began to pace, her mind racing as she weighed the pros and cons of forcing Skeeter to transform into the bug she was and then crushing the damn beetle under her uncomfortable high-heeled shoes. Eventually, she dismissed the idea as too kind and moved on to other options. Her heels clicked against the hardwood floor as she paced, until someone tried to open the doors leading into the room. Ron shouted for whoever it was on the other side to give him just one more bloody minute. Finally, Hermione stilled, her breathing settling into a quick, even rhythm. Ron watched as she strode over to him and held out her hand for her wand. After a moment of expectant silence, he swallowed and handed it to her. You've had an idea, he said, recognizing the steely glint in her eye. Hermione crossed over to Harry, flicking her wand to vanish the cloth that had served as his gag. Ron, you bloody arsehole, Harry began to shout, but Hermione pressed her wand to his lips, shaking her head and giving him her best disappointed look. Harry swallowed and blinked up at her, quiet now. There's no need to shout, she chided. Hermione removed her wand and leaned against the desk beside Harry. As she crossed her knees, the hem of her knee-length pencil skirt rode up her thigh, leaving Harry momentarily speechless. I was doing you a favor, mate, Ron grumbled. Shut up, Ron, Hermione commanded. Once he fell silent, she turned her attention back to Harry. Now, Harry, when you say you're wealthy, exactly how many galleons are we talking about? Both men frowned in confusion, but Hermione simply grinned. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, had hosted Delphi's birthday party without a hitch, largely thanks to Hermione. She had made sure Harry completed everything on his to-do list and had threatened him with bodily harm if he let that awful woman ruin her goddaughter's first birthday celebration. By the end of the evening, the cheerful 2-year-old, blissfully unaware of the terrible article published in the Daily Prophet, had nearly doubled her toy collection and happily fallen asleep surrounded by her new treasures. After the last guests left, Harry and Hermione had thanked them for coming, sending them off with plates of extra food that Molly had prepared. Now, they sat alone in the drawing room, side by side on the wide sofa. God, that was exhausting, Hermione sighed, settling against him. Her unruly curls spread out over his chest, and her cheek rested on his shoulder. I don't know how Molly does it so often. Can you imagine hosting something like that every week? Harry grunted in response, and Hermione tilted her face up to meet his gaze. Still thinking about it? Feeling a tension rise in him, Harry nodded. Hermione sighed and buried her face against him once more. Me too, she confessed. The things she said. They were awful. I can't bear anyone thinking that I. He couldn't finish the sentence, his throat tightening with unspoken words as Hermione took a deep breath, seeking comfort in their shared silence. Hermione squeezed Harry's hand gently. No one thinks that, she said. Especially not anyone who's ever seen you with her. It's clear how much you love her. You're her father, Harry. Well, if no one thought it before, they'll be thinking it now. The kind of people who take Skeeter seriously would believe the worst about Merlin himself. Merlin was never called a child abuser. Harry couldn't bring himself to look down at Hermione as she pressed a kiss to his collarbone. She had read all the disgusting things the prophet had accused him of. Though he knew there was no truth to Skeeter's wild rumors, a wave of shame washed over him at the thought of being lumped in with people like Euphemia Rowell and the Dursleys. You're not that type of man, Harry, Hermione said firmly, wrapping an arm around his waist. And you can't let them get under your skin. He knew she was right, but the rage, embarrassment, and worry that Skeeter might know more than she had written were overwhelming. They'd buried his confidence and self-worth. Now, Hermione continued, we have a plan for how to deal with this, and I think you agree it's a brilliant one. But at this moment, there's nothing more we can do that won't get us thrown into Azkaban. So I say we try to forget that bloody article exists and find something more pleasant to distract ourselves with. Harry's brows rose at the way Hermione practically purred the last word, and he felt his pulse quicken in response. Merlin help him, even in his anger over the trash they had been dragged into that morning, he still wanted her. Pleasant, he echoed, letting the word linger on his tongue. Hermione nuzzled against him, her hand trailing down his chest to rest just above his knee. She had discarded the tailored suit jacket she had worn that day, and Harry felt a familiar warmth spread through him. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Deep inside, she longed for him to take her completely. She craved the intimacy, her body yearning for his. Just then, a sharp tapping sound at the window broke the moment. They jumped apart, caught off guard. Harry felt a throbbing ache, and Hermione's eyes were still filled with desire. What was that? She asked, confusion etched on her face. Harry glanced up and saw a common barn owl flapping its wings against the glass. Damn owl, he muttered under his breath. Hermione sighed as she stood, and Harry's hand slid off her thigh, leaving him feeling empty. It was just his luck. Today, of all days, when Delphi was peacefully asleep, they were alone in his house for the first time since his birthday. They both wanted each other, and he could have had her right there if it weren't for that blasted bird. Harry. Hermione's voice rose in panic as she stared at the scroll she had just unfurled. When she looked up at him, Harry felt his stomach drop. Chapter 27, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. August 9, 1999. Merlin, that barn owl flapping at the window, had the worst timing imaginable. Hermione's heart raced, and she felt a sudden uncomfortable slickness between her thighs as she sighed and stood to let the creature in. To her amusement, Harry practically growled, leaning back against the sofa, covering his eyes with the crook of his elbow, and muttering something inaudible under his breath. Once she opened the window, the owl perched on the sill, extending one leg with a thin scroll clutched in its talons. Hermione took the letter, and the owl took flight, leaving behind a single feather that fluttered down to the pavement below. She shut the window with one hand and expertly unfurled the scroll with the other. At first, she tried to scan the missive casually, but as she read the bold block letters precisely printed on the parchment, her brows furrowed. The note was brief but chilling. I know who she really is. 10,000 galleons or I tell the world. Send the gold with the untraceable portkey I've attached. Activate by saying, Voldemort's daughter. You have until the 12th at midnight. Attached to the parchment was a silver safety pin. Harry. She cried, looking up from the note in a panic. Harry jumped up from the sofa as if stung, worry etched on his face. For a brief moment, Hermione felt guilty for startling him, but then she realized that fear was a fitting response to what she had just read. What is it? He asked, his voice louder than usual. Is someone hurt? She shook her head, unable to form the words. After several seconds, she held the letter out to him. He took it without hesitation, his eyes blazing as he pored over the contents. It seemed to take him an eternity to read it. Hermione realized it was probably her own shock that made the wait feel endless. When Harry finally looked up, the color had drained from his face, and a look in his eyes was almost unrecognizable. Fear. They stood in silence, and for what felt like an eternity, Harry seemed to be fighting some internal battle while Hermione busily recalled every conversation she'd ever had where Delphi's name had come up. Only a handful of people knew the truth about the girl's birth, herself, Harry, Ron, and the Malfoys. Raoul might have known too, but Hermione doubted Narcissa Malfoy would want to expose her close connection to Lord Voldemort. Purebloods like her were notoriously secretive about anything that could bring shame. Hermione would have demanded an oath from anyone she trusted with Delphi's care, but could they really be sure? If Raoul knew the truth, would she have kept it to herself? Given the state they found Delphi in, Hermione guessed not. But that left the question, who had sent the letter? This was blackmail, plain and simple, from someone who knew Delphi's true origins. She was not a Desley, she was Delphine Riddle, the child of a mad witch and a truly evil wizard. Hermione glanced back at Harry just in time to see the rage building on his face. Malfoy, he hissed, crumpling the letter in his fist before dropping it to the ground. Hermione bent down to pick it up, speaking as she did. We don't know who. Who else? Harry bellowed. Hermione flinched at his volume, straightening up and drawing her wand to cast a series of tracking charms on the letter, none of which yielded any results. I'm going to tear him apart, Harry continued, his anger palpable. When I'm done with him, he'll be a smudge on the marble floors of his pompous house. Harry, we don't know that it's Malfoy. And if? Why does he want money? That family has more than any 3 people could spend in a lifetime. Hermione cast a complex spell on the ink of the blackmail note, hoping it would rearrange itself into the name of the writer. Instead, the ink simply vanished. Great. What? Harry asked, still visibly upset. Whoever sent this was clever enough to charm it to keep their secrets. Malfoy could have. I don't think it's Malfoy, Hermione replied firmly. Then who could have? Oh, no. He turned away and kicked the leg of the sofa, which promptly broke off. Raoul. That witch. Hermione made an impatient noise and dropped the letter onto the nearby end table. Harry, you obliviated her. I'd never done it before, he argued. It could have been rubbish. What if it's worn off and she remembers what I did? If it had worn off, don't you think she would have? You saw the state of the place she was living. What if she thought she could make galleons off me? She nearly killed Delphi, and now she thinks she can profit from it. Why after all this time? Hermione shouted, her voice rising to match Harry's as he began pacing from the now uneven sofa to the fireplace and back again. The Malfoys and Raoul have had a year to act. Don't you think they would have done something by now? Harry thought for a moment before shaking his head. Skeeter's article. That damn thing came out today. One of them saw it and decided to get even. Hermione frowned at the mention of Skeeter. Now there was someone she could easily imagine being involved in something like this. She had never told Harry about her confrontation with the woman in Diagon Alley on his birthday. She didn't want to ruin their evening with talk of the relentless gossip Munder. And now, well, Harry hardly needed another target for his rage. If Skeeter was involved, Hermione would find out and handle the woman on her own. You're not being. That makes sense, Hermione said finally. The Malfoys barely escaped Azkaban, and Raoul wouldn't want her connection to Delphi exposed. I'm not being unreasonable. Harry retorted, frustration evident in his voice. There's no one else who knows, Hermione. Pull your head out of your. Finish that sentence, Harry Potter, and you'll be pulling my shoe out of yours. Harry stared at her in shock for a few seconds, his expression shifting to mild embarrassment as he glanced down at the floor. I'm sorry, he said, his tone softening. I didn't mean to yell at you. Hermione forgave him, of course, she understood the pressure he was under. Instead of saying anything, she sighed. We need to think this through logically, she said, settling onto the broken sofa, feeling herself tilt slightly to the right. We can't do something rash and risk this, she pointed to the crumpled note beside her, becoming public knowledge. Can you imagine the chaos that would cause? People would go mad. We'd have to go into hiding, Harry replied firmly. I won't let her be in danger. Of course not. Hermione patted the cushion beside her, inviting him to sit, and he complied. We're going to keep her safe, Harry. I promise. Harry nodded stiffly, then buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking with silent emotion. Hermione instinctively reached out to gently stroke the top of his head. How many times had she offered this comfort during their years of friendship? She recalled several moments when they had been on the run, living in that tent and hunting Horcruxes. One instance stood out clearly in her mind. Ron had still been missing, and Harry's wand had broken during a battle with Nagini, thanks to her own rebounding curse. He had been leaving her to take the first watch after a heated argument about Dumbledore and Skeeter's terrible biography. When she had touched him, he had closed his eyes, his face a mask of internal struggle. For just a moment, he leaned into her, seeking solace, before pulling away. Instead of leaving, he turned to her, wrapping his arms around her waist and leaning in closer. He pressed his cheek against her chest, taking a deep, shaky breath. I don't know what to do, he admitted. What if they find out? She's my daughter, Hermione, but that doesn't change the fact that I stole her. I know kidnapping is still a crime in our world. His voice was muffled against the fabric of her blouse as she gently ran her fingers through his hair. You rescued her, she reminded him softly. And I don't think any court would convict you for that. I'd lose my job. I'd be sent to Azkaban. Delphi would probably end up living with the Malfoys. Hermione rubbed soothing circles on his back, shaking her head. First of all, you're richer than Croesus, so losing your job isn't the end of the world. Second, you are not going to Azkaban. And third, Delphi would come to me. I'm her godmother, and even if I had to take her and hide among the Muggles in Australia, I wouldn't let anyone but you have her. Hermione. Besides, it's all a moot point. No one is going to find out anything. Harry leaned back, searching her eyes. What am I supposed to do? His eyes were red-rimmed with worry. Hermione considered his question carefully. She thought about advising him to pay the blackmailer, but she knew that would only empower the unknown criminal further. It would confirm the contents of the letter, and they would never be free from it. There would be another letter, and another after that. While Harry's vaults were indeed vast and his supply of gold almost bewildering, no material wealth was endless. A demand for 10,000 galleons could easily escalate to 100,000 the next month, and 500,000 after that. The person behind the demand was greedy, and such greed was never satisfied. What could they do? Given the nature of the secret hanging over them, coming clean seemed impossible. Seek help elsewhere, Hermione thought. Protecting Delphi was paramount, and if word got out... A shudder ran through her as she recalled the letters she had received when the wizarding world had labeled her a Scarlet Woman. The world would never let her forget the blood that flowed through her veins. If their connection became public, Delphi would never fully escape the legacy of Lord Voldemort. Hermione couldn't allow that to happen. Give me 2 days, she heard herself say. Let me think and look into things. If I can't come up with a better option... Her voice trailed off, and Harry scowled. We'll have to pay them. She nodded in agreement, and Harry swore under his breath. Just promise me, Hermione began again, that you won't do anything rash. Harry's eyes shone like hard emeralds, and his jaw clenched briefly before he responded. Something rash? Doesn't sound like me. Like hell. Hermione, I can't just sit on my hands and pretend someone isn't threatening my child. Of course not, she soothed, taking his hand in hers and looking up at him with pleading eyes. But you can promise me you won't do anything stupid. Can't you, Harry? He took a full minute to answer, visibly wrestling with himself. His stubborn scowl remained as he contemplated his response. Finally, he nodded grudgingly, and Hermione let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, she said, leaning in to kiss his brow. I couldn't bear it if something happened to you or to Delphi. We have to be rational about this. We need to be careful. Right, Harry replied, looking bitter but resigned. Careful. At the Ministry of Magic, on August 10, 1999, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was bustling with activity by mid-morning. As Hermione strode into the Auror bullpen, her lilac robes billowing around her, every single Auror paused to stare at her, as if she were a dangerous intruder or an unsuspecting muggle. Hermione? At the sound of Ron's voice, the men and women in the Auror bullpen who had paused to notice her quickly returned to their tasks. Hermione let out a sigh of relief. Being under the scrutiny of the Ministry's finest dark wizard catchers was not a pleasant experience. "What are you doing here?" Ron jogged to her side, his brows furrowed and his blue eyes filled with curiosity. "You know Harry called in sick today, right?" Hermione nodded. "Yes. That's actually why I'm here." She glanced around at the Aurors at their desks and decided against saying more. "Look, is there anywhere private we can talk?" Ron nodded and took her by the elbow, guiding her through the maze of desks. He clapped 2 Aurors on the shoulder as they passed, quickly confirming plans for later that evening. Eventually, they reached a small, windowed room near a set of offices that Hermione assumed belonged to the head of the department and the head Auror. Inside, there was a long table with a plain metal chair on either side. One chair had metal chains and cuffs dangling from the arms and legs. An interrogation room? Really? Hermione glanced out of the windows and raised her wand to obscure them. "I wouldn't do that," Ron said, raising a hand to block the spell she was about to cast. "What? Why not? Do that, and the lads will think we're up to something. Harry will never hear the end of it." Ron grinned, and Hermione fought the urge to smack him. "In your dreams," she replied, lowering her wand. "Not for a while now." Ouch. Ron rubbed his reddened forearm vigorously. "Bloody hell, woman. I'm an Auror, you know." Hermione couldn't help but smirk at the jinx she'd sent his way. Hermione smiled sweetly. "Are you? Why don't you arrest me then?" "I'm bloody well tempted," Ron replied, though the sting from her jinx was already fading. He seemed to be in good spirits that morning, so instead of detaining her, he gestured for her to sit in a chair that didn't have chains. He warded the room to keep anyone from overhearing them. Hermione stared at the table in front of her, making a face before glancing back up at Ron as he settled into the seat opposite her. "Do people actually, do that in here?" Ron raised an eyebrow. "What, Shag?" "Yeah. Loads." "That's disgusting," Hermione said immediately. "This is a workplace, not a brothel." "Hey," Ron objected, "I always scourgify afterwards." "Ouch. Damn it, Hermione, if you jinx me again, I will bloody well obscure the windows and let everyone draw their own conclusions." Hermione, satisfied now, cleaned the table herself and then stowed her wand. "Stop being a baby. It's just a mild stinging jinx. Look, it's already fading." "It's not as if you have any right to be all high and mighty," Ron continued, still perturbed. "Everyone knows what you and Harry got up to on his birthday." Hermione blushed. "What Harry and I do in the privacy of his home is none of anyone else's concern," she said, refusing to feel ashamed. "Hypocrite," Ron scoffed. "We weren't," Hermione lowered her voice and leaned forward. "We weren't shagging in a public location. Nor were we on a surface that any unsuspecting individual would likely come into contact with later." "Sounds boring." "Merlin, you've become an absolute cad." Ron laughed, leaning back in his seat, balancing it on 2 legs while propping his highly polished boots on the table. "So is this why you brought me in here? To interrogate me about my love life? I never pegged you as the jealous ex-girlfriend type." "Fucking hell," Hermione muttered, shaking her head with a smile. Hermione muttered under her breath, choosing to ignore his jab completely. "I'm here because last night, Harry received a blackmail letter." Ron's grin vanished instantly, and he slammed his seat back to the floor with a loud thud as his boots followed suit. "He got a what?" A letter, Hermione repeated. Untraceable, and it's demanding 10,000 galleons by Thursday night. I know what blackmail is, Ron snapped. Who sent it? Hermione shot him a withering look. If I knew that, I would have dealt with the issue, not come to see you. What do they know? Ron demanded. Is this about the... He glanced around, ensuring that none of the Aurors beyond the room were paying them any attention. About the Horcruxes? Did they find out Harry was one? No, Hermione replied, and Ron let out a sigh of relief. Good, that's good. It's worse. Worse than someone knowing he had a bit of you-know-who in him his whole life? Hermione nodded, biting her lip and closing her eyes as she steeled herself. She recalled Ron's reaction when he first learned of Delphi's existence. It had taken him so long to accept her role in Harry's life, and in Hermione's life. His reaction had ended their relationship. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if she was a fool for bringing this to him. But when she looked up, she found him watching her with such an earnest, worried expression that her doubts quickly faded. She remembered his loyalty and how he had delighted in watching Delphi open the present he had given her the night before. If he still held the same opinion of her, would he have bothered to give her something so extravagant? Material gifts weren't the true measure of esteem, but a life-sized wooden unicorn foal that trotted around the house and could safely carry a small toddler was certainly something special. It's Delphi, Hermione heard herself say. Someone knows. Ron's gaze hardened. Knows what? He asked, remaining perfectly still. Everything, Hermione whispered. Fuck. To Hermione's satisfaction, Ron looked furious. While Harry might have exploded into violent anger, Ron's distress simmered quietly, evident in his clenched fists and a jaw so tense she feared it might break if she jostled it. How? He asked. Hermione shrugged. I was hoping you might be able to help with that. Ron's eyes widened slightly, but he nodded. Yeah, of course. Anything. Thank you, Hermione replied, feeling a tension she hadn't realized she was holding begin to fade. Is this why Harry's not here then? Ron relaxed his fists and leaned forward in his chair, his concerned blue eyes meeting hers. She nodded, and he let out a soft exhale. I should have known something like this would happen, he said. Damned Death Eaters can't stop messing up the lives of the people I love for one bloody second. Harry will be fine, Hermione assured him. I promise, we're going to figure this out. I know Harry will be fine, Ron snapped, but what about Delphi? If this gets out, it'll ruin her life. She's just a little girl. Ron was shouting now, and though Hermione knew she shouldn't encourage his raised voice, she couldn't help the fierce swell of pride in her chest. You're a good man, Ron, she said, launching herself across the table and hugging him fiercely. He stiffened for a moment before returning the hug. They held on for several seconds before Ron spoke again. Maybe we should have obscured the windows after all. This time, Hermione decided to handle it the Muggle way, giving him a gentle thump on the back of the head. He winced but smiled at her. Only lasted a few seconds before they both remembered the problem they were facing. What do you need? Ron asked, his expression growing serious once more. Hermione settled back into her chair, leaning forward and folding her hands on the table. She stared intently at them for a moment before finally looking up at Ron. Nothing too bad, she said. Just some names. I've got an odd feeling about the letter. Harry thinks it's the Malfoys, or maybe the woman who had her when we... Her voice trailed off as she recalled the condition Delphi had been in when they found her. When you saved her, Ron prompted, catching her eye and nodding for her to continue. Yes. I don't think it's either of them, though, she confided. It could be Skeeter, but I doubt she'd be stupid enough to publish the article she put out yesterday if she was planning to blackmail Harry that evening. Unlikely, Ron agreed. So we're not really left with many suspects. I could investigate, Ron began to offer, but Hermione shook her head. We can't involve the ministry, she said firmly. There would be too many questions, and we can't risk anyone else knowing the truth. Promise me you won't work on this while you're on the job. Ron frowned but nodded. Off the clock only, he agreed. No ministry resources. Aside from the names, Hermione added. How many names? Just the Voldemort supporters still at large. Anyone you lot are keeping an eye on. Ron's brows shot up, and he exhaled slowly. Is that all? He asked, as if her request were anything but simple. And the families or close friends of anyone who has been investigated, arrested, or incarcerated as a result of the war. Bloody hell, Hermione. I know it's a lot, she began, but Ron cut her off. Damn right it's a lot. It's not like there's a list just lying around. Anyone we're investigating is assigned to a specific Auror team. Only the department head would know who all's involved. He's suspected of sympathizing, and I seriously doubt he'd just hand me his list. Can't you go through the incident reports? I know you all file an impressive amount. Godric, this is ridiculous, Ron swore. Do you know how long that would take? How suspicious it would look if I started calling up other Auror reports. I'd have to break a dozen policies to make this happen. Hermione bit her lip and steeled her nerve. Please, Ron. If we don't have the names, we won't have a place to start. She reached across the table, grabbed his hand, and squeezed it tightly as she met his gaze. There's someone out there who knows. They know about Delphi and who she was born to, which means they know Harry's story about the Dursleys was a lie. We have to find them because every second they have this information, Delphi is in danger. Can you imagine what people would do if they found out the truth? She's just a baby. She shouldn't have to spend the rest of her life looking over her shoulder. Ron watched her, his expression unreadable. And if you find them? What then? What are you prepared to do to keep this secret, Hermione? She released his hand and leaned back in her chair, biting her lower lip as she considered how he wanted her to respond. Ron was an Auror now, and he took pride in his job. He polished his boots, pressed his uniform, and came to work each day with a spring in his step because he knew he was doing something good, something right. Would he want to hear the truth from her about this? Would he help her if he knew that Hermione would stop at nothing, not even obliviation or unforgivables, to keep Delphi safe? Anything, she confessed. Ron sat there, utterly still for several seconds before he finally spoke. I'll get you your list. Thank you. But if you and Harry get yourselves thrown in Azkaban over this, I'll kill you. I'd do anything to protect the girl, she's my best friend's daughter, but we're not Death Eaters, Hermione. We're better than that. Don't forget that, Ron reminded her as he escorted Hermione out of the interrogation room. His expression was far more serious now than when they had entered. She followed him through the bustling desks, trying to avoid the curious gazes of their colleagues while reflecting on Ron's last words. It wasn't until she heard a familiar name spoken that she hesitated. Potter? She said, turning with a furrowed brow to face the Auror who had just spoken. Harry? Ron asked, looking puzzled. Haven't you heard, boy? A thin, grizzled Auror called from across the bullpen. Potter's been sent to St. Mungo's. Robards just received word. Chapter 28, Malfoy Manor. August 10th, 1999. Hermione was going to kill him. As Harry operated onto the lane outside Malfoy Manor, that was the one thought he couldn't shake. When she discovered where he had been, she would undoubtedly murder him and display his body for any future lovers to find, probably with the word liar scrawled in boils across his skin. And honestly, he would probably deserve it. Unless, of course, he was right about this, and he had been known to be right about the Malfoys before. Like that time he was convinced Draco was a Death Eater, or when he felt the urge to travel to Wiltshire over a year ago to find the girl he had only known by her name on a faded tapestry. In the distance, Harry heard a peacock crying. He exhaled, steeling himself for the confrontation that lay ahead, and made his way toward the sound. Trekking to the front doors of Malfoy Manor had never been a pleasant experience, and this time was no different. The grounds were lovely, but they did little to erase the memory of being dragged through them in the dead of night, his face so swollen he could barely see, with a persistent stinging beneath his skin that refused to fade. And the fear had been suffocating, fear for himself, for Hermione, and for Ron. He had almost believed they were walking to their deaths. He reached the front step in record time, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. Had there always been a fountain there? Adjusting his crimson, ministry-approved jacket, he lifted the knocker on the door and let it fall once, twice, 3 times. The door swung open before the last knock had finished reverberating in the air. Harry stepped back, wand at the ready, only to realize it wasn't a Malfoy standing there but a house elf. "Totsi, isn't it?" Harry said, recognizing the elf from his last visit. The creature's bulbous eyes widened in surprise. Totsi's eyes widened for a moment before she nodded and spoke. "Mr. Potter. The mistress is not expecting company." The house elf almost seemed regretful, and Harry felt a pang of sympathy for what he was about to say. "You can tell your mistress there's an Auror here to ask her some questions," he said, trying to keep his tone steady. "And if she doesn't answer them to my satisfaction, I won't be the only Auror in her home today." Totsi didn't flinch. She simply nodded once and disappeared with a crack of apparition, leaving the door open behind her. As he had done before, Harry stepped into the entrance hall. This time, the gilded sconces on the walls were already lit, casting a warm glow over the room. He took a moment to take in his surroundings. 2 long tables stood opposite each other against the walls, each adorned with floral centerpieces that nearly overwhelmed the intricately carved wood. Behind the towering flowers, elegant paneling covered the walls from floor to ceiling. "Mr. Potter." Harry turned at the sound of his name. Narcissa Malfoy stood at the foot of an elegant staircase, impeccably dressed, her hair meticulously styled, and her gown free of any visible creases. Behind her loomed her husband, Lucius Malfoy. He was far less put together than his wife, and Harry wondered if he was still recovering from his time in Azkaban, or if this was simply what a Lucius Malfoy looked like after having his wand snapped in 2. His hair, tied back at the nape of his neck, was disheveled, his fine robes were creased, and a hint of stubble shadowed his jaw. "What an unexpected pleasure. Can we offer you some tea?" Narcissa's voice was cordial, but Harry narrowed his eyes. "No," he replied firmly. "I'm not here for your bloody hospitality." He reached into his robes, retrieving a crumpled piece of parchment and flinging it in her direction. "Is this how you repay your debts?" Narcissa flinched at the motion, and Harry noticed Lucius step forward, tension radiating from him. Lucius knelt beside Narcissa, one hand reaching into the pocket of his robe while the other instinctively moved across her, as if to shield her from Harry. Harry caught the bitter expression on Lucius's face when he realized the wand he had been searching for was missing. The letter Harry had thrown landed on Narcissa's skirt and slipped to the floor at her feet. "What is it?" she asked. "You should know," Harry replied sharply. "You send it." Lucius let out an impatient noise, and Narcissa placed a calming hand on his arm. He stilled at her touch, crossing his arms imperiously and turning his gaze away. "I assure you, the last thing neither Lucius or I would want to do is provoke you," she said finally, bending down to pick up the parchment. Straightening up, she unfurled it to read. Harry watched her closely, searching for any sign that she recognized the contents. When she looked up at him, her eyes wide and her expression troubled, he couldn't help but acknowledge that her reaction seemed genuine. "What does it say?" Lucius snapped after a tense pause. Narcissa cleared her throat and handed the letter to him. "It's a blackmail note, darling." Harry's attention shifted back to Lucius, feeling frustration rise as the man revealed no emotion. "And you thought we had sent this?" Lucius replied, his tone a mixture of arrogance and condescension. I assure you, Mr. Potter, even with the ministry taking everything from my vaults, I remain perfectly solvent. I have no need for your meager 10,000. But you're the only ones who know, Harry insisted, fighting to keep his voice steady. Certainly Euphemia is aware that you... Raoul? Harry interrupted as Narcissa objected. Yes. A cousin of the Black family. Everyone's a cousin of the Blacks if you go back far enough, Harry dismissed. And I obliviated her, so that still leaves you. The Malfoys appeared taken aback by his outburst. Without saying a word, they moved toward him from the stairs and gestured for him to enter a room to his right. Harry followed them reluctantly into an extravagantly decorated space, about half the size of the drawing room he remembered from his first visit to the estate. Please, sit, Narcissa said, indicating a low settee with gilded feet before taking a seat opposite him. Lucius, however, chose not to sit. Instead, he approached a sideboard adorned with crystal decanters and bottles of expensive-looking wizarding liquor. I'm not here for the pleasure of your company, Harry replied bitterly. No, Narcissa said, her tone a mix of saccharine sweetness and sharpness. You're here to accuse us of blackmail and threaten us because of your position at the ministry. But there's no reason you can't do all that while enjoying a cup of tea. Her gaze was hard and unyielding as she awaited his response. Angry yet slightly swayed by her words, Harry sat down. Totsi. Narcissa called. The small house elf appeared at her command, waiting for a single word, tea, before disappearing again. Within minutes, the elf returned, serving the hot drink to all three occupants of the room, although Lucius's cup remained untouched in front of a wingback chair as he began to drink by the fire. Now, Narcissa continued once the elf had left, aside from my knowledge of Delphine, Harry bristled at the mention of his daughter's full name, but she pressed on. Do you have any other reason to believe we wish you ill? Harry scoffed. Aside from the fact that I killed your Dark Lord and you hate everything I stand for? Lucius made an impatient sound from his position, half turned away from the scene. Something to say, Malfoy? Potter, Lucius began, would have sent you a bloody bouquet of unicorn horns for your trouble had I. Us from rotting in a cell soon after that abomination died. Lucius took another drink, and Narcissa made a small noise of disapproval before turning back to Harry. We were not very enthusiastic supporters, there at the end. You might say we were shown the error of our ways. Harry rolled his eyes and pulled out his wand, checking his tea for any signs of tampering before lifting it to take a sip. Isn't that the excuse you lot used to stay out of Azkaban after the First War? The difference being, Lucius spat, turning to face Harry now, that the last time, that bastard hadn't tried to murder my son. Harry fell silent as Narcissa sipped her tea, her expression unreadable. A sharp stab of sympathy pierced him, and he hated himself for it. But now that he was a father himself, he understood what the Malfoys must have felt when Voldemort had threatened their son. The sensation was likely very much like how he felt now, knowing that someone, somewhere, held the power to throw Delphi's life into complete disarray. Look, Harry said at last, I appreciate that your position after the war was difficult. But I can't just forget what you did. Not to me, not to Hermione, not to Ginny, or Dobby, or any of the multitudes of people you controlled, tortured, or killed. You deserve to be in Azkaban, Malfoy. The only reason you're not still rotting there is because your wife, for some bloody reason I'll never understand, wanted you here. Lucius's eyes were gray as Harry met the man's gaze. Was that regret he saw in their depths? I'm very aware of my circumstances, Lucius said, taking another drink from his glass before turning back to face the fire. Yes, Narcissa replied, sipping her tea before setting the delicate china cup back down on its saucer. The point is, Lucius and I have very little reason to wish you ill, given that you liberated us and our property from the hands of a madman. Besides, the oath I gave you at our last meeting would have prevented me from sending you a letter like the one you received. Your Miss Granger saw to that. She paused, tilting her head slightly as she observed him for a moment before continuing. Of course, you did kidnap my niece, so I suppose I can understand why you might be wary. Kidnapped your, Harry felt his temper flare. Are you kidding me? Watch your language with my wife, whelp, Lucius growled. Fuck you, Harry shot back, perhaps more petulantly than he intended, but who was Lucius Malfoy to dictate his behavior? You took her from a home where she was cared for, out of nothing but spite for our family, Narcissa continued, and Harry felt his frustration boiling over. Cared for? He echoed incredulously. You call what what I found her in, cared for? You're more twisted than I could have imagined. The home was clean, and the woman had more than enough means to meet the child's needs, Narcissa objected. She assured me that she had always wanted a child of her own and was happy to step in after Bella. At the mention of Lestrange, Harry's blood boiled. Despite everything, the reality of her existence and choices still ignited a fierce reaction within him. As for the absurdity of Narcissa's claims, he didn't even know where to start. Did you even check on her after you dropped her on some stranger's doorstep? He asked, his voice strained. Did you bother to make sure she was okay, or did you cast her off like a pair of shoes you wore once? Narcissa bristled. If you'll recall, my entire family was arrested days after the battle. We barely had time to find a safe place for Delphine before the Aurors were on our doorstep. Can you imagine what they would have done if they had found her here? I wouldn't have been surprised if they had killed her to save their own skins. Harry's voice rose with intensity. And what about after you were released? You couldn't spare 10 bloody minutes to check if she was still breathing before diving back into your ball gowns and teacups? Narcissa shot back. I was sentenced to house arrest without the privilege of a wand, a situation that lasted long after you absconded with the girl. Harry felt a moment of deflation at her words. He hadn't remembered that detail. Even if she had wanted to, she wouldn't have been able to check on Delphine. Then a thought struck him. Why not send Draco? He asked bitterly. Narcissa's expression turned scornful. Draco was unaware of the child's connection to the Dark Lord. He believed she belonged to Rodolphius. We told him the man killed the girl before he was captured. Harry struggled to find a response, which was just as well, since Narcissa seemed far from finished. Why do you care so much about whether we saw the girl between Bella's death and your kidnapping? It's not as if you're interested in bringing her around to know her family. I'm her family, Harry interrupted. The Weasleys are her family. You're just someone who abandoned her. We saved her, Narcissa hissed, her manicured nails gripping her teacup tightly, resembling talons. If the world knew. I saved her. Harry shouted. You left her to rot in her own filth. Narcissa's gray eyes widened, and she set her teacup down on the table with a loud clink. Lucius stood and moved to stand beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder and glaring down at Harry. We left her more than enough, Narcissa replied, her voice icy. Gold, clothes, toys, and Draco's own crib. Raoul sold it, Harry said flatly. Or vanished the lot when you were gone. When I found Delphine, she was sitting in a... Harry's voice trembled as he described the scene. The crib was rickety and covered in filth. Her skin was red and raw, and she was nearly hypothermic because the woman you paid to care for her left her naked under an open window and hadn't fed her in at least a day. The memory of his precious daughter screaming silently into the night nearly overwhelmed him. He fought back tears, pushing the vision down alongside the painful memories of his own childhood. So, I don't care about any gold, or clothes, or whatever else you think you might have left her. I don't know what Raoul told you to make you believe she could care for Delphine, or that she even wanted to. But that woman would have killed her if I hadn't gone looking for her. And if she had died, believe me, I would have made you suffer for it. When Harry finally looked up at the Malfoys, he saw the stricken expression on Lucius's face and the sorrow in Narcissa's eyes. Good. They deserved to feel this guilt. They had left their own blood with a hateful, abusive old woman, trusting that their name and money would keep the child safe. They had been wrong, and they should feel the same horror he had felt when he found her. He didn't care that they hadn't been able to check on her, or that they thought they had found her a safer home where her birth wouldn't haunt her. They had chosen wrong. They were the reason his child had suffered. He hated them. "Why, you're lying," Narcissa stammered, her voice shaky. Were those tears in her eyes? "God, I wish I were," he replied. The blonde woman blinked rapidly, looking away toward the window, trying to hide her face from him. She stayed that way for nearly a full minute as Harry fought against the urge to curse them for what had happened to his daughter. By the time she looked back at him, the tension in the air was palpable. Narcissa looked at him, her gaze steady and her eyes bright with conviction. "It seems, Mr. Potter, that we owe you yet another debt," she said. Her words took Harry by surprise. "Not only did you free us from servitude, but you saved the life of one of our own." "Delphi is not one of you," Harry replied firmly. Narcissa shrugged, while Lucius shifted uncomfortably beside her. "Semantics," she said. "The girl was my niece before she was ever your daughter. I was there when she was born, Potter. Your bond with her may have made her yours, but it did not erase her place in my heart, cold as it may be. If you think you have some sort of claim on her, you've got another thing coming," Harry began, but Narcissa cut him off with an impatient toss of her head. "No claim but one of affection," she stated, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Bellatrix was not always so deranged. Once, we were sisters. And when she was with Delphi, it felt almost as if my sister had returned to me." "Delphi is nothing like her," Harry protested. But even as he spoke, the words felt hollow. He recognized the resemblance whenever he looked at her. The color of her hair might have seemed to come from him at first glance, but he knew where those curls truly originated. He could hear her laughter echoing memories of Bellatrix in his mind. Narcissa gave him a pitying look but said nothing. They sat in uncomfortable silence, and Harry inwardly cursed the Malfoys, Bellatrix Lestrange, Rowell, and Bloody Tom Riddle for what they had done. Eventually, when he ran out of people to blame and the anger faded, he sighed. What remained was the undeniable truth that without these people, he wouldn't have Delphi, and he would be a million times poorer for it. Then, driven by curiosity that often outweighed his sense of self-preservation, Harry heard himself ask, "How did it? What happened between your sister and Riddle?" Harry asked, his curiosity piqued. Lucius choked on his drink, and Narcissa shot him a disapproving glance. "The usual way, I would imagine. Bella was never one for girlish gossip." "Merlin." No. I meant, how did they," he struggled to find the right words, "get to the point where Delphi was even a possibility? Bellatrix was married. How did they hide the fact that they were? How do more Death Eaters not know about Delphi?" To Harry's surprise, Narcissa turned to her husband, who had composed himself and was finishing his drink. "Lucius, perhaps you might be more equipped to answer the boy's question." Harry bristled at being called a boy, but before he could protest, Lucius spoke up. "Bella was always the Dark Lord's most fervent admirer. While I and many of my compatriots were offered into service by our fathers, Bella came willingly." "Was she in love with him?" Harry asked. Narcissa nodded from her seat, her expression neutral. "Certainly," Lucius replied. "But the Dark Lord had little interest in anything so mundane as marriage. He used her in the ways she offered, but tradition dictated she marry. Though he was attracted to her charms, he would not deny Cygnus the prestige of a daughter married into the Lestrange family. Officially, their liaison ended with her engagement, but..." His voice trailed off, and Harry sensed he could fill in the gaps. "No one knew?" Harry asked. Narcissa scoffed. "Everyone knew," she said, her disdain clear. "Bella had no shame. Then why don't more people suspect?" Because you defeated the Dark Lord, you foolish child, Lucius snapped. He disappeared, and Bella went to Azkaban. Years passed. A decade. More. By the time the Dark Lord returned, Bella was mad and hideous to behold. So they were a perfect match then, Harry remarked. Lucius almost smiled at that. Smirked. Indeed. But this time, they were more discreet. The Dark Lord preferred to keep things private. I shudder to think why. Lucius, don't be crass, Narcissa chided gently. In any case, once Bella became enceinte, she was hidden away here. The Dark Lord made it very clear that his involvement in this unfortunate situation was to remain a secret. Those who knew about her condition were told the child was Rodolphus's. Rodolphus, of course, knew the truth but was pleased to let his wife serve our master in whatever way he desired. Death Eaters, Harry muttered, and Lucius shot him a glare. I would never have allowed such a thing, Lucius spat. To use one's wife in that manner to curry favor, despicable. But using your child is okay? Harry snapped back. You have no idea what you're talking about, you stupid. Lucius, darling, Narcissa cautioned, calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. Lucius swore and strode across the room, filling his glass with more brandy and taking a long sip. The information about Bella's pregnancy was tightly controlled, Narcissa continued, ignoring her husband's outburst. Only a select few in the inner circle knew she was pregnant, and among them, only 3 knew the truth about the child's parentage. We believed. Her voice trailed off, as if she were unsure whether to reveal what they had thought. What? What did you believe? Harry pressed. Narcissa sighed. We thought he was waiting until the war was won. If he had a son, he planned to claim the child. Not a daughter? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Narcissa gave him a pitying look. What use would a man like him have for a daughter? Harry pushed aside the anger he felt on Delphi's behalf, focusing instead on the other piece of what she had said. So no one, aside from the 2 of you and Lestrange. How could they possibly know the truth, he said, struggling to accept it. If they knew, they gave no indication, she replied. Rodolphus received many congratulations once his brethren began visiting the manor more frequently and saw Delphini for themselves. And Raoul knew, Harry interjected. Earlier, you mentioned that Raoul might have sent the letter. She must have been aware of the truth. Narcissa nodded stiffly. We told her, she admitted. The woman's brother was a true believer. He's in Azkaban now. We thought that if she knew, she'd be more likely to care for the girl. Clearly, we were wrong. Harry's mind began to work through the implications. If the Malfoys and the Lestranges were the only ones aware, aside from Raoul, then his leads had vanished. The more he conversed with the Malfoys, the clearer it became that they hadn't sent the letter. That left Lestrange, whom he knew for certain was dead, and Raoul, who he had obliviated. If the charm had worked properly, she wouldn't even remember that a child named Delphini had ever existed. But if he had miscast it, why would she have waited so long? Just then, Draco Malfoy rounded the corner into the sitting room. Mother, I got the robes you ordered at Twilfit's. Should I have Totsi take them up, or would you like to see them first? He paused, his eyes landing on Harry. In an instant, he reached for his wand, and Harry mirrored his actions, standing up as well. What are you doing here, Potter? Malfoy spat, edging protectively toward his parents. I don't see how that's any of your business, Malfoy, Harry retorted, keeping his wand steady and aimed at Draco's sharply pointed face. Draco, lower your wand, Lucius hissed from beside the fire. You can't take him back, Draco said defiantly. Ignoring his father, Draco finally managed to place himself between Harry and the elder Malfoys. We were promised he could serve his sentence here. He hasn't broken any terms of his parole. I can do whatever I want, Harry shot back, feeling spiteful toward the boy who had taken pleasure in bullying both of his best friends. It didn't matter that this boy was now a grown man, one who had endured terrible strain during the war. The truth remained, he was still an arse. "Leave my house, Potter," Draco said, his voice cold. "Draco, really?" Narcissa interjected, her tone adopting the same placating quality Harry remembered from Aunt Petunia when she dealt with Dudley's tantrums. "We're all being perfectly amicable here." Mr. Potter was only leaving, Draco interrupted. "He's leaving. I don't care if you're an Auror or not, you'll be welcome in my home over my dead body after what you put my parents through." "Your father was a Death Eater," Harry replied, maintaining an even tone. "His sentence is well-deserved." "You arsehole," Draco spat. "Draco," Lucius reprimanded. "Just piss off, Malfoy. You were a bully in school, and you're a bully now. I doubt you'll ever amount to anything more." Malfoy's gray eyes flashed with anger, and his grip tightened around the handle of his wand. "Is that what this is, Potter? Are you coming for revenge because I called your girlfriend a mudblood back in school?" Harry wanted to punch him, but instead, he found himself shouting, "Stupefy." Unfortunately, he was too slow. The slur Malfoy had uttered had blinded him with rage, and he failed to notice the small hand mirror that Draco conjured wordlessly. Harry's spell, aimed at Draco's chest, rebounded off the glass, shooting back at him. He barely managed to dodge, but it was too late. The ricocheting spell struck his right shoulder, sending him spinning. He felt something hurtle through the air and slam against the wall behind him. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in his gut. His eyes fluttered shut as he began to lose consciousness. In those fleeting moments, he thought he glimpsed something sharp and pointed, coated in thick, dark liquid, protruding from a spot below his ribs. But before he could grasp the significance of that sight, everything faded to black. Chapter 29, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. August 10, 1999. Hermione raced onto the floor, with Ron hot on her heels, struggling to keep up despite his height. Fear had made her swift, but as she careened around a corner and into the lobby outside the critical care ward, she was forced to come to a sudden halt. A tall woman with silvery hair twisted into an elegant chignon stood between her and the entrance, her back turned to the room, but Hermione would have recognized her anywhere. "Narcissa," she said through clenched teeth. "What the hell are you doing here?" The woman turned at the sound of Hermione's voice, and Hermione's heart nearly stopped at the sight of blood on Narcissa's hands and robes. "Miss Granger," Narcissa replied. "You heard what happened." It was a statement, not a question. "What the hell did you do?" Ron asked, coming to a stop beside Hermione and drawing his wand. "Easy, Weasley," a gruff voice said from their left. Hermione turned to see a graying man in the corner, an Auror. "What happened, Dickens?" she asked. "Don't rightly know," he replied. "Waiting for Potter to come around and answer some questions." "Mr. Potter was visiting us in our home this morning," Narcissa said, sounding as if this wasn't the first time she had told the story. "There was an accident, and he fell. There was a spear involved." "A spear?" Hermione's voice was shrill, but she didn't care. Ron winced beside her. "What was he even doing in Wiltshire?" he asked. "I'm afraid you'll have to ask him," Narcissa replied. "We never really got around to the purpose of his visit." Hermione could see the lie in the stubborn set of Narcissa's jaw, and she thought she knew why. "Move," she demanded, surprised when Narcissa stepped aside gracefully. Hermione opened the door to the ward with a wave of her wand, ignoring the sound of Ron making excuses to his fellow Auror. She didn't care. What the man thought, or what Ron said, didn't matter right now. All Hermione needed was to find Harry, make sure he was alive and on the road to recovery, and then strangle him. She brushed past two Medawitches who tried to get her to sign in, ignoring their protests as she began peeking behind curtains. Finally, She found the one where a tall, bearded man lay resting, bandages wrapped around his bare abdomen. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her upper arm and turned sharply, her hair swinging as energy crackled at her fingertips. "Get your bloody hands off me," she hissed at the ancient-looking wizard trying to collect her. "Or I swear to God, Merlin, and the bloody devil, I will hex your head from your shoulders and feed it to my owl." The man's annoyed expression shifted to one of terror, and he quickly backed away, hurrying off to find the Auror in the lobby. She wished him luck with that. In the bed, Harry groaned. Hermione turned back to him, narrowing her eyes. "Look at me," she demanded. He groaned again, his face pinched and pale as he strained to sit up, eyes still closed. Impatient, she pushed him back onto the bed by his shoulder. Clearly, he wasn't ready to die if he was trying to force himself up like that. "Don't be an idiot," she said. "Lie still." "Hermione?" Harry asked, finally opening his eyes. They were bright emeralds against his ashen face. "You're an arsehole," she replied immediately. "You promised me, Harry Potter. You told me you would wait, and you couldn't even give me 24 bloody hours before you swanned off and nearly got yourself killed." "To be fair," Harry said, sounding much weaker than usual, "that wasn't exactly my intention." "Intentions be damned, you blithering fool." Just then, the ancient healer returned. This time with reinforcements. "Sod off," Hermione said, casting a contemptuous glance at them before raising her wand. She quickly set up the protection wards she had perfected during her year on the run. In under a minute, she had created a barrier that rendered them invisible, inaudible, and untouchable. "I don't think that's allowed," Harry said weakly, and she could see the regret in his eyes as she turned to face him. "What were you thinking?" she demanded. "Were you even thinking?" Harry attempted to sit up again, but Hermione took pity on him. She propped 2 pillows behind him and then sank into the small chair by his bedside. "You could have been killed," she said at last, her gaze drifting to his bandages before forcing herself to meet his eyes. Was that contrition she detected? "I wasn't though," he replied, his voice attempting to comfort her. Despite her anger, she found his reassurance oddly soothing. She had been terrified on their trip to the hospital, scared that something irreparable had happened to him, that she would be left to raise Delphi alone and mourn him for the rest of her days. The thought of never seeing him smile or feeling his warm lips against hers again sent a chill through her. Her expression hardened. "Sheer dumb luck," she said. "You can't do this anymore, Harry. You're not 15 and alone in the world. You have a daughter, for Circe's sake. How do you think she would feel if you never came home?" A sudden thought struck her, and her face went pale. "Where is Delphi? You didn't take her to see the Malfoys, did you?" "Of course not," Harry replied. "She's with Andromeda and Teddy." Relief washed over Hermione as her heart resumed a normal rhythm. "Thank God. I don't want them around her." Harry looked at her curiously, then shrugged with a little effort, wincing in pain. "They wouldn't hurt her, I don't think," he said. Harry wore a look of shock as he continued, "I don't want them babysitting or anything, that's for sure, but I don't think they mean her any harm." Hermione found that incredibly hard to believe. "They just landed you in the hospital, Harry." "Yeah," Harry admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his cheeks. "I think that was my fault, actually." "Your fault?" "Harry, you look like you've lost a gallon of blood. Am I supposed to believe you just fell and nicked yourself on a bloody spear?" He shook his head, looking slightly sheepish. "I impaled myself, actually." Hermione's face turned ashen. "Impaled? Harry, how the hell does one?" "I tried to hex Malfoy." "Narcissa?" "The ferret," Harry scowled. "I lost my temper. He called you, well, you know what he says. I tried to stun him, but the git was too quick. He conjured a bloody mirror and made it rebound. It caught me in the shoulder, and that wouldn't have been an issue, but the Malfoys, peacocks that they are, have a suit of armor in their living room. The curse sent me spinning into it, and I caught the spear in my gut. The story was absurd, and if Hermione hadn't known Harry for nearly half her life, she might have doubted it. But she understood his impulsiveness, especially when it came to defending the people he loved. I see. Well, I certainly hope this incident taught you a valuable lesson. Harry shot her a dirty look, but Hermione felt a warm bubble of affection growing in her chest. She grinned at him, leaned forward, and pressed her lips to his cheek. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she laid her cheek on his shoulder. "I'm so glad you're all right," she said softly. Harry groaned as he shifted to wrap his arm around her, then kissed the top of her head. Do the Malfoys think there will be any repercussions?" Hermione asked. "No. It was my own damn fault. I'll just tell them I hexed first," and Malfoy kept his wand in his pocket. Hermione nodded, satisfied. Then she buried her face into his neck, inhaling the mix of sweat, blood, and the unmistakable scent of him. She silently thanked every star in the sky that he was safe. The Ministry of Magic. August 12, 1999. Harry returned to work 2 days later. His wounds had healed completely, but his pride was still bruised. The aftermath of the altercation at Malfoy Manor had been chaotic. His fellow Aurors had detained Narcissa as soon as they arrived, shortly after he had been admitted. She had brought him to St. Mungo's via Floo, then sat for hours in the lobby, her wand confiscated and stained with his blood, the very blood she had done her best to keep inside his body during their short journey. It had taken Harry, half recovered from his injury, forcing his way out of the ward to get her released. He also had to explain himself, which didn't go well. Once Robards found out that one of his junior Aurors had confronted a family of former Death Eaters based on a gut feeling, he had left the ministry and come straight to the hospital. There, he had let loose on Harry in front of a full room and then put him on probation. He had only avoided suspension, Robards said, because he was a bloody war hero. Even if he was also a, Harry would never forget that particular insult, glory-seeking dragon taint. "Lost in thought, mate?" Ron asked, sitting on Harry's desk and pulling him from the report he was writing for the head Auror. "More like lost the plot," muttered a middle-aged woman at the desk to Harry's right. Ron chuckled but quickly composed himself, sending the woman an apologetic look as he crossed his arms. "Got plans for lunch?" he asked. Harry shook his head. "I'm just going to work through it." "Come on, Harry, I know you're on probation, but you've got to eat." "I'd bet Hermione would even join us." "I could send her a memo and ask," Ron suggested, drawing his wand and pointing it at the stack of lilac parchment waiting to be written on. "Not today," Harry replied, shaking his head. "After this, I've got work." Ron sighed, standing up straight and uncrossing his long arms, letting them swing freely at his sides again. "Right. Well, if you change your mind, let me know." With that, he made his way across the room and out of the bullpen, accompanied by several other witches and wizards. Once Ron's bright red hair had disappeared from view, Harry glanced around to ensure everyone was focused on their own tasks. Satisfied that no one was paying him any attention, he stood up and crossed the room to the double doors that led to the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, which also housed a large room filled with records and the occasional artifact. He walked in as if he belonged there, heading straight for the wall of cabinets on the far side. He passed several until he reached one with the letter, ARC, stamped on the front. It took him several minutes to sift through the mess. Summoning all the pertinent files might have worked if the subject he was interested in hadn't come from a long line of hardened criminals. It took Harry longer than he had anticipated to navigate through the many roles listed, but finally, he found the one he needed, Thorfinn Rowell. He scanned the document, age, height, weight, identifying features. It was all there for him to peruse. Further down, he found the charges and sentence, life in Azkaban, currently serving, the document stated. Harry swore under his breath. Another dead end. Documents like these were much like the clock on Molly Weasley's wall at the Burrow. They updated magically according to the prisoner's status. If Raoul had escaped, the file would tell him. What a bloody pity the system didn't work as it should. Harry replaced the file, frustration simmering beneath the surface. He mentally reviewed the list of individuals who might know the truth about Delphi. Thorfinn Raoul was still locked away in prison, and the Lestrange brothers had taken their lives on the same day in Azkaban. What had started as a long list had now dwindled to just one, Euphemia Raoul. He regretted only hexing and erasing her memories. He should have done more. He scolded himself for even entertaining that thought. Regardless, he knew he had to check on her. Hermione would undoubtedly protest, so he would need to find a way to convince her. He had learned his lesson after the incident at the Malfoys. He had been hasty, emotional, and reckless. He couldn't afford to repeat that mistake, especially with Delphi depending on him. But he couldn't ignore the fact that someone was threatening her. He had to take action, alongside Hermione, but on her terms. After all, she was far more intelligent and considerably less impulsive than he was. He could certainly use her help. As he entered the bullpen again, he spotted Hermione sitting at his desk, using his quill to write on a piece of parchment. Think of the devil and she shall appear, he thought, a smile creeping onto his face. Can I help you, miss? He asked. She looked up, startled, then smiled. There you are. I was about to leave without you. Where are you headed? To the Daily Prophet, she replied. Your solicitor just flooded me, and everything is in order. I was planning to stop by during lunch. Harry grinned. Please tell me you're going to bring me a pensieve full of your memories when you're done. You could always come along, Hermione suggested. He leaned down and gave her a lingering kiss before pulling away and shaking his head. Probation, he reminded her. One toe out of line, and all that. Right, she sighed. Harry dramatically extended his hand to Hermione, helping her up from her seat. He leaned in for one last kiss, savoring the moment since it had been far too long since their last one. Go on then, he said, pulling back. I expect a full report once you're finished. Aye, Captain, Hermione replied with a smirk, straightening her skirt before heading toward the door. She cast him one final lingering glance before disappearing through it. Harry watched her go, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, better than he had in days. He leaned down to read the half-written note she had left behind. Harry, the papers are final, and I have them in hand. Thank you. Off to the Daily Prophet now. Can't wait to. Truth be told, he could hardly wait either. As Hermione walked through the office, her charcoal skirt fell to her knees, and a vibrant crimson shirt peeked out from beneath her finely cut black robes. She made an impressive figure, the click of her high heels against the hardwood floor echoed with purpose. At first, no one noticed her, but as she confidently headed toward the large corner office, a posh-looking receptionist sprang up from her seat. Excuse me, miss. You've got to sign in over here, you know. Hermione halted her determined stride and turned to face the girls slowly. The receptionist looked familiar, and Hermione had the distinct feeling that if the brunette were in Hogwarts robes, she would recognize her instantly. I have business with Mr. Cuff, Hermione said, offering her most reassuring smile. Is he expecting you? The receptionist asked, her tone skeptical. Hermione's grin widened, and she noticed the receptionist's expression growing wary. I hope not. I'm afraid I can't let you back without an appointment, the girl insisted. Hermione shot her a condescending look as realization struck. Look, Margot, isn't it? The receptionist nodded, her flustered demeanor evident. My name is Hermione Granger. A hum of excitement began to build around her. The robe he wore. The atmosphere in the room shifted as the reporters resumed their work, but their curiosity lingered. Hermione pressed on. I'm sure your employer will want to speak with me, she stated confidently. "Let her back, girl," came a gruff voice from behind her. Margot Winters, a former Slytherin prefect from Hermione's third year, blushed and nodded before sitting back down with a huff. "Thank you," Hermione replied, then turned to face the room. A large man with blonde hair and broad shoulders gave her a nod before returning his focus to the parchments on his desk. The other occupants, however, continued to stare, their interest piqued. Hermione paused for a moment, gathering her resolve before making her way to the corner office. Just as she neared her destination, the door swung open, nearly colliding with her shoulder. "What the bloody hell is all this racket? I can barely hear myself think." The man who stormed through was rotund, sporting a bristling mustache and a halo of thin, graying hair surrounding a shiny bald patch. Hermione couldn't help but curl her lip at the sight of him, taking a moment to compose herself as he continued. "You lot aren't paid to sit around gossiping. You're here to write. So shut your mouths and get to work, or you'll find yourselves working for Xenophilius Lovegood before you can say thestral shit, which is about what the lot of you are worth." Hermione watched as the employees quickly bent to their tasks, ducking behind desk dividers and falling silent. The large man puffed with pride for a moment before turning to return to his office. Only then did he notice Hermione standing in the doorway. "Who the hell are, Merlin, you're Hermione Granger." "Barnabas Cuff, I presume," she replied, raising an eyebrow. The man sputtered for a moment, then nodded, wiping his palm over his bald patch before swiping it across the sleeve of his robe. Hermione kept her distance, making a mental note to avoid shaking the man's hand. "Can I help you, miss?" he asked, casting a glare around the room. His gaze briefly narrowed on the receptionist, who seemed to shrink in her seat under his scrutiny. "Yes, actually. I've come about a bit of business," Hermione replied, redirecting his attention back to her. Barnabas Cuff turned to face her, forcing a smile that was so insincere, it could have been spotted from miles away. "Come to give an interview? Perhaps share your opinion on our recent piece? An inside scoop? We can be very discreet," he suggested. Hermione let out a warm laugh as she watched him try to win her over. "I think not," she said, drawing her wand and flicking it to conjure a plain manila folder, which she began to leaf through. Heads started to pop up all around the room once more, and Hermione smiled as she caught Margot Winters' eye before looking back at Cuff. "Excuse me," he asked, clearly puzzled. "I'm here to inspect the property, Mr. Cuff," Hermione clarified. "And to conduct a bit of business before I go." Cuff looked confused, and Hermione couldn't help but enjoy watching him flounder. "I'm sorry," she said, giving him a pitying look. "Have you not heard?" "Heard what?" he snapped, his voice sharp. "About the sale," Hermione replied. "Mr. Claremont assured me he would send you an owl at his earliest convenience. Has it not arrived yet?" "Mr. Claremont?" "Yes, the former owner of the Daily Prophet." "Former," a reporter seated beyond Cuff interjected. "Quite," Hermione agreed. "Thank you for clarifying." The same gruff man who had spoken to Margot before let out a laugh as Barnabas Cuff's face went from pale to a deep shade of red. "I don't know what this means," he stammered, "but Mr. Claremont would never sell the—" The rest of his sentence trailed off, leaving the tension in the room palpable. The sharp screech of an owl interrupted the conversation as it swooped in through one of the upper windows, diving straight toward Cuff's head. He dodged awkwardly, and the envelope the tawny owl had carried landed on the floor at Hermione's feet. "There's the owl," Hermione said with a smile, watching it circle the room before settling on a perch adorned with fresh water and treats. "Would you like to read the letter, or would you prefer to look at the bill of sale I have here?" The burly blonde still hadn't stopped laughing, while the receptionist at her desk struggled to contain her amusement. Barnabas Cuff leaned down to grab the letter, hastily opening it. His yellowed eyes scanned the contents before darting back to Hermione in disbelief. "You've bought the Daily Prophet? But you're a Muggleborn." Murmurs filled the room, and a few onlookers hissed in Cuff's direction. Hermione tilted her head, a playful smile on her lips. Are we stating the obvious? She asked, keeping her tone as sweet as possible. Why don't I give it a go? She crossed her arms, sizing him up from the top of his balding head down to his ridiculous scarlet boots. Her lip curled slightly. You're unemployed, she declared. Show yourself out. I'll send your things to you by the end of the day. I beg your pardon. Cuff shouted, his mustache trembling and his jowls quivering. You can't just fire me. I'm the editor of this publication. Without me, this paper is nothing. Hermione hummed, letting her gaze drift away from the incensed man to survey the stunned occupants of the room. And here I was under the impression that without you, this paper would still have a vast array of subscribers and a staff of, mostly serious and talented journalists. How silly of me. Look here, girl, Cuff began, but Hermione was already moving on. Continued, and the spittle that had clung to his mustache flew toward her as he reached a hand in her direction to stop her from entering his office. Protego, Hermione said, her voice dangerously low. A glittering shield erupted from the tip of her wand, snapping outward and sending the former editor of the Daily Prophet reeling backward to land on his backside. She thought she heard someone in the room let out a triumphant cheer at the sight, but she couldn't be sure. Just then, the door to one of the smaller offices swung open, and the reason she had allowed Harry to buy the newspaper in the first place stepped into the room. With stiff blonde curls barely moving and long nails painted a vivid red, she looked every bit the part of someone who commanded attention. Miss Granger, the woman said with a broad smile before her gaze landed on Cuff, who was struggling to get back on his feet after Hermione's spell had knocked him down. The practiced smile faltered. What's going on here? I'm afraid the Daily Prophet is under new management, dear, Hermione replied, her grin now completely genuine. She had fantasized about this moment for so long. From the first time Rita Skeeter had published an article featuring her name, Hermione had concocted all sorts of vengeful plans. She thought that once she carried one out, Skeeter would be less of an issue. And for a time, she was right. But then Skeeter had begun targeting Delphi, and Hermione's fleeting fantasies had sharpened and become much more satisfying. What are you smirking about? Skeeter snapped as she rushed forward to help Cuff off the floor. He lurched awkwardly to his feet, his grip on Skeeter's robe pulling it askew. Barnabas, what's she talking about? I'd like to see you in my office, Rita, Hermione continued as if Skeeter hadn't spoken. I'm not going to let this go. Anywhere with you, the reporter snapped, her eyes fixed firmly on Cuff. Barnabas, have her escorted out. Hermione sighed. Very well, we'll conduct our business here. You're being let go, Rita. Skeeter's eyes flashed with anger, and her nostrils flared as she finally turned her gaze back to Hermione. Not bloody likely, she hissed. And how sad of you to come here, acting like you, a common little muggleborn, have some sort of power just because you're involved with the boy who lived. I've known your desperate little secrets since you were 14, Granger, and the wizarding world will hear all about this ridiculous power play of yours in tomorrow's paper. Let's see how long Potter stands by you when he realizes you've got a screw loose. Hermione stood still as Skeeter ranted, watching the woman's cherry-red lips reveal slightly yellowed teeth. When Skeeter finished, Hermione tilted her head to the side, feeling the weight of every gaze in the room. She knew that neither the deed in her hand nor all the money in the world would earn her the respect she needed from the reporters surrounding her. She needed their trust to transform the Daily Prophet from a gossip rag into a serious, ethical publication. So, she smiled indulgently, folded her arms, and regarded Skeeter as if she were a particularly interesting insect. I understand you must be shocked, Hermione said calmly, but let's not make any more of a scene. I'm sure both you and Mr. Cuff would prefer to keep whatever dignity you have intact. Listen here, you, Cuff began, but Hermione raised a hand to silence him. You have 3 minutes to see yourselves out before I call the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and have you forcibly removed. As for the rest of you, she said, finally addressing her audience, I apologize for the dramatic interruption, and I'd like to see each of the department heads in my office before the end of the day. Please come in at your convenience. You're making the biggest mistake of your life, little girl, Cuff spat as Hermione turned to glance back at him. She shrugged. Perhaps, but you won't be around to witness the aftermath, will you? Cuff made an angry noise and spat on the floor in her direction, but Hermione remained unimpressed, continuing to stare at him until he finally turned and stormed toward the exit. He paused only to call for Skeeter to join him. The reporter stood still for a moment longer, her eyes burning with rage as she ignored his call. You think this little power play will end well for you? She hissed. That the public will forget what I told them about Potter and his tiny little muggle baby? They never forget, Granger. They'll always wonder if the girl is actually his bastard by some muggle whore, and whether he's been diddling her in that townhouse of his when he's not taking advantage of his ministry connections. And when I find out the truth, there won't be a paper in all of England that will turn down the chance to publish it. Hermione had anticipated feeling rage when confronted by Skeeter's venom. She had known this explosion was inevitable after firing the witch, and Delphi would be the easiest target for Skeeter's lies. She had prepared herself for the onslaught, ready to dismiss the boiling anger she expected to feel. But to her surprise, what welled up inside her was relief. Goodbye, Rita, she finally said, turning away and stepping into the editor's office, closing the door firmly behind her. The sound of Skeeter's shrieks and the murmur of voices beyond didn't fade completely, but Hermione let out a sigh. One thought echoed in her mind: if Skeeter was still spewing the same vicious lies she had inserted into her article 3 days ago. This meant she didn't have any better options to rely on. She was unaware of the truth behind Delphi's birth, which eased one more worry off her shoulders. Skeeter was an annoyance, but not a genuine threat, and this realization brought a smile to Hermione's face. Chapter 30, Granger Residence. August 20th, 1999. Harry was late, and by the time Hermione opened the door, they had already missed their reservation. He felt terrible and was about to explain when Hermione took one look at him and Delphi and began to fuss over them. Oh, Harry, you two look awful. What happened? Peering down at the little girl clinging to his leg, he had to agree. Delphi's face was still flushed from the tantrum she had thrown earlier, her cheeks streaked with drying tears and snot that he hadn't managed to wipe away with the damp flannel. Her hair, which he usually kept looking somewhat tidy, was in complete disarray, and her pajamas, the last clean pair in the house, were covered in the remnants of dinner she had appended over herself. Of course, he wasn't looking much better either. The robes he had intended to wear were casualties of his daughter's outburst, and he hadn't had time to get the smell of marinara sauce out of them. Instead, he wore a pair of jeans and a button-up shirt that had grown a bit too tight around the shoulders. He really should have done the laundry the day before. Someone wasn't interested in getting ready for bed, he finally replied. My! Shrieked Delphi, gathering her courage to look up. She launched herself into Hermione's arms, and Harry watched as Hermione scooped the child up into a big hug that made his heart twinge. Daddy mean. Harry winced, giving Delphi a disbelieving look when she threw a scowl over Hermione's shoulder in his direction. Was he, darling? Hermione cooed, a smirk playing on her lips. Shall I talk to him about it? Yes. My talk, Daddy. Daddy, calm down. Time out, Daddy. Certainly, Hermione assured the girl, patting her on the back and then pulling her back so that she could look her in the eye. Now, are you ready to play with My's mummy and Daddy? They're very happy you've come to visit. Delphi thought about it for a moment before nodding. Yes. I play. She paused, glancing back at her father with a frown. No bed. Bed, go away. Harry held up his hands in surrender, watching as Hermione grinned broadly and stepped back into the house. He followed them into the kitchen, where Helen and Frank sat at the table with twin cups of tea. Hermione lifted Delphi onto the counter and began to clean her face, pulling off the pajama top stained with remnants of the day. "Do you have a spare change of clothes in that bag?" she asked, pointing at the diaper bag slung across Harry's back. He nodded. "Hand it over, will you? She can wear it until this stuff's done in the wash." "Hello, Harry," Helen greeted him, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Rough night?" Harry felt his cheeks flush as he nodded and handed over the little yellow sundress to Hermione. "Evening, Mrs. Granger." "Mr. Granger." "Good to see you, Harry," Frank said. "You've got something on your cheek there." Harry flushed again and leaned toward the shining surface of the nearby window to check his reflection. More spaghetti sauce, dried into his beard. "Do you mind if I clean up a bit in the bathroom?" "Not at all," Hermione said, tickling Delphi and making her giggle as she slid the dress over her head. "I'll get Delphi settled with Mum and Dad and be ready in a minute or two." By the time Harry finished tidying himself up and made his way back into the kitchen, he found Delphi sitting on Frank's knee, happily munching on a biscuit. Sensing that it was now or never, Harry leaned down to give her a kiss, said goodbye to her, and thanked Mr. and Mrs. Granger before making a hasty retreat with Hermione. Once they reached the porch, he let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, ignoring Hermione's teasing smile. Harry listened to the tinkling laughter and chose to savor the moment instead. He loved his daughter fiercely, but some days, it felt like a relief to see her drift off to sleep at the end of the day, or in this case, settle happily into someone else's care for a few solid hours. "Feeling better?" Hermione asked. Harry met her gaze, noticing both sincerity and amusement in her expression, and nodded. "She has quite the temper," he confided. "I honestly wasn't sure we were going to make it. She refused to let me touch her for nearly an hour. Kept operating and scaring herself whenever I got close. Thank goodness I have those wards around the house, or she might have ended up Merlin knows where." "Poor thing," Hermione said, concern evident in her voice. "Is that common? Accidental apparition as a form of early magic?" Harry shrugged. "I think I did it once. Ended up on top of a building when Dudley and his gang were chasing me. But the point is, I did it when I was scared, when I was in danger." "What if?" "No," Hermione interjected firmly. "That girl is not scared of you, and you are no threat to her. Accidental magic doesn't just happen when we're in danger, Harry. It occurs any time we can't channel our strong emotions. It's more common in children because their magic is trying to protect them, but it can't distinguish between a temper tantrum and a real threat, or even a child's desires and needs. When I was little, the neighborhood cats used to find their way into my bedroom at night, through locked windows and doors and solid walls. My parents didn't think I was ready for the responsibility of a pet, and I thought it was terribly unfair. My magic would conjure the poor things in the dead of night while I was sleeping. It kept happening until halfway through first year. There was a reason I knew Millicent Bulstrode had a cat." A sad little look crossed Hermione's face, and Harry wondered what memories were surfacing for her. Harry thought about Crookshanks, the giant ginger cat who had passed away peacefully in Australia just a month before he had brought Helen and Frank back. Hermione had been devastated when her parents broke the news. "Thanks," Harry said, offering a warm smile in hopes of pulling her from her thoughts. It worked, she returned the smile, intertwining her fingers with his and giving his hand a gentle squeeze. "So, now that we've thoroughly missed our dinner reservations, where shall we go?" Harry laughed and leaned down to kiss her cheek, then her lips. "We're war heroes," he said, his lips brushing against hers as he spoke. "If they haven't kept our table open, I'll eat my shirt." Fortunately, the upscale wizarding restaurant he had chosen had indeed kept a table for them. As they savored their delicate crème brûlée, they sighed in satisfaction. "Circe, that was good," Hermione exclaimed, her pink tongue darting out to catch the last bit of cream from her lips. Harry followed the movement before meeting her gaze. "Ron knows good food when he tastes it," he replied. Was this place on his recommendation? Hermione looked surprised, and Harry nodded. He's branching out a bit with his dates. The girl he's with now seems to have expensive taste. Dahlia? She asked, curious. Harry shook his head. I can't remember her name, but it's not the woman from my party. This one's shorter, a little rounder, and blonde. Our age? Harry shrugged. Honestly, he had lost track of the women in Ron's life. It felt like there were more than one at a time, and he wasn't sure he wanted to know if that was true. He didn't mind if his friend wanted to play the field, but he preferred to stay out of any potentially incriminating details that Mrs. Weasley might bring up later. I think so. She looks maybe a bit younger. I don't recognize her. I think she has an accent, Harry said. Probably one of the Vila cousins, Hermione replied, rolling her eyes. I thought Dahlia was nice. It's a pity he doesn't seem to want to settle. Well, he's young, Harry said without thinking. So are we, Hermione pointed out, her voice mild, but her words hit him like a ton of bricks. We are. Yeah. But. I mean, I'm not interested in playing around. Hermione arched an eyebrow, amusement flickering in her eyes. Well, that's good to know. Harry felt his cheeks grow hot beneath his beard. I just mean that I'm serious about you. About us. I love you. Her expression softened, and Harry's heart began to race. I love you too, she said, reaching across the table to take his hand in hers. Her skin was warm and soft, and a pleasant electric current snapped from her fingers to his as they intertwined, their palms flush against each other. His heart quickened, and he was on the verge of some important thought when she spoke again. I have the pensive memories for you, by the way, she said. God, Harry, you should have seen Skeeter's face. She was livid. Harry grinned. Hermione had told him every detail of the encounter, yet he still couldn't quite picture the scene as vividly as he wanted. It was a pity he hadn't been able to make it. I'm borrowing a pensive from someone at work on Monday. I can hardly wait. Of course, Hermione continued, there's been some pushback from a couple of the journalists, but so far, things are looking up. Have you found an editor yet? Hermione frowned and shook her head. No one who meets my requirements. Which are exacting, of course. Of course, Hermione agreed. I don't want another Barnabas Cuff running the Prophet into the ground again. And I'm going to have to replace the lead political writer. She's frightfully small-minded. Whatever you think is best, Harry said. It's your choice. Only because you're a stubborn arse, Hermione reminded him with a knowing look. Harry laughed, it was true enough. When Hermione had first approached him about buying the newspaper and silencing Skeeter, she had wanted it to be in his name. He had argued that he wouldn't have the time or inclination to run a newspaper and that if he bought it, he wouldn't want to destroy it completely. After some back and forth, she had agreed, allowing him to put her name on the deed, as long as all the profits went into his vault at Gringotts. What she didn't know was that he had purchased a second vault for that very purpose and added her as a co-owner with full access to its contents. I just wanted to be an honest, successful business for you, Hermione continued. I think I'd pull my hair out if I had to oversee the day-to-day operations long-term. Besides, I have plans at the ministry. So I've heard, Harry teased. Shall I start calling you Minister Granger now, just so you're used to it before they elect you next year? Oh, shut up, she replied, though he could see the amusement in her eyes. He squeezed her hand again before releasing it as the waiter approached to check if they needed anything else. After Harry waved him off with a polite, thank you, no, he turned his attention back to Hermione. Any other plans coming up? He asked. Aside from squaring away the paper and conquering the ministry? Hermione thought for a moment, taking a sip from her half-empty wine glass and setting it back down between them. Actually, I'm hunting for a flat tomorrow. A flat? Harry asked, surprised. Hermione nodded and took another sip of wine before continuing. I think it's time. What do your parents think? He leaned in, resting his elbows on the fine linen tablecloth. It was actually their suggestion, Hermione said after a long pause. What? Don't look so distressed, Harry, she said, her expression shifting to one of concern. Harry was more taken aback by Hermione's parents wanting her out of the house than by her reaction. Did something happen? He asked, concerned. Hermione shook her head firmly. No. Nothing happened. But I'm a grown woman, and in the Muggle world, it's not as conservative as the Wizarding world, as you know. My parents thought I might like to have my own space. To be honest, I think they got used to having theirs when they were in Australia. So, they're just going to kick you out and... They're not kicking me out, Harry. Hermione's voice had a hint of exasperation. They told me I'm welcome to stay, but they would understand if I want to spread my wings a bit. They even offered to pay my rent if I want them to. They're not trying to get rid of me, they just don't want me to feel guilty anymore about Australia. I think they just want us to be normal again. I'm their grown daughter, and they think I should have a life outside of their home. It's their way of caring for me, Harry. It didn't quite make sense to him. After all, Harry had never experienced a happy Muggle home life. He'd never had parents who saw him as an adult. His own daughter was barely 2, and he couldn't imagine wanting her to leave home ever. Oh, he said at last. Okay. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that Hermione moving out might not be a tragedy after all. If she had a flat of her own, he wouldn't have to worry about how close he sat to her on the sofa or whether her parents would come looking for them while he was with her. His heart began to race, and his fantasies grew more vivid until he was picturing her in bed beside him, her smile radiant as she woke for the day in his arms. Move in with me. The words spilled out before he could stop himself, louder than he expected, startling both him and Hermione, whose eyes widened in surprise. Harry watched as the words settled in. What? Move in with me, he repeated, his voice stronger this time. The phrase felt right on his lips, and the rhythm of his heartbeat steadied, bringing a warmth that spread from his chest. Move in with you? Yes, he replied simply. Harry, she said his name slowly, as if she feared he might misinterpret her. We can't just move in together. We've barely been properly dating for a month. Harry shook his head. We first kissed last Halloween. That's nearly 10 months ago. After which you decided we shouldn't become involved, Hermione reminded him. Christmas Eve, then, Harry countered. That's 8 months. We were apart for most of that. And before then, we lived alone in a tent, he pointed out. It's my turn to remind you of the facts, he added. And before that, we were best friends for 6 years. You know me, Hermione. We know each other. We love each other. I can't imagine a time when I'll want to be apart from you. I want you to move in with me. He noticed the flicker of hope in Hermione's eyes, but skepticism lingered. You have a daughter, Harry, she said softly. We can't just impulsively decide to. I know I have a daughter. I also know she loves you. More than she loves me, if tonight was any indication. They both laughed, and Harry continued. No matter what happens in the future, you will always be a part of her life. You're my best friend and her godmother. Nothing will ever change that. Hermione let out a soft exhale, her mind racing as she weighed every flaw in the plan against its merits. He watched her closely. She began to nibble on her lower lip, a sure sign that she had more to say. What is it? He asked. She offered him a timid smile. It's just that. I'm concerned you haven't thought this through. Not really. You've had so much on your mind, and I just don't want us to rush into something you're not ready for. Are you not ready? He asked, suddenly concerned that he might have pushed too hard, too soon. It's not that, she replied, taking his hand again. "I'm quite sure about you, Harry, and you know I love Delphi more than anything. I just feel like this is so impulsive, and I haven't traditionally been a very impulsive person." Harry chuckled. "Well, I have. And it's usually worked out for me before. In the end." She looked at him, unamused as memories of his near-death experience at Malfoy Manor flashed through her mind, but soon her serious expression softened into a brilliant smile. He leaned in to kiss her cheek, brushing his lips from her soft skin to her ear as he whispered, "I love you. Please move in with me." Her response didn't come immediately, so he added, "I've been wanting a new house anyway. You can pick it out, and we can settle somewhere with." "Okay," she interrupted, laughing. "Yeah?" Harry asked, excitement bubbling within him. "Yes," Hermione assured him. "I'll move in with you." She smiled, then added, "But really, there's no need to buy a new house." Harry only grinned. They left the restaurant hand in hand, both eager to extend the evening. Neither was sure how they ended up back at number 12, Grimmauld Place, but as they stumbled through the entryway and up the stairs to a familiar room with a large, inviting bed, Hermione felt absolutely giddy. They had only managed to be intimate a handful of times since their first encounter, and now, with Delphi well cared for and no nosy parents to interrupt them, Hermione was determined to explore their connection further. "Harry," she said, when he released her hand and took a small, respectful step back. "Are you going to? Will you kiss me or not?" The question seemed to ignite something in him, and he sprang forward, pulling her into his embrace. His hands glided down her back, over the smooth fabric of her blouse, and curved around her. She let out a soft moan, pressing closer, relishing the warmth of his hard chest against her. The heat made her nipples harden, especially as his fingers toyed with the hem of her skirt on her upper thigh. Had his hands always felt this warm? His fingers traced up the back of her thigh, skimming over her bare skin until he cupped her bottom, pulling her against him. She could feel his solid arousal pressing against her belly as he let out a slow, shuddering breath. "Merlin, you're incredible, Hermione." The raw intensity in his voice sent a thrill through her, and she didn't know why, but the way he spoke excited her even more. She felt a desperate need to feel skin against skin. "Get on with it, Harry," she urged, wrapping a leg around his hip and pulling herself up, arms around his neck, ready to kiss him. Her tongue swept into his mouth, brushing against his straight white teeth, and she felt her pulse quicken as the lace between her thighs grew damp. Harry was an exceptionally obedient student when it came to matters of interest, and he wasted no time. He slipped her blouse off and pulled her panties down over her ankles and high-heeled shoes. Soon, her bra joined the small puddle of clothes at their feet, and he lifted her, wrapping her thighs around his hips, locking her ankles behind him. In the midst of their tangled limbs, his denim jeans had come undone and disappeared, and several buttons of his shirt had popped open, revealing his impressively chiseled torso. Hermione felt something cold press against her bare back and turned slightly, long enough to realize that Harry had pushed her up against the large bedroom window. The glass warmed against her skin, and the only distraction was the sensation of his mouth on her breasts and his hot hands gripping her thighs, lifting her as if she weighed nothing. "Harry," she breathed, his name a whisper of reverence, and his suckling grew more fervent at the sound. Soon, she was gasping, and he lowered her feet back to the ground as he sank to his knees. His beard brushed against her belly and inner thigh as he disappeared beneath her pleated skirt. "Wow," he murmured, his mouth igniting a furnace of sensation that sent waves of pleasure coursing through her, her legs quivering with the effort to remain standing. He teased her with his tongue, playing with her clit for a moment before delving into her wet warmth and then back up. He maintained that rhythm, and just when she thought she couldn't hold on any longer, when her thighs trembled with need, he began to suck on the sensitive nub that brought her to the peak of pleasure. She came hard, the world spinning around her, her heart racing as stars exploded in her vision. When she finally regained her senses, surprised to find she was still standing, she felt Harry's hand steadying her hips, the muscles in his arms firm with effort. She shifted her weight back onto her own feet, and his grip loosened. Now, he kissed the inside of her thigh, moving down toward her knee. When his head emerged from beneath her skirt, he wore a broad grin that filled her with a fierce pride at having brought him such joy. Quickly, he stood and kissed her deeply, and she could taste herself on his lips. In this excerpt, the chemistry between Harry and the woman is palpable as they share a moment filled with desire and connection. Harry, with a playful tone, asks if she wants to be closer to him, and she eagerly nods, feeling a rush of excitement. As he turns her around, she momentarily feels a blush of embarrassment at the thought of being seen, but quickly brushes it aside, consumed by her longing for him. "Please," she whispers, tilting her hips toward him in an invitation. Harry's teasing response adds to the tension as he playfully holds back, heightening her anticipation. When he finally draws closer, the warmth of their connection envelopes them both, and she feels a wave of exhilaration wash over her. As they share this intimate moment, she finds herself overwhelmed with sensation, each movement bringing them both deeper into the experience. The emotional intensity builds, and she can feel the closeness between them deepening as they lose themselves in the moment, savoring the joy of their shared connection. The scene ends with a tender exchange, underscoring the powerful bond they have formed in this exhilarating experience, leaving them both breathless and fulfilled. As he finished, she pressed her cheek against the cold window pane, her eyes fluttering shut from the sensation. Later, once they had finally made their way to the bed, Hermione rested that same cheek against his chest. As they drifted off to sleep, she felt the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her. Chapter 31. For Ceridwen Court, Godric's Hollow. August 27, 1999. The house loomed large before Hermione, and she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. This was not the charming cottage the wizarding estate agent had promised, it was a full-blown manor. "You can't be serious," she said, her eyes fixed on the structure's wide gables and large windows. Then she noticed something else. "Good God, Harry, is that a turret?" "Awesome, isn't it?" Harry replied, his face lighting up with excitement. He looked completely enamored with the place, completely oblivious to her concerns. A glance at the estate agent, a woman with steel gray hair cut sharply at her chin, revealed that she was all too eager to encourage Harry's enthusiasm. The house sat on the outskirts of Godric's Hollow, far down a wide lane and acres away from the nearest neighbor. Hermione had been surprised that Harry even wanted to visit Godric's Hollow again, given how their last trip had ended. Still, she had agreed to come see the house, but now she was starting to regret it. "It's too big," Hermione said. "You can barely keep your townhouse clean. How do you expect us to manage a place this size? It must have at least a dozen bedrooms." "There are actually only 6, the estate agent interjected, a hint of concern creeping into her voice. "Will that be a problem?" "No, Magda," Harry assured her, waving off her worries. "Not at all. Can we go inside?" "Harry, you can't honestly be considering this monstrosity," Hermione protested. "I go in," came a small voice from her left. Hermione looked down to see Delphi pointing at the grand house. "I go in. Go potty." With a sigh, Hermione scooped the girl up. "Very well, lead the way, Magda." Once Delphi had taken care of her business and dashed back into the wide, empty living room, Hermione took a moment to inspect the interior. While the outside resembled a Victorian manor, the inside felt surprisingly clean and inviting. The house was modern and inviting, blending just the right amount of original pieces that added a touch of antiquated charm. Even Hermione had to admit there was an undeniable appeal to the place. Soon, Harry and Magda rejoined them, and Hermione found herself swept along on a tour of the house. She knew she was right about one thing: the house was massive. Keeping it clean would definitely require help, because she certainly didn't want to spend the rest of her life scrubbing floors and wiping down endless baseboards. For a moment, She considered whether any of the free elves she had worked with at the Department of House Elf Liaison would accept a real wage in exchange for their assistance around the house. But she quickly dismissed the idea. They weren't going to buy this place. It was lovely, yes, but far too large and likely well beyond her budget. She had a tidy little inheritance from her grandparents set aside for her first home purchase, but even that generous sum wouldn't cover her half of the cost. Still, she couldn't help but be charmed by the place. The first floor was wide and spacious, featuring a chef's kitchen, a massive dining room, 2 separate living areas, one of which could easily be called a parlor, a home office with a lovely window seat, and a generously sized bedroom complete with its own full bath and walk-in closet. Magda had assured them that this bedroom was intended as a spare, not the master suite. There was even a separate pantry, a mudroom, and a laundry room. Upstairs, they discovered yet another living space, 4 more bedrooms, one for Delphi, an office for each of us, and a bonus room. Harry exclaimed enthusiastically, and 2 large bathrooms. Just as Hermione was about to comment on the absence of a proper master suite, Magda pointed out a set of stairs on the far side of the upstairs living area. They followed her to the 3rd floor, which she explained had once been the attic but had been converted quite expertly. Merlin, it's huge, Harry said in awe as they stepped into the expansive space. Finally, they caught sight of the place, and it truly was impressive. Hermione felt confident that she could fit the entire Gryffindor girls' dormitory into the vast open space, with its vaulted ceiling and stunning windows. On one side of the room stood a dais, clearly meant to house a bed, while the area where she stood was a cozy sitting room. Sliding doors on the opposite wall stood open, revealing a massive bathroom with a clawfoot tub that she could easily imagine spending hours in. All of the usual household charms have been set, Magda said as Harry and Hermione continued to marvel at their surroundings, while Delphi ran in circles around them, singing something unintelligible. But things have been done the Muggle way as well. Should the charms fail, there's ample insulation, an air conditioning unit, and a host of other amenities available. Once the estate agent left them to their thoughts, Harry and Hermione turned to each other. "We're not buying this house," Hermione said. "We're definitely getting this house," Harry replied, and they both stared at each other in shock. "What do you mean we're not buying it?" "It's perfect." "Harry, it has to be too much. We can't afford it." He arched an eyebrow in her direction. "Fine. I can't afford it. I wouldn't be able to cover my half." "Your half?" Harry asked, looking genuinely confused. "Of the mortgage," Hermione clarified. "What are you talking about?" She sighed. "If we're buying this house, I'll owe half of the money due each month. The payment is bound to be too large." "Why would we pay monthly?" Harry asked. "I was going to just pay in galleons. Today, if I can." "Pay in, Harry, normal people don't just pay for their houses in galleons. Godric's Hollow may have a high wizarding population, but it's a Muggle town all the same. You'll have to pay taxes and insurance and—" "The property is wizard-owned," Harry interrupted. "Gringotts." Harry said, "I hold the title, and I'm fairly certain this place is unplottable, which means it wouldn't show up in any English records." "But Godric's Hollow is integrated," Hermione protested. "True, the village itself is," Harry agreed. "But from what Magda told me, the properties on the outskirts are mainly occupied by wizards and witches. Ceridwen Court is a wizarding neighborhood. There are about 6 houses or so." Hermione snorted. "With the amount of land this bloody house sits on, they wouldn't be able to fit any more." Anyway, Harry shrugged as Delphi began tugging at his hand. "The point is, I can afford the place. You don't have to worry about paying anything." Hermione narrowed her eyes at him. "I'm not going to be your kept woman, Harry Potter," she hissed, feeling offended by the suggestion. "Be my, Christ, no. No. Is that what you think?" he asked, incredulous. "What else am I supposed to think?" she replied, frustration creeping into her voice. Delphi was whining now, tugging at both their hands. "I'm hungry," she said. "I want cereal." "Hang on, Del," Harry said, irritation flashing across his face. Then, turning back to Hermione, he added, "How could you think that? I love you. I don't want a kept woman, I want a partner." "But your partner can't contribute financially, is that it?" Hermione pressed. "No," Harry replied, looking genuinely outraged now. "But when I invite a woman to move in with me, I don't expect her to cover the costs." "I'm not asking you to be my roommate, Hermione." "Just your live-in lover," she shot back, a teasing edge to her tone. Harry flushed, and Delphi's pleas grew even louder. "Look," he said, "when I asked you to move in with me, I already had a house. If you were to move into Grimmauld Place, you wouldn't expect to pay rent or give me half the value of the house because I owned it and paid nothing to live there." "But we're not moving into Grimmauld Place," Hermione countered, her voice firm. Hermione began to protest, but Harry cut her off. "Just because I want a different house to raise my daughter and doesn't mean you should have to pay half the cost. I want this place for Delphi because I can picture her here. I can see her growing up in Godric's Hollow the way I never did. You shouldn't have to foot the bill for that." Hermione paused, feeling torn. The feminist in her, most of her, continued to rage, but the part that knew Harry well and understood his desires recognized that what he was saying wasn't wrong. "So, you want the place in just your name," she said slowly, "because you want to raise Delphi here. You want this to be your forever home, even if we," she struggled to find the right words, "don't work out." Harry winced. "No," he replied. "I'd be perfectly happy to have your name on the deed, but, yeah. Even if this were to go south, which I do not anticipate, I'd want to be here with her." The thought wasn't romantic, and it burst the happy bubble she had been living in until now. The reality of their situation felt stark and somewhat frightening. Yet, in the end, all she really wanted was to be with Harry. Letting him pay for the house with his considerable fortune would be no different than moving into the home he had inherited from Sirius. He was right about that, but it also meant she would be living in his space. His home. And the arrangement might not be permanent. Could she be okay with that? She was certain her parents' main concern would be her future security. By investing nothing in the house, she was risking nothing. Was that a good thing? Perhaps, financially, in case their relationship fell apart. But right now, it felt somewhat unsatisfying. "All right," she said at last. "You buy the house." Harry frowned at the tone of her voice, and Delphi looked up at both of them, finally silent. "Hermione. If this is what you want," she interrupted, "I shouldn't stand in your way." "You're what I want," Harry said. Harry spoke softly, "You and Delphi. If this house is a deal breaker, I don't want it." Hermione felt her heart warm at his words, and the barrier she hadn't realized had formed between them began to melt away. "You've got me," she replied, taking his hand and leaning in to kiss his bearded cheek. "And I do like the manner." Harry shot her a playful, chiding look. "It's not a manner," he corrected. Hermione shrugged and bent down to lift Delphi into her arms. "Would you like to go pick out the biggest room for yourself, darling?" she asked the little girl. "No," Delphi replied. "Want cereal?" Harry laughed and followed them down the stairs to the first floor, where Magda was waiting. "Any thoughts, Mr. Potter?" the woman inquired. Harry glanced at Hermione for confirmation. When she nodded, he grinned. "We'll take it." "Oh, marvelous!" Magda exclaimed. "I'm sure you'll do wonderfully here. And what a lovely place for your little girl to grow up." The older woman caught Hermione's eye and smiled broadly. "I must say, dear, she looks so much like you. Those curls and that heart-shaped little face. The coloring, though, belongs to Daddy, doesn't it?" Hermione felt the tension radiate off Harry immediately, so she simply replied, yes, and then began to ask questions about the house. Granger residence. September 19, 1999. Harry had learned that birthdays in Hermione's world were steeped in tradition. While his own celebrations had ranged from non-existent to over-the-top, Hermione's had always been what she called comfortable. Now, as he sat at her family's dinner table with a glass of red wine and a slice of Hermione's favorite spice cake in front of him, he finally understood what birthdays were meant to be like. Her mother had made the cake herself, and the gifts that Helen and Frank had given to their daughter, though not plentiful, were thoughtful and meaningful. Hermione's smile lit up the room as she unwrapped her gifts. A stunning set of diamond earrings sparkled in the light, alongside a collection of Muggle law books she had long desired, and a framed photograph of the three of them, meant for her to take to her new home. Harry had spent a lot of time thinking about the perfect gift for Hermione's 20th birthday. In the past, he'd always chosen books for her, knowing how much she cherished them. He even set up an account for her at Flourish and Blots, drawing from his personal vault. But this time felt different. She was more than just a friend now. Still, he understood her love for books, so he decided to find a compromise. "It's not a telescope, is it?" Frank teased as Hermione began to unwrap the long, cylindrical package. "No, sir," Harry replied, causing Helen to chuckle as she sipped her wine. "How many times do we have to ask you to call us by our names, Harry?" she said with a playful grin. He felt himself flush. A million more times, if he had his way. It wasn't that he didn't like the Grangers, he liked them a lot, but he was dating their daughter, and the thought of addressing them as Helen and Frank while picturing their only child naked was a challenge. Finally, Hermione pulled the tube free and unfurled a large rolled paper. "Harry, what is this?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Looks like blueprints," Frank noted, his keen eye catching the details. "Here, let me help," Helen said, taking hold of the paper and beginning to spread it out as Hermione set aside her dessert. "It is a blueprint," Helen confirmed. "Very good, Frank. Did Harry tell you? Are you questioning my intelligence, young lady?" Frank shot back with a mock stern expression, and Helen laughed. Harry watched as Hermione leaned closer to the drawings, her eyes scanning the intricate details until, at last, she seemed to grasp what she was looking at. "Harry, is that a staircase?" "In a secret passage, yes," he replied, smiling at her enthusiasm. "Leading to the... Where are we studying?" Harry shook his head, grinning. "To the library," he corrected. "Are you serious?" Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Harry nodded. Hermione squealed and launched herself sideways, wrapping her arms around him in a powerful hug. After a moment, she released him to examine the blueprints once more. "Are these expansion charms?" "Yes. I hired an arithmancer to make sure they could be built into the wards." "Brilliant." Harry felt a sense of satisfaction at her quick understanding, but when he glanced at her parents, he noticed them exchanging a worried look. His expression faltered slightly as he swallowed hard. Had he done something wrong? "More cake, please." Down the table, Delphi had finished her slice and was licking frosting off her fingers. Harry, not wanting to argue with a 2-year-old, slid the remains of his cake over to her. She happily began to stab at the small piece with her fork. Hermione looked up, her excitement still evident in her wide smile. "It's amazing, Harry. It's going to be so wonderful." "What is?" asked Helen, though Hermione didn't seem to notice the slight stiffness in her voice. "Harry's building me a library in the new house. He's expanding the old study magically, building shelves, adding a second story, and then adding a staircase that connects it all to the master suite." She laughed. "It's perfect." "Dear me," Frank said mildly. "That sounds like quite a project." Harry blushed but forced a smile. "It's not too difficult. Most of it can be done with magic." "I see," Helen replied. It was then that Hermione seemed to sense something was off. Is something wrong? She asked, her tone light. As a matter of, Frank began, but his wife interrupted. No, she said firmly, giving her husband another look. Everything is wonderful. Mum. Really, Hermione. It sounds like something you'd really enjoy. An awkward silence fell over the table, and Harry couldn't shake the feeling that everything wasn't as perfect as it seemed. After giving him a quick kiss, Hermione carefully tucked away the blueprints, and they all finished their desserts in silence. The only sound came from Delphi, who was happily chattering and humming to herself. Once they were done, Helen stood up to collect everyone's plates and beckoned to Hermione. Help me in the kitchen, will you, dear? I can't manage the wine glasses and the plates. Hermione immediately rose, her brows furrowing for a moment, a clear sign of her apprehension, before she gathered the glasses and followed her mother into the kitchen. Harry was left with Frank and Delphi. Delphi was engrossed in a song about garden gnomes that Andromeda had taught her, while Frank reclined in his chair, hands resting over his stomach. So, Harry, Frank said, a library. Yes, sir. In your house. Harry made an effort to keep his expression neutral. Our house, Mr. Granger. Frank made a sound of disapproval. Which you're paying for and will own by yourself, he replied. Harry gulped. I didn't think it was fair for Hermione to have to pay. When she agreed to move in with me, I already had a house I'd inherited. Moving elsewhere was something I wanted, not her. Frank didn't seem impressed. That's considerate of you. Harry offered an awkward smile and glanced back at Delphi, hoping she might need something, but she was perfectly content. Kind of an odd gift though, isn't it? A little Disney? Frank continued. Harry shrugged, unsure of the reference. I don't think so, sir. Giving her a library in a house that doesn't belong to her? It's not really a gift, is it? More of a loan. Harry felt a flash of offense for the first time that evening. I'm certainly not building it for myself, sir, he said, sharper than he intended. Frank raised an eyebrow. Forgive me, I'm not familiar with what magic is capable of. Will she be able to take it with her when she buys a house of her own? Harry bristled at the question. I'm sorry, is there a problem here? Frank's tone remained steady as he replied, not if you give me a straight answer. No, Harry said through gritted teeth. She couldn't take the library with her. Or the spiral staircase. They'll be part of the house. Which belongs to you. It will be ours, Harry insisted once again. Frank sighed, his expression softening for a moment. Let me be clear, Harry. I'm the father of an exceptional daughter. He glanced at Delphi and smiled gently. One day, not too far from now, you'll understand what that's like. But then his expression hardened as he fixed Harry with a steely gaze. Hermione is going places, son. She's smarter than Helen and I combined, and she has plans for her life that don't include being some rich wizard's paramour. Hermione is not I would never stand in her way. Good, Frank said, his shoulders relaxing slightly. That's good. Because a young lady like her, well, she needs more than just someone to shag. Harry felt his face flush at the man's words. She needs a partner. Someone who won't just make decisions without her or expect her to bend to their will. She needs someone who wants the same things out of life and is committed to. I am committed. Harry shouted, immediately wincing at his outburst. Delphi paused her singing and looked up at him with concern. From the other room, he heard Hermione say something, followed by her mother's interjection. Taking a deep breath, he continued, I am committed. To her. To the things she wants in life. She's going to be Minister for Magic one day, Mr. Granger, and I'm going to be there, cheering for her when they swear her in. I'm going to keep her safe so that she can accomplish everything she wants to accomplish in life. I love her." Frank gave him a hard look. "So you're planning to marry her?" The question caught Harry off guard. Honestly, he hadn't given much thought to marriage. Harry knew he loved Hermione. He wanted to be with her forever, to raise their daughter together, to share a life. But marriage? The thought of a ring, a ceremony, and a shared last name caught him off guard. Yet, surprisingly, it felt right, maybe not today or tomorrow, but someday. "Yeah, I am," he finally said. Those three simple words seemed to provide all the reassurance Frank needed. Harry watched as Frank relaxed completely after he spoke. "Well, that's all squared then. Did you want another slice of cake?" Later, after a slightly awkward game of charades and Delphi falling asleep on the couch, the evening drew to a close. Harry found himself on the Granger's front porch, a sleeping toddler resting over his shoulder, while Hermione looked up at him, her expression anxious. "I'm sorry about earlier. I don't know why Mum and Dad were being so odd." "It was fine, really," Harry replied. "I think your dad just wanted to make sure I was being—" He paused, searching for the right word. "Respectful." "Oh, God." Hermione covered her eyes with her hands, her cheeks flushing. "He didn't." Harry laughed, finding the memory amusing in hindsight. "He did. I'm going to kill him." "What about your mum? Were you really just helping with the dishes?" he asked. Hermione met his gaze and shook her head. She was being nosy. "Well," Harry said, "I suppose that's what parents do, make sure their children are all right. You would know." She reached out to brush the curls from Delphi's cheek. Harry noticed how her annoyance transformed into tenderness, and his heart swelled in his chest. Without thinking, he leaned in and captured her lips with his. Hermione's eyes widened for a moment before fluttering shut as she melted into his kiss. He felt a surge of joy at being here, now, with her responding so sweetly. He used his free hand to cup her cheek, letting his fingers tangle in her hair. They kissed until Delphi stirred, and Harry reluctantly pulled away. His hand trembled as he fought the urge to stay. 6 more days, she said with a smile. "Then I'm afraid these porch scenes will be a thing of the past." "Sad?" Harry asked. "Not even a little." "Daddy?" Harry looked down at Delphi. Her wide gray eyes were open but bleary, and she seemed a bit confused. "Shoo, I've got you," he assured her, kissing her forehead as her thick, dark lashes fluttered down to rest on her cheeks once more. "You should go," Hermione suggested. "Get her to bed. I'll stop by the DMLE tomorrow at lunch, and we can talk more then." "Okay," he agreed reluctantly. "I love you." Her smile was radiant. "I love you too, Harry." He disapparated soundlessly. As he climbed the steps of number 12 toward Delphi's room, he felt a surge of anticipation for Saturday, when he would settle his daughter into her new nursery. Then he and Hermione could go upstairs, continuing what they had started on her parents' porch, free from the worry of being apart again. Chapter 32. For Ceridwen Court, Godric's Hollow. October 2nd, 1999. The house was alive with conversation and laughter. As Harry emerged from the cellar and stepped into the kitchen, a wide grin spread across his face at the scene before him. "There he is," George called out. "Find what you were looking for." Harry raised twin bottles of fire whiskey, prompting a cheer from everyone gathered in the large kitchen and adjoining family room, except for Delphi, Teddy, and Victoire. The entire Weasley clan, along with their assorted friends, had come to Harry and Hermione's home for a housewarming party. All the Weasley brothers were there with their significant others, along with Arthur and Molly, Ginny with Theodore Nott, and several of Fleur's Vila cousins, one of whom was clinging to Ron's arm. Andromeda had arrived too, along with Neville, Minerva McGonagall, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and several Aurors with whom Harry had developed friendships. Even Helen and Frank were present, laughing in a corner while Arthur playfully interrogated them about dental equipment. "Thank God you found them," Hermione called out. "I thought I'd lost my mind." Harry handed her the bottles, and she set them beside the flagons of butterbeer, pumpkin juice, and elf wine that lined the counter. "You know Kingsley doesn't like the sweet stuff." "Nor do I," Andromeda chimed in as she approached them, Teddy and Delphi trailing behind, intent on wrapping themselves around her legs. "I think a nice, tall glass of water will do me tonight." "Of course," Hermione replied, conjuring a glass and filling it at the refrigerator. Andromeda watched in apparent fascination. "Ted always wanted one of these fancy things," she confided. "I never saw the use, with cooling charms." "We're just used to them," Hermione explained. "I think it's a Muggle-born thing, wanting to cling to the trappings of our youth." "Nothing wrong with that," Andromeda assured her. "And I know plenty of purebloods who feel the same. My sisters, for example." Harry froze, his smile still plastered on his face as his heart skipped a beat at the mention of the Black Sisters. Somehow, he always managed to forget that Andromeda was one of them. His daughter, with her glossy black curls and gray eyes, was the woman's niece. "Perhaps it's just human nature," then, Hermione mused, slipping her hand into Harry's and giving it a gentle squeeze. A burst of laughter from across the room caught their attention. Harry looked up to see Ginny standing with her boyfriend, a drink in hand. Her hair was windswept, and her makeup looked as if she'd slept in it. When she had first arrived, Harry had wondered if she was ill, but Theo had explained they'd had a late night that turned into a long morning. It had been more information than Harry needed. "Goodness," Andromeda said, her gaze fixed on Ginny. "Has she always been so?" Her voice trailed off, and Hermione shook her head. "Well," Andromeda continued, "it is a party." With a wink, she lumbered away, each leg weighed down by a toddler. Harry and Hermione joined Neville and Ron in the corner with their dates. Harry had been surprised to see Neville with Luna on his arm when they arrived, but he was pleased all the same. They both deserved some happiness, and he knew they were good people who would treat one another well. "Bonjour, Mr. Potter," said the Vila girl on Ron's arm, her accent thicker than Fleur's. Harry had trouble understanding her at first. Hello. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name." Hermione curled her hand around his upper arm, settling in beside him. "This is Augurey," Ron introduced, wrapping his arm around the young woman's waist. Her silvery hair brushed the top of his forearm. For the first time in ages, Harry noticed the scars there from their journey into the Department of Mysteries. "A pleasure to meet you," Augurey said, her smile bright. "You," Hermione said, stepping up to shake the girl's hand. Augurey nodded and returned the gesture. "And you are?" "This is Hermione," Ron introduced. "Hermione? Hermione Granger?" Augurey asked, her eyes widening. Hermione blushed and nodded. "Yes. You've heard of me?" "Oui. Voyant du Matin wrote an article about you shortly after your government overturned. I was most impressed when Fleur told me you were acquainted." "Acquainted?" Ron scoffed. "They're practically family. Hermione and Harry are unofficial Weasleys, you know. J.E. Voice." "She may have said so. I do not recall." Augurey tossed her hair back, looking at Ron with a private smile. "But now, I am parched, Ronald. Will you show me where I can quench this thirst?" Ron's cheeks turned pink at her request. He glanced at Harry, whose eyebrows arched with a playful twinkle in his eyes, and shrugged his shoulders. "Of course," he said, leading her away. "Merlin," Neville said, breaking the sudden awkward silence. "I think she just asked him to help her christen your house." "If they mess around in my bed," Hermione warned, "I'll kill him." The three Gryffindors laughed, and Harry put his arm around Hermione's shoulder. "Don't worry," he reassured her. I put wards on the stairs so Delphi and her little minions can't injure themselves going up. No one's doing anything in any of our bedrooms. Didn't I see a guest room on this level? Neville teased. Oh, shut up, Hermione ordered, rolling her eyes. I think it's lovely that you keep a room on this level for your guests to use when the mood strikes them, Luna chimed in dreamily, her blonde hair tucked into a messy braid over her shoulder. Harry wasn't quite sure how to respond. Thanks, Luna, Hermione said with a smile. And I must say, you and Neville make a darling couple. I'm so glad you've decided to see one another. Another, Neville began, his cheeks flushing. Oh, we aren't. But Luna cut in, Neville and I enjoy one another's bodies. It's wonderful what two good friends can experience together when they explore their boundaries. Not that Neville has too many. Luna. Merlin, Harry said, struggling not to laugh as Neville turned bright red and covered his face with one hand. There's no need to be embarrassed, Neville. You're quite fit, you know. Merlin saggy, please, Luna, stop. Luna, Hermione interrupted, have you seen the garden yet? I'm fairly certain there's a dirigible plum plant, and I've been meaning to owl you about it. Harry watched as his clever girlfriend took the blonde Ravenclaw by the arm and guided her toward the glass doors that led to the back garden. When they disappeared, Neville let out a sigh. She's incorrigible, he said, still blushing. So you're not together? Harry asked, curious. No, Neville replied firmly. Just friends. A little more than friends, Harry teased, amused. Neville shrugged. I respect her. We like each other, but it's not going anywhere. I'm emotionally unavailable. And she's... His voice trailed off. Luna, Harry supplied. She is that. They stood in silence for a few moments until Ron returned, his ears still pink and no Vila girlfriend in sight. Back so soon? Harry said with a grin. I don't remember you being that quick in the showers. Shut up, Scarhead, Ron shot back. My blessed mother found us getting started in the loo. Aurelie's gone. The loo? Neville asked, sounding surprised. You do know there's a bedroom by the library, don't you? No bed yet, Harry contradicted. Ron smirked. If you still need a bed, you're doing it wrong, mate. Do you really want to hear about how Hermione and I... Merlin, no. Neville laughed at the exchange as Ron shifted his attention. Hey, Neville. What about you and Luna? Are you two? Ron waggled his eyebrows suggestively. Just friends, Neville replied quickly. With benefits, Harry chimed in with a grin. Neville punched him lightly on the shoulder. Good on you, mate. Ron said. We're too young for serious relationships, no offense, Harry. It's better to play the field. But Harry noticed how Neville stiffened and glanced across the room at Ginny, who was comfortably settled on Theo's lap. He suspected that Neville was nowhere near the field. If he wasn't mistaken, he was still very much in love with the youngest Weasley sibling. How's the herbology mastery coming along, Neville? Harry asked, hoping to shift the conversation. Neville visibly relaxed at the change of topic. Good. I was working with adult mandrakes the other day, and it went really well. I'm experimenting with them and gillyweed. I have this theory that mandrakes could be cultivated in water under the right conditions, which would add a whole new dimension to their magical properties and their use in potions. I actually meant to write Hermione about it to get her perspective. Harry knew she would have a lot to contribute. She had been an incredibly talented potioneer in school, and he remembered how she liked to read Ars Alchemia to stay current in the field. As Ron asked Neville another question, Harry's gaze drifted to the door where Hermione had disappeared with Luna. She still hadn't returned, but nearby, he spotted Delphi sitting on the couch next to Theo and Ginny. Ginny seemed oblivious to her, focused on nibbling on her boyfriend's ear, while Theo smiled and waved at Delphi. "I'll be right back," Harry said abruptly, not waiting for his friend's responses as he made his way over to where Delphi sat. "Is she bothering you too?" he asked as Delphi sprang to her feet. Harry began to bounce on the sofa cushion. "Not at all," Theo said, his smile wide and cheeks flushed. Harry figured that was inevitable when you had a willing woman on your lap, showering you with attention. "Hello, Jin," Harry said, somewhat awkwardly. Ginny looked up, her gaze unfocused for a moment before it sharpened on him, and she smiled. "Hello," she replied. "I didn't see you there." Theo chuckled. "How could you have, you minx?" He brushed his fingers over her bare upper arm, smiling at her. She practically purred, and Harry felt an overwhelming wave of discomfort wash over him. He tried to convince himself that it didn't matter who was making the display, he would have felt disconcerted regardless. But a small part of him wondered if his unease stemmed from the fact that it was Ginny causing the scene in the corner. Once, she'd been his girlfriend, and it had been his neck she kissed, but never in public like this. Then, a voice in his head reminded him that if he hadn't had a daughter, hell, if there had never been a bloody war, he might not have had to grow up so quickly. It could have been him with a lap full of a wanton woman in public, snogging wildly at every opportunity instead of toilet training a 2-year-old and settling into a career. He wouldn't trade his life for anything, of course, but he couldn't help but wonder if his discomfort was less about Ginny's actions and more about his own inexperience, some deficiency within himself. "Come on, Delphi," Harry said, forcing a smile at the couple before scooping his daughter off the couch. She laughed and squirmed, but he held her fast. "Glad you two could make it," he said, nodding at Theo while trying to ignore the fact that Ginny had returned to burying her face in the man's shoulder. "Our pleasure," Theo replied, grinning. Harry turned his back on them, trying to shake off the feeling that was creeping in. A sudden wave of inadequacy washed over Harry as he made his way back to the kitchen, where Molly Weasley stood by the counters, holding a goblet of wine. "Molly," he greeted her. "Did you get an eyeful over there?" she asked, shooting a quick glare at the couple across the room. Harry let out an awkward laugh and shrugged. "Could you keep an eye on Delphi for me for a minute? I'm going to find Hermione. I think she's in the garden with Luna, and she probably needs a rescue." Molly nodded, wrapping her soft arms around little Delphi and giving her a kiss on the cheek. "With pleasure," she said. Harry smiled gratefully before making his way toward the exit, trying to shake off the sight of Ginny and Theo snogging on his couch. It wasn't his business anymore, and he had no reason to feel uncomfortable about it. Later that night, long after the guests had gone home and the 3 residents of number 4 Ceridwen were asleep, Harry woke with a start. He felt a chilling presence, as if someone were after him, intent on harm. They wanted to kill him, take Delphi, and, oh God, they were going to hurt Hermione. "No!" he shouted, the sound slicing through the night air like a hex. He sat bolt upright in bed, bent over and clutching the spot over his heart. "Delphi," he breathed. "It's okay, Harry, it's just a dream," a soothing voice replied. He recognized it as Delphi's, and felt her hand drawing gentle circles over his bare back. "Hermione?" He glanced to his right and found her sitting beside him, legs crossed beneath her, her silky nightgown pooling around her waist. The moonlight filtered in behind her, casting her features in shadow and making her hair shimmer silver at the edges. "Did something happen?" she asked, pausing for a moment as her shoulders rose and fell with each breath. Finally, she nodded. "Delphi. Is she asleep in her room? I was just there, checking on her. I think I woke you when I climbed back onto the bed." Her voice carried a hint of guilt, and Harry furrowed his brow. "What's wrong? Is it your parents?" "No, everyone is fine, Harry. I promise. We got an owl while you were sleeping. It woke me, screeching at the window." "Oh," he said, his shoulders relaxing for a moment. But then doubt crept in. Who was it? He wiped the sleep from his eyes with the back of his hand and peered at her, trying to discern her expression, but the shadows obscured her face. I don't know, she replied finally. They didn't sign their name. Harry's heart sank. Shit. Harry, they want more money. Lumos. Light burst from the tip of his wand, resting on the nightstand, and he swung his legs over the side of the bed. The hardwood floor felt cold against his feet. The rugs they had ordered from a Muggle shop hadn't arrived yet, but he brushed the discomfort aside. He flicked on his bedside lamp and gestured toward the switch by the door. The overhead light clicked on, flooding the room with harsh fluorescence. Where's the letter? He asked, struggling to keep his voice steady. He knew that this situation, the blackmail, wasn't Hermione's fault. He didn't want to take his frustration out on her. She didn't deserve it, but anger coursed through him, making his hands tremble. I left it on the little table there, Hermione said, pointing to their private sitting area. Harry stepped down from the dais and crossed the room to pick up the parchment. He read the chilling message. 100,000 galleons. You know the drill. You have until the 5th at midnight. Beneath the bold letters, a silver sickle was taped to the parchment. Portkey, Harry muttered, recognizing its significance, untraceable. I was going to show you in the morning, Hermione said. I thought at least one of us should get a decent night's sleep. The bastard wants 10 times what I sent last time, Harry replied, frustration bubbling up. What's changed? Hermione stood up and moved to join him by the coffee table. Greed? Maybe they know you can afford more. Then why not ask for more the first bloody time? Harry snapped, crumpling the note in his hand. Hermione froze beside him, and he cursed under his breath. I'm sorry, he said quickly, it's not you I'm mad at. I know. Her voice was so soft he could barely hear her. Harry looked up, meeting her gaze, and reached out to pull her into a tight hug. I swear, Hermione. I'm not mad at you. I'm sorry if it seems that way. She relaxed into his embrace, and Harry inhaled the scent of her floral shampoo as he tried to sort through his emotions. God, he was so angry. Angry at this anonymous blackmailer and at his own helplessness to protect his child from the threat they posed. He was an Auror. He had defeated Voldemort. He, of all people, should be able to keep his daughter safe from the pain the truth would cause her, and from this invisible, unknowable danger. How could he feel so useless? Harry? Are you crying, love? He shook his head fiercely. The hot streaks on his cheeks weren't tears. He was just angry, that was all. Hermione held him tighter, her arms wrapping around his ribs and pulling him closer. She said nothing, and Merlin, he was grateful for her silent strength, for the solid presence she offered him as he raged inwardly. It took several minutes for him to compose himself. Once he had, he pulled away, wiping his damp face with the back of his hand and clearing his throat. Hermione was kind enough not to look. Harry stared at her until she finally spoke again, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. We'll have to pay it, he said. Hermione nodded in agreement, then hesitated. I think. Her voice trailed off, as if she struggled to find the right words. What? Harry prompted. She frowned, meeting his gaze. I think we need to check in on Raoul. The mere mention of her name made Harry's fists clench in anger. How he loathed her. If something went wrong with your memory charm, she might know. Or at least be able to tell us who else does. Hermione's frown deepened into a scowl, as if just thinking about Raoul soured her mood even more. Harry had to admit she was right. You're right, he agreed, nodding. We have to know. They sat in silence, absorbing their decision, until Hermione spoke again. I'll arrange something with my parents. I'm sure they'll watch Delphi for us soon. We can go then. Harry nodded, raising his hand to press against his temples, trying to ease the headache that was beginning to set in. "Let me help," Hermione offered. She guided him back to the bed and sat him on the edge before climbing up behind him. Her fingers wove through his hair, massaging his scalp and soothing the pain that had been threatening to overwhelm him. "Jesus Christ, where did you learn that?" he asked absent-mindedly. Hermione chuckled softly. "Lavender," she replied. "Sometimes when I couldn't sleep and my tossing and turning kept her up, she'd do it for me." She said it was easier than waking up with bags under her eyes. A pang of regret shot through Harry at the mention of a housemate he hadn't been able to save, but he quickly pushed it aside. "Well, thanks Cersei for lavender," he said. Hermione continued her gentle ministrations for several more minutes until Harry began to feel a bit more relaxed, and the splitting pain in his head began to fade. The headache that had threatened to overwhelm him had finally eased. "Thank you," he said when she finished. Hermione didn't reply. Instead, she placed her hands on his shoulders and kissed the top of his head. The warmth of her body pressed against his back stirred something in Harry. Instinctively, he reached up, grasped her wrist, and gently pulled her hand forward, turning to the side to kiss her palm. A soft, satisfied sound escaped her lips, and Harry felt a rush of desire building within him. It amazed him how much he wanted her, especially after everything they had faced. The way she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed the shell of his ear suggested that she felt the same. What the hell, he thought. Denying this connection wouldn't bring the perpetrator to justice, nor would it change the fact that he carried a secret capable of destroying Delphi's life. Maybe, just maybe, for the time it took to bring Hermione to an ear-splitting climax, he could forget about the weight on his shoulders. "Harry," she whispered, her breath warm against his neck. "Are you sure you want to?" He responded by turning quickly, wrapping his arms around her waist, and pulling her onto his lap so she could feel his desire pressing against her. "Oh," she gasped, her lips slightly parted and inviting. As his gaze drifted down her flushed neck to the thin satin of her nightgown, he noticed the way her nipples were peeking through the fabric, begging for his touch. "I want you," he murmured, leaning in to brush his bearded cheek against hers and placing a soft kiss at the corner of her mouth. "I want to bury myself inside you until I can't remember my own name." She gasped, and he instinctively thrust his hips upward, pressing his hardness between her thighs for a brief moment, feeling the heat radiating from her before she groaned and pushed him back. As Hermione shifted to sit comfortably in Harry's lap, their connection deepened. She playfully traced her fingers over his chest and midsection, a spark of excitement in the air between them. Harry felt a rush of warmth as she leaned closer, their eyes locked in an intense gaze. With a teasing smile, Hermione adjusted herself, creating a sense of closeness that made Harry's heart race. He was captivated by her presence, appreciating every detail of her, from the way her hair framed her face to the gentle curve of her figure. She was radiant, and he couldn't help but admire her beauty. As they moved together, Harry's hands found their place on her hips, guiding her with a mix of tenderness and urgency. Every shift brought them closer, and he was entranced by the way she responded to him. Her laughter filled the air, a sound so delightful it made him forget everything else. In that moment, the world outside faded away, leaving just the two of them in their own bubble of happiness. Hermione nestled against him, her breath warm against his chest, and he wrapped his arms around her, holding her close as they shared soft, contented moments together. The connection they shared was undeniable, filled with joy and a sense of belonging that made everything else seem trivial. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Chapter 33. 173 Depart Lane. October 9th, 1999. The place looked just as she remembered from her dreams. The overgrown front garden was still wild with weeds, and the rose bush by the front door had grown up over the solitary window. The only difference tonight was the absence of the moon, which meant they had to light their wands to see. The sudden glow startled a hare near the porch, sending it dashing away as if its life depended on it. Perhaps it really thought it did. Harry stood beside her, a scowl on his face as he surveyed the patchwork roof and peeling paint of the cottage. "Merlin, this place is a wreck," he said. "It makes me wonder what Raoul actually spent all of Malfoy's gold on." Hermione spotted a garbage bin near the front door, next to the shards of a broken liquor bottle. "Drink, most likely." She took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. "Shall we get on with it?" Harry nodded stiffly. Thank goodness they had managed to get Delphi out of this place when they did. Hermione reminded herself that the girl was happily spoiled at her parents' home, and she would never go hungry again, thanks to her being Delphi's godmother and living with Delphi's father. "You remember the plan?" Harry asked as they reached the front steps. Hermione shot him a withering look. "You mean the one I came up with?" "Sorry. I want everything to go well." "So do I," she replied. "Now, look sharp." With that, she reached out and knocked on the door, her wand held loosely in her hand as she rolled back her shoulders and put on her best imitation of Percy Weasley. Harry tensed beside her, gripping his wand so tightly she feared it might snap. Hermione reached out, brushing her fingertips against Harry's forearm for a brief moment. Just then, the front door swung open, spilling light into the darkness. "Who's there?" came a sharp, gravelly voice from inside. Hermione blinked, letting her eyes adjust to the brightness. Finally, she focused on the figure in the doorway. The woman was tall and heavy-set, her skin sagging at the neck, with graying hair piled atop her head in a greasy bun. In one hand, she held a sherry glass, and on the other, a thick, diamond-encrusted bracelet. There went the mystery of the Malfoy gold. Hermione felt a surge of anger toward the woman. She waited several seconds for Harry to speak, as they had planned, but a quick glance in his direction revealed that he stood so still, he might not have been breathing. "Ms. Rowell?" Hermione finally asked, redirecting her attention to the aging woman in the doorway. "Who's asking?" Rowell's tone was suspicious, prompting Hermione to smile broadly. "My name is Dominica Shafiq. I'm from the Ministry." She gestured toward Harry, whose beard and long hair made him almost unrecognizable. Not many people expected the boy who lived to look like a man. "This is my partner, Aldwin Banks. May we come in?" Euphemia Rowell adjusted her housecoat and cleared her throat. "Orders?" Her assumption was exactly what Hermione had been hoping for. "What do you lot want?" "I told you last time you were here, I don't know about what Thorfinn did. He never came around here." "All the same," Hermione replied with a smile, "we'd appreciate your cooperation." Rowell grunted, hesitating for a moment before stepping aside. "Shafiq, you say?" she asked as Hermione walked past her into the house, with Harry following closely behind. "Are you related to Cambridge Shafiq?" "I'm sure I must be," Hermione answered, pretending to think for a moment, "but growing up in India, my parents rarely spoke about the rest of the family." "Are you a half-blood then?" Rowell sneered. Hermione raised an eyebrow, dismissing the grunt she heard from Harry. "No, Ms. Rowell," she replied. "I'm afraid I'm not. Now, if you don't mind, we have several questions for you." "I already told you I don't know anything," Rowell protested, gesturing around the room and spilling some of her drink onto the carpet. "This place never had anything to do with him. I barely knew the bastard, to be honest. He was younger than me. I was 16 by the time he was born, you know." Hermione hadn't known about the age gap, but she could tell Rowell was lying. The Malfoys had informed Harry that this woman had been a true believer in Voldemort's cause. Even if she hadn't been directly involved, she had still supported her younger brother's activities. "Are you the only person who lives here, Ms. Rowell?" Hermione asked, ignoring the old woman's protests. Rowell made a disgusted sound and nodded, draining her sherry in 2 gulps before setting the glass down on a side table by the front door. "Since my mum died 30 years ago, if you must know," she said, turning to head into the living room. "Come on then." Might as well sit down if you're going to spend all evening probing into my old wounds. Hermione watched as Raoul settled into an armchair, leaving the threadbare sofa open for them. She moved to sit, but Harry remained where he was, biting his lip hard and glaring at the woman. "Come sit, Banks," Hermione urged, tugging his arm once to get his attention. Harry flicked his gaze toward her, his eyes blazing with fury. She pleaded silently with him until, at last, he broke his stare and strode to the sofa, sitting down with his back ramrod straight, not saying a word. Hermione joined him and forced herself to smile at the old woman, who was reaching for a nearby. Raoul raised a bottle to her lips, taking a hearty swig. "Don't mind if I don't offer you any," she said, a smirk playing on her lips. "Have you been in contact with your brother at all?" Hermione asked, determined to stay focused despite Raoul's antics. Raoul's eyes sparkled with malice. "Not since you lot sent him to Azkaban. He's a no-contact prisoner for another 5 years. "You seem upset," Harry interjected, his voice sharp. "I thought you said you barely knew your brother." Raoul sniffed and turned her gaze away. "He's still family. Blood means something. Not that you would know." She shot him a scowl. "Banks. Muggle name, isn't it?" "You don't know anything about me," Harry retorted, but before he could say more, Hermione placed a hand on his arm, urging him to hold back. He was practically vibrating with anger, and she squeezed his forearm as a warning. "I know enough to know you're not from good stock," Raoul spat. "Ms. Raoul," Hermione said, her tone steady and soothing, "do you have any other family your brother might have tried to contact? Cousins, perhaps? Any children?" Raoul narrowed her eyes. "I've never been married." "Small wonder," Harry muttered under his breath, just loud enough for Hermione to hear. "Have you had any wards in the past that your brother might have been acquainted with? Any guests who have stayed in your home?" "I answered all these questions when you people came the first time," Raoul snapped. "My answers aren't changing. What's this really about? Get your kicks harassing poor old women, do you?" "Poor?" Harry hissed, his temper flaring. "Stop," Hermione urged, but Harry was no longer listening. There was a strange energy radiating from him, a force roiling like an ocean in a hurricane. She brushed against it and felt a jolt of magic. "Merlin," she whispered, realizing they needed to get out of there, and fast. "You're wearing at least 10,000 galleons on your wrist, and you expect us to believe you're poor? What are you talking about?" Euphemia scowled, glancing down at her arm. "This thing?" She lifted her wrist, showcasing the diamond-encrusted bracelet. "This isn't real. I found it among my old costume jewelry about a year ago." Harry scoffed in contempt. "You probably bought it after you got a big fat Malfoy payday. You're disgusting. Buying yourself jewelry before you feed a baby." Hermione observed the confusion spreading across Raoul's heavily lined face, realizing in that moment that the woman had no idea what Harry was talking about. If the bracelet was indeed real, she had no memory of purchasing it. Harry's memory charm had worked, and its effects were still in place. Raoul had no recollection of Delphi or the arrangement she had made with the Malfoys. It was as if it had never happened. "We should go," Hermione said abruptly, standing up and giving Harry a pleading look to join her. "I'm sorry for disturbing you, Ms. Raoul." "Hang on a minute," Raoul began. "We're not going anywhere," Harry said, a faint red glow beginning to surround him, crackling in the air. Hermione felt a chill of fear. "You are despicable." Harry moved slowly, standing and stepping toward Raoul, who jumped from her seat in alarm. The loose skin around her neck swayed with her sudden movement. "What you did," Harry continued, "is unforgivable. You'll rot in hell for it." "What are you talking about?" "I haven't done anything." "Exactly." Harry shouted, and Hermione stood in stunned silence as he prowled toward the old woman. "You did nothing. You neglected her, abused her, and left her to die in her own filth. Left her starving and soiled in a goddamned cupboard, freezing under an open window. Hermione's eyes widened in horror. Harry's words hung in the air, a shocking revelation that seemed to widen the chasm between them. Had he truly realized the weight of what he'd just said? Before Hermione could fully process the moment, she noticed Euphemia Rowell's expression shift to one of panic, as if she had just grasped that the man before her posed a genuine threat. "Harry!" Hermione called out, urgency lacing her voice. "She doesn't remember." "Stop it." "It doesn't matter what she remembers," Harry replied, his tone as cold as ice and as hard as granite. "There's no forgiving what she did." "I didn't do it." Rowell shrieked, her voice trembling with terror. "Stop lying." Harry's booming voice echoed through the room, sending the elderly woman to her knees in fear, her body shaking uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and Hermione watched in horror as the crackling energy surrounding Harry seemed to snap inward before erupting outward, unleashing a wave of red light that washed over Rowell and then vanished. A moment later, Rowell's screams filled the air as she collapsed to the floor, convulsing. Hermione stood frozen in stunned silence, her eyes darting to Harry, where she saw shock and terror etched on his face. "Finite!" Hermione shouted, aiming her wand at Rowell. Almost instantly, the woman fell silent, save for her racking sobs and desperate pleas. "What?" Harry started, confusion mingling with his lingering rage. "Go," Hermione ordered firmly, kneeling beside Rowell, whose house dress now bore the evidence of her loss of control. "Hermione." "Get out, Harry," she hissed. "I'll take care of it." "Just go." Harry hesitated, a visible battle raging within him, but after a tense moment, he nodded once and strode from the room, his pace so swift it almost resembled a flight. "Merlin, don't hurt me, please." Rowell begged, still writhing on the ground, attempting to escape Hermione's presence. "Hush," Hermione said softly, trying to infuse her voice with calmness. As much as she wanted to be angry, she recognized the fragility of the moment. Hermione despised what Euphemia Rowell had done to Delphi. As much as she craved some form of revenge, she knew that the witch had no memory of her sins, and it was safer for everyone if it stayed that way. On October 9, 1999, Hermione finally left the dilapidated cottage, having ensured that Euphemia Rowell was soundly asleep in her bed, freshly washed, and blissfully unaware of the chaos that had unfolded in her living room just moments before. Hermione had meticulously checked her charm work with the diagnostic spells she had learned after rescuing Delphi. Once satisfied, she slipped out the front door, leaving it unlocked but firmly shut, and turned to face the garden. Harry was nowhere in sight. Sighing, she walked to the end of the lane, wrapping her traveling cloak tightly around herself. The wind whipped at her as she walked, and in the distance, she heard the mournful call of an augury. Moments later, the rain began to fall. Hermione quickly pulled up her hood, but her hair was already becoming disheveled, and the rain trickled down her neck, soaking her blouse. By the time she reached the apparition point, she was drenched, not bothering to cast an umbrella charm to shield herself. She didn't know who might be watching, there could be muggles around. With a twist, she disapparated, the loud crack echoing in the night as she appeared outside the front gate of the manor house. It was dry in Godric's Hollow that evening, but the wind was sharp, biting at her damp cheeks. What a bloody mess they had made. Their carefully crafted strategy to extract information had gone out the window the moment Harry had laid eyes on Rowell. Hermione cursed herself for not anticipating his visceral reaction to his child's abuser. Things had spiraled far too out of control, and they needed to discuss what had happened. It was a conversation she dreaded. She let out a breath, preparing herself for what lay ahead. Hermione stepped through the gate and walked up the stone path to the front doors. As she placed her hand on the door, the wards responded, swinging open to admit her. She paused in the entryway, listening intently. A faint clink came from the kitchen, prompting her to head in that direction. There, She found Harry sitting on a stool in front of the island, a mug in one hand. "Coffee?" she asked, sliding onto the seat beside him. Harry nodded and took a sip. "May I?" he offered, holding the mug out to her. She leaned in to sniff it, and the rich aroma of fire whiskey wafted up. She wrinkled her nose. On second thought, she handed the drink back to him. "I'm not in the mood for an argument," Harry said, taking another sip before staring at the marble countertop. "I don't want to argue either." "Then what do you want?" He seemed clearly upset, and for a moment, Hermione considered leaving him to his mood. She had never been good at letting things be, though. She recalled a saying that one should never go to bed without resolving an argument. She hoped that advice held true. "I only want to talk." Things were tense at Rowell's. "Don't," Harry interrupted. "I never want to hear that woman's name again." Hermione took a deep breath, biting her lip as she nodded. "Fine, but we still need to discuss what happened." "Harry, you lost control of your magic." He didn't respond, merely taking another sip of his spiked coffee and wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. A scowl darkened his features, and she noticed the back of his neck starting to flush red. "You really have nothing to say to me?" Hermione asked, disbelief creeping into her voice. Harry turned his head slightly to meet her gaze. "What do you want from me?" "I don't want anything. I just want us to stop pretending that everything is okay." "So you'd rather I lose my temper?" "No," Hermione said, her own patience wearing thin. "No, that's not what I want," Harry said sharply, turning back to his drink. "Just come out and tell me what you want me to say." "I'm not interested in talking in riddles tonight." Hermione crossed her arms and let out a sigh. "Fine. You want to know what I want?" "I want to talk about the fact that you accidentally crucioed a woman tonight." Wandlessly. "It wasn't an unforgivable," Harry shot back, his tone defiant. "I'm an Auror, I think I'd recognize a." "Don't lie to me, Harry, and for Circe's sake, don't lie to yourself. You know what it was." Harry fell silent, and Hermione pressed on. "Your emotions were out of control." Her voice trailed off for a moment before she continued. "There's a reason accidental magic is so rare in adults. We learn to control our emotions as we grow, and our magic reacts to that control. We don't often throw temper fits after Hogwarts, and when we do, it isn't because of serious trauma." "Are you saying you think I was throwing a tantrum?" Harry asked, his voice low and dangerous. "No," Hermione replied. "I think it's more likely you were experiencing something akin to post-traumatic stress." "What?" Harry sounded confused, caught off guard. "I think when you attacked her tonight, you weren't just thinking about Delphi." Harry's eyes widened, and he slammed his coffee mug down onto the countertop, dark liquid sloshing over the side. "Delphi is all I could think about," he said, his voice rising. "That monster opened the door, and all I could see was my daughter the night I found her. That bitch was sleeping soundly in her bed, as if she weren't torturing a baby." "A baby, Hermione. She was just a baby. And Rowell couldn't be bothered to feed her properly, or change her bloody nappy, or," his voice broke, "or hold her." Hermione felt her throat tighten, blinking back tears as Harry continued. "You can't just leave a baby there. Alone by themselves, day after day, neglected, unloved." Harry's words trailed off into a whisper, and Hermione felt a painful ache in her heart. "What happened to you was wrong, Harry," she said fiercely, tears brimming in her eyes at the thought. "Me?" Harry looked bewildered. "I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about Delphi." "I know," Hermione replied. "I know that's who you think we're talking about. What happened to her was awful, evil. But Harry, I don't think you would have reacted so strongly tonight under normal circumstances. I don't believe that you're torturing that woman. I didn't mean to." was just about what she did to Delphi. I think this goes deeper, to what your aunt and uncle did to you. The Dursleys? Harry said, disbelief lacing his voice. You think this is about Petunia and Vernon? Hermione nodded, and Harry scoffed in disgust. This is ridiculous. You think my anger over someone hurting my child? You were more than angry. Is an overreaction? That it's all in my head because of my childhood? You're putting words in my mouth, Harry. You're saying enough that I don't have to put anything anywhere. Please calm down. I'm only saying. Saying what? Harry's tone was sharp and furious. Hermione swallowed hard, blinking back the unexpected tears that threatened to spill over. When she spoke again, her voice was soft, almost a whisper. I'm only saying that it has had an effect on you, and if you don't deal with it somehow, it might get worse. Harry let out a cold laugh. Worse, he echoed. How could it get worse? He stood up, carrying his mug to the sink and setting it down with a clang. Vernon is dead, he said, turning his back to Hermione. It's not like he can hurt me anymore. And Petunia lives across a goddamn ocean. I don't care about either of them. Then why did you mention the cupboard? Harry froze at Hermione's question, slowly turning to face her with his arms crossed defensively and his shoulders slightly hunched. What are you talking about? He asked. When we were at her house, when you were shouting at her. You said she left Delphi starving in a cupboard. But she wasn't in a cupboard when you found her, Harry. She was in the kitchen. Hermione kept her voice calm, trying to appear non-threatening. The shock on Harry's face made her want to rush to him, to wrap her arms around him and hold him close, but she knew that would be a mistake in the middle of this conversation. No, I didn't. I wouldn't have said that, Harry insisted, shaking his head. You misheard me. No, Hermione replied, her tone firm. I didn't. Harry's mood soured further, and he scowled at her. So what if I did? Even if it happened, it was obviously a mistake. I know where she was when I found her. I'm not stupid. Hermione sighed. No one's saying that, Harry. I think that seeing Raoul just brought up a lot of emotions you've done a great job of keeping locked away. Seeing how Delphi was treated by that woman reminded you of how you were treated when you were little. It's different, Harry said, his anger rising. The Dursleys never abused me, not like that. Hermione gave him a look that she hoped didn't come off as pitying, but conveyed her disbelief. Oh, Harry, she said gently. It's all right to be angry at them. I just think, maybe you would benefit from seeing someone who might be able to help you channel that anger and manage any future bursts of accidental magic when you're triggered by something. You think I need to see a mind healer? Harry exclaimed, incredulous. Because I lost my temper with a woman who nearly murdered my daughter? No, Harry, you're twisting my words, I think, but Harry cut her off. Harry couldn't let her explain herself, his anger boiling over. Look, Hermione. It's not my fault you can't see that evil hag for what she really is. I couldn't just sit there and let her get away with what she's done. You'd understand that if you really loved Delphi the way I... Excuse me? Hermione interrupted, her voice sharp. Are you implying what I think you're implying? Harry, too upset to think clearly, shrugged. I was trying to protect Delphi, and you just kept pretending nothing was wrong. Maybe the real problem here is that you weren't angry enough. Hermione froze, shaking with rage. How dare you, she hissed. How bloody well dare you? Harry blushed but stood his ground, breathing heavily. For your information, Hermione shot back, I love Delphi more than I love life itself. I might even love her more than I love you right now, Harry Potter. I would die for that girl. I'd kill for her. Suddenly, she stood up from her stool, sending it clattering to the hardwood floor. We're done with this conversation, she declared, striding toward the front door. "Hermione," Harry called as she reached for the door handle. He watched her glare back at him, a fierce look in her eyes. "Don't you ever," she began, cutting off whatever he had been about to say, "accuse me of not caring for Delphi again. Never." With that, she opened the door, stepped outside, and slammed it behind her as she marched through the front garden toward the gate. In an instant, she apparated away, leaving Harry staring at the empty space she had occupied. Chapter 34, The Ministry of Magic. October 15, 1999. Inside the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, near the Auror bullpen, there was a room that Aurors had been lobbying for decades to have. It was in this candlelit locker room that Harry stood beneath the spray of a hot shower, trying to wash away the sting of a rough first day back in the field. "That's a nasty bruise." Harry turned off the water and ran a hand through his hair, sweeping it back from his face. He looked up to see Ron leaning against a row of lockers, arms crossed, his uniform as pristine as ever. "I've had worse," Harry replied, grabbing a towel from a hook beside the shower and wrapping it around his waist. Water dripped from his long hair down his back, the cool trickle soothing against his tender skin. "I'm well aware," Ron laughed, stepping aside to let Harry access his locker. "Hermione's going to ride you for that later, you know." Harry snorted. It had been a while since Hermione had fussed at him, and honestly, he would have welcomed her chiding. She hadn't exactly been ignoring him, but her anger over his behavior had lingered since she returned with Delphi that evening. Even after he had admitted she was right about his reaction and agreed to see a mind healer, the tension hadn't eased. He pulled a t-shirt over his head, wincing as pain rippled through his shoulders. "What is it? Trouble in paradise?" Harry shrugged instinctively, winced again, and then replied, "You know Hermione." Ron chuckled. "Damn right I do. Is she having a snit?" Harry shot him a warning look, but Ron just rolled his eyes. "Has she attacked you with birds yet?" "No," Harry said firmly. "Then again, I haven't led her on and then snogged another girl in front of her." Ron simply grinned wider. "What did you do?" "None of your goddamned business." "Business," Harry said, pulling on his pants and letting the sodden towel drop to the floor. "Besides, I apologized for what I did." "And she's still angry?" Ron asked. Harry nodded once. "Did you bring her flowers?" "Flowers?" Harry replied skeptically. "You sure it was Hermione Granger you dated?" "It's what my dad brings my mum when he's messed up. She always goes all starry-eyed and—" "Hermione doesn't like flowers," Harry interrupted. "Not the ones that die." Ron held up his hands in mock surrender. "Your call. I was just suggesting." He watched Harry for a few seconds before asking, "Off to see her now?" Harry picked up the towel after getting dressed and rubbed it over his hair vigorously before tossing it onto a bench. "No," he finally said. "She's out tonight with some friends." "You weren't invited?" "Girls only," Harry clarified. "Besides, I've got to get Delphi. I'm watching Teddy too, actually. Going to give Andromeda a weekend to herself for once." "Uh-huh. What?" Harry asked through gritted teeth. Ron shrugged, but he looked so amused that Harry wanted to punch him. "Spit it out." "I'm just wondering," Ron said, "whether you realize how pitiful you sound right now." "I beg your pardon." "Hermione's gone," Ron said, his voice pitched unnaturally high to poke fun at Harry. "And I'm watching the children. By the way, have you seen my testicles? I seem to have misplaced them." "Shut up, you prat," Harry said, flinging the soggy towel from the bench at Ron's face. "It's not pitiful to take care of my own bloody kids. Teddy's my godson." "No," Ron said, sounding more serious now. "You're a good father. But you're also wallowing over whatever the hell is going on between you and Hermione. It's like fifth year all over again with your angst lately." "I'm not angsty," Harry argued, feeling offended. Ron folded his arms across his chest and gave Harry a disbelieving look. Harry hesitated, searching for the right words. I realized I have a lot of my own personal stuff to work through. Ron tilted his head, his expression earnest and curious. Like about the Dursleys, Harry added quickly, avoiding eye contact. There was silence for several long seconds before Ron spoke again, his voice even and serious. One of my worst memories from before the war was rescuing you from Privet Drive, he said. Harry looked up, shocked, as Ron continued. It wasn't that I wasn't glad we got you out of there, mate, but I had nightmares sometimes afterward. I dreamed that my parents had put bars on my windows and left me in my room without food. I don't think I realized how messed up that was until years later, but it was always uncomfortable to think about. I didn't realize, Harry admitted. Ron shook his head and shrugged. You wouldn't have. It was all you had until you had us. You didn't know it wasn't normal. You were a kid. And I'm really glad that you're getting to a point where you're ready to work it all out in your head. Hermione and we worried about you. Harry began to understand that his friends had always wanted what was best for him and had known his struggles more intimately than he had. Thanks, he said. Yeah, of course. Ron sighed and stood up straight. I should probably get. But before he could finish, a silvery Patronus burst into the room. The swan was graceful and lovely, and when it spoke, Harry recognized the thick French accent at once. Harry, you must come to retrieve Hermione, Fleur's voice said. She is not well. The message ended with a burst of giggles, and Harry stared blankly at the spot where the swan had stood. Was she upset? Ron asked, looking amused now. I think. So, Harry said, just as shocked as Ron. I guess I need to go. Good luck, mate, Ron laughed, clapping Harry on the back. He quickly apologized when Harry swore at the sudden pressure on his bruised flesh. The Leaky Cauldron, October 15, 1999. Hermione? Merlin, how had she never realized how artistic gum could be? As she lay beneath the long wooden table, she traced the patterns of multicolored chewing gum that had accumulated on the underside over the years. What flavor had that been, she wondered. The table was practically a canvas, and the way it spun above her highlighted the hard work of a generation of gum chewers. Hermione, get out from under the table. Ugh, she groaned. Looking away from the chewing gum masterpiece was enough to set her off again, and she felt another wave of nausea roiling in the pit of her stomach. Come on, you, said a firm voice. She felt a pair of hands wrap around her upper arms, hoisting her out from beneath the table and onto the sticky plank floor of the Leaky Cauldron. Angelina, could you please stop swaying like that? Hermione asked. The woman grinned, but from Hermione's angle, it looked more like a grimace. You're pissed. I don't get pissed, Hermione protested. Plastered? Smashed? Wasted? Hermione replied, shaking her head. Well, Angelina put her hands on her hips. Whatever you are, Fleur just sent word to Harry to come collect you. Hermione's gaze, which had been darting from one light to another in the room, suddenly focused on Angelina, who was staring down at her with one arched eyebrow and a smug expression. You're enjoying this, Hermione accused. It's not often I get the chance to be the responsible friend, Angelina winked. Come on now, sit here. She helped Hermione stabilize on her thin, strappy high heels for a moment before sitting her down. Now, you wait here for Harry while I go full of George, Angelina said, directing Hermione to the nearest bench. I don't want to wait for him, Hermione grumbled, standing up shakily and bracing herself against the table. Angelina leaned in, gently taking Hermione by the shoulders and guiding her back down. Sit, she ordered, before heading across the room to where Fleur stood, giggling with a voice that seemed unnaturally high. Was that Bill standing protectively by her side, wrapping an arm around her waist and glaring at the men who had gathered around the silver-blonde beauty. Where had he come from? At that moment, Hermione lost track of Angelina. Not wanting to be left waiting at the bar forever, she stood up again. Merlin, when had her high heels become so wobbly? She leaned down and fumbled with the buckle for a moment before finally managing to pull the strap over her heel. She did the same with the other shoe, holding them both in one hand as she began to walk toward the open pub door. Where had everyone gone? The night air felt cool against her skin, and Hermione suddenly remembered she had left her jacket inside. Turning to go back, she was startled to find herself facing a building she didn't recognize. Where was she? She had thought the door leading out of the leaky cauldron would take her to Diagon Alley, but this looked like Muggle London. How was she supposed to apparate with Muggles milling about? For that matter, how was she supposed to apparate at all? Destination, desire, and development? Delinquency? Swishing her cloak around herself, she stumbled into a storefront. A middle-aged man passing by glanced at her, then quickly averted his eyes as he continued on his way. She heard someone whistle and closed her eyes, taking a moment to collect herself. Hermione. Her eyes flew open. Harry? She whispered his name, unsure if she had really heard him. Hermione. Definitely. Hermione groaned as she pushed herself back to her feet. Where had Harry come from? Determining the direction of his voice, she turned her back on it and continued down the street. As she walked, she realized she had somehow lost her shoes, but she refused to turn back to look for them. The last thing she wanted right now was to talk to Harry. In fact, she didn't even want to see him. She had accepted Fleur and Angelina's invitation for a girls' night out to escape her annoyance with him. How dare he intrude on her evening? There you are, someone said behind her, sounding relieved. Hermione, slow down. It was Harry. She kept walking. Behind her, the boy who was annoying sighed and followed her. Hermione made a frustrated sound and whirled to face him. She held out a finger, unable to recall where she'd left her wand, and poked him in the chest. Leave me be, she demanded, then walked past him in the general direction of the leaky cauldron. He followed, his heavy work boots thudding against the pavement with every step. You're a terrible sneaker, Hermione called over her shoulder. I'm not trying to sneak, he replied, and she could almost hear the amusement in his voice. Good. Because you're bad at it. You'd make a terrible Auror. Would I? Definitely. She continued on her way, stumbling over something in the middle of the walkway. She heard Harry chuckle and felt a warm arm wrap around her from behind, preventing her from landing flat on her face. These yours? He asked, dangling a pair of familiar-looking strappy high heels in front of her. She snatched them away and sat down to put them on. Harry watched, his jaw dropping. Hermione, stand up, he said, I can see your... Suddenly, someone across the street whistled, and Harry turned, his expression thunderous as he shouted back, Fuck off, you arsehole. Hermione glanced down and noticed her short skirt had ridden up her thighs, bunched at her hips, and exposed her undergarments to the world. She cursed under her breath, stumbling as she yanked her hem down. With only one shoe on, she was determined not to showcase her knickers again, so she pressed on, Harry trailing close behind, simmering in silence. His irritation only fueled her annoyance. What right did he have to be upset? He was the one who had insulted her and then completely ignored the hurt he caused. She had every reason to be furious, and he should be the one begging for her forgiveness, not sulking behind her. Finally, Hermione reached the front of the leaky cauldron. She pushed through the door, intent on reaching the flue, but before she could take more than a few steps, Harry stood in her path, a solid wall of muscle and messy black hair. Get out of my way, she demanded, her gaze fixed on his jaw. Hermione, please look at me. No. He sighed, then said, Look, I've brought you something. He held out a vial of neon yellow liquid that Hermione recognized instantly. Is that sober up? He nodded. No thanks, she replied, fully aware that she sounded belligerent. I worked hard for this buzz. Harry snorted. Buzz? Hermione, you're completely plastered. So what if I am? Are you going to accuse me of something else? Not taking things seriously? Not being a fit guardian for my own bloody goddaughter? What? To his credit, Harry looked genuinely appalled at the suggestion. Is he bothering you, girl? A voice called from behind her. Too right he is, she retorted, pushing past the stranger. She didn't hear what was said once they were out of her view, but soon Harry was back at her side, pulling her by the arm down a hall and into a storage room near the loo, which he shut firmly behind him. She didn't argue much on the way. She wasn't seriously concerned about what was coming next. Hermione might have complained about the smell once they were inside, and Harry frowned at her. You'll get over it, he said, pulling out the sober-up potion again. Take this. Please. Hermione squinted at the vial through half-closed eyes. After deciding the amount wouldn't completely ruin her mood, she nodded and downed the potion in one go. The effect was immediate. The room stopped spinning, and her thoughts began to form coherent sentences again. The queasiness in her stomach faded, and the pleasant floating sensation disappeared, leaving her feeling slightly tipsy but otherwise all right. She hated it. Happy? She asked bitterly. Harry was watching her, his jaw tense and teeth gritted. Feel better? Worse, Hermione replied. What were you thinking? Her eyes narrowed. I don't believe that's any of your business, she shot back defiantly. Like hell it isn't. You're my girlfriend. We live together. And I find you so drunk you can barely walk, wandering around Muggle London without shoes? I needed to blow off steam, Hermione argued. I was perfectly safe. Angelina and Fleur were. Back at the pub. Fleur left with Bill already, and Angelina was frantic because she couldn't find you. Harry's frustration was evident now, and for a moment, Hermione felt a twinge of guilt. But she quickly pushed that feeling aside, fueled by her own anger. Why do you care? She spat. It's not like you think very highly of me, after all. Not as if what the hell are you talking about? He asked, confusion crossing his face. Hermione didn't care. The anger and hurt she had been holding onto for the past week bubbled to the surface, and she felt no urge to suppress it. You told me, she hissed, that I didn't love Delphi as much as you do. You expect me to just forget that without an apology? She's a daughter to me. I love her just as much as you do, Harry. I was there the moment she came into your life. I have just as much claim to her and love for her as you do, and I won't be treated like I'm some threat to. Before she could continue, Harry pulled her close and covered her mouth with his hands gripping her tightly. At first, she struggled against him, but soon, she found herself overwhelmed by his kiss. He tasted like heaven, and it was so unfair how good he smelled and felt. She punched him in the stomach, and he doubled over, releasing her. Don't you kiss me like that. She shouted. Like you're trying to shut me up. I wasn't trying to shut you up, you daft drunk, he replied, rubbing his stomach where her fist had made contact. I was happy. Happy? Happy that she'd told him off. You don't get to be happy when I'm so miserable. You owe me an apology, Harry Potter. I thought I had apologized. He said. I told you I was wrong, that I was sorry for reacting poorly to seeing a mind healer, Hermione interrupted. But you never apologized for saying I didn't care about Delphi. Don't you see? That's what I've been upset about, not your stupid, obstinate refusal to do what's in your own best interest. That girl is my daughter, Harry. And you just acted as if she were some afterthought too. He kissed her again, and she pushed him away. Stop kissing me. she shouted. But Harry was grinning, and he looked like he was on the verge of laughter. "I'm sorry," he said, you called her your daughter." She had. It felt so right she barely noticed how awkward it must have been for him, considering they weren't properly. "Marry me." When she looked back at him, he was sinking down to one knee, pure joy on his face that she hadn't been expecting. "Excuse me. I'm sorry for what I said. I was stupid," he began. "Thoughtless and wrong. And I love you." Harry grinned, but Hermione couldn't tell if the moment was real or just a figment of a drunken hallucination. "Ouch. What was that for?" he exclaimed, rubbing his jaw where she had landed a punch. Hermione's knuckles throbbed. "Shit," she muttered, shaking her hand instinctively as the pain radiated through her. "I'm sorry, Harry. I wasn't sure this was real." "Christ," he murmured, still rubbing his jaw as he looked up at her through dark lashes. His eyes sparkled a brilliant green, filled with amusement, love, and a hint of bruised ego. In that moment, she realized it was really Harry kneeling before her, that he loved her, and she wanted to kiss him more than she wanted her next breath. His smile spread slowly, like the dawn breaking, and as she watched it bloom, a matching expression grew on her own face. "I don't want you to answer me now," Harry said finally, "because I'm not convinced you're not still smashed, but I want to marry you, Hermione. It doesn't have to be today, or tomorrow, or even this year, but..." He reached into his cloak pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. "I've been carrying this thing with me for almost a month now, and I'd love nothing more than to see it on your finger. I want to spend a lifetime with you, to hear Delphi call you Mum, and to be able to call you my wife." Before he could finish, she kissed him, leaning down to wrap her arms around his neck and pulling him up to stand with her. She savored his lips, licking and sucking, reveling in the taste of him. Things escalated quickly after that kiss. Hands roamed, and the knickers she had been so embarrassed about earlier dropped to the floor. Harry knelt before her, making her see stars instead of the cobwebs that filled the dingy storage closet. First, his fingers worked their magic, talented and nimble, followed by his tongue, which quickly sent her spiraling into bliss. In a moment charged with emotion, Hermione felt the depth of Harry's love for her, dispelling her earlier doubts. Standing tall, Harry leaned in close, his voice a gentle whisper that sent shivers down her spine. "You're incredible, Hermione. I want you to know how much you mean to me." Her heart raced as she leaned in, sharing a kiss that spoke volumes of their connection. As their chemistry ignited, Hermione found herself lost in the moment, her mind swirling with desire. Harry's playful demeanor brought a smile to her face as he encouraged her to express her feelings. "What is it that you truly want?" he asked, his eyes sparkling with mischief. With a breathless reply, she admitted, "I want to feel everything with you." Harry's grin widened, and he continued to tease, drawing out her words. "Be specific," he urged, making her blush with both excitement and shyness. In that intimate space between them, Hermione gathered her courage. "I want to feel you close to me," she replied softly, her heart pounding. Harry responded with tender attentiveness, making sure to listen to her every wish. As they navigated this shared experience, their laughter and whispers filled the air, creating a bubble of warmth and connection. Hermione felt a wave of joy wash over her, knowing they were both invested in this journey together. With each passing moment, they ventured deeper into their feelings, their bond strengthening as they explored the beauty of their relationship. And as they drew closer, the world around them faded away, leaving just the two of them in a realm of shared affection and understanding. As he pressed against her, moving in a rhythm that felt both familiar and exhilarating, that delicious pressure began to build once more. She whimpered as the sensation intensified, her body soaring higher with each moment. Then, overwhelmed by the wave of pleasure, she sobbed aloud, feeling herself quiver around him, her entire world collapsing and expanding in a rush that was both disconcerting and deeply satisfying. When he finally withdrew, Her thighs glistened with the evidence of their shared pleasure, and her eyes were hazy with contentment. Holy hell, she breathed, finally managing to gather her thoughts into something coherent. Harry chuckled softly into her hair, then nuzzled her cheek. You're perfect, he said, pausing to wrap his arms around her tightly, his heartbeat thudding against her chest. And I am so sorry for what I said. You have to know I don't think. I know, she replied, feeling a weight lift from her. A wonderful happiness replaced it, and she smiled up at him. I know. Chapter 35. For Ceridwen Court, Godric's Hollow. October 31st, 1999. Sunday was a visiting day. If Harry, Hermione, and Delphi weren't at the Granger home, they were at the Burrow with the Weasleys, all of whom were thrilled to hear about the young couple's engagement. Molly had been eager to hear the romantic story, and when she asked where the proposal had taken place, Hermione had said, at home, just as Harry stammered, her parents' house. This left Molly understandably confused. We agreed to become engaged at home, Hermione quickly clarified, cutting Harry off before he could say anything more. But he actually proposed in front of my parents. Molly looked skeptical but let the matter drop. Unfortunately for them, Arthur didn't. Well, that's romantic. I proposed in bed, he said, waggling his brows. Arthur. Molly exclaimed, her cheeks turning as red as her hair. This particular Sunday, however, the residents of 4 Ceridwen Court decided to skip the traditional Samhain celebration at the Burrow and enjoy a quiet day at home, followed by some light trick-or-treating. Given the significance of the day, both the Weasley clan and the Grangers understood and left the young couple and their child to their own devices. That's how Harry found himself standing in the center of his family room, wearing nothing but cozy pajama bottoms and a white sheet draped around his torso. Stand still, Hermione chided from her spot on the rug in front of him. Normally, Harry would have enjoyed the view of his girlfriend on her knees, but as she held a handful of very sharp objects close to his bare skin, he felt more anxious than aroused. I haven't moved, Harry replied. Not since the last time you, ouch. Will you stop doing that? Hush, Hermione said, jabbing him once more with the straight pin until she successfully affixed it to the pleat she was working on. There, all done. Hermione furrowed her brow. Did you really have to bleed on your costume? It's tough to get bloodstains out of white fabric. You stuck me, Harry reminded her in disbelief. It was an accident, she dismissed, then rose to her feet, drawing her wand from her nest of curls and pointing it at his waist. Tergio, she said, leaning down to inspect the stain. She had to cast the charm 2 more times before she was satisfied. Once finished, she conjured a full-length mirror against the nearest wall before stowing it away again. Harry stepped forward to inspect her handiwork. The sheet was draped artfully over one of his shoulders, wide pleats giving it the appearance of an actual garment rather than something his overly eager fiancée had stripped off the bed just an hour before. This is supposed to be Greek, he asked skeptically. Obviously, it's not an exact replica, Hermione sounded a bit testy now. But it's as close as we're going to get before it's time to go out. You can see half my chest, Harry complained. And what a fine chest it is, she teased. Hermione. Honestly, Harry, you can wear a shirt underneath if that would make you more comfortable. Hermione rolled her eyes and pulled her wand back out. Now stand still so I can stitch it all together and take out those pins. Wait till I get it. Suchary exegesis. He flinched, but Harry barely felt the thread shoot out of Hermione's wand as it brushed against his skin and wove itself into the fabric of the bedsheet toga. There, Hermione said triumphantly. A proper ancient Greek. You could be Odysseus. She giggled. Or Orestes. What about you? Harry asked, looking back at her. Where's your costume? That's for me to know and you to pant over later, she replied with a wink. Daddy. Delphi's voice echoed through the house, announcing the arrival of their little princess. Hermione awoke from her slumber. "I'll get her," she said instantly, springing to her feet and tucking her wand back into the messy bun atop her head. "Can you run downstairs and grab the bag I left on the dining room table? It has her costume inside." Harry nodded in agreement, and as Hermione disappeared down the hallway toward Delphi's bedroom, he made his way down the stairs to the main floor. The house had come together beautifully since they moved in. Hermione's help in picking out the furniture had been invaluable. She had an eye for luxury that Harry could never hope to replicate. The overstuffed recliners he would have chosen had been replaced by sleek yet comfortable sofas that complemented the interesting, though not overly flashy, rugs. The longer they lived there, the more items seemed to appear when Harry wasn't looking. He had teased Hermione about how she seemed intent on spending what would have gone toward her rent on expensive-looking vases and artwork by artists he'd never heard of. She would just shrug and smile, burying her nose in one of the many books she always kept close by. In the dining room, Harry found the costume right where Hermione had said it would be. He opened the bag, grimacing at the excessive amount of tissue paper wrapping the garment before closing it again and heading back upstairs. "There you are," Hermione said as she emerged from the loo, a tousled Delphi in tow. The little girl, still grumpy from having been forced to nap while her adults were having fun, frowned at Harry before dramatically flinging herself onto a large reading chair in the corner of the room. "Hello, Delphi," Harry said, handing the costume to Hermione, who shrugged and began unwrapping it. "No hello," Delphi mumbled into the upholstery. Harry tried hard to suppress a smile but ultimately failed. Still, he remained quiet as he approached the little girl, dropping to his knees beside her. Harry settled beside her chair and asked gently, "Did you have any dreams while you were sleeping?" "No," she replied, turning her head slightly to press her cheek against the seat, allowing her to face him. Harry took a moment to study her features, the long lashes framing her solemn gray eyes, the smooth curve of her cheek. "Would you like Daddy to show you the bubbles again?" Her eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded enthusiastically, still remaining in her spot. Harry drew his wand and pointed it upward. Soon, a stream of bubbles in various shapes and sizes began to float from the tip of his wand. Ethereal hearts, stars, and moons danced into the air before gently landing around her on the seat. Delphi smiled as she watched them, rolling onto her back and reaching up with both hands to catch the falling bubbles. "Moocorn," she exclaimed, and with a flick of his wand, Harry conjured a tiny bubble unicorn. It galloped in a circle before popping right in front of her. He cherished these moments, they soothed his soul to see her happy and well cared for. When she smiled, he could see pieces of himself in her, he could also see Hermione. Riddle and Lestrange had never smiled like that, he was sure of it. That joy had come from him, and thank goodness for that. Seeing the mind healer, as Hermione had suggested, had opened his eyes to the many paths his life could have taken, not just the what-ifs of the war but also the shadows of his own childhood and personality. He realized how easily he could have become the delinquent the Dursleys had painted him to be. If it hadn't been for Ron, Hermione, and the Weasleys, he wasn't sure he would have held on during the dark moments in the Department of Mysteries when Voldemort had tried to possess him. Visiting Healer de Villiers was painful. He was forced to confront truths he had willfully ignored for most of his life, but it was also liberating. He was free to see his daughter not as an extension of his past but as her own bright, beautiful self. His own path, one he needed to protect for now, but ultimately, it was hers to shape into the person she wanted to be. He was beginning to understand that his experiences with the Dursleys were far from normal. Not every orphan was locked in a cupboard and starved. Not every child grew up hearing that they were loathsome and wrong. Not every boy was forced to compete with a cousin who should have been his best friend, left to suffer whenever that cousin pleased. It was wrong. Everything that had happened to him was wrong, and what had happened to Delphi was wrong too. But he realized he didn't have to let those experiences control him. "More Moocorn, Daddy." Delphi's giggle pulled him from his thoughts, and a smile spread across his face. "Come here, darling," Hermione called from the makeshift seamstress's shop set up in the center of her office. "I've got your costume ready." Harry watched as Delphi quickly hopped off her seat, her face lighting up with excitement as she dashed toward her godmother. He took a moment to appreciate Hermione, noting how she beamed while interacting with the girl. She looked stunning like that. Not that she wasn't beautiful every day, but in that moment, with Delphi, she positively glowed. A tinkling laugh brought his attention back, and he turned to see Delphi twirling in a shimmering gold dress, more extravagant than anything he had ever seen. A long horn sat on her forehead, just beneath a golden coronet. "Moocorn Princess," she shouted gleefully. "Would you look at that?" Harry said, feigning surprise. Someone let a unicorn foal into the house. "Hermione, was that you?" Delphi giggled. "Certainly not," Hermione replied, her smile broadening. "It must have wandered in. Perhaps it's lost." "You're a long way from the forest, little unicorn," Harry said, scooping Delphi up and twirling her around. "Where's your mummy unicorn? Have you seen her? Did you wander away from her?" "No," Delphi giggled, leaning back and pointing toward Hermione. "Mummy right there." Hermione's eyes widened in shock for a moment, and Harry paused to watch her. Soon, a blush crept across her cheeks, followed by a radiant, satisfied smile that she tried to hide. "I see," Harry said to Delphi. "You're right. I'm not sure how I could have missed her." "Mummy?" He turned his attention to Hermione. "Would you like your baby unicorn back?" Hermione blinked rapidly, brushing her fingertips beneath her eyes before clearing her throat and nodding. "Certainly," she replied, adding a dramatic flair for Delphi's sake. For whatever would a mummy unicorn be without her little foal? "Not foal," Delphi corrected. "Princess." "Forgive me." Hermione's voice turned solemn as she met the girl's reproachful gaze. "Her princess unicorn." "Okay," said Delphi, wriggling back down to the floor. "We get candy now." "Daddy, Mummy, get candy for Moocorn Princess." Harry laughed. "How does she know she's getting candy tonight?" Hermione shrugged. "I may have extolled the virtues of trick-or-treating to convince her she needed a nap to preserve her energy. What would your parents think?" Harry teased. "My parents sugar Delphi up every chance they get. They've no room to disapprove." "Right," said Harry. "Are we ready then?" Hermione looked pointedly at his legs, still clad in denim jeans. "Not very authentic, are they?" she asked dryly. Harry sighed. "Go change, and I'll take these off. I look forward to the view." "Go get candy now," interrupted Delphi. "Moocorn Princess eat candy. I hungry." Hermione laughed, and Harry watched her go, cursing the fact that he had agreed to let her dress him for the holiday and wondering just how breezy it was going to be beneath his costume. Bed sheet toga. Godric's Hollow, October 31st, 1999. A bed sheet, no matter how cleverly repurposed, offered little protection against the elements, especially on a cold night like this one. Harry swore under his breath, watching Delphi prance up another set of steps beside Hermione. He leaned down, rubbing his palms over his bare legs, trying to generate some warmth through friction. Honestly, he wondered how his body hadn't completely frozen yet, feeling like his parts might drop off like shriveled figs onto the hard earth below. If only he'd thought to cast a warming charm back at the house. But surrounded by muggles, it would be madness to draw his wand. "All right there, Harry." Hermione called out, amusement evident in her voice as she descended the front steps of the cottage they had visited, Delphi's hand clasped in her own. "It's bloody cold out," he replied, shivering slightly. Hermione, who had remembered her warming charm, just smiled smugly. Harry couldn't begrudge her the comfort of a well-placed spell, especially when it allowed her to stroll about in a thin, ankle-length toga of her own. When she had first appeared at the top of the steps as they left their home, he had, for a brief moment, thought that Aphrodite herself had come to bless him. The flowing white of her robe practically glowed against her smooth, tanned skin, and the artfully conjured jewels in her upswept hair sparkled in the moonlight. "Who are you?" he had asked, breathless with awe. "Hermione," she replied, her lips curving into a smile. "No, I meant." "I know what you meant," she interrupted, a playful glint in her eyes. "I'm Hermione, daughter of Helen of Troy and Menelaus." And then she had smirked. Merlin, she looked perfect, a vision in white that made his imagination run wild with thoughts of caressing her, disrobing her, and whispering all sorts of very inappropriate things as he turned her around. But just then, Harry was pulled from his daydream. Harry watched as a gaggle of children dashed past, their costumes brushing against him as they swarmed up the steps of the cottage, pillowcases and plastic jack-o'-lanterns at the ready. "Chocolate?" he asked, looking back at Hermione just as Delphi reached him and wrapped an arm around his leg. Hermione held out a small piece of candy in a colorful wrapper, offering it to him. He shook his head. "No thanks. Are we nearly done? I think my toes are beyond saving now. If frostbite was what you were waiting for." "Not done," Delphi piped up, scowling at him with a thunderous expression. Harry sighed. "I think you've been overruled." Hermione's voice was mild but clearly amused. "Is this how it's always going to be? You girls ganging up on me?" Hermione leaned in and planted a quick kiss on the tip of his nose. "Only if you're very lucky." They continued on their way, stopping at several more houses before Harry realized where they were. Across the street, he spotted Bathilda Bagshot's old home, now well kept with a new family in residence. Just beyond it, his gaze fell on the ruin of his family's cottage, and for a moment, he felt as if he couldn't breathe. A warm, firm hand entwined with his, giving a reassuring squeeze that sent warmth coursing up his arm and enveloping his whole body. "Better?" Hermione asked softly. Harry nodded, looking down at her and smiling. "Much. I didn't know you could do that wandlessly." She shrugged. "Are you okay? I know historically tonight has never been." "I'm fine," he interrupted, watching as Delphi made her way up yet another set of steps, determined to reach the doorbell and claim her prize. "All right," Hermione said quietly. Harry sighed heavily and looked back at her. "Sorry. It's hard for me to, talk about this sort of thing. I appreciate you asking." Acknowledging his pain, something his mind healer had insisted was essential for healing and connection, felt incredibly awkward. But Hermione deserved honesty. She was his best friend, and soon, she would be his wife. The least he could do was be open with her. "You don't have to talk about it," she offered gently, "if you don't want to." "I don't want to," Harry replied, his voice firm. "But I should. It helps. Sometimes." "This time?" Hermione asked, her tone remarkably neutral. Harry shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe? Daddy." "Lolly." Delphi called, running back to them with a brightly colored sweet, waving it like a wand. "Brilliant," he praised, and together they headed to the next house, moving one step closer to the cottage where he had been orphaned. "Are you ready to go home?" Hermione asked, and Harry felt the urge to take her up on it grow stronger. He wanted to flee, to run until he could hide in his office with a solid cup of fire whiskey to drown out the anxiety creeping over him. But instead, he shook his head. "Delphi's having far too much fun to cut this short," he said. "Besides, it's just an old house. It can't be worse than the last time we saw it." He forced a smile. "Considering the last time we were on the run and about to be devoured by a giant snake, that's hardly reassuring," Hermione quipped. Harry laughed, feeling some of the tension melt away as he reached out for Delphi's hand again. Together, they moved toward the next cottage. "I did enjoy the graffiti, though," he said, watching as Delphi toddled up the short steps and stood on her tiptoes to ring the bell. It was encouraging. I wonder what it will say this time, now that the war is won. Oh, Harry, Hermione said, her voice rising in a playful imitation of some unknown character. You're such a stud. Leave Granger and come find me. I'll make you see stars. Harry chuckled, glancing back to ensure Delphi was still safe. She was happily sifting through a bowl of sweets, determination etched on her face. Turning back to Hermione, he leaned in closer and whispered, "They'd have a hell of a time convincing me to leave you. Now that I've seen exactly what the prim and proper Miss Hermione Granger is capable of, I'm not sure the stars would be much of an incentive at all." Hermione blushed, and Harry couldn't help but smirk. "Daddy." "Lolly." Delphi called out, and Harry took a quick step away from Hermione, giving Delphi a thumbs up. "You're wicked," Hermione said, her voice playfully strained. Harry chuckled, leading Delphi toward their next destination, leaving Hermione to watch him walk away. She had dressed him in this shoulder-bearing outfit. He could only hope she'd be as affected by the sight of him as he was by her. When Hermione caught up, her blush had deepened, making her look even more like Aphrodite. "Well, if you're well enough to flirt, I'll stop pestering you," she said. "What if I was enjoying your nagging?" Hermione arched an eyebrow. "I don't nag. I remind. Whatever you do it looking very attractive." She playfully swatted him on the arm. "Stop it, you," she replied, but her sparkling eyes betrayed her enjoyment of their banter. "Maybe later I can put my mouth to better use," he suggested, and this time her playful jab stung a little on his bicep. He stepped out of reach, laughing. "Careful. Delphi will get the wrong idea." "Which idea would that be?" Hermione asked, her voice sweet as syrup. "That her father doesn't have a sense of self-preservation or propriety?" Harry reveled in their playful back and forth, a dynamic that never failed to brighten his day. Arouse his intellect along with his body. It was a small wonder he wasn't already pitching a tent beneath his toga. A sharp gust of cold wind rushed over him, and Harry realized the warming charm Hermione had cast had been cancelled. He looked up to see her grinning. "Vindictive, you are," he said, feeling a bit more at ease now that he didn't have to worry about any unintended reactions beneath his toga. Still, Hermione was beautiful and incredibly smart, and he loved her more than he could explain. He probably wouldn't have minded if she had vanished his costume altogether and left him standing there in the middle of town, not if she smiled at him like that. "Come along, Delphi darling," Hermione said, taking his daughter's hand to help her down the last few steps of the stoop she had just raided for candy. "Would you like to see where Daddy used to live when he was small?" Harry watched as the two of them approached the looming ruin ahead, a stark reminder of everything he had lost and the event that had sent him to the Dursleys as a baby. Everything he realized he was still struggling to overcome had begun here. In some ways, it was more painful to see it now as a father than it had been when he was on the run and fighting a war. Yet, when it all came down to it, it was just an old house, covered in ivy and surrounded by rubble. As Hermione approached the gate, Harry watched Delphi run ahead, nearly crashing into the fence and steadying herself with both hands against the wood. "Careful," he called out, as the sign with its gold lettering sprang from the ground and rose up in front of Hermione. She smiled upon seeing it and called back to him, "It's all still there, the writing from before." For some reason, this made him feel better, and he strode to stand beside her, staring up at the moonlit house. He closed his eyes for a moment and felt Delphi tug at the hem of his clothes. She said something he couldn't quite understand and then let go. Hermione murmured for the girl not to. Delphi wandered closer and nestled her head against Harry's shoulder. They stood together like that for several moments, half a minute, perhaps. Harry envisioned a life in that cottage, imagining what it would have been like to grow up loved by someone still living, cared for and fed regularly. He pictured himself in the now dilapidated room on the right side of the top floor. Would he have transformed it over the years, papering the walls with Quidditch posters? Would he have been ready when Voldemort returned, or would Voldemort have been defeated on the first try? When he opened his eyes, Hermione was gazing up at him, a sad smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "You're going to have it all," she said, and it felt like a promise. In that moment, he envisioned another life built on the ruins before him and those behind him. With Hermione by his side, Delphi to love and cherish, and the chance to give her all the things he had been denied, a home that would never go dark or crumble to pieces. Perhaps even more children to fill it. "Daddy." The sound of Delphi's voice broke through his thoughts. There was an emotion in her tone that he recognized but rarely heard from her anymore. His gaze shot toward her, and he saw her standing in her golden dress at the end of the gate, just 7 or 8 yards away. The coronet on her head gleamed in the starlight, and the slender horn Hermione had given her seemed to glow in the darkness. But before he could fully process what he was seeing, a dark, hooded figure moved in behind her, leaning down and wrapping itself around the girl. Fear, he recognized that fear in her voice. The figure and the girl vanished with a crack before Delphi could finish her word. Chapter 36, For Ceridwen Court, Godric's Hollow, October 31st, 1999. Hermione sat in the kitchen, her hands wrapped around a teacup that was almost too hot to touch. She didn't mind. The sting helped keep her focused on the pain rather than jumping up to interrupt the heated conversation happening in the next room. "What the hell were you thinking, Potter? She would have died if I hadn't. You can't just run around doing whatever you like because you think you're some sort of chosen. Jesus Christ, Kings, are you listening to yourself? Has being minister turned your heart to stone already? You kidnapped a child." Kingsley roared, making Hermione flinch at the intensity of his voice. "Yeah," Harry replied, sounding just as defiant as before. "And you can be damn sure I'd do it again. Merlin's balls, boy. I'm not a boy. Like hell. You're barely out of Hogwarts, and just as rash and reckless as the rest of your peers. Granger was the only one with any sense at all, and now I find she's mixed up in some sort of plot too." "You keep Hermione out of this," Harry demanded. "If you didn't want her involved, you shouldn't have had her help you steal a bloody child," Kingsley thundered. "What was I supposed to do?" Harry snapped back. Kingsley scoffed. "It never occurred to you to ask a grown-up for help, Potter? The entire ministry would have been at your disposal to." "To what?" Harry interrupted, his tone icy. "To neutralize the threat posed by a baby? To make her notorious before she could walk? Don't be ridiculous. I would never have allowed that. Frankly, Kings, I'm not sure what you would have allowed. You're a minister at the start of your term, and I couldn't take that chance. Do you know what a mess my life was before the end of the war? Not just because the wizarding world abandoned me to abusive muggles. The world has changed, Harry. Because none of my classmates, not a single teacher, could forget that I was Harry Potter. I was always reminded that I was famous because my parents died, that I survived when I shouldn't have. Because of Voldemort. Hermione and the Weasleys were the only ones who ever saw me for who I truly was, not just as some destined savior." "Be reasonable," Kingsley interjected, but Harry pressed on. "Do you really think I could just stand by and let another life be ruined by Voldemort? If people knew the truth, half the population would fear her, and the other half would want to make her some sort of Dark Lord 2.0. I wasn't going to let that happen. So you decided to steal her and lie to everyone." Kingsley shot back. "Minister," Hermione interrupted, recognizing Ron's voice for the first time amidst the shouting. "The longer we sit here pointing fingers, the longer Delphi is in danger. Frankly, we don't have time for this." "Thank you," Harry said, grateful for the support. "Shut up," Ron snapped. "Kingsley's right." "What?" Harry retorted. "What you did was impulsive and stupid. It's a miracle it worked out at all. Don't look at me like that. I'm not saying you shouldn't have done it, but you completely disregarded logic. When it comes down to it, you stole her, Harry. You kidnapped a baby, and the fact that she's your daughter now doesn't change how it happened. Your damn lucky magical adoptions are binding, Kingsley hissed. Otherwise, I'd have that girl in care so fast it would make your head spin. Suddenly, Hermione stood up, drawing her wand and sending the teacup she had been holding across the table, hot liquid spilling onto the wooden surface. She barely reached the entryway to the other room when she heard Ron speak, his voice low and threatening. Don't you ever threaten that again, he warned. Hermione reached the archway and peered into the formal dining room, where she saw Kingsley standing against the wall, a scowl etched on his face. Ron jabbed his wand into the minister's chest while pushing Harry away with his other hand. Kingsley remained silent for several tense seconds before finally nodding. Now, Ron said, what the hell are you going to do to help us? I didn't bring you here just to berate Harry. Why did you bring him? Harry asked, retreating to the far side of the room. We should be out looking for her, not sitting here arguing with a politician who cares more about his career than. Harry, Hermione interjected, lowering her wand and moving to stand beside him. We can't do this on our own. Harry met her gaze, revealing the pain, anger, and fear in his eyes. After a moment, he nodded and turned away, crossing his arms over his chest and facing the wall to gather himself. Hermione wished she could do the same, but now wasn't the time to succumb to her emotions or let the panic she had felt by the old Potter cottage overwhelm her again. Minister? Hermione finally said, turning to Kingsley. He sighed, raising his hands to cover his face for a moment before lowering them and straightening his posture. All right, Weasley, he said. You have my permission to lead the hunt. Take as many Aurors as you need. Finding Delphine Potter is priority number 1. Thank you, sir, Ron replied. As he turned to face Hermione, she could see the determination in his eyes and the set of his jaw. In that moment, she knew 2 things. He would do everything in his power to bring their girl back, and despite the awkwardness of their past, she loved him fiercely and always would. Thank you, she said, her eyes glistening with tears. Ron pulled her in for a quick hug and whispered in her ear, we'll find her. I promise. I'll come, Harry said immediately. No. Kingsley barked. You're not to be involved with the... Harry, this is an investigation, not a mission for an Auror. You're a parent right now, and I can't have you on the job in this state. Kingsley's voice softened slightly as he added, let us handle this. Harry seemed to wrestle with his emotions for a moment before he nodded once and turned to face the wall. With that, Ron and Kingsley left, leaving Hermione alone with Harry, who stood rigid against the wall. She allowed her gaze to drift from him to the long, empty dining table, where a crumpled note lay near the edge. It was a ransom note, short and direct. She reached for it, smoothing it out over the table and leaning down to read it again. The contents of your vault for her life. I'll know if you don't empty it. A tear splashed onto the surface of the paper, and Hermione quickly wiped at her eyes, furious with herself. She didn't have time to cry, she needed to keep her wits about her. With a determined motion, she crumpled the note again and flung it across the room. 10 minutes after the Aurors had descended on Ceridwen Court, spreading out over Godric's Hollow in search of any clues, the rest of the Weasleys arrived, accompanied by the Grangers. Arthur, Bill, George, Percy, and Angelina joined Ron and the other Aurors in their search, but Molly and Helen swept into the kitchen like twin forces of nature, conjuring pies and steaming vegetables from the dwindling contents of the refrigerator. They insisted everyone sit down to eat, their tone that of matriarchs who would not be crossed. Hermione and Harry sat side by side, flanked by Fleur and Frank Granger. Across the table, Andromeda had Teddy on her lap next to Helen, while Molly ordered everyone to eat up before digging into her own meal. They all ate in silence for several minutes until Harry set his fork down, his plate barely touched. Thank you, he said, his voice uncertain. I think I'm going to go lie down. Hermione looked at him, confusion etched on his face, and felt a deep urge to comfort him. Let me come with you, she offered, stepping closer. But he shook his head. Can I be alone for a bit? Would that be okay? Hermione bit her lip and nodded. Yes, of course, she replied, though his request stung more than she expected. She watched him walk away, then sat quietly, worrying her lower lip until Andromeda broke the silence. I can't imagine what he must be feeling, Andromeda said gently. Or you, Hermione. Is there anything I can do right now? You must tell us if there is, Fleur chimed in, cradling a sleeping Victoire in her arms. Hermione hesitated, struggling to think clearly. All she wanted was to have her daughter safe in her arms, but her thoughts felt jumbled and dull. Leave her be, Molly interjected. Let her eat. The other two women fell silent, returning to their plates. Hermione shot a grateful glance at Molly, who nodded in understanding. A few minutes passed in silence before Helen Granger spoke up, her voice cheerful. Tell me, Molly, has there been any news about George and Angelina since your last letter? Molly smiled. No, not yet. But I'm certain I'm right. There was a suspiciously box-shaped lump in his jumper the other day. You shouldn't press him so, Fleur said, her accent thick with exasperation. I'm sure George will tell you when he's ready. Molly harumphed and turned back to Helen. Is he going to propose, then? Andromeda asked, leaning in. Teddy, distracted by the conversation, reached forward and snatched a handful of vegetables off Andromeda's plate, dropping them onto the ground. I wouldn't be surprised, Molly replied lightly. I would have thought Ginny before George, Andromeda continued, oblivious to the darkening expression on Molly's face. The way she and her young man carry on when they're together. No. Actually, they're no longer together. Fleur's gaze returned to her plate, and Hermione could feel the tension in the room escalating. Is that why she isn't here? Hermione asked. Did Theo jilt her? She left him, Molly replied, her expression thunderous. And a damn good thing. Did something, Hermione started, but Molly shook her head and stood up. Never you mind, she said firmly. You don't need to worry about Ginny. She'll be all right. Now, you'll have to tell me where these dishes go. I haven't cleaned in your kitchen before. Hermione followed Molly's instructions but soon excused herself, claiming a headache. She made her way up the stairs to the second floor, where several Aurors were still investigating the nursery. Excuse me, she said, catching their attention. Do you know where Ron Weasley is? Yes, ma'am. Did you need to speak with him? One of the officers replied, his thick Irish accent noticeable. She nodded. Ron found her in the back garden when he returned to the house. She was sitting against a tall tree, a notebook resting on her knees as she wrote furiously with a muggle pen. Merlin, she looked frantic. One of her lips was bleeding from where she had bitten it too hard, and her hair, which had been elegantly styled with crystals earlier, now hung in disheveled waves around her shoulders, tangled by the wind. Hermione? She looked up, startled at the sound of his voice. O'Brien said you wanted a word. Yes, she exclaimed. Look, do you have that list I asked for? The list? He asked, confusion crossing his face. Her eyes narrowed. The one I asked about after the first blackmail note. You compiled it, didn't you? Oh, that list. Yeah, it's not with me, but I have it. I need it, Hermione said urgently. Ron sighed, bracing himself. As troubling as it had been to have Harry involved, he knew this was going to be a long conversation. Hermione's intensity was palpable, and Ron knew she would only become more controlling and emotionally charged. I can't do that, he said. Like hell you can't, she shot back, rising to her feet faster than he expected and advancing on him. That's my daughter out there, and I'm going to do everything I can to find her. Are you going to stand there like a useless wretch and make me go through you, or are you going to help me, Ronald Weasley? In her fury, She reminded Ron of his mother during the Battle of Hogwarts. "The list is being examined now," he replied. "At the Ministry. We've got 4 of our best Aurors combing through it, along with a couple of unspeakables. I promise, Hermione, we're narrowing down the suspects." "Good for you," she snapped. "But I'm not interested in narrowing anything down. I want to find Delphi. We all want to find." "Tell me, Ron," she interrupted. "Is Ginny on your list?" "Excuse me?" He was taken aback. Her grief seemed to be clouding her judgment. "Is your sister on that list?" "You need to calm down, Hermione. The more time I spend here talking to you, the less time I have to actually." "Right," she interrupted again, her tone brisk. She bent down to grab her notebook from the ground and brushed past him toward the side gate. "Off you pop then." "Hermione," he called, shaking off his stunned surprise as he moved to follow her. But as soon as she went through the gate, she disapparated. Ron swore under his breath. At Malfoy Manor, Narcissa felt cold, always cold these days. The large, drafty house that had once been her pride and joy now felt more like a dank prison. It was her own fault, really. She'd let the place deteriorate rather than spend too much time dwelling on it. She had meant to cleanse it. Narcissa had intended to restore the space after the war, but when Lucius was sent to Azkaban, she lost the will to do so. Now, every time she tried, memories would surface, haunting her with their terror. Morgana had become more a house of horrors than a home, despite its lavish decorations and the house elves that kept it spotless. Shivering, she turned in her large bed and stared out the open window, catching sight of the stars twinkling in the sky and the last quarter moon beginning to rise. Was it already so late? Sitting up, she swung her feet into a pair of silk slippers resting on the floor. An uneasy feeling settled in her stomach, a nagging sense that something was wrong, that she had forgotten something important. No wonder she couldn't sleep. A small pop echoed in the corner of her room, the familiar sound of a house elf appearing. "Excuse me, mistress," Totsi said. "What is it, Totsi?" Narcissa asked, arching an eyebrow in curiosity. "The Granger girl has come. She wants to speak, mistress. She is not leaving even when Totsi tells her no." "I'll come down, Totsi." "Thank you." The house elf bowed and disappeared, leaving Narcissa to dress as was her custom. In just a few minutes, she donned one of her robes and styled her hair into its usual twist. Once ready, she descended the stairs, bypassing the master's chambers where Lucius slept, and made her way down to the ground floor. In the drawing room, Granger stood beside a window, gazing out at the lawn. Her back was perfectly straight, lost in thought. Narcissa glanced from the girl to the rug beneath her feet, where a stain remained, a reminder of the blood that had fallen after Bellatrix had attacked the Muggle-born. Narcissa had meant to replace the carpet entirely, but it had become a testament to her shame, something she could not bring herself to part with. "I'm surprised to see you here," she said, breaking the silence. "You chose to wait here," Narcissa finally said, breaking the silence. Granger remained silent for several seconds, but when she did respond, she turned her whole body to face Narcissa. "Did you take Delphi?" Her words cut through the night air, and Narcissa inhaled sharply. "Is she missing?" "Answer my question, Narcissa." "Naturally, we're your first stop afterward. Things never change, do they?" "You're not, actually." "Answer my damn question." "No. I haven't seen her outside of the newspapers since just after the end of the war." Granger let out a sigh that sounded almost relieved. "What has happened?" She sank into one of the armchairs near the window, burying her face in her hands for a moment before meeting Narcissa's gaze again. "She's been taken. The Aurors are out in force, looking for her. It wouldn't surprise me if they showed up here eventually." Narcissa's heart began to race. "Is that a threat?" Granger's chuckle was hollow. No. I need your help, Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa's brows shot up in surprise. My help? What could I possibly offer that the Ministry, in its infinite wisdom, cannot? Tell me about the night Delphi was born, Granger demanded. She sat up straight, holding a small booklet that Narcissa hadn't noticed, which was open in her lap. Excuse me? Granger looked tired, rubbing her temple with one hand before glancing down at her notes and then back up at Narcissa. I've been going over it in my head for an hour now. You told Harry that no one knew who Delphi's father was except for you, your husband, and Rodolphius. She seemed to be reading from a list she had made. But if you didn't take her, someone else must have known. All of the Lestranges are dead, and Thorfinn Rowell is in prison, so even if Euphemia told him, he couldn't have done it. Euphemia herself can't remember what she did for an. She's been here the entire year, so she's not the culprit either. Hermione lowered the booklet and focused her gaze on Narcissa, who stood at the edge of the carpet on the other side of the room. That means we're missing something. The Dark Lord was specific about who should know, Narcissa replied. He would have killed anyone who broke his trust. Believe me, he would have known. Well, Hermione said, if you lot were too cowardly to tell anyone. Narcissa's nostrils flared. Then someone else must have discovered the secret for themselves. Impossible, Narcissa dismissed the idea. Delphine never left the manor, and the Dark Lord had no interest in her. He saw her only once after she was born and then left her to the house elves. No one would have suspected. Not even the elves. Hermione tilted her head, curiosity evident in her voice. The question seemed to catch Narcissa off guard. Would the house elves have known? There were only 4 in residence at the manor, and Totsi was one of just 2 in the house. Pixie was a kitchen elf, which left only. Totsi. Narcissa's voice cut through the dim room. Mistress? The house elf appeared behind her, and Narcissa turned to face the creature. Tell me what you know about Delphine Lestrange. Potter, Hermione corrected her. Totsi bowed slightly before speaking. Miss Delphine is the daughter of Mr. Potter and Granger girl. Before that, Narcissa said impatiently. Totsi hesitated for a moment before continuing. Miss Delphine is Missy Bella's baby. Who was her father? Hermione asked. Totsi glanced at Narcissa, seeking permission. Answer her, Narcissa demanded. The Dark Lord, Totsi whispered. There, you see? Hermione said, a hint of triumph in her voice. At least one person discovered the truth. Totsi, have you told anyone what you suspect? Narcissa's voice was sharper than she intended, but the urgency of the situation was weighing heavily on her. No, mistress. Totsi keeps the secrets of the House of Malfoy, the little house elf replied, bowing so low that her ears nearly brushed the floor. I forbid you from ever speaking the truth of Delphine Potter's birth again. To anyone, even myself. Is that understood? Yes, mistress. You are dismissed. Thank you, Totsi, Granger said as the house elf disappeared with a pop. Merlin, Narcissa swore, crossing the room to sit in front of Granger on a slightly faded floral settee. Who else might you have overlooked, Narcissa? Are all the help house elves? Granger asked, her notebook open and a muggle pen poised for notes. Yes, of course they are, Narcissa snapped. Even on the night Delphine was born? Granger pressed. Yes, Narcissa replied through gritted teeth. Granger sighed. Okay, take me through that night. What happened? Narcissa felt irritation rise at the girl's impudence. A child was born. Very clever, Granger replied dryly. I don't know what you expect me to say. My sister felt the pains early in the morning. They lasted for hours, and she hid herself upstairs in her room. The Dark Lord got word and summoned Lucius and Rodolphius to his side, there to await the birth of his heir. I helped her through the pains until it was time to send for the midwife. She was summoned and... The midwife? Granger interrupted. What did she know? Nothing. Only that she had been called to attend the Dark Lord's lieutenant. So, she knew that Voldemort, Narcissa flinched at the name, was here. Everyone even remotely close to the inner circle knew. What happened next? Granger asked, her curiosity evident. Narcissa sighed, leaning back in her seat and covering her eyes with one hand. Shouting, groaning, blood and water. The usual aspects of birth, not that you would be familiar with them. No, Granger agreed, I wouldn't be. Did anyone else come into the room? No. Did Voldemort? Cersei, no. He sent Lucius with a message. Granger grew still. What did he say? That she belonged to him, or some nonsense. Narcissa recalled how disturbed she had been by the message. Her sister had been in labor for hours, in pain and desperation, and the Dark Lord hadn't even had the decency to come see her himself. She knew his views were archaic, but she had thought he might at least want to know if the child was male or female. Did the midwife hear? What? Narcissa snapped. No. She couldn't have. Not even when you relayed the message to Bellatrix? No, absolutely. She paused, considering. Granger said. She could have. Yes. Narcissa swallowed hard. How much had the woman overheard before? Might she have suspected? Narcissa shrugged. It hardly matters. She lived less than a week after the birth. The Dark Lord ordered her dead to protect his secret. And in that week, who might she have told? Granger leaned forward now, her elbows resting on her knees, her brow furrowed. No one, if she knew what was in her own best interest, Narcissa thought. I can't imagine she would have gone about spreading her suspicions. She came from a respectable family and would have known better. When you say a good family, do you mean they were Death Eaters? There was no malice in Granger's voice, only intense curiosity and determination, which surprised Narcissa. Yes, Narcissa whispered. Which one? She wouldn't have told anyone, Narcissa insisted. Granger sighed. Look, Narcissa. I don't like you. I think you're vicious and vain, too wrapped up in your own existence to care about me, but Delphi, my daughter, is your niece. She's your blood, and I know blood means something to you. You fought a war because mine wasn't good enough. So please, I'm begging. Can you find it in your cold heart to help me find her? Tell me who the midwife was. Narcissa glared at the girl, no, the young woman. She was slightly older than Narcissa had been when she married Lucius, and Narcissa recognized the same fire and determination in her eyes that she once held for different ideals. Above all, there was love. Narcissa Malfoy understood what it meant to love a child so deeply that she would risk everything for them. In Hermione Granger's eyes, Narcissa saw a reflection of that love. Her name was Cartesia, Narcissa began. She was several years ahead of me at school. She married a Rosier, but he was killed in the First War. And before she married? Granger asked. Narcissa sighed, gathering her thoughts, and then shared everything she knew with the young woman. Chapter 37. For Ceridwen Court, Godric's Hollow. November 1st, 1999, 1:00 a.m. Harry's first real memory was of Petunia telling him not to call her Mummy. It had confused him because Dudley called her that, and she referred to herself that way, yet he was supposed to call her Aunt Petunia. You don't have a mummy, she had told him. She's dead. He hadn't understood. He had asked her when his mummy would be done being dead. Never, Petunia had huffed, as if answering his question was an inconvenience. She's never coming back. You'll never, ever have a mummy again. That was the first time he became aware of his loss, feeling that sharp pang that told him he was not complete. Now, as he descended the stairs and made his way toward the kitchen, that same sensation weighed him down like a millstone around his neck. "Harry, there you are. Would you like some tea, dear?" Helen Granger's voice rang out as he entered the kitchen. She stood at the stove, tending to a steaming kettle and several empty cups. They were Hermione's china, the ones she had mentioned belonged to her grandmother and that she used only when she needed to de-stress. "Yes, please," Harry replied, his voice hoarse. He had done a lot of shouting that night, and he could feel the toll it was taking on him. "Where's Hermione?" he asked. Helen glanced across the room, locking eyes with her husband before returning her focus to the teacups. She said she would be back before long. "Why don't you sit down? I'll have this ready for you in a moment." "Over here, Harry," called Molly Weasley, who was already nursing a cup of tea beside Andromeda and Fleur, both of whom had sleeping children in their laps. Harry took a seat between Molly and Frank, looking down at his hands. "Empty." "Ron was here a moment ago," said Andromeda. "He said to tell you they're doing everything they can." Harry swallowed and nodded. "Thanks. Is there anyone else you would like us to contact, Harry?" Fleur's voice floated softly from the other side of the room. "I understand that Hermione has an interest in the Daily Prophet. Perhaps if we reach out to them, they might." "No," Harry interrupted firmly. "I don't want this in the paper. No one needs to know that. I mean, I don't want others getting the same idea when she's home." "Of course," Fleur said gently. Silence hung in the air, thick and awkward, until finally, Harry looked up and spoke again. "I'm sorry. Sorry to have dragged you all out of bed only to sit here like this. I don't know what to say or what to do." "Oh, hush," Molly said, bustling over to the counter. She picked up a tray that held what looked like fresh pumpkin pasties. When she turned back to him, there was a glimmer of warmth in her eyes. "This is what family does, Harry. We come and we sit with you when there are no words. We cook, we raise our wands, and we do everything we can think of. We're not here to be entertained, love. We're here to help." With that, she flicked her wand, and the tray floated to the center of the table, settling soundlessly. "Well said, Molly," Frank added, and Harry felt the older man's hand rest on his shoulder, giving it a light squeeze. "We're here to help, son." A lump formed in Harry's throat, making it hard to speak, but after swallowing hard, he managed to say, "Thank you," as he took one of the pumpkin pasties. Later, Harry found himself alone in the library. It had only been finished the week before, and Hermione had spent much of that time nestled in one of the bay windows with a book and a cup of tea. He spotted a half-drunk cup precariously perched on top of an inkwell. Frustration bubbled inside him as he crossed the room, lifted the cup, and hurled it across the space. It shattered with a satisfying crash, exploding against the side of a tall bookcase and soaking the floor in the aftermath. Harry glared at the row of Hermione's prized textbooks, now stained with day-old sugary tea. He didn't care. Where was she, anyway? The last time he had inquired about her, her parents had exchanged worried looks and offered some vague excuse. What was she doing? Was she being allowed to help in the search for Delphi while he was left out? Was she hiding things from him to spare his feelings? Frustrated, Harry crossed to the other side of the room, where Hermione kept her more questionable tomes on a high shelf, warded to keep Delphi away. He spotted several familiar texts she had consulted during the war, alongside new books she had acquired, for research purposes, tucked behind a strong notice-me-not charm. He grabbed the first book he could find and pulled it down, flipping it open. The pages were thin and worn. He scanned them desperately for a few minutes before tossing the book aside and reaching for another. He rifled through several books in this manner until he found one with a chapter title that caught his attention, Ensuring Purity Through Blood Bonds. Harry muttered the title aloud as he began to read, slowing down when he reached the spells and curses detailed within. Most of them were repulsive and far from what he needed. One ritual created a marital bond without the consent of either party, compelling them to engage in intimacy until they either became willing participants or the caster died. Harry grimaced, assuming such curses had been used to ensure that planned betrothals succeeded. Another curse made witches and wizards allergic to non-magical beings, with a handwritten note above it that read, "For Orion." Steeling himself, he forced himself to read through every abhorrent misuse of magic until he finally stumbled upon a spell that made him pause. For wandering children, it was titled. The description continued, "Speak the words o'er like flesh, and the wandering child shall feel the same till they return and pureness claim." A shiver ran down his spine as he turned the page. He didn't want to. Harry hesitated, reluctant to learn more. Whatever the spell entailed, he was certain it wouldn't lead him to Delphi. Just then, there was a tap at the library door behind him. Instinctively, he snapped the book shut and held it behind him, out of sight. "Who is it?" he called out. One of the double doors swung open, revealing Andromeda, her light brown hair catching the light as she stepped into the room. As she entered, the few silver streaks in her hair shimmered beneath the chandelier. "Harry," she said, her tone warm. "I just came to tell you that Teddy and I are leaving. He's woken up and is begging for his crib." "Okay," Harry replied, nodding as he bit his lower lip. The book in his hand felt heavy and hot. Andromeda took another step closer, tilting her head slightly, her brow furrowed with concern. "I wanted to," she hesitated, her voice cautious. "Everything all right?" Harry asked. Andromeda paused, frowning slightly. "Harry, is there anything I should know about Delphi?" His knuckle strained against the force with which he gripped the book. "What do you mean?" Andromeda, usually so self-assured, raised a hand to her brow and quickly lowered it again. "It's just that, she looks very familiar." Seeing the panic in Harry's eyes, she spoke quickly. "I wouldn't ask if it weren't important. Perhaps others have noticed as well?" Her voice trailed off for a moment before she cleared her throat. "You haven't seen the Malfoys lately, have you, Harry?" "Andromeda," he said, his voice carefully controlled. "I'm not sure what you—" "Please, Harry," she interrupted, raising a hand to stop him. "I promise I will never mention this conversation again. I'd swear it over Nymphadora's grave if you need me to, but under the circumstances, I would be a poor friend if I didn't come to you with my suspicions." Harry gritted his teeth. "Is it so obvious?" Andromeda offered him a sad little smile. Andromeda shook her head. "Only if someone were intimately familiar with the original and had memories of her as a child. Fortunately for you, my sisters and I were sheltered children, but if Narcissa has seen—" "I've spoken with Narcissa." "Well then," Andromeda said, looking relieved. "That's a relief." She turned to leave, but Harry couldn't hold back his disbelief. "Don't you want to know more?" he asked as she reached the door. The woman paused, her hand on the handle, and looked back at him. "Do you want to tell me?" Harry let out a humorless laugh, turning to sit in the nearest chair. He set the book he had been holding on the end table nearby. "Not particularly." "Well then, we'll leave it there." "Really?" "Harry," Andromeda said, sounding exasperated now, "you are Teddy's godfather, and that makes you family. That makes Delphi family. I don't need anything more than that. No one else does either." "But she's your sister's." "Hush," she interrupted. "That girl is your daughter. I'm well versed in magical adoptions, boy, and where they are concerned, blood means nothing. Delphi may have once been something else to me, but that life is over, and she's better for it. The Black family, proud as I am of my heritage, was poison. She's well rid of it. Not to mention the Lestranges. Heavens, they were more than a few sickles short of a galleon. No. It's better this way, and you needn't give me any more explanations." Harry sighed, unsure whether he was more relieved that Andromeda insisted he keep further information to himself or that she didn't suspect the most crucial secret of Delphi's birth. "Thank you," he finally forced himself to say. Andromeda nodded once and offered him a supportive smile. "They'll find her soon," she assured him. "I can feel it. If you need anything at all, Molly is keeping vigil in." She mentioned the kitchen and that Helen and Frank were resting in the guest room before leaving behind a hint of her usual floral scent and a wave of fresh worries for Harry. He felt foolish for not anticipating that Andromeda would notice the resemblance. How many times had he, who only knew Bellatrix Lestrange as a twisted, deranged figure, observed the similarities between her and his daughter? Of course, her sister would have recognized it too, having seen Bellatrix at Delphi's age. How long had Andromeda suspected? And who else shared that suspicion? If they did they also know about Bellatrix's affair with Voldemort? Suddenly, the list of potential suspects he had been keeping in the back of his mind since the first blackmail letter arrived expanded dramatically. If Delphi's appearance was such an obvious clue, anyone could have made a guess and tried to profit from it, especially after he had confirmed the suspicion by paying that first blasted installment. No, he reminded himself. Whoever had been blackmailing him and taken Delphi knew not just about Bellatrix but about Voldemort as well. Not just anyone would have drawn that conclusion. Even her sister hadn't figured it out. Yet, Andromeda's suspicion made him realize that the story he had crafted to explain Delphi's presence in his life was as fragile as paper, just waiting for someone with intimate knowledge of Bellatrix Lestrange to come along and tear it apart. Perhaps, while Delphi was still young, only the Black Sisters would recognize the resemblance. But what would happen as she grew? When she attended Hogwarts, the same age Bellatrix had been when she entered society, would the entire wizarding world notice the likeness and expose his secret? Was that to be his punishment for the abduction of a child? For loving her and trying his hardest to shield her from a world that, from his experience, could obliterate any semblance of normalcy he hoped to provide? When Ron and the other Aurors found her, if they found her, would it only be a brief escape from the harsh reality of her future? Had he ruined her life by making her the daughter of one of the most infamous figures in wizarding Britain? By linking her to a man so inextricably tied to Voldemort that no one could mention one without thinking of the other? Whether the world knew the truth about her birth or not, Lord Voldemort's legacy would follow her, just as it haunted him. She would never be free from it, because he would never be free from it. If he had made the selfless choice and found another home for her, a family to love and care for her, could she have lived a life of safety and anonymity? He had ruined her. He had shattered her chances at a normal life and put her in danger she wouldn't have had to face if anyone but him had rescued her. She deserved more. She deserved better. Harry rubbed his temples, leaning forward in his seat as a wave of nausea surged from the pit of his stomach. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Delphi deserved better, but he was all she had now. A father so short-sighted that he might have condemned her to a life of notoriety. A man who couldn't keep his own issues under control long enough to protect her when she needed it most. But he would be damned if he let his failures stand in the way of making it up to her. At 4 Ceridwen Court, Godric's Hollow, on November 1, 1999, at 5:15 a.m., Hermione operated just outside the garden gate, staring up at their home with a sense of trepidation. She had done everything she could, but now an even more daunting task lay ahead, telling Harry. She unlatched the gate and pushed it open, stepping through. Suddenly, 2 Aurors emerged from the darkness, their wands raised. "Identify yourself," one of them commanded, her voice sharp and clear in the cold night air. "Hermione Granger," she replied, her heart racing as she faced the guards. Hermione lowered her hood and took a small step forward. "This is my house," she said, her voice steady. "What happened to the other 2 who were here before?" "Griggs and O'Brien." "Your name, miss?" asked the male Auror, his wand still aimed at her. "Hermione Granger," she replied, impatience creeping into her tone. "Let me pass." "Hermione?" is that you? She looked up, her heart lifting at the sound of a familiar voice. Molly. How's Harry? Let her pass, you fools, Molly Weasley said as she bustled forward, pushing past the Aurors and wrapping an arm around Hermione's shoulders. He's fine, dear. Locked himself in the library, but I can still hear him stomping around in there every now and then. Come inside from the cold. The Auror stepped back into the shadows as Mrs. Weasley ushered Hermione into the house, deftly removing her traveling cloak and storing it in the nearest closet. Are you hungry? I had Fleur bring me some supplies earlier and could whip up something in a trice. No, Hermione protested, though her stomach gave a low rumble. I need to speak with Harry. Molly made a noncommittal sound and led Hermione into the kitchen anyway. She sat Hermione down on one of the stools at the island bar and set a cup and saucer in front of her. Tea first, she insisted, summoning the teapot and heating it with a flick of her wand before pouring it into Hermione's cup. Drink up. Your hands were ice when I felt them. Sighing, Hermione complied, relishing the warmth of the china between her hands and the comforting aroma that wafted up to her nose. Have my parents gone home? She asked after taking her first sip. Molly shook her head. No, they refused. They're in the guest room now. They wanted to be woken when you returned, but I thought perhaps it would be better to let you settle first. Let them sleep, Hermione said. At least until theirs. Molly studied Hermione with a thoughtful expression before asking, Are you expecting news soon? Hermione didn't respond. She simply took another sip of her tea, then set the cup down gently on its saucer, producing a soft clink. I need to talk to Harry, she said finally. Well, like I said, he's barricaded himself in with the books. Taking that as a sign that Molly wouldn't try to stop her again, Hermione rose from her seat. She offered the older woman a tight smile before turning to head toward what used to be Harry's office. The ornate double doors of the library, a gift from Harry, were heavily warded. Fortunately, Hermione had taught him most of those wards, and the aura-level protection he had set was simple enough for her to break using her knowledge of ancient runes. Within 2 minutes, the doors swung open, and Hermione stepped into a scene of chaos. Books were strewn across the floor, many pulled from the shelves and left in disarray. She recognized several dark arts texts she had gathered for research, their pages still open on various surfaces. A shattered teacup lay near one of the bookcases, and an overturned desk added to the disorder. The only thing missing from this tumult was Harry. As her gaze traveled from the base of the spiral staircase to the top, where it led to a small landing and an open door, she knew where to find him. Climbing the steps, she could hear raised voices coming from the room beyond. Pausing at the door, she listened intently, trying to gauge what awaited her inside. You think I care about what you want, Potter? You're foolhardy and reckless, just like your godfather, Kingsley's booming voice echoed, sounding distant, likely coming through the flue. I take that as a compliment, Harry shot back. You shouldn't. If I gave you the Malfoys, you could jeopardize the entire operation. Your daughter could be lost because you've got a bone to pick with. Minister, Hermione interrupted as she stepped into the room, cutting Kingsley off mid-sentence. Harry whirled to face her. His long hair hung in tangled strands around his face, and his thick beard looked wild, as if he had been running his fingers through it. Hermione, he said, sounding confused, as if he had just remembered she existed when she appeared behind him. She moved to stand beside him, lacing her fingers through his before leaning down to peer at Kingsley's head in the green flames of the fireplace. If you could give us a few minutes, she suggested. Maybe you can talk some sense into the boy, Kingsley huffed before disappearing as the emerald flames turned white-hot once more. I was talking to him, Harry protested. That was important. Hermione watched him closely, noting the dark bags beneath his eyes and the exhaustion etched on his face. Have you slept at all? She asked. He looked at her as if she were mad. Have you? Touché, she thought. Sighing, she crossed to the closet, pulling out a fresh set of robes for herself and for Harry, laying them neatly on the bed. Her jeans were still damp from the time she had spent traipsing across the country that night, and there were tear stains on her shirt. Slowly, she began to undress, feeling Harry's confused gaze on her skin as she finally donned the navy robes and swept her hair into a haphazard bun, securing it in place with a jab of her wand. "You should change too," she said at last. "There's tea on your shirt." "Hermione, what's going on?" He remained rooted near the fire, and she sighed, sinking down to sit on the edge of the bed. "Where have you been? No one would tell me where you disappeared to." "I've been here the whole time, actually caring, trying to find a solution to." "You mean scouring my dark arts books?" he interrupted. "Did you honestly think anything in those books could be useful in finding her?" "They'll be useful in punishing whoever took her," he replied darkly. "Harry, you know you can't take justice into your own hands like that. There are laws that need to be followed once she recovers." "At least I was doing something," Harry roared. Hermione flinched at the sound, then narrowed her gaze. "And by that, you mean I wasn't?" "Well, you damn well weren't here," he shot back. But it seemed some of the rage burning inside him had dissipated. As he crossed the room and sank down beside her, she thought she heard a whimper. "I needed you here," he admitted. "Harry," she soothed, her heart aching as she wrapped both arms around him and rested her head on his shoulder. "I'm sorry." He shook as he leaned forward, burying his face in his hands. His voice was muffled. "I'm 19 goddamned years old. I can't do this." "Yes, you can," Hermione protested. "What was I thinking?" Harry continued, as if he hadn't heard her. His voice was hoarse. "She's alone again, probably scared out of her mind, and all I can think is, I've failed her." He was shaking now, his shoulders heaving with heavy sobs that racked his body, and words seemed to escape him. Hermione longed to soothe the hurt he was feeling, cursing herself for not speaking up the moment she entered the room. But how could she say what she had been tasked with? How could she give hope to a grieving father when there was no guarantee of a happy ending, no matter how much she tried to convince herself that everything would be all right? How could she swallow her own hurt and terror and be the rock that he needed in that moment? Was it fair to her that she had to be? Another sob from Harry made up her mind in an instant. Hermione Granger had never been able to watch Harry suffer in silence, and that wasn't about to change now. "Harry, love," she said, her voice soothing as she stroked his hair. "I have something to tell you. Can you hear me?" It took him a moment to respond, but when he did, it was with a faint nod. His sobs had quieted a bit at the sound of her voice, and she leaned closer to whisper in his ear. "You have to promise me you'll stay calm. We can't afford to act rashly right now." "What is it?" he asked after another moment, his tears finally subsiding. He looked at her with red-rimmed eyes, tear tracks still visible on his cheeks, trailing down into his beard. Hermione took a deep breath. I think I know where Delphi is." Harry's face went pale, his eyes widening. "What?" "I believe we found where they took her. Ron's heading there now with the other Aurors, and, Harry, I've come to take you to the Ministry to wait for news." The stunned expression on Harry's face was quickly replaced by a flurry of movement, and Hermione could only hope she had made the right decision. Chapter 38, The Ministry of Magic. November 1st, 1999, 5:40 a.m. One by one, they took the Flynn network into the atrium of the Ministry. Harry went first, followed closely by Hermione, then the Grangers, and finally Molly and Arthur. They trailed behind Harry as he strode across the marble floor, the sound of his boots echoing in the darkness. "Harry, there you are." He looked up at the sound of Ron's voice. The redhead stood in front of the lift, his arms uncrossing, his uniform creased and mussed as if he had been wearing it for a week. A bruise was developing high on his cheek, and Harry would have winced sympathetically if he hadn't had other things on his mind. Where is she? Harry demanded, quickening his pace. He could hear Hermione's cloak swishing behind him as she jogged slightly to keep up. She's safe, Ron replied, holding out his hands with palms facing Harry. Where is she, Ron? This time, Hermione spoke up, having reached Harry's side and now clutching his arm. She's with a Mediwitch in the DMLE. She's hurt. Harry snapped, pressing the button to call the lift and swearing impatiently. No. Ron shook his head. She looked fine when I left her. I think they just wanted to make sure she wasn't given any potions before they try to calm her. The doors of the lift finally opened just as Hermione's parents and the Weasleys reached them. The group stepped inside, and Harry pressed the button for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement 4 times as the doors began to slide shut. Did you get them before they? Harry started, glancing back at Ron. His friend nodded, swallowing before responding. They're in the bullpen. Still? Hermione snapped. Why didn't you move them to? We only just arrived minutes ago, Hermione, Ron interrupted. We haven't even had a chance to interrogate them. The lift doors opened, and Harry barely registered the witch's voice announcing their arrival at level 2 before he rushed out into the corridor lined with doors. His gaze was intense as he searched for any sign of his daughter. Instead, what he found made him clench his teeth until his jaw ached. Ginny? It was Arthur who broke the silence, his voice echoing in the otherwise empty hall. Ginny stood in a doorway to their left, her face streaked with tears and her long red hair a tangled mess. She wore a thin, sleeveless shirt, far too light for the chilly night, and a pair of flannel pajama bottoms. She looked as if she had been yanked from bed and interrogated, which Harry suspected was exactly what had happened. In that moment, however, he struggled to feel any sympathy for her. Dad? Mum? Ginny's voice trembled as she recognized them. She let out a small whimper. What on earth is going on? Molly exclaimed, pushing past Harry and Hermione until she stood directly in front of her daughter. She took in Ginny's appearance, her frown deepening as she shot a glare at Ron. What is she doing here? And without a robe? She'll catch her death in this drafty place. Molly quickly removed her cloak and wrapped it around her shivering daughter. Griggs and Winchester brought her in, Ron explained. She's fine, Mum, but we needed to know whether. She's your sister. Molly hissed, enveloping Ginny in her arms as the girl began to sob against her shoulder. You know what she's been through. Her voice softened as she murmured to Ginny, there, love. Mummy's here. Harry stood there for a moment, stunned, before shaking his head. I haven't got time for this, he said, pushing past both Molly and Ginny, unwilling to let his gaze linger on her as her sobs grew louder. Harry, Ginny called out just before he reached the double doors at the end of the hall. He froze at the sound of her voice, memories flooding back at the mention of his name. I'm so sorry, she continued, her words tumbling out. I had no idea. I'm really sorry. Best let him be for now, Ginny, Hermione interjected before Harry could find a response. I hope you feel better. Harry felt Hermione's warm hand on his forearm, her touch grounding him, steadying him against the chaos of thoughts that had consumed him since Delphi had been taken. Ron was now whispering urgently to his mother, while Arthur joined them next to Ginny, who was visibly shaking. Helen and Frank walked past the Weasleys and stood beside their daughter. Should we go through? Helen asked. Harry nodded once and moved to push the doors open, but before he could, they swung inward, flooding the hall with bright light that made him wince. It took him a moment to adjust, and when he did, he felt Hermione tighten her grip on his arm. Framed in the doorway were several figures. 2 of them, standing on either side, wore the crimson uniforms of the Auror Department, crisp and polished, their boots shining. Harry didn't bother looking at their faces, his focus was on the person between them, cloaked in black, the hood thrown back to reveal a familiar face. Without thinking, he lunged forward. His wand was in his hand, but he didn't need it. He tackled the figure backward, both of them landing with a thud on the hardwood floor. Then, he let his fists fly. Each blow landed with satisfying thuds and crunches, while his wand clattered to the floor beside them. Harry poured every ounce of anger he had felt since he last saw his daughter into that moment. Daughter. 1, 2, 3, 4. He would have landed a fifth blow if someone hadn't pulled him off the prisoner. Harry struggled to free himself, desperate to return to the person who had dared to touch his daughter and turn their face into a bloody mess. But now, more than one person was holding him back, and he could finally hear someone screaming in the room. Good, he thought. He hoped the bastard was hurt. People were shouting, and a sea of red uniforms spilled into the narrow hallway. As the blood rushing through his ears began to settle, the first words Harry could make out came from Ron. Back off, Ron said, inserting himself between Harry and the figure. Back the hell off. You touch him, you'll have to go through me, got that, O'Brien? And me, Hermione added coolly, her wand now pointed at the Auror, who Harry recognized. He can't just go about pulverizing the suspect's face, O'Brien argued, but Ron swore and interrupted him. He's not a bloody suspect, you witless git. We caught him red-handed. The man in the black cloak was being dragged to his feet, moaning through what looked like a broken nose and a fractured jaw. Harry's blood boiled again, and he felt the urge to finish the job. He could kill the bastard for what he had done to Delphi, to him, to everyone he loved. Theo? Ginny's pained cry broke through his thoughts, and Harry glanced in her direction. She looked shattered, her face pale as she stared in horror at the man she had spent the last year with. The two Aurors escorting Nott were dragging him forward again, past Harry and then Ginny. Nott spat in Ginny's direction as his toes scraped the floor, the bloody saliva landing on one of her bare feet. Stupid cow, he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. His voice was high with pain, and his words twisted in the air. Ginny flinched and began to cry again. Then Theodore Nott turned his head, glancing over his shoulder at Harry. Their eyes locked, and Nott smiled, a gruesome grin with bloody teeth, his eyes already beginning to swell shut. You're done, Potter, he taunted. I'll tell everyone. You and that little. Stupefy. Harry flinched at the flash of red light, watching as Nott fell still, slumping between his guards as they dragged him away. He turned to see where the spell had come from and found Molly Weasley standing protectively in front of Ginny, her arm extended toward Nott, her posture straight and unyielding. In that moment, Harry was reminded of how she had stood victorious after defeating Bellatrix Lestrange. He felt incredibly lucky to have her in his life, to be part of her family. He couldn't imagine being on the receiving end of her wrath. Don't think he'll be saying much more with his teeth all wonky like that, Ron remarked after a moment, as their mother lowered her wand. Or from Azkaban, he added, watching as Nott disappeared into the lift. Harry's gaze snapped back to the still-open double doors. Where's Delphi? He demanded, feeling the throbbing in his knuckles intensify. Hang on there, a voice said, though Harry couldn't tell who it was. The hall was a scene of chaos, Aurors milling about, trying to sort out who to detain and why there was blood splattered on Harry Potter's shirt. He pushed his way through the crowd, Hermione right behind him, until he came face to face with head Auror Robards, who was glaring down at him with thunderous fury. Who the hell do you think you are? Robards shouted, practically frothing with anger. You can't just assault a man in this department and then. But his words were abruptly cut off as a thin, bushy-haired figure approached him, paused to size him up, and then punched him square in the mouth. Harry watched in disbelief. Hermione stood in disbelief, shaking her hand and glaring up at the man she had just struck. I don't care who you are, she spat. You will let us see our daughter this instant, or I swear to God I will hex you into next week. Her wand was aimed right between his eyes, her gaze unwavering. Sir, Ron interjected, stepping in between his friends and the head Auror. Let me help you with that. Did I mention what we found at the scene? I've got time now if you do, and my desk is just over here. He gently led the stunned man away by the arm. Harry watched them go, then scanned the room for any sign, any indication, that Delphi was near. He couldn't see her anywhere, but he spotted Rita Skeeter on the opposite side of the room, her hands bound behind her. The nerve of her. Mr. Potter? Harry turned to see a slight woman with graying hair looking up at him. Dressed in lime green robes, he realized she must be the healer who had come to assess Delphi. "Where's my daughter?" he rasped. "She's just through here," the witch said, motioning toward a door behind her. Auror Weasley was very insistent that she not be moved until you arrived, but I think we should take her to St. Mungo's for a few precautionary tests. She appears to be in good health, but one can never be too. Mr. Potter? Mr. Potter. Ignoring her protests, Harry pushed past her, Hermione by his side, determined to reach the room where Delphi was waiting. It had already been too long since he had seen his child, and he wasn't going to wait another minute. The interrogation room was brightly lit and far less crowded than the one they had just left. The window was obscured, and a wizard along with two witches crowded around a chair on the far side. Harry heard a child crying, and Hermione's stomach flipped. Harry, who had been by her side, rushed forward immediately. "Delphi," he shouted, shoving the wizard aside and dropping to his knees in front of the chair, blocking Hermione's view. It wasn't until he leaned forward and wrapped his arms around the hysterical child that Hermione finally saw her. Delphi's cheeks were tear-stained, her face flushed from crying, her eyes squeezed shut. Dark curls clung to her wet cheeks. At that moment, Hermione felt a surge of anger, wishing she had helped Harry beat Nott into the ground. After a few moments of taking in the scene around her, Hermione joined Harry on the floor, wrapping her arms around both him and Delphi. She let the panic and horror she had been holding back all night flood over her. She hadn't been able to break down when Delphi had been taken, no matter how much she needed to. But now, with her girls safe in her arms again, she couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Merlin, the things that could have happened. If Molly hadn't mentioned that Ginny and Theo had broken up, with that steely glint in her eyes that Hermione had seen only once or twice before. "Daddy," Delphi cried at last, her tense body relaxing into their embrace. "Mummy." "Oh, Delphi, darling," Harry said, showering her cheeks with kisses, pulling her closer as her sobs gradually turned into soft whimpers. Hermione echoed his words, stroking Delphi's hair and kissing the top of her head. "We missed you so much," she whispered, burying her face in her daughter's glossy curls, letting her tears soak into them. They remained there for what felt like an eternity, kneeling together, wrapped around the most important pieces of their lives. By the time Delphi had stopped crying and began to protest, Hermione's legs had gone numb. When she finally rose, it was with Delphi on her hip and Harry's arm around them both. After a few more seconds, Harry tensed beside her. Hermione looked up, curious about what had put him on guard. Standing near the door was Narcissa Malfoy, her pale robes wrinkled and streaked with what looked like mud. "What's she?" Harry started to say, but Hermione interrupted him. Her heart raced like cannon fire, and tears streamed down her cheeks in the cool air. "Thank you," she blurted out. "I can't express how much it means the world to us that you," she swallowed hard, struggling to find the words. A lump formed in her throat, thick and sharp, like treacle that wouldn't budge. Narcissa nodded, acknowledging her gratitude. "I think I've missed something," Harry said beside her, and Hermione turned her face toward him. The tense, angry lines that had marked his features for hours were gone, replaced by a look of confused relief. "Narcissa is the one who took the Aurors to Nott's estate," she explained, unsure of how to convey the whirlwind of events that had led them back to their daughter. "She helped bring Delphi back." Narcissa offered a small, bitter smile, appearing weary under the fluorescent lights of a room typically reserved for questioning dark witches and wizards. Hermione noticed the thin lines at the corners of her eyes for the first time. As her predicament was my fault in the first place, Narcissa said, I could hardly stand by. Harry's hand tightened on Hermione's arm, and she sensed he was about to reach for his wand. No, she interrupted before he could act. It wasn't. She looked at Harry, confusion evident on his face. She wished she could explain more, but the healers hovering nearby didn't need to know the details of that night. She had barely managed to tell Harry that it was not who had taken Delphi before they had been thrown into this chaotic moment. Stepped through the flue and into the ministry. Harry deserved explanations, and Hermione desperately wanted to provide them, but not in front of strangers. After several silent minutes, the healers finished examining Delphi and urged Harry to take her to St. Mungo's for a more thorough assessment. Just then, Ron stepped into the room. He had managed to tidy himself up since Hermione had punched his boss in the mouth. Her hand still ached from the blow, but the bruise on his cheek had darkened further. You lot, Ron said, pointing at the green-robed witches and wizards, if you're done here, you can go. It took only a minute for them to gather their things and filter out, leaving Hermione and her family with Ron and Narcissa. Once they were gone, Harry let out a breath and spoke in a low tone, careful not to startle Delphi, whose eyes were beginning to flutter shut as her head grew heavier on Hermione's shoulder. What the hell happened tonight? He asked. Ron glanced at Hermione, who then looked to Narcissa. For a moment, she worried that she had made a mistake by going out on her own rather than waiting for Harry to calm down or discussing her suspicions with Ron before heading to Malfoy Manor. While waiting in the Malfoys' drawing room for the lady of the manor to descend, she had questioned her decision. In her arms, Delphi gave a small sigh, and all the tension in her body melted away as she fell fast asleep. At that moment, Hermione knew nothing she had done that night could possibly have been wrong, especially when it led to her daughter breathing gently against her once more. I went to Malfoy Manor, she finally said, watching as Narcissa swallowed and folded her arms across her chest. When Molly said that Ginny had left Theo, Hermione recalled the blazing look in the older woman's eyes. She looked so angry, Harry. I didn't know what had happened, but I thought maybe, just maybe, she had discovered something about him that we didn't know. And if... Ron growled from the door, cutting her off. Hermione turned to him, noting the hard scowl on his face. I'll tell you what she found out, he said, his voice dripping with anger. Nott had been drugging her with potions, the bastard. First, a love potion, and then other crap meant to lower her inhibitions so he could. He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. That jerk was using her. Mum caught him dosing Ginny's drink and nearly killed the prick. Once Gin sobered up, she begged Mum not to say anything. Said she was embarrassed and... He looked as if he might be sick. And that she wanted to forget any of it had happened. In that moment, Hermione understood the look she had seen in Molly's eyes earlier that night. She had recognized it from when Molly had shared her own painful past, her first marriage to a man who had supported Voldemort. Suddenly, Ginny's behavior since they had left school began to make sense. The glazed expressions, the fixation on Theo at the expense of her other relationships, the uncharacteristic flightiness that had once been fierce joy and determination. It made her stomach churn that none of them had noticed sooner. Not found out about Delphi somehow, Ron continued. Maybe he heard something at the burrow that... No, Narcissa interrupted, her voice steady. I'm afraid Mr. Nott's awareness is my fault. Harry froze, his expression unreadable as he stared at Narcissa. You? He asked, taking a step closer to her, his tone dangerously low. You told him? She didn't, Hermione interjected quickly, reaching out to touch his arm. She felt him relax beneath her palm. Then how the hell did that bastard find out? Ron's anger flared, as if he might explode with the weight of that knowledge. Nott himself filled the small room with his voice. Narcissa stood near the door, her chin held high, her posture poised, and her expression inscrutable, just as society wives often mastered early on. His aunt, Narcissa finally said, was the midwife who attended Bellatrix during her confinement. Her brother was stationed at the manor, Thura's not. She learned more than she should have during the labor. For a brief moment, her face flickered with what seemed like regret before returning to the unflappable mask she was known for. Before she was killed, it seems she confided her suspicions to her brother, who we believe shared the rumor with his son before he was killed at Hogwarts. Bloody hell, Ron muttered, crossing his arms and frowning. It's like the world's most miserable game of telephone. Harry continued to stare at Narcissa, his brows knitted in concentration. That still doesn't explain how he knew Delphi was the child, or why he would want to take her tonight. Hermione realized he was thinking like an Auror again. She hoped that was a good sign. When we brought him in, he was raving about how you'd ruined his life, Ron said slowly, his frown deepening as he searched for the right words. No one took him seriously when he started ranting about Delphi being you know whose. He shivered. It was clear he hated you. He said you deserved to suffer for what you'd done to his father. Then, when we found Skeeter trying to sneak out the back. I should have known that Cockroach was involved, Hermione spat, her contempt barely concealed. She regretted not leaving that beetle to rot in its jar. She wouldn't make that mistake again. She wasn't involved until recently, Ron clarified. Harry looked up at him sharply as he continued. And she started spilling her guts as soon as we caught her. Harry's voice sharpened as he asked, "What did she say?" Ron shrugged. Not approached her months ago with questions about you and Delphi. She knew. Harry sounded incredulous. Not exactly. Not didn't involve her in his plans until after she was fired from the Prophet. I'm not even sure he told her what he knew about Delphi. The witch, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening. She looked up to see Narcissa, who had just spoken, her usually composed features now flushed with anger. Ron and Harry exchanged surprised glances, and Hermione felt a shift within her. She had only had a few moments to consider the room she had stood in while waiting for Narcissa that night, torn between worrying about Harry and longing for Delphi. She had wondered then if Narcissa had kept the carpet stained with Hermione's blood as a trophy or as a reminder to torment herself. Now, she thought she might know the answer. Yeah, Ron said after the initial shock faded, that she is. A heavy silence fell before Harry broke it. How worried do we need to be about the truth coming out? Hermione winced at the question. How many Aurors were at the scene? She watched Ron as he pondered the question, finally shaking his head. I can't see anyone taking not seriously. He looked completely mad, and everyone in the department knows Skeeter is as reliable as Peeves. I'd bet they'll chalk it up to revenge and ignore the details. Not wasn't marked, but his father was, and that's reason enough to let him rot in Azkaban these days. Hermione cast a quick glance at Narcissa. The woman had stiffened but remained silent. And after what he did to Ginny, well, it's clear he was trying to hurt you from the beginning. When using her didn't get to you the way he expected, it makes sense he'd go for your daughter. So what? He guessed about her connection to Lestrange? Hermione said, the name sounding almost laughable when spoken so plainly. Yet, beneath the absurdity lurked a terrifying possibility. What if it were true? With the right connections, anyone might piece it together. If he knew that a child had been born to Bellatrix, and that the child was left unaccounted for after the war. Narcissa let out a soft sigh. It is not outside the realm of possibility, Mr. Potter. It explains the blackmail, Hermione said, meeting Harry's gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Not was well off, he didn't need the money. But when we paid him, horror began to dawn in Harry's eyes. We confirmed his suspicions. Harry swore under his breath, and in Hermione's arms, the now sleeping Delphi stirred before settling back into stillness. Ron, standing near the door, nodded in agreement. It makes sense. And with Ginny doing his bidding, he would have known the circumstances of her adoption. It's possible that it was a mix of bad luck and vengeance, Narcissa added softly, her gaze fixed on Delphi. Hermione could see the emotions swirling in her eyes, still expressive despite her efforts to mask her thoughts. And yet, Narcissa's voice trailed off. What? Hermione prompted, gently stroking Delphi's back as the girl's breath warmed the fabric over her shoulder. Narcissa looked up at her, concern evident in her blue eyes. Guard her secret to the best of your ability, Miss Granger, but I would plan for the day when you can keep it no longer. Why? Ron asked, his tone turning angry as he stepped toward the blonde woman. You planning on running your mouth, Malfoy? Narcissa glanced at him sharply. I'm confident I understand the meaning of discretion far better than you, Mr. Weasley. I only mean that secrets like this, the ones we pray will never see the light of day, have a way of surfacing before we're prepared. You'd know, Ron shot back, his eyes narrowing. Yes, Narcissa confirmed softly, her eyes sparking with anger. The intensity in her gaze dulled just slightly, and Hermione felt a pang of pity for her. Before anyone could respond, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Kingsley stood in the doorway, arms crossed, his mouth set in a hard line. Potter, he said, please tell me Robards was exaggerating when he told me you assaulted our suspect. Hermione watched as Harry straightened his spine, his eyes transforming into cold, glittering emeralds. He looked every bit the Auror, even in his tea-splattered cotton shirt and old traveling cloak. If anything, he was minimizing the situation, Minister. Kingsley stared at Harry for several seconds, as if weighing his response. Then, his expression shifted to one of tired sympathy as he ran a hand over the top of his shiny head. Merlin's ballsack, I'm too young for this shite. Beside him, Narcissa looked scandalized. Go home, Potter. Take your girl with you and don't come back until after Nott and Skeeter have been sentenced. You can work again when there's no one else here you're liable to murder. He paused, his gaze landing on Delphi and lingering for several seconds before returning to Harry. We'll sort the rest then. They locked eyes for a moment, the Minister for Magic and the Chosen One, as if trying to read each other's thoughts. Finally, Harry nodded, perhaps finding some reassurance in Kingsley's gaze. Hermione followed Harry out of the room, with Ron close behind and Narcissa Malfoy at her side. Delphi slept peacefully, her cheek resting on Hermione's shoulder, her dark curls tickling her neck. As they navigated through the Auror desks and exited the oak doors that led to the lift, Hermione took in the scene. Skeeter was no longer there, and the flurry of activity had lessened since she had arrived. As they walked out, the remaining Aurors in their red jackets smiled at Harry and Hermione, a few calling out to them. So glad they found her, Potter. Sweet girl will be just fine, don't you worry. I'd have killed the bastard if it had been me, Potter. Robards needs to pull his head out of his arse. It seemed the accusations from two criminals had been completely overlooked by the Aurors who had arrested them, their claims about Delphi deemed too far-fetched to be taken seriously. Hermione let out a sigh of relief as the doors closed behind them, and Harry pressed the button to summon the lift. Thank God, she thought. Thank God for that, and for Harry, who had stopped her from casting a deadly crucio at Nott when he had lunged at the scum. Thank God for Narcissa Malfoy, who, beneath her icy exterior, had a beating heart. But most of all, thank God for Delphi, safe in her arms at last, a piece of her soul restored. The rest of it could wait for another day. Chapter 39, The Burrow. December 24, 1999. They didn't leave their house again for weeks. By the time Harry and Hermione felt ready for another outing, it was Christmas Eve, and time for the annual Weasley party. Harry had considered skipping it, but Hermione knew his reluctance stemmed more from the thought of taking Delphi outside the safety of their heavily warded home than any desire to avoid their friends. In the end, she managed to convince him to go by promising another week of seclusion afterward. The dinner was well attended, featuring all the usual guests, along with a couple of new faces. Oliver Wood sat next to Charlie, beaming in a way Hermione had never seen before. His cheeks looked ruddy, as if he had just stepped off a broom, and the color deepened every time Charlie glanced his way, his eyes smoldering. At the other end of the table, to Andromeda's left, sat Narcissa. It had taken several invitations to convince her that she was actually welcome at the Burrow. Ultimately, the final invitation was delivered not by Owl, but by a determined Molly Weasley, who arrived with an entire pie and a bottle of elvish wine. Narcissa accepted the invitation the next day, on the condition that she wouldn't be expected to stay the entire evening. After all, her husband was still under house arrest, and she didn't feel comfortable leaving him alone on Christmas Eve, especially with their son spending the holiday in Lancashire with his fiancée's family. For her part, Hermione chose a trio of seats near the end of the long table, carefully maneuvering Delphi and Harry until they stood directly beside Ginny, who looked up, startled. "Seat taken?" Ginny stammered. Hermione settled Delphi into the middle chair as Harry nodded at his former girlfriend and sank into the seat on their daughter's other side. "Ginny," he acknowledged. Hermione noted the smile on his face was far more genuine than she had seen in a long time. "You're more genuine than I expected," Hermione said, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. I can go if you want me to. I don't want to ruin your holiday." She sank into her chair, giving Ginny a confused look. "Why on earth would you do that?" I mean, I know it can't be comfortable for you with me here," Ginny replied, swallowing hard and glancing down at her hands. "After what I did." "And what was that, exactly?" Harry asked, his curiosity piqued. Hermione shot him a glare, but he was too focused on Ginny to notice. The poor girl nearly choked on her words before managing to speak. "I let Theo into your life," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know what he... And I never meant to hurt anyone." "That bastard wasn't your fault," Harry said firmly, his tone reminiscent of how he spoke when forbidding Delphi from playing on the stairs. "He fooled everyone. Knowing what he did to worm his way in. Well, I'm not sure I've ever wanted to beat someone so badly in my whole life." "Try to curb your violent tendencies, Harry." "It's Christmas," Hermione interjected, stroking his arm affectionately. She allowed Ginny a moment to collect herself before turning back to her, while Harry shifted his attention to Neville, who sat on his other side. "He means it, you know," Hermione whispered once she was sure Harry was engaged in conversation. Ginny looked startled. "I don't think," she stumbled over her words, her uncertainty striking Hermione as monumental. What had Theo done to her? Once a confident Quidditch champion, Ginny now struggled to finish a thought without second-guessing herself. "I'm not sure why he's not angrier," Ginny finally admitted. "Look," Hermione said gently, "I realize this probably isn't something you want to discuss, but Ron told us what he did." Ginny's face paled, her freckles stark against her porcelain skin. "And I only bring it up because I want you to understand that we could never blame you for what happened. No matter how you feel about it, Harry and I know who's really to blame. Right now, there are hundreds of miles, a deadly sea, and enchanted bars between us and him." Hermione patted Ginny's shoulder as the girl began to breathe more easily. "Now, help me eat some of these potatoes before your mother starts force-feeding us. I don't like the way she's eyeing me." It took several more minutes before Ginny seemed to relax beside her, but even then, the conversation felt stilted, with noticeable gaps between her words. Hermione couldn't help but think that Harry might have the right idea about turning Nott into pulp. Ginny retired early for the night, and Neville watched her go, while Hermione looked on. She hadn't realized the young man still had feelings for Ginny, but she hoped that when the time came and Ginny was feeling better, she would give him a chance. Neville seemed like the kind of man Ginny could connect with after everything she had been through, kind, good, and completely willing to wait. "There's Narcissa leaving," Harry said, his voice low in her ear, sending a pleasant rumble through her. She followed his gaze to see the woman standing with her arms at her sides, looking ruffled as Molly wrapped her in a hug. Andromeda stepped forward, drawing Molly's attention away by handing over Teddy and asking her to watch him while she walked Narcissa out. "I'll be just a minute," Hermione said, standing up to follow them. "I didn't get a chance to say more than hello." "We'll be here," Harry replied with a smile, while Delphi took a bite of pudding. The night air was crisp, sinking right through her thin outfit to her bones, cold as a basilisk's heart and twice as biting. She quickened her pace along the path the two women had taken until she spotted them at the edge of the garden. "Hang on," Hermione called out. "I wanted a word before you go." Andromeda was the first to turn, her face lighting up with a smile as she saw Hermione hurrying up the path. "I'm not leaving just yet, dear." "Oh, I know. I was actually talking to Mrs. Malfoy." Narcissa turned, her brows arched delicately as she noted her sister's surprise. "Right, well, I'll be off then, won't I?" Andromeda said, leaning in to give Narcissa a brief hug and a light kiss on her cheek. "I'll see you for New Year's, sissy." Narcissa murmured her assent, watching as her sister retreated back into the house. Hermione seized the moment to cast a warming charm over both herself and Narcissa, taking the chill out of the air. "Thank you," Narcissa said, her voice softening. Hermione nodded and smiled. "I only wanted to give you this." She stowed her wand away and pulled a small package from her pocket, holding it out toward Narcissa. For a moment, Narcissa looked completely shocked, but she quickly regained her composure and reached out, her cool fingers brushing against Hermione's as she accepted the little gift. "Thank you, Miss Granger," she said. "I'm afraid I didn't think to bring something in return." "Oh, there's no need for that." Hermione hesitated, then added, "Though, you could call me Hermione." For the second time in just a few minutes, Narcissa's eyes widened in surprise, and Hermione felt a sense of satisfaction at the reaction. Narcissa glanced down at the parcel in her hands, as if pondering what to do with it. "Oh, please open it," Hermione urged. "It's not much, but I love seeing people open their gifts." Narcissa nodded and offered a tight little smile before drawing out her wand and vanishing the wrapping paper. Hermione stared, agape. "Takes a bit of the magic out of it, doesn't it?" Narcissa looked confused, and Hermione didn't elaborate, she simply gestured for her to continue. In a moment, the small velvet box was open, and within seconds, Hermione was delighted to see genuine surprise on Narcissa Malfoy's face for the third time that night. "We found it in one of Harry's vaults," Hermione explained. "I recognized the crest from Nature's Nobility, horrible book, that one, and we thought you might appreciate it more than we could. I'm sorry we didn't get to the shops for something new. If this is a miss, we can always put it back and find something more." "This is my grandmother's ring," Narcissa interrupted, her voice tinged with disbelief as she stared at Hermione. "Is it? I hadn't realized. I knew it was a black heirloom, of course, but I thought it might be from further back." "Why are you doing this?" Narcissa asked, her confusion shifting to indignation. "I'm sorry," Hermione replied, caught off guard. "The gift. The ring. Why?" Hermione tucked her hands into her pockets. "It's Christmas." "I was under the impression you and your man didn't care for my family," Narcissa pressed. "So why are you suddenly being familiar?" Hermione fought to suppress any offense at the accusation in Narcissa's tone. She considered that women like Mrs. Narcissa Malfoy, especially those married to Death Eaters, likely hadn't had many real friends in their lives. "We're grateful, that's all. For what you did to help us find Delphi. I had hoped." She glanced around, scanning the garden for any signs they weren't alone. Finding none, she continued, "I had hoped that, since we're connected in some way, we could be friendly. We'd like to know you better. We'd like Delphi to know you better." "The minister kept your secret," Narcissa replied dismissively. "Any connection is buried deep." Hermione took a breath and nodded. Yes, but as you said at the ministry, secrets have a way of surfacing before we're prepared. Hermione had known it was true the moment Narcissa spoke those words. She and Harry had discussed it at length. Kingsley might be willing to keep quiet, but what if someone else uncovered the truth? Anything could happen, and it made sense to be prepared. Besides, Hermione continued, I'm used to liking difficult people. What's one more? In a surprising turn, Narcissa Malfoy laughed. She giggled and chortled, clutching her side, and Hermione was fairly certain she heard a snort before Narcissa managed to regain her composure. When she finally settled down, she snapped the ring box closed and tucked it into the pocket of her elegant robes, beaming at Hermione as she did so. Thank you, Narcissa said. I shall cherish it. Suddenly feeling a bit uncomfortable, Hermione nodded and smiled. Our pleasure. They stood in silence for several seconds before Narcissa spoke again. Was there anything else? No. Hermione shook her head and took a small step back. Happy Christmas. Please give our best to your family, Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa, the other woman corrected. If I'm to call you by your given name, it's hardly appropriate for you to do otherwise. Narcissa, Hermione agreed, grinning. Hermione. Narcissa gave her a look that was almost a smirk, and for a moment, Hermione recalled punching a face that had worn an expression nearly identical to it. Then, with a graceful stride, Narcissa turned and walked away, taking the ring box and that almost smirk with her, disappearing beyond the hedge. It was December 24, 1999, at 4 Ceridwen Court, Godric's Hollow, and they were still wrapping presents at 1:45. Hermione had insisted on doing it the Muggle way. Though Harry struggled with wrapping, he was an artisan with spellotape, wielding it with the fervor of a man determined to stick everything together. Hermione cut the paper and folded it in mysterious ways until the gifts. The gifts looked pristine, and then Harry swooped in to tape them up and add a bow on top. He couldn't help but think it was an excellent metaphor for their entire friendship so far. Just there, below my finger. Mind you don't crinkle it this time. I want a nice, smooth seal. I do know how to tape, Hermione. Yes. Excellent job. My, you've gotten good at that. He had the urge to take her into his arms and show her what else he'd gotten good at, but he figured she might hex him silly if he interrupted her wrapping. Bow, please. He sprang into action, affixing the bow to the top of the present before carrying it over to place it under the tree. By under the tree, he meant 6 feet away from it, which was as close as he could get without precariously stacking it on top of other gifts. Do you think? He let his voice trail off. What? What is it? Hermione sounded distracted, her focus fully consumed by her task. I was just wondering whether you thought we might have gone a bit overboard with the presents. Hermione paused, blinking up at him before surveying the massive pile of red and green parcels. Looks right to me. We do have presents for each other under there too, and gifts for my mum and dad. Plus, Molly and Andromeda sent their things along tonight as well. Right. Don't mind me then. He could feel her eyes on him, and he fidgeted. You don't have to worry about spoiling her, you know. She's not actually Dudley's. And besides, I don't think being a demanding gid is genetic unless you're a Malfoy. Harry laughed. I just want her to have everything she needs. Everything she wants, too, come to that. We'll strike a balance. Hermione went back to her wrapping, and Harry watched as her fingers moved gracefully over the paper. How did she manage to look so perfectly lovely at this hour, in a thick old Weasley jumper and a pair of... Harry couldn't help but admire Hermione as she sat there in her pajama bottoms, adorned with tiny reindeer and a flurry of miniature sleighs. Her hair was piled high on her head, a wand securing it in place, though a few curls escaped and trailed down the back of her neck. The ring he had given her glinted in the warm glow of the firelight. Don't suppose you want to take a break? He asked, a playful glint in his eye. She glanced at him skeptically. I've only got 4 more to do, and it's almost midnight. He settled back beside her, leaving his roll of spellotape across the room, and reached out to toy with one of her loose curls as she continued folding the wrapping paper. They'll keep, he murmured, his voice low and husky. The thought of being closer to her stirred something within him, and he hoped she felt it too. You know, she said casually, when I was growing up, my parents had this tradition. Did they? He asked, intrigued. Emicham. We opened one present on Christmas Eve. It was always pajamas. That's nice, he replied, running a finger along the shell of her ear and noticing the way she shivered at his touch. I'll let you open a present tonight too, if you like. Her voice turned low and sultry, making his heart race. Would you now? He leaned in, ready to kiss her neck, but she spoke again just before he could reach her. As soon as you let me finish wrapping these. You minx! He exclaimed, and her laughter filled the room, a sound that was both musical and enticing. With a quick tug, she released her wand, allowing her curls to cascade down before they bounced back into a somewhat manageable style. A flick of her wand had her gift sealed with spellotape, and another gesture had the remaining 3 gifts wrapping themselves in a matter of moments. There, she said, stepping back to admire her work. All done. She stood up, and he followed, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her against him, making sure she could feel just how much he wanted her. Is it time for my present now? She hummed playfully. Now who's spoiled and demanding? He teased, kissing the side of her neck. He let the tip of his tongue glide along her skin until he reached her earlobe, where he began to gently suck. She leaned back against him, letting out a soft whimper. All right, she finally said, since you've been a very good boy this year. He wasted no time, eager to unwrap her gift. Merlin, she was precious, one of the 2 best presents he'd ever received. He had no idea what he'd done to deserve someone like her. He tugged at her jumper, turning her in his arms until they were facing each other. In his excitement, he didn't even bother to look as he tore the fabric over her head and pushed her bottoms down, too eager to kiss her again. But Hermione placed one of her small, warm hands on his chest, right over his heart, and waited. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was her smile, genuine and gorgeous, enough to bring him to his knees. What do you think? She asked, her eyes sparkling. What? He replied, still a bit dazed. Of the pajamas. He let his gaze wander, taking in the lace and satin that clung to her, the Gryffindor colors boldly accentuating her skin. Holy God, was that a snitch nestled between her breasts? Merlin's left bowlock, it was. And there, just above the bow of her thon, another one. Are you going to be okay? You sound as if you're hyperventilating. Fucking hell, was all he could manage to say before pulling her against him again. Her body was warm and flawless, her laughter ringing in his ears. In that moment, he thought he might be the luckiest bastard in the world. He was blessed beyond measure with a daughter and a woman who was crazy enough to want to marry him. He knew that he could open 1,000 gifts in the future, but none would ever come close to matching this.